Chapter 1. The Loot Rate System. On the coast of O'Hara, a colossal ship cleaved through the towering waves, trailing a long white wake behind it. A seemingly 6 or 7-year-old child lounged leisurely on a bench. Beside him stood a brawny man, his frame brimming with muscle, wearing a sycophantic grin that seemed rather peculiar. However, the sailors aboard the vessel appeared unfazed by this unusual sight. "Lord Hubert, a band of pirates has appeared ahead. Shall we engage them?" Hubert rose from the bench, a glimmer of delight illuminating his face as he replied, "Oh, have we finally encountered new pirates? The surrounding scum has been nearly eradicated. It has been close to 3 months since I last laid eyes on a pirate. If we don't find any soon, my comrades will be left to feast on the cold winds of the northwest." The burly man nodded in agreement, stating, "It is all thanks to your wisdom and might. Lord Hubert, the pirates are well aware of your presence and dare not approach." The child, in his youthful form, patted the man's shoulder, having heard such flattery countless times before. Yet for Hubert, a former worker in his past life, this kind of adulation never grew tiresome. "Very well, Captain Carter, issue the command to approach the pirates. I wish to personally deal with them. It has been far too long since I've had a good fight, and my hands are growing rusty." Carter nodded and relayed the order to the sailors. "Set sail." Hubert watched as his grand vessel began to sail swiftly, a satisfied expression gracing his features. He had traversed into the world of pirates 7 years ago, and to carve out his dominion over these waters at such a tender age was no solitary achievement. He lacked the terrifying talent of Big Mom. His prowess stemmed from a system. With a mere thought, a system panel materialized before him. Host, Hubert. Level, LV-35. Faction, Bounty Hunter. Equipment, Zoan-type Hungry Wolf Fruit, Ancient Zoan-type Flying Dragon Form, Paramecia-type Big Fruit. 33 slots for Devil Fruit equipment filled. Backpack, Zoan-type Mythical Beast Merchant Form equipable at level 36, Zoan-type White Rabbit Fruit, Zoan-type Hamster Form, Zoan-type Teddy Bear Form. Devil Fruit Fragments, 972. System Level, LV38378593410000000 Berry's note. Upgrading system level expands equipment slots, increases loot rates, and enhances equipment quality. You have acquired the strength to navigate the seas. Even when faced with supernovas, you remain unperturbed. However, this is merely the beginning. The road ahead is long. Strive to grow stronger and dominate the seas. Such is his system, one that allows for equipment drops through vanquishing foes and, on lucky occasions, even the coveted devil fruits. The fruits he possessed were all obtained through this system. Otherwise, O'Hara would not have offered him such an abundance of devil fruits. This system also bore the functionality of equipping devil fruits. Unlike consumption, one could wield several at once, albeit at the cost of being suppressed by seawater and sea stone. Gazing at the panel, a smile crept onto Hubert's face. Once he dealt with this wave of pirates, he should ascend to level 36. At that point, the long-desired mythical beast type would finally be within his grasp. With the terrifying enhancements it provided to the human body, he might even possess the ability to escape from a marine admiral. Not far from Hubert, a sloop-shaped ship surged through the waves, adorned with a flag bearing a black skull, marking it as a pirate vessel. A raucous celebration was underway aboard, with pirates reveling in song and dance. "Lads, having claimed this sea, we shall soon have endless berries at our disposal. Once we amass enough wealth, we'll procure a fine ship and set sail for the Grand Line. The treasure of the Pirate King shall be ours." In the center of the throng, a corpulent figure, seemingly the captain, proclaimed this while gnawing on a chicken leg. At this juncture, the era of great pirates had only just begun, and many sought the life of piracy in pursuit of the One Piece, making his words quite stirring. "Ha ha ha! We shall become the wealthiest pirate crew upon these seas. Long live the captain! The fat fish pirates shall dominate the Grand Line." The surrounding lackeys, intoxicated and exuberant, cheered, waving their arms in delight. Yet amidst the jubilant crowd stood a lanky figure, visibly anxious. After a moment's hesitation, he stepped forward and addressed the captain. "Captain, the pirates that once roamed this sea were far mightier than us. Why have they retreated? There must be some hidden danger. Perhaps we should ascertain the truth before proceeding." His words abruptly dampened the atmosphere. The captain's gaze shifted, revealing his growing irritation. "Is that you, first mate? Do we not already come to an agreement regarding this matter? If we delay, other pirate crews will seize this territory, and we shall lose our chance. Besides, what peril could possibly lurk here? It's merely an archaeological site." The first mate, feeling increasingly uneasy, insisted, "But Captain, O'Hara is renowned as the wealthiest expanse of the West Sea. The pirates that once held sway here have departed without a trace. There must be a reason. Since Roger ignited the age of piracy, the seas have been tumultuous. We ought to exercise caution. O'Hara, a famed archaeological haven in the West Sea, saw a continual flow of vessels, primarily scholars and merchants, ordinary folk, yet exceedingly affluent. To pirates, this locale was a veritable treasure trove. The captain waved dismissively. Do not overthink it. Perhaps they've simply earned enough to venture to the Grand Line, where everyone is headed in pursuit of the One Piece. At the mere mention of One Piece, the captain licked his lips, his eyes glinting with avarice. The other pirates echoed their captain's sentiments, for as pirates, the allure of profit often dulled their perception of danger. But the lanky man attempted to voice further concerns, but was cut off by the captain's booming voice. Enough. I am a captain here. The first mate swallowed hard, ultimately retreating, his expression laced with worry. Seeing his companion relent, the captain scoffed, turning away to take a hefty bite of his chicken leg, muttering, fearing this and that. What a pathetic excuse for a pirate. Perhaps it's time for a new first mate. Then, raising his voice to the gathered crew, he called out, Continue. Continue. The ship soon erupted back into raucous celebration. Yet unbeknownst to them, a small figure had stealthily taken position at the bow of the ship. Chapter 2. Mythical Beast Type, Equip. TSK. You pirates are dining quite well, aren't you? Just in time, as I've yet to eat dinner you've spared me a meal. A youthful voice rang out from the bow of the fat fish pirate crew, not loud, yet perfectly clear to all ears present. The raucous revelry of the pirates came to an abrupt halt. The captain's attention shifted toward the source of the voice, where a finely dressed child stood at the ship's prow. Furrowing his brow, he inquired, A child? Where did this child come from? Which fool brought this brat aboard? The pirates exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison. The first mate, eyeing the child, felt a growing sense of dread for reasons he could not quite fathom. The child was none other than Hubert, who had arrived alone. His grand vessel was anchored nearby. As for why he hadn't simply sailed over to cause trouble, he had his sights set on the fat fish pirate's ship. If he were to ram his ship into theirs, it would undoubtedly incur damage, and a ship in pristine condition held far greater value than a battered one. Seeing that no one claimed Hubert, the captain grinned maliciously. Since no one claims him, I suppose he'll just have to toss this unfortunate little brat overboard. With that, he lumbered toward Hubert, his hefty frame thudding against the deck with ominous thud-thud sounds, raising concerns about the ship's structural integrity. The air was thick with intimidation. Hubert had long since come to regard the vessel as his own. How could he allow the captain to trample upon it? He retorted, Be gentle, fat pig. You're going to damage my ship. What? The surrounding pirates recoiled in shock, as if confronted by a fearsome beast, scattering in all directions. The captain's previously jovial demeanor darkened, veins bulging on his plump face, rendering him a rather grotesque sight. Rage flushed his face crimson, reminiscent of a roasted pig. The first mate, who had initially intended to persuade the captain to assess the situation, sighed and discreetly retreated to conceal himself. He understood that in this state, the captain had lost all rationality and would not heed his counsel. He had no desire to provoke the captain further. I detest being called fat. Boy, regardless of who you are, today marks your end. The captain's words dripped with ire. A tense atmosphere enveloped the air. Had a typical child stood in Hubert's place, they would have surely burst into tears at this moment, yet Hubert remained unflinching, even chuckling to himself. This ship with its 50-plus crew members should yield a sure upgrade. Though they're somewhat impoverished compared to those previous pirates, they'll have to rely on bounties and the ship to strike it rich. Alas, earning money is a challenge. The corpulent man, dismissive of his presence, continued to mutter, his countenance growing increasingly grim as he extended his hand, aiming to strike him. That massive palm, slicing through the air with a fierce gust, would surely have split Hubert's young skull had it connected. This, however, prompted Hubert to regard him with newfound respect while raising his hand to block the impending blow. He remarked, You've got quite the strength. No wonder you're so audacious. Yet, I do wonder how much your bounty is worth. Smack! No sooner had the words left his mouth than the hefty man's arm was firmly caught, rendered utterly incapable of proceeding. What? Is this some kind of jest? He actually blocked it. The pirates around him were left in a state of shock, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads as they gaped at the scene unfolding at the bow of the ship. That child managed to catch the captain's hand? That palm was nearly the size of his entire body. Moreover, these crew members were acutely aware of their captain's prowess. Many a hostile pirate had been subdued by a mere slap from him, some even killed outright. This was why they felt emboldened to venture into these treacherous waters. Yet, This very hand had been thwarted by a child who had yet to reach 10 years of age. Could it be that the captain had shown him mercy? As they observed the captain fuming with rage, the crew quickly dismissed that notion such a captain would never hold back. In a corner, the lean first mate quietly observed the scene, his unease finally manifesting in a bitter smile. He understood that the captain had met his match this time. The fat fish pirate crew was likely destined to vanish from the seas. Hubert did not grant the corpulent man another opportunity to strike. His small frame twisted, delivering a swift kick to the man's face. The fat man's head exploded like a watermelon, blood spraying forth and casting a terrifying atmosphere over the vessel. Without allowing the other pirates a moment to react, Hubert struck with lightning speed, swiftly dispatching the remaining crew members. At his current strength, dealing with these bounty targets, none exceeding 10 million, was as effortless as slicing through cabbage. Even without the use of his devil fruit powers, none could stand against him. By the time he had eliminated all those present, mere minutes had elapsed. Congratulations! Your level has risen to LV36. We hope you continue your efforts and achieve maximum level soon, dominating the pirate world. As Hubert stretched, he was elated by the system's announcement, disregarding the filthy blood that stained him as he delved into his consciousness. System: uninstall the Hungry Wolf fruit and equip the Human fruit, mythical Zoan type, merchant form. This fruit was a prized possession he had long coveted, and over the years, he had even contemplated consuming it directly without equipping it. After all, the allure of the mythical Zoan was simply too great. Merely gazing upon it without the ability to utilize it was a form of torment. Yet, he had finally reached this moment. Today, he could at last equip this long-dormant devil fruit from his backpack. Hubert first felt an exhilarating lightness. As if something had been shed, he understood that the Hungry Wolf fruit had been removed. In the next instant, a surge of mysterious power flooded into his being. The potency of this new power far exceeded that of the previous Hungry Wolf fruit, even surpassing that of his flying dragon fruit. It was indeed worthy of being a mythical Zoan. He took a moment to savor it, striving to fully grasp the essence of the fruit's capabilities. However, before long, Hubert opened his eyes, blinking in bewilderment, his expression somewhat peculiar. The enhancement provided by this devil fruit was considerably less than he had anticipated, yet its abilities appeared intriguing, thus not entirely disappointing his expectations. Lost in thought, he suddenly twitched his nose, as if catching a whiff of something, and with a sly smile said, "Oh, a rat has slipped through the cracks? How delightful! Just the opportunity to test my new abilities." Chapter 3. Vegapunk's colleague? In the corner, the first mate shuddered, his gaze transfixed on Hubert as he felt the impending doom closing in. He had suspected Hubert might be formidable, but never had he imagined him to be this powerful. This child was quite simply a demon. His decisiveness in taking lives was chilling, devoid of hesitation. Moreover, he appeared almost exhilarated after the slaughter. Now he understood why other pirates had vanished from these waters. The culprit was the very child standing before him. The unfortunate first mate, though sensing the ominous turn of events, had ultimately been ensnared by the corpulent captain's folly. As Hubert approached him, the first mate resolved to step out from his hiding place. His body trembled slightly as he stammered, "I beseech you, spare my life. I shall serve you with unwavering dedication until my last breath." A gentle smile graced Hubert's face, yet the bloodied visage only intensified the first mate's trepidation. "It appears you possess a modicum of intelligence, having the sense to hide in contrast. The other pirates seem rather dim-witted." The lean man remained silent, quaking in fear. "I might consider sparing you, but first, you must demonstrate your worth." Hubert was keen to experiment with the fruit's abilities, refraining from further violence. Now that he had finally equipped the merchant fruit, he felt considerably lighter, and his desire for leveling up was somewhat diminished. The first mate opened his mouth, hesitating as he gazed at the diminutive Hubert, before finally steeling himself and stating, "I am a scientist, I assure you. I can be of use." "A scientist?" Hubert straightened, eyeing the hesitant figure with skepticism. "Oh, a scientist turned pirate in the West Sea? If you're going to spin a tale, at least make it plausible." The first mate sighed, a note of resignation in his voice. "It's true, I have credentials." Producing a card from his pocket, he revealed his likeness depicted upon it. "Name, Jesse. Affiliation, Research Institute. Field of study, naturalization and the integration of devil fruits with objects." This revelation piqued Hubert's interest despite having traversed this world for some time, and having encountered numerous scholars from O'Hara, he had yet to meet a scientist. The research focus appeared rather advanced. Yet, Jess's current appearance hardly aligned with that of a scientist, indicating there was more to his story. Share your tale. A scientist studying devil fruits should not have fallen to such depths. Jesse paused for a moment before recounting his harrowing experiences upon the seas. It turned out that he had previously served as a top scientist within a scientific organization on the Grand Line. However, the Navy had inexplicably launched a surprise attack on their headquarters, capturing numerous scientists and forcing them to submit to the world government. Yet, some had managed to escape, and Jesse was among them. Reluctant to submit to the Navy or become a pirate, he had traversed the seas, eventually finding refuge in the West Sea. Initially believing he could find safety there, he was dismayed when the small town he had hidden in was annihilated by the Fat Fish pirate crew for failing to pay sufficient protection fees. In that dire moment, he revealed his identity as a scientist, which ultimately spared his life. The corpulent captain coveted his research and promoted him to first mate. However, his position was quite tenuous, as none of the pirates paid his words any heed. And now, he found himself in Hubert's clutches. After hearing Jesse's tale, Hubert's expression turned peculiar, as if a memory had sparked within him. He inquired, "Are you familiar with Vegapunk?" Jesse, who had previously appeared desolate, instantly transformed, rushing forward to grasp his shoulders, exclaiming with fervor, "Do you know President Vegapunk? How is he now? Has he managed to escape?" Hubert swatted Jesse's hand away from himself, nearly bursting into laughter. Upon hearing Jesse's tale, he merely speculated that it might be related to Vegapunk, as the original narrative had mentioned Vegapunk's capture by the Navy after discovering the blueprints for life, subsequently becoming their chief scientist. Moreover, considering Jesse's research focus on the technology of merging devil fruits with objects, it seemed reminiscent of the abilities that later befell the Straw Hat crew. To his astonishment, Jesse turned out to be a colleague of Vegapunk, which felt like striking gold. A colleague of Vegapunk is indeed a treasure. Just look at Caesar, who has successfully developed artificial fruits. Observing Jesse's concerned expression directed at him, Hubert found it somewhat amusing. The reason for Jesse's downfall was precisely because Vegapunk had discovered the blueprints for life, while Vegapunk himself was thriving within the Navy. It was utterly ridiculous that Jesse, now a pirate in the West Sea, still cared about Vegapunk's well-being. Hubert displayed a gentle smile and remarked, "Of course I know him. I have been an old friend of Vegapunk. He is doing splendidly, so you need not worry about him. However, he is currently engaged in a secret experiment, and I have no knowledge of his whereabouts. By the way, since you are a colleague of Vegapunk, I shall refrain from taking action against you. Yet, I cannot simply let you leave without concern for your safety, especially given the recent turbulence at sea. Therefore, I propose that you join my fleet and become my crew member. I shall ensure your protection." A fleet? Jesse, taken aback by Hubert's beaming face, paused to consider his formidable strength. "I appreciate your offer, but it might be unnecessary. Many pirates are currently heading towards the Grand Line, and I believe I can fend for myself. Surely, my luck cannot be so dire as to encounter a crew like the Fat Fish pirates again. Nevertheless, thank you for the information regarding Chairman Vegapunk. Is that your intention? To leave so easily? That is simply out of the question." Hubert's expression darkened. "Are you implying that you disregard my authority? Disrespecting this maritime territory will not bode well for you." Jesse, sensing the underlying threat in his tone, was reminded of the malevolence concealed within the seemingly innocent child before him, causing him to hesitate. Noticing Jesse's internal conflict, Hubert continued, "If your reluctance stems solely from a desire to avoid joining the pirates, rest assured, I am not a wretched pirate. I am a bounty hunter." Deep down, Jesse indeed wished to avoid the pirate life. He had suffered enough during his previous escapades. However, he was reluctant to find himself entangled in another perilous situation. Hubert's words began to sway his resolve. Hubert seized the moment, inquiring, "Surely your experimental conditions have deteriorated since the dissolution of your research institute? Your focus on devil fruits must be particularly challenging in this modest West Sea, which offers scant opportunities for such studies." This held a kernel of truth. For since the institute's closure, Jesse had not encountered a venue as well-equipped and conducive to exploration as before. "If you join us and genuinely commit to our experiments, I shall ensure you have the finest conditions for your research. Rest assured, the devil fruits will be provided." As Hubert spoke, a flicker of inspiration ignited within him. He retrieved the white rabbit fruit from his system, feigning to produce it from his cloak, and presented it to Jesse. This blend of intimidation and temptation proved irresistible to Jesse. Captivated by Hubert's earnest gaze, he sighed deeply and accepted the white rabbit fruit. "I look forward to your guidance, Captain." Chapter 4. Nico Robin. With the transaction concluded, the merchant fruit's effects took hold, and the host gained his first subordinate, the fugitive scientist Jesse. Jesse would dedicate himself to conducting experiments for the host, in exchange for a conducive research environment. The subordinate module was activated, rewarding the host with 10 million system experience points. Note, acquiring a subordinate will yield random rewards, with a higher probability of exceptional rewards for stronger subordinates. Jesse's reward was the natural type, cloud fruit. The merchant fruit, newly equipped by Hubert, allowed for transactions with others. The items exchanged could encompass anything. Hubert mused that it should not merely be the merchant fruit but rather the Satan fruit. After all, in mythological tales, Satan traded souls as currency, a notion echoed by the merchant fruit's capabilities. Hubert was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that this merchant's fruit would unlock a new mode for him, and astonishingly, it had even revealed a natural-type fruit. Over the years, he had never encountered a natural-type devil fruit, which could only be described as a bountiful harvest. Reflecting on this, his gaze towards Jesse grew increasingly approving. Jesse, however, felt a shiver run down his spine under Hubert's beaming eyes. Surely, this fellow isn't concocting some nefarious scheme? After understanding the system's rewards, Zhang Jinhue shot a piercing arrow into the sky to summon Carter and the others from a distance, introducing Jesse to the crew aboard the ship. Lord Hubert, where has the captain of this pirate cruise head gone? Carter suddenly inquired while inspecting the spoils. Hubert was momentarily taken aback. Captain, had his head been obliterated? Well, I'm not entirely certain, but such matters should not pose significant repercussions, right? Jesse interjected. That is not necessarily the case. Those damned naval officers are notorious for their thoroughness. If they don't have a head, they might not claim the bounty at all. We have been on familiar terms with the Navy for quite some time. They wouldn't act so irrationally, would they? Besides, all evidence is intact except for the head. Indeed, that is a valid point, though it seems we may need to negotiate with them. Well, I appreciate your efforts. Hubert felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had been so focused on leveling up that he had exerted more force than intended. Had he known, he would have been more gentle. Hearing his encouragement, Carter straightened up and replied earnestly, What are you saying? It is my honor to serve Lord Hubert. Hubert nodded thoughtfully, demonstrating his reliability and eloquence, which explains why Carter serves as his first mate. However, Carter's abilities are somewhat lacking. Contemplating this, Hubert felt a desire to enhance Carter's strength, and the most straightforward approach would be through the acquisition of a devil fruit. It occurred to him that he might even assemble a bounty hunter crew comprised entirely of devil fruit users, a concept seemingly absent from the vast seas. Should he succeed, he would indeed set a precedent. Shaking off these thoughts, he recognized that such endeavors were not meant for the present. Their influence in the West Sea was already formidable, and further power might stir unwanted ambitions. It would be prudent to wait until they ventured into the Grand Line, as this undertaking would be significant, and it remained uncertain how long it would take to amass a sufficient collection of devil fruits. Once they had finished collecting their spoils, Hubert gracefully leaped to the bow of the ship. Brothers, after such a long time, we finally feast. Tomorrow, when the bounty is exchanged, we shall distribute the spoils as per tradition. Ha ha ha. Following Lord Hubert means enjoying a feast. We have dealt with a wretched band of pirates. All hail Lord Hubert. Most of Hubert's crew gathered primarily for the allure of bounty. Some were motivated by a vendetta against pirates, yet lacked the means to exact their revenge, thus choosing to follow him. For them, each annihilation of a pirate band was a raucous celebration. Hubert was quite pleased with their demeanor, slightly raising his chin and basking in the accolades of the crowd. After a brief moment, he gestured for silence, and the throng fell instantly quiet. Upon my arrival, this wretched band of pirates was in revelry, and as it happened, none had dined yet this evening. I hereby declare that the celebration feast shall take place right here. Let the festivities commence. Roar. The ship erupted once more into a cacophony of noise. Despite some traces of blood, the enthusiasm for the banquet remained undiminished. Joyous sounds echoed across the vast ocean, while the sun cast its final rays of twilight upon the horizon and the moonlight gradually enveloped the waters. Hubert gently pushed open the creaky old door of his home and couldn't help but smile faintly at the pair of small purple shoes hanging on the shoe rack. Stealthily, he approached his room and peered through the crack of the door. The light within was still aglow, illuminating a tiny figure seated on his bed, engrossed in a book, cradling his pillow in their arms, with their legs swinging playfully in the air. Hubert tiptoed and approached her from behind, enveloping her in an embrace. Ah! The figure he held was startled, letting out a gasp. Upon realizing it was him, she calmed down. Hubert, you scared me again. What prompted you to sneak into my room, Robin? The girl seated on the bed was none other than Nico Robin from the original work, a childhood companion of Hubert. Having grown up together, Hubert's parents passed away when he was young, prompting him to embrace independence at the tender age of 3. Similarly, Robin was abandoned by her parents early on, which they both found to be a shared plight. At least, this is how Robin perceives it. When other children regarded Robin as a monster due to her peculiar abilities derived from the fruit of flowers, Hubert was the only one willing to play with her. Consequently, Hubert has likely become the closest person to Robin in her heart. This companionship has alleviated some of the profound solitude depicted in the original narrative, allowing Robin's character to flourish with a newfound vivacity. Hubert also relished this childhood companionship, for after all, it was Nico Robin. Who could possibly resist? In truth, Hubert found more allure in her mother, Olvia, than in the youthful Nico Robin, who still had much to grow. Unfortunately, the disparity in their ages was rather significant. Robin freed herself from Hubert's embrace and playfully tapped his head with the book in her hand. Why are you so late returning again? It's perilous for a child like you to wander about at night. Hubert clutched his head, feigning great pain, and retorted, But Robin, didn't you also come to my house in the dead of night? Isn't it even more perilous for a girl to visit a boy's home at such an hour? It's not the same. What makes it different? Robin could not find a response and merely sat there, puffed up with indignation. Her adorable demeanor elicited a hearty laugh from Hubert, who remarked, "Oh, come now, Robin. Have you forgotten? I aspire to be a bounty hunter. My strength is formidable. Those nefarious individuals are no match for me." Noticing that Robin was ignoring him, Hubert, undeterred, shifted the conversation. "So, Robin, did you come here for a specific reason today? Or were you simply yearning for my company?" "Who yearned for you?" Robin retorted, still a bit annoyed. "Have you forgotten? Today is your birthday." Hubert was taken aback. He had indeed forgotten, after all. He had merely traversed into this world and did not place much significance on the birthdays of this life. However, if memory serves him right, Robin's birthday seemed to fall shortly after his own, did it not? Hubert pondered, his brow furrowing. The 5th chapter of the impending demon-slaying decree approached. Today marked Hubert's 7th birthday, and Robin was a little over a year older, nearing 9. If Hubert recalled correctly, O'Hara was destroyed by the demon-slaying decree when Robin was 8. This meant that the Navy would soon arrive, and he would inevitably face the world government's demon-slaying edict. Licking his lips, Hubert murmured to himself, "After such a long preparation, is it finally here?" Robin leaned in, puzzled. "What are you talking about, Hubert? What have you been preparing for so long?" "Nothing," Hubert replied, ruffling Robin's hair. "Since it's my birthday, did you prepare a gift for me, Robin?" Robin, accustomed to Hubert's peculiar behavior over the years, did not dwell on it. She had come to realize that Hubert was unlike other children, though merely 7. He exuded the aura of an adult, having cared for her like an older brother all these years. Pulling out a beautiful watch from her pocket, Robin said proudly, "Of course, this was awarded to me by the professor for my excellent performance a few months ago. I heard it's quite valuable, and I saved it to give to you as a birthday gift. What do you think? Do you like it?" "Of course I do," Hubert replied without hesitation, taking the watch from Robin's hands. "I love everything you give me, Robin." Upon hearing this, Robin's cheeks flushed slightly, though she said nothing. It was evident she was in high spirits. "By the way, Robin, how are your studies at the Tree of Knowledge going?" "Very well. Everyone has been kind to me. Today, Dr. Kuroba arranged an exam for me. If I pass, I will become a scholar in a few days." "A scholar? That is truly wonderful. My ship is in need of a scholar. Would you like to join?" "Absolutely. Once you become captain, I will come aboard as your crew member. I'll hold you to that. By the way, are those little brats still speaking ill of you? Should I deal with them again? After you gave them a good scare last time, they haven't dared to say a word. Now, when they see me, they run away as if they've seen a ghost." Hubert jested with Robin, only to be momentarily taken aback. At the sound of Robin's call, he regained his composure. Pondering the rapidity with which Robin was approaching scholarly status sooner than he had anticipated, it seemed that the demon-slaying decree was indeed imminent. However, with that particular matter, he felt a renewed sense of assurance. After a brief conversation with Hubert, Robin succumbed to the late hour and soon drifted into a deep slumber. Observing Robin, who had been conversing just moments before, fall asleep so suddenly, Hubert couldn't help but shake his head. He gently covered Robin with a blanket before settling down to sleep himself. The following morning, Hubert awoke and noticed that Robin was still asleep. Quietly, he slipped out of bed and made his way to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Hubert maintained the habits from his previous life, starting each day with a breakfast of noodles. Unfortunately, it seemed that in this world, few shared this custom. Noodle shops were virtually non-existent. Thus, he had no choice but to prepare the meal himself. Before long, he had crafted 2 bowls of fragrant noodles. He then went to rouse the slumbering Robin, as noodles do not maintain their delectable quality when left for too long. After their breakfast, Hubert accompanied Robin to the Tree of Knowledge, and subsequently made his way to the deserted woods of O'Hara Island. With a slight shudder of his body, in the next moment, he sprouted a pair of enormous flesh wings and, with a gentle flap, soared into the sky. This was the manifestation of his Zoan-type ancient species ability, dragon form. His flight was swift, and before long, he arrived at his ship. The crew, having grown accustomed to such spectacles, greeted him with indifference. Carter approached, cradling a box. "Sir Hubert, you have finally arrived. This morning, I exchanged all the pirates for bounties and sold the ship. In total, we obtained 7,200,000 berries. All accounted for here for your review." Hubert nodded and took the box, inquiring, "How is it? Did the Navy give you any trouble regarding the headless fat man?" "Just minor issues. I've already negotiated with them," came the reply. "Thank you for your efforts." "Not at all. It is my duty to serve Lord Hubert." As he glanced at the contents of the box, Hubert felt a stir within him. He was merely 16 million berries short of upgrading his system level, and yesterday's newly unlocked module had already granted him 10 million. With the addition of this money, he would be able to upgrade. The enhancement of his system level would be immensely beneficial, granting him an extra slot for a devil fruit, allowing him to equip the cloud fruit acquired the day before. After a moment of hesitation, he ultimately chose not to pursue this tempting proposition. He had established a rule long ago. The earnings should be shared among all, and he could not be the one to violate this principle. Money could be earned at any time, but regaining the trust of scattered hearts would require considerable effort. He withdrew over 2 million from the box. "As per our usual arrangement, I shall take 30%, set aside 10% for logistics." and the remainder will be distributed among the brothers. By the way, Carter, you worked particularly hard this time, so you shall receive an additional 5%. Though Carter spoke nonchalantly, Hobart was well aware of the difficulty posed by that group of Navy personnel. The prospect of exchanging a headless corpse for a bounty was nothing short of delusional. No, that's unnecessary, Carter replied, flustered. Where have I endured hardship? It was Lord Hobart who dealt with the pirates. Enough. Your contributions are evident to all. Take it as you will, Hobart asserted with an undeniable tone. Carter finally acquiesced. What news do you have regarding the investigation I assigned? Any updates on Nico Alvia? Yes, I have received word. It seems she has been captured by the Navy and is now imprisoned. Is that so? Hobart's voice remained unperturbed. He had anticipated this outcome. Have you seen any giants in the nearby waters recently? Giants? You mean those legendary beings that can tower like mountains and flatten entire forests when they lie down? I have never encountered one. This too was within Hobart's expectations. Robin would not become a scholar for a few more days. And it was only after she attained that status that Jaguar D. Saul arrived at O'Hara. Thus, it could be deduced that Saul was still adrift. Keep an eye out. If word of giants surfaces, notify me immediately. With that casual command, Hobart gestured for Carter to depart. However, Carter lingered, looking as if he had something to say. What is it? Speak up if you have something to discuss. Upon hearing this, Carter finally spoke. Lord Hobart, do you know the origins of Jesse? Of course. What concern is that of yours? Hobart tilted his head in confusion. Today, a brother discovered Jesse's bounty notice, amounting to 24 million. We have never encountered anyone with such a bounty before. At this point, Carter hesitated, seemingly debating whether to continue. Is there an issue? Hobart did not perceive anything amiss. After all, it was not surprising for a researcher from Vegapunk's lab to command such a bounty, given the immense value they could create. Some brothers believe we should not allow a pirate to join us and should capture Jesse to claim the bounty. Chapter 6. Side Quest? Silence. From the moment Carter uttered that statement, Hobart stood in silence, and Carter dared not speak. The atmosphere grew remarkably still. After a lengthy pause, Hobart finally broke the silence. Do you share this sentiment? Of course not, Carter hastily replied. Lord Hobart's decision is my decision. I shall absolutely obey your orders. Who among us holds such views? This time, Hobart did not indulge in flattery, but asked directly. Carter hesitated before answering. It's Bill and his group. With this, Hobart immediately identified the individuals in question. His crew numbered around 180, and naturally, there were factions among them. Bill was the leader of one of the larger groups. Most of the members of this faction harbored deep-seated grievances against pirates, which led them to choose the path of bounty hunting. While their strength might not surpass others, they possessed a fierce determination that made them formidable opponents. Bill, in particular, was a standout. He fought with reckless abandon, as if each encounter with pirates was a confrontation with sworn enemies. Moreover, his capabilities were quite formidable, aside from Hobart. No one on the ship could match him in combat. Very well, I understand. After another moment of silence, Hobart waved for Carter to leave. Wait. Just as Carter turned to distribute the berries, Hobart called him back. Carter, you have done well. Carter was somewhat bewildered, but still replied, It is merely my duty. I wish to formally appoint you as the first mate. What do you think? Until this point, although Hobart had always regarded Carter as his first mate, he had never officially designated him as such. Perhaps it is best to refrain. I fear my strength may not suffice to command respect. This arrangement suits me well. Carter demurred. Do not concern yourself with matters of strength. I shall devise a way. Hobart gently patted Carter's shoulder and chuckled. Just tell me if you are willing. If not, I shall seek others. Ultimately, Carter could not resist the allure of the first mate's proposition. With a scarred face breaking into a lewd grin, he elicited a sense of revulsion in Hobart. Producing a devil fruit from his pocket, Hobart presented it to Carter. Consume this devil fruit swiftly. Then you may harness its powers. This evening, I shall officially declare you my first mate. From this moment forth, betrayal shall be out of the question. And you shall serve me faithfully. Carter, overwhelmed by the prospect, scarcely registered the latter part of Hobart's words. His gaze fixated on the devil fruit. His eyes widened in astonishment as he stammered. Is this truly the legendary devil fruit worth at least 100 million berries? It is said that consuming it grants one the strength of a demon, allowing one to become a formidable force upon the seas. Is it genuinely for me? Upon receiving a nod from Hobart, Carter, in a fit of excitement, clutched Hobart's leg and, tears streaming down his face, exclaimed, Lord Hobart, you are too kind. I shall serve you with unwavering loyalty until my last breath. Observing the burly man at his feet, Hobart kicked him aside with disdain, instructing, enough of this sentimentality. Digest your powers thoroughly before nightfall, as you may need to act. Yes. I shall go and digest them at once. Carter replied, brimming with enthusiasm. Akin to Zhu Beiji devouring a ginseng fruit, he swallowed the devil fruit whole, thus sparing himself the torment of savoring it, and promptly dashed away with a chest full of berries. The transaction was complete, the merchant fruit's effects activated, and Hobart acquired a loyal subordinate in Carter. The conquest of Carter yielded 2 fragments of the devil fruit. Hubert gazed at his retreating figure, shook his head, and opened Jesse's door. Jesse's room, thoughtfully arranged by Hubert. was considerably larger than the others, designed to facilitate his experiments. Inside, Jesse was meticulously conducting his work, with an array of simple apparatus laid out on the table, all of which belonged to him. Although Hubert promised to prepare a suitable experimental environment for him, his current capabilities are indeed limited, and arrangements must be deferred. The only item Hubert provided on the table is presumably the devil fruit that Jesse is currently observing. Has there been any progress in the research? Seeing Jesse immersed in his own thoughts, Hubert felt compelled to interrupt. Jesse seemed startled, his body jolting slightly, but upon recognizing Hubert, he exhaled in relief. Results cannot possibly emerge so swiftly, it is still quite early. Indeed, if the secrets of the devil fruit were so easily unraveled, it would not be referred to as the devil fruit. Hubert closed the door and approached Jesse's side. Yes, I have dedicated half my life to the study of devil fruits, yet I still grasp only the surface. Each time I delve into this research, I ponder, is this truly a product of nature? Upon hearing Hubert's words, Jesse couldn't help but reflect. This question had also crossed Hubert's mind. He has long believed that the devil fruit could not possibly be a natural occurrence, perhaps akin to the tales of the Naruto. It is a creation of the divine tree. However, this inquiry feels exceedingly distant for him, even if such a divine tree exists. His current strength is far too insufficient to entertain such thoughts. How have you fared aboard the ship? Have you managed to coexist harmoniously with the others? Coexist? Ever since the banquet concluded yesterday, I have remained in my room, engrossed in the study of the devil fruit, and have not conversed with anyone else. Has something occurred? Hubert secretly scoffed, while others were contemplating selling you. You remain steadfast in conducting your experiments. Truly remarkable. No, I merely inquired. However, solely engaging in experiments is insufficient. It is essential to interact with others as well, for sometimes they can offer inspiration. Understood. Hubert discerned Jesse's nonchalance and refrained from further persuasion. After all, Jesse was working for him, and his extra efforts posed no detriment to Hubert. Which employer would not appreciate an employee willing to put in overtime without expectation of remuneration? Did you make any progress regarding the natural type during your research at the Vegapunk laboratory? Jesse shook his head, offering a rueful smile. No. My research had already reached its conclusion. Once I escaped the laboratory, I never encountered a natural type devil fruit again, let alone conducted experiments with one. I suspect I shall never complete the remaining pieces of that research puzzle in this lifetime. Oh, Hubert, intrigued, recalled the information on Jesse's work permit. Have you discovered a method for naturalization? Does that imply anyone could achieve the effects of a natural type? Not quite, Jesse awkwardly countered. It was a direction derived during the study of naturalization. Oh. Hubert's interest waned considerably. It turned out to be merely a side path. What direction was derived? It pertains to causing harm to the body during the process of naturalization. Chapter 7. Means to restrain natural types. What did you say? Hubert almost thought he had misheard. Could one truly inflict harm upon a natural body? Wasn't this the sole domain of Haki? In the original text from his previous life, there was no other means to cause injury to a natural type, was there? Observing Hubert's excitement, Jesse appeared somewhat bewildered and quietly inquired, is there something amiss? No, not at all. You performed splendidly, exceptionally well. Hubert adjusted his expression and soon regained his composure. Yet the joy within him was unmistakably evident in the upward curve of his lips. Since his arrival in this world, he had diligently studied Haki. But it proved that without a system, his innate talent was merely mediocre, showing no sign of improvement over the years. It could be attributed to his young age or the absence of a mentor to guide him. After all, the methods he employed for cultivating Haki were solely those mentioned in the original work, but who could ascertain whether there were nuances unexpressed in the text? In any case, he currently found himself at a loss regarding Haki, particularly disadvantaged against natural-type adversaries. Soon, however, he would confront the world government's demon-slaying decree, and if the story remained unchanged, it would herald the arrival of the world's most formidable natural-type devil fruit users, the future marine admirals, Akainu with the magma fruit and Akiji with the ice fruit. Originally, he lamented his lack of means to counter natural-type abilities, but Jesse's research seemed like a timely gift, perfectly poised to fill his shortcomings. If natural-type devil fruits were available now, how long would it take you to achieve results? Soon. My previous research is nearing completion, Jesse replied. How soon is soon? I should be able to yield results within 10 days, he mused. Can I give you 5 days? If I exert myself, it should pose no problem, Jesse stated. Suddenly realizing, why do you ask this? You don't actually possess a natural-type devil fruit, do you? Hubert smiled and nodded, extracting the cloud fruit from his backpack. In that moment, he felt a sudden gratitude towards Jesse's former captain, the rotund man. Were it not for him, Hubert would not have had the privilege of acquiring such a capable ally in Jesse. This particular fruit was a nature-type devil fruit, and from this day forth, I entrust it to your research. Within 5 days, I expect to see results. Jesse exclaimed in astonishment. Is this truly for me? Aren't you afraid I might consume it and flee? He never anticipated encountering a force possessing a devil fruit in this corner of the West Sea. Nor did he expect Hubert to entrust the devil fruit to him for study. Even in the Grand Line, He had never witnessed such magnanimity. As a treasure of immense value was being given to someone he had only known for a day. It felt almost surreal. Hubert shook his head and chuckled. This is not for you, merely for your study. If you wish to attempt to escape using your abilities, you may certainly try. As he uttered the final sentence, Hubert's tone inevitably turned icy. Jesse, observing the narrowed eyes of Hubert, was reminded of the harrowing scene from the previous day when his companions were slaughtered, causing him to shiver involuntarily. He quickly replied, Rest assured, I shall not act foolishly. I am simply surprised that you, Captain, would entrust me with the study of a natural-type devil fruit. I truly do not know how to repay you. Ha ha ha, what is there to repay? Did we not agree upon this long ago? As long as you strive to conduct the research for me, I will do my utmost to provide you with the finest experimental conditions. Hubert chuckled heartily as he placed the cloud fruit upon the table and turned to exit the laboratory. I shall not disturb your experiments. Please deliver your findings to me at your earliest convenience. Once the young Hubert stepped out of the door, Jesse gazed silently at the cloud fruit on the table. And after a prolonged moment, he let out a deep sigh. Rest assured, Captain, I will endeavor to produce results with utmost expedience. Upon leaving Jesse's laboratory, Hubert felt the sea breeze caress his face, and he sensed the sky had become significantly bluer. Even the once monotonous sea appeared to take on an air of intrigue. After a while, he called over a bounty hunter who was polishing his blade not far away. Lord Hubert, is there something you require? The man inquired, hastily setting aside his task and approaching. You are called Daika, correct? From now on, you shall be responsible for Jesse's meals. Remember to prepare a portion for him during mealtimes. Furthermore, keep a vigilant watch at his door to ensure that no unwelcome visitors disturb him. Daika hesitated, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his face as he questioned, Lord Hubert, I am not inclined to take on this responsibility. Might you assign this task to another? Oh? And why is that? Hubert was taken aback, not having anticipated Daika's refusal, as he had always perceived him to be quite obedient. I do not wish to tend to a pirate, Daika replied, pausing momentarily before summoning his courage to continue, Lord Hubert. I believe your decision to bring Jesse aboard our ship is misguided. We ought to turn him over to the Navy in exchange for a bounty. I have heard that Jesse is worth over 20 million. Hubert furrowed his brow and inquired, Who told you all this? Daika, with his head lowered, stammered for a long while without articulating a coherent response. Was it Bill? Huh? Daika was taken aback, but quickly insisted, No, it's all my own thoughts. Observing his demeanor, Hubert felt reassured. He had not anticipated such strong opposition aboard the ship regarding his decision to shelter Jesse. What a short-sighted group they were. Well, I understand now. If you are unwilling, then so be it. Go about your business, he said. Thank you, Lord Hubert, for your understanding. Afterward, Hubert sought out another crew member, instructing him to take good care of Jesse. This time, the man was quite agreeable, offering no further comments and readily accepting the task. Once arrangements were made, Hubert soared into the air once more, heading toward the sea. With the demon-slaying decree imminent, he needed to utilize the remaining time to enhance his strength. And the quickest method he could conceive was to elevate his system level. Having acquired the bounty from Jesse's pirate crew, coupled with the bounty he had accumulated, he was now merely 3 million berries short of an upgrade. However, the pirates in this maritime region had mostly been eradicated by him, and to swiftly acquire berries, he would need to venture into other waters to hunt down pirates. Taking Jesse and his crew along would undoubtedly slow him down, and he would have to share the bounty. Thus, he resolved to venture out alone to hunt. After all, it was not his first endeavor in this manner. Time seemed to flow quickly over the vast ocean, with nothing but endless water around him, devoid of any reference point apart from the sun above. In what felt like an instant, the sky darkened, and the ships at sea illuminated their lights, casting a glow over small patches of water. While Hubert had yet to return. Chapter 8. Lord Hubert strategizes. Bill, what do you intend to do? What do you mean? What? Of course. I am going to take down that damned pirate. I have no desire to share a ship with a pirate. Bill forcefully shoved aside the burly man guarding Jesse's door, intent on storming into Jesse's laboratory. However, the man quickly recovered from the ground, grasping Bill by one arm from behind. Yet, Bill's muscular physique rendered the man's grip futile, akin to a child pleading for an adult's attention. I cannot allow you to enter. Lord Hubert expressly stated that no one is to disturb Jesse without his permission. Bill turned, looking down at the man with a flushed face, the scent of alcohol wafting from him. Kuka, are you truly willing to oppose me just to protect a pirate? Kuka took a half step back under Bill's gaze but did not release his grip. I do not act for the pirate inside. I am merely obeying Lord Hubert's orders. Lord Hubert? Just a fortunate child who consumed a devil fruit. And you were so obedient to him? Bill scoffed, forcefully pushing Kuka aside. Even if that little brat were standing here, I would still take that damn pirate inside to collect the bounty. Kuka's expression shifted as he said, You are intoxicated. Intoxicated? I am perfectly sober. What does that little brat know? What right does he have to harbor a pirate? We are bounty hunters. If this gets out, we will be the laughingstock. He turned to Kuka and the others, asking, Isn't that right? If we allow a pirate to join us, what will become of our status as bounty hunters? Kuka scanned the crowd, noting that those who had accompanied Bill bore flushed faces, nodding in agreement. Even some onlookers could not help but nod in affirmation. This caused Kuka's heart to sink, and he bitterly smiled to himself. Had he known, he would not have taken this job. Now he was truly in a predicament. Even if you want to claim Jesse's bounty, at least wait for Lord Hubert to return and discuss it with him, right? Wait for him to return? Why should we wait for him? I cannot stand to be on the same ship as a pirate for another moment. Do you think that little brat will punish me for a pirate when he returns? Bill, growing impatient, pushed Cucca forcefully, sending him crashing into a crate and rendering him unconscious. Ignoring Cucca's fate, Bill and his band of brothers attempted to force open the laboratory door. At that moment, a hand appeared before him. Bill squinted, coldly stating, "Isn't this Carter, that little brat sycophant? What, do you also wish to stop me?" The newcomer was Carter, who had been inside the cabin digesting his newly acquired abilities. Hearing the commotion outside, he had initially ignored it, but he could not tolerate insults directed at Lord Hubert. He immediately ceased his training and stepped outside. "Leave this place at once, Bill. You do not belong here." Bill dismissed Carter's warning, as he was confident in his own strength. Had he been sober, he might have regarded Carter with some deference due to his close ties with Hubert. But now he was inebriated. "Oh, you little sycophant, what authority do you have to command me? Do you really think you're the vice captain? Let me tell you. You are merely a dog for that little brat Hubert." With that, Bill seized Carter's arm, attempting to throw him aside, yet Carter remained unmoved. Carter thought, surprised at Bill's increased strength. No wonder he dared to confront me. Bill began to exert his force, his muscles tensing, stretching his clothing taut and appearing quite intimidating, as he struck Carter in the abdomen. Although Carter had gained strength from consuming a Zoan-type devil fruit, this power was not entirely his own, and he lacked proficiency in its use. Coupled with Bill's formidable strength, he was sent flying backward. However, Carter quickly regained his footing in midair, standing firmly and staring calmly at Bill, as if to say, "Is that all you've got?" Bill, who had believed he had dispatched Carter, was now filled with embarrassment and rage. Fueled by alcohol, he charged forward like a hungry tiger, pinning Carter to the ground and swinging his fists down. Carter, unable to evade, took several blows, feeling dizzy and fearing he might sustain serious injury if this continued. He quickly raised his hands to block, issuing one last warning. "Bill, you should stop now. If you and the others return, there may still be a chance for you. Otherwise, do not blame me for not giving you an opportunity." A sinister grin spread across Bill's face. "An opportunity? Do I need you to give me one? Who do you think you are, the vice captain?" With that, he struck Carter's blocking arm with another punch. Underneath, Carter sighed. Crack. The next moment, accompanied by a chilling crunch, Carter, transformed into a werewolf, bit down on Bill's head. Hubert bestowed upon Bill the devil fruit known as the Hungry Wolf Fruit, which he had only recently discarded. This particular devil fruit is considered a rare gem among ordinary Zoan types and significantly enhances one's strength. After transforming, Carter's power surged dramatically, and given Bill's unpreparedness, it is entirely plausible that he succumbed to a single, lethal blow. The onlookers, taken aback by this sudden turn of events, stood frozen in place, their astonishment palpable. The drunken companions brought along by Bill suddenly found their senses restored, caught in a state of indecision, silently lamenting their predicament. The folly of indulgence. Carter gradually rose from the ground, gasping for breath. Had it not been for the devil fruit bestowed upon him by Hubert, he would have been in dire peril. Suddenly, a thought struck him, recollecting Hubert's earlier words about familiarizing oneself with the power quickly, as he might need him to act later that evening. Could it be that all of this was meticulously orchestrated by Lord Hubert? Carter shivered at the realization. Lord Hubert indeed possesses a divine semblance. His strategic prowess is unparalleled. Leaving no detail overlooked, it is truly remarkable. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he turned to gaze upon the headless corpse of Bill. Blood gushed from his neck, staining a vast expanse of the deck crimson, while the body seemed to twitch in unconscious convulsions. The severed head, bloodied and wide-eyed, no longer bore the air of arrogance it once possessed. Carter silently cautioned himself, vowing never to harbor any thoughts contrary to Lord Hubert. He resolved to fully embrace the core principle of gratitude towards Lord Hubert, adhering to his commands and following in his footsteps, lest he meet the same fate as Bill. Chapter 9. The Land of Flowers. Meanwhile, upon alighting from the ship, Hubert soared through the skies for an extended period before finally alighting on solid ground. The ocean was indeed vast. Should he rely solely on himself to locate the pirate crew and gather 3 million berries, he could be searching for a considerable time. It was midday, with the sun hanging high in the sky, yet lacking in warmth. After flying for half the day, Hubert felt a sense of fatigue. He landed, retracting his wings, wiped the beads of perspiration from his brow, and gazed from the shore towards the Land of Flowers. How long it has been since his last visit. His purpose for this journey was to explore the renowned Land of Flowers in the West Sea. Long ago, he began his exploits in the West Sea, encountering various powers, with the Land of Flowers being one of the closer factions to O'Hara. Thus, he resolved to gather intelligence on any pirate forces in the vicinity that he might assist in eradicating. Such assistance often yielded greater rewards than independent endeavors. In addition to the Navy's bounty, he could also receive compensation from the state, resulting in a mutually beneficial arrangement. In truth, the most formidable pirate faction within the Land of Flowers was the 8 Treasurewater Army, which concealed a treasure of glacial riches. Should he acquire such wealth, it might allow him to ascend 2 levels within the system. However, he harbored no intentions of confronting the 8 Treasurewater Army. This was due to the fact that during his initial visit to the Land of Flowers, he had sought trouble with them. At that time, he had recently obtained the dragon fruit and experienced a significant surge in power, which naturally inflated his confidence. Moreover, the portrayal of the 8 Treasure Water Army in the original narrative did not suggest they were particularly formidable, leading him to contemplate obliterating them entirely. Ultimately, he encountered Pepper. At that time, Pepper's head bore the marks of a devastating blow from Carp, presenting as a robust bald man, reminiscent of a classic character from certain anime. Hubert, transformed into a dragon, surged forward with unwavering confidence, dismissing any thoughts of his opponent. He charged directly at the green pepper, only to return at an astonishing speed. It was overwhelming. The sheer force of his attack left Hubert no opportunity to react, delivering a relentless beating until he reverted to his original form, regaining the appearance of a child. It was only then that the onslaught ceased. This encounter compelled Hubert to confront his own limitations, fostering a newfound humility within him. Each time he laid eyes on the green pepper, he could not help but recall the terrifying might of that bald, burly man. Upon realizing Hubert was merely a child, the green pepper extended an invitation for him to join the 8 Treasure Water Army. However, Hubert declined, and the green pepper, perhaps feeling it unseemly to strike a child, chose not to press the matter further, allowing him to depart. Thus began an unlikely friendship between the two, transcending age and blossoming into a bond of camaraderie. Hubert conducted a thorough investigation and comprehended the sheer terror of possessing a bounty of 500 million before the onset of the Great Pirate Era. Throughout the entire West Sea, he had only heard of one individual, Green Pepper, whose physical prowess was astonishingly formidable, even without a specialized weapon. He was not someone to be easily trifled with. It was no wonder that Garp needed to undergo rigorous training to stand a chance against him. Hubert firmly believed that were it not for the ravages of age and a decline in stamina, the original protagonist, Luffy, would never have been able to defeat Green Pepper with such ease. Hubert swiftly entered the town, observing the bustling street filled with individuals clad in suits, their waistbands bulging with illicit gains. He could not help but marvel at the rampant presence of organized crime in this area, even the Flower Kingdom, under the watchful eyes of the 8 Treasure Water Army, was not exempt from such nefarious elements. It was perplexing how O'Hara managed to remain untouched by such underworld activities. After a brief exploration, Hubert stepped into a tavern, aware that this was undoubtedly the quickest place to gather information. Additionally, after flying all morning, he felt a pang of hunger and hoped to procure a meal. Upon entering, he attracted considerable attention due to his youthful appearance and lack of parental accompaniment. However, Hubert paid them no heed and approached the bar, tossing a few berries onto the counter. "Barkeep, I'd like something to eat, and a glass of whiskey, please." The tavern owner, engaged in flirtation with a charming young woman, glanced at Hubert and remarked, "Little one, this isn't a place for you. Go home and let your mother cook for you." Laughter erupted from the patrons around him. "Run along, kid, and let your mama feed you. If you can't finish your drink, come find Uncle. He'll help you out." Amidst the laughter, Hubert sighed. He had endured such ridicule countless times, yet he felt powerless against the reality of his age. However, the recent comment struck a nerve. It was particularly egregious. He cast a glance at the raucous group led by Old Fort in the center of the tavern, who had been the loudest. His eyes then fell upon the wanted posters affixed to the announcement board. From his experience, it was likely that such individuals were pirates, for only scoundrels would speak in such a manner. As anticipated, the wanted posters displayed the faces of the very men who were mocking him, albeit with a pitiful bounty. Hubert had no intention of engaging with such lowly figures. They were not worth his effort, as he believed he should only expend energy on targets with bounties in the millions. Yet, as their taunts grew bolder, he knew he could not simply stand by. With determination, he tore down the wanted poster and strode over to Old Fort and his companions, slamming the poster onto their table. The laughter ceased abruptly as they turned to regard Hubert, who barely stood taller than the table. "Is this you?" he inquired, pointing at the likeness on the poster. "What's this, little brat? Are you planning to turn us in for the bounty?" Hubert nodded earnestly, though his youthful visage lacked any semblance of intimidation, instead appearing rather endearing. "Do you see that, Old Fort? I'm going to catch you," he exclaimed. "Ha ha ha, what a little hero we have here. How about this? You summon your mother to keep me company for an evening, and in return, I shall let you make the capture." "Old Fort, you brute. You can twist anything into a topic about women. Ha ha." The commotion drew the attention of the proprietor, who ceased his flirtations with the lovely lady and interjected with a warning. "Enough, Fort. Cease your raucous behavior in the tavern and recognize whose territory you are in. And you, little rascal, it is time to return home. You are not welcome here." Ford replied, losing interest in teasing Hubert. "Fine. I shall give you this one concession. Be off with you, little brat." Hubert remained silent, a radiant smile illuminating his face. In the next instant, he struck with the swiftness of lightning, incapacitating everyone at the table. The tavern fell into an immediate hush, enveloped in an eerie silence that lingered for a while. Hubert returned to the bar, tapping the table to rouse the dazed proprietor. "Have you had your fill of staring? Bring me some food and a bottle of whiskey. I am famished after a morning of exertion without a morsel to eat." The tavern owner snapped back to reality, gazing at Hubert as if he were an enigma. Swallowing hard. Who are you? Are you a monster?" Observing the man's flustered demeanor, Hubert shook his head, unwilling to entertain such a foolish question. What was this? His aunt had vanquished giants at the tender age of 5. These people were clearly unaccustomed to the world. Hurry with the food. My hunger is growing dire. You can take those fellows over there as payment for my meal. The owner, seemingly oblivious to Hubert's words, stammered in alarm. Even if you are a monster, you cannot cause a commotion here. Do you know whose territory this is? Smack. Hubert grew impatient, slamming his palm onto the counter, leaving a small imprint on the wooden surface. Do you not comprehend that I asked you to serve the food promptly? The owner, startled by Hubert's demeanor, felt the urge to utter a threat, but restrained himself. Nodding obediently, he scurried to the back to prepare Hubert's meal while quietly seeking assistance. Many patrons in the bar sensed the tension and hastily made their exit. However, some onlookers, reveling in the commotion, not only remained but seemed even more exhilarated. With no interruptions, the owner quickly returned with a substantial chicken leg. The food in the pirate world is rather extravagant. This chicken leg was the size of a large boulder, while the chicken itself appeared to be of ordinary size, leaving one puzzled about the mechanics behind it. Could it be that the pirate world also possessed advanced technology? Famished, Hubert had little time to ponder such matters and began to devour the meal voraciously. After a few bites, he felt thirsty and inquired, "Did I not order whiskey? Why has it not been served? Minors are prohibited from consuming alcohol." Hubert found himself somewhat perplexed by this line of thinking. Was the boss not fully aware of the current situation? Casting a glance at his boss, whose expression was one of utmost seriousness, Hubert decided not to press further. "Very well, then. I shall have a glass of water," he finally conceded. Only then did the boss nod in acknowledgement, pouring a glass of water and handing it over. Hubert took a sip from his cup. Since his arrival in this world, he had frequently hosted banquets, and his crew never regarded him as a child. They often indulged in drinking. Thus, he could be considered an aficionado of spirits. Perhaps not as severe as Sauron, but not far behind either. At this moment, being unable to partake in alcohol left him somewhat dissatisfied. Who was causing a commotion? Just as Hubert was drinking water, several robust men suddenly burst through the door, each of them possessing a unique and peculiar appearance, each more grotesque than the last. Hubert cast a sidelong glance at the tavern owner, a faint smile playing on his lips. He was aware that the owner had summoned these individuals. Yet he refrained from uttering any further words. From the proprietor's perspective, his actions were not without justification. Unbeknownst to him, Hubert's gaze sent a jolt of apprehension through the owner, who feigned nonchalance while subtly retreating. As the newcomers approached the bar, they beheld a child voraciously gnawing on a chicken leg, which appeared disproportionately large in his grasp, obscuring much of his face and rendering his features nearly invisible. The sight elicited a mixture of curiosity and confusion among the visitors, but they chose not to inquire further. Instead, they directed their attention to the tavern owner, inquiring, "Didn't you say there was a disturbance? Where is it?" The owner, flustered, remained silent, casting a furtive glance towards Hubert, signaling that he was the source of the trouble. However, he clearly overestimated the intelligence of his guests. "Is there something wrong with your eyes? Why do you keep squinting? Speak up," one of the patrons exclaimed. The owner, exasperated, rubbed his forehead and pointed helplessly at Hubert, exclaiming, "It is he who has caused the ruckus." At that moment, Hubert had just set down the chicken leg, intending to take a sip of water, revealing his full appearance to the crowd. "Ha ha ha, owner, have you lost your mind? You called us here for this little brat?" A young man burst into laughter, only to soon realize that an unusual stillness had enveloped the room. "Why is it so quiet? Is no one else laughing? Is the bar's humor so elevated? This is quite embarrassing." He scanned the surroundings, noticing that the others who had accompanied him were gazing at the child with palpable excitement. "Lord Hubert, is that you?" Hubert took a sip of water and gazed at the individuals before him, who seemed somewhat familiar. "I am Hubert. You must be members of the 8 Treasure Water Army. Correct? You look a bit recognizable." "Indeed, we are from the 8 Treasure Water Army. It is truly an honor for us that Lord Hubert remembers us. It has been so long since you last visited. Lord Green Pepper has missed you dearly. You must come to see him this time. Let me finish my meal first." "I am quite hungry," Hubert replied with a nod. This exchange left the tavern owner and the young man nearby bewildered. Yet they grasped the essence of the conversation. This little rascal actually knew Lord Green Pepper of the 8 Treasure Water Army. How peculiar. The child appeared to be merely 6 or 7 years old. Could it be that he had known Green Pepper since the tender age of 4 or 5? This puzzlement was shared by the onlookers who had gathered to witness the spectacle. Green Pepper's influence in this realm was monumental, a legendary figure known to nearly everyone. And here was a child claiming to be a friend of Green Pepper? The crowd exchanged incredulous glances, their attention converging on Hubert. Despite being the focus of so many eyes, Hubert remained unfazed as he relished his lunch. Once he finished and noticed the stares directed at him, he felt slightly embarrassed and turned to the members of the 8 Treasure Water Army. "Ahem, have you eaten? Would you care for something?" "We have eaten, we have indeed," they responded, taken aback by his offer. Hubert was accustomed to their astonishment. Several years prior, he often sparred with Green Pepper, who, in those sessions, had not exerted his full strength, essentially serving as a target for Hubert. This spectacle soon caught the attention of others and rapidly spread among the 8 Treasure Water Army. "Did you hear? A child has matched Lord Green Pepper in combat." "I was aware. And not only did they match, but Lord Green Pepper was actually being overwhelmed. Is that true? Surely not. I saw it with my own eyes. How could it be false? That child is Hubert, rumored to be Lord Green Pepper's illegitimate son and potentially his successor in the 8 Treasurewater Army. Thus, the rumors proliferated, and Hubert's renown within the 8 Treasurewater Army burgeoned. Eventually, nearly all members recognized him, addressing him with the utmost respect as Lord Hubert. The reason the young man had not recognized him was likely due to his recent induction into the ranks of the 8 Treasurewater Army. In truth, Hubert had long been aware that this tavern was part of the 8 Treasurewater Army's domain. Otherwise, he would have caused quite the uproar. Reflecting on this, Hubert could not help but smile wryly, though he had no intention of troubling the 8 Treasurewater Army. Since they had come to his aid amid this unexpected turn of events, he resolved to make use of their presence. With that thought, he turned to the members of the 8 Treasurewater Army and inquired, "Are you aware of any pirate factions in the vicinity?" The expressions of the newcomers froze. When it came to pirates, they were the largest pirate group in the Flower Kingdom, though this topic was rarely broached in casual conversation. Hubert soon realized he had misspoken and quickly added, "I meant those pirate crews that threaten the interests of the Flower Country. I can assist in their eradication. And the higher the bounty, the better." The expressions of the others returned to normal, and the leader chuckled as he inquired, "Indeed, there are plenty. Especially after the execution of Roger not long ago. More and more pirate crews have emerged, frequently challenging Lord Green Pepper. Some, after being defeated, have grown resentful and begun wreaking havoc around the Flower Country. We have been quite overwhelmed. It would be splendid if Lord Hubert were to take action." "Ah, splendid. Then please help me locate the nearby troublesome pirate crews," Hubert replied, elated, having not anticipated such a promising situation. Perhaps he could resolve the issue of his rank today. "No? Don't you wish to return and see Lord Green Pepper? He is quite eager to see you. We can discuss that another time. I am currently pressed for time." "Very well, I shall contact headquarters immediately to ascertain the situation in the vicinity, and I will take you there." Hubert nodded slightly, waiting for him to make contact while glancing at the boss, who was left dumbfounded by a series of actions. With a smile, he said, "Hey, may I have a glass of wine now?" The boss instinctively reached for the bottle, but in the next moment, his hand froze in midair as he stammered, "Children should not drink alcohol." Hubert was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated the tenacity of this individual. With a swift turn of thought, he devised a plan. "Let us offer each of these brothers from the 8 Treasurewater Army a cup," he suggested. "You must invite them over, after all. A token of appreciation is in order, lest no one be willing to assist you in the future." The members of the 8 Treasurewater Army repeatedly gestured in refusal, asserting, "No need. We are all family. It is our duty to help. This is simply our work." Nevertheless, Hubert insisted, "Take it. There is no need for hesitation." As the group hesitated, the proprietor seemed to concur with Hubert's reasoning. Without waiting for their consent, he retrieved cups and swiftly poured drinks for them, raising his own cup in a toast. "No worries, brothers. You have worked hard, and it is only right to enjoy a drink. In the future, should any of you desire a drink, feel free to come by. It's on the house." With that, he downed the contents of his cup in one gulp. Having poured the drinks, any further refusal would seem overly dramatic. Observing the enthusiastic proprietor, the members of the 8 Treasurewater Army exchanged glances and expressed their gratitude, saying, "Then we shall trouble you." As they reached for the drinks he offered, another pair of small hands was quicker. With a hearty gulp, Hubert exclaimed, "This wine is delightful." The 8 Treasurewater Army responded, while the proprietor admonished, "Children should not consume alcohol." The commotion this time was instigated by the notorious pirate Mira, who had a bounty of 7 million. Just days prior, he had accepted defeat gracefully, yet here he was, causing a ruckus once again. Truly, one cannot discern a person's heart by merely knowing their face. The leading brother guided the way while explaining matters to Hubert. Hubert smiled contentedly from his position behind. 7 million, quite impressive indeed. I never anticipated the rampant piracy in the Flower Kingdom. It seems that even the most casual of pirates commands a bounty of 7 million. I must make time in the future to conduct a thorough purge. We would be most grateful. Should Lord Hubert take action, it would certainly alleviate our burden," remarked one of the companions. Observing the jovial exchange between the two ahead, the young man following behind couldn't help but inquire of his companion, "Are we truly going to confront Mira? That is a notorious pirate with a bounty of 7 million. Even Lord Green Pepper required 2 moves to subdue him. Can we truly manage this with our strength alone?" His companion scoffed, "Oh, come now, haven't I mentioned? Lord Hubert's prowess is comparable to that of Lord Green Pepper. With him present, we need not lift a finger." Yet the young man glanced at the youthful Hubert, who was scarcely older than his younger brother, hesitating to voice his thoughts. It was difficult for him to fathom how a child of merely 6 or 7 could possess any significant combat capability. Furthermore, Hubert's earlier deception involving alcohol only deepened his skepticism, leading him to contemplate whether to call for reinforcements from headquarters. They discerned his confusion but felt no inclination to explain. Had they not witnessed it themselves, they too would have found it hard to believe that a child could be so formidable. After a relentless half-hour of running, they finally arrived at their destination, an arms shop. The scene inside was chaotic, filled with the cacophony of gunfire and anguished cries, sending chills down one's spine. The walls of the establishment were riddled with holes, and the entrance lay in disrepair. The members of the 8 Treasure Water Army furrowed their brows. Sensing that the situation appeared dire, Hubert paid no heed to their opinions and strode directly into the shop. Upon entering, he was met with the imposing silhouette of a towering figure, standing an astonishing 4 to 5 meters tall, nearly reaching the ceiling, fully armed. The figure bore an array of machine guns and cannons strapped to his body, accompanied by an assortment of swords and other bladed weapons. Clad only in a pair of shorts, his robust muscles were laid bare without reservation. The gunfire that Hubert and his companions heard emanated from his direction, as he unleashed a barrage of weaponry towards the counter. Yet, the counter stood resolute, despite enduring such fierce onslaughts. It appeared capable of withstanding the assault for a while longer. Was it merely an illusion, or did he seem to have grown larger? Behind Hubert, the 8 Treasure Navy observed Myra's demeanor with a mix of astonishment and unease, but their apprehension dissipated upon seeing Hubert leading the way. Only a young man among them expressed his concern. Is everything truly all right? Fear not, for it is Lord Hubert. As he spoke, Hubert had already approached Myra from behind. Calling out loudly, "Are you the notorious Myra, with a bounty of 7 million? Myra turned around, but saw no one. Hubert was undeniably diminutive for his stature, akin to a mere dwarf beneath the feet of a giant. What are you staring at? Hubert felt a surge of indignation. His smallness had always been a source of discontent. If the individual before him had openly mocked his height, he might have found some solace in the confrontation. However, the blatant disregard he faced pushed him to the brink of frustration. Without further ado, he activated his ability. Grow. In an instant, his form began to swell dramatically, shattering the roof above him. He ascended to over 20 meters, towering above even the tallest structures, before finally coming to a halt. Lowering his gaze, he beheld the complete collapse of the armory's roof, unveiling the scene within. The members of the 8 Treasure Water Army and the figure concealed behind the counter appeared as diminutive as ants. Even Myra, standing 5 meters tall, barely reached his knees. At that moment, Myra stared up at him, her eyes wide with astonishment, her weapon now silent in her hands. Chapter 12. What sort of creature are you? Myra exclaimed loudly. Hubert did not respond. He had utilized his superhuman fruit to enlarge his physique. Concurrently, his strength surged, surpassing even the enhancements provided by the dragon fruit. Moreover, this size was far from his ultimate limit. He lifted his foot, aiming it squarely at Myra and brought it down with tremendous force. The sheer magnitude of his form made the strike resound like a mountain crashing down. Not only was Myra intimidated, but even the members of the 8 Treasures Navy standing nearby dared not remain in place, hastily dispersing to avoid being caught in the aftermath. With a thunderous roar, the ground shattered beneath him, leaving a colossal footprint as the earth trembled ever so slightly. Humph, have you evaded it? Your reflexes are commendable. No wonder you are a pirate with a bounty of 7 million. At Hubert's feet, Myra lay sprawled on the ground, watching as the serpentine fissures in the earth extended ominously beneath him. He gasped for breath, beads of sweat cascading down his face. What a jest. Had he reacted a moment slower, he would have been crushed. It was a matter of mere millimeters. Such an assault would surely be fatal. What manner of being is this? Could he possibly belong to the fabled race of giants? Myra was not alone in his bewilderment. The 8 Treasures Navy shared his thoughts. Is this truly the might of Lord Hubert? No wonder he garners such admiration. The young man's speech involuntarily infused with reverence as he addressed Hubert, a title he had not previously employed. His gaze was filled with adoration, more fervent than that of his comrades, with a glimmer of yearning deep within his eyes. The members of the 8 Treasures Navy swallowed hard. It seemed that Lord Hubert had never displayed such prowess before. He had grown even stronger. Surely, Lord Qingji would stand no chance against him now. As the conversation unfolded, Hubert's foot rose once more. This time, Myra, unable to react in time, was overtaken by a frenzied expression upon realizing his peril. His weapon sprang to readiness as he shouted defiantly at the descending foot, I will not back down. What of giants? Can they withstand my cannon fire? Today, I shall slay a giant. With that declaration, he unleashed a barrage of firepower, machine guns, rifles, and sniper rifles roared to life, ejecting shells that clattered to the ground incessantly. Various blades and polearms were hurled forth, glinting ominously in the light. It must be said that this 7 million bounty was indeed indicative of some capability, though regrettably misguided. True strength is born of physical prowess and will. Reliance on external weaponry leaves little room for growth. A classic example being Enel, who wielded the so-called strongest natural devil fruit yet was ultimately bested by Luffy 2 years prior. As the myriad of attacks rained down upon Hubert's foot, not even a scratch marred his skin. Though he had yet to master the Conqueror's haki, his training had significantly bolstered his defenses, augmented further by the fruit's enhancements. Such assaults from conventional weaponry proved utterly futile against him. Hubert's foot eventually descended, leaving another imprint beside the previous one. This time, Myra could not evade. Yet Hubert, still somewhat aggrieved, spun his foot on the ground once more before retracting it and nullifying his ability, transformed back into his diminutive form. Hubert stood within the very footprint he had just created, which was merely the size of a toe. The pirate world possesses a curious peculiarity. Although he had just assumed a giant stature, his clothing remained perfectly intact. This was indeed quite astonishing. Hubert pondered that this might be a fundamental law of the pirate realm. which he dubbed the Privacy Protection Mechanism. Under this mechanism, as long as one does not deliberately wish to tear their garments, regardless of the form one assumes, when they revert, their attire retains its original appearance, safeguarding their privacy. Returning to the matter at hand, Mira now lay motionless in the pit, astonishingly unscathed, not crushed into fragments. However, her body had become somewhat contorted due to Hubert's final spin, blood oozing forth to gradually fill the vast footprint. The sight of Mira in such a lamentable state caused the members of the Eight Treasures Water Army to collectively gasp in horror, though they were pirates. The exaggerated nature of such a demise still sent shivers down their spines. Their gazes towards Hubert were tinged with a deeper sense of fear. Only the young man remained fervent, eagerly rushing forward. "My Lord Hubert, are you all right? Are you injured?" No. Hubert found it rather peculiar, throughout their journey. He had noticed that this young man named Simon had consistently regarded him with disdain. Yet, all of a sudden, he had become exceedingly cordial. Simon slapped himself on the face, realizing that indeed, with someone as formidable as Lord Hubert, a mere Mira could hardly inflict any harm upon him. Hubert cast a sidelong glance, astonished at how this fellow had transformed into a sycophant, reminiscent of Carter, albeit in a rather amusing manner. "Is there anything you require of me, my esteemed Hubert? I assure you, I shall execute it splendidly." He paused momentarily, surveying the dilapidated weapon shop around them, then continued. "Please withdraw 2 million from within to compensate this establishment. I feel quite embarrassed that our assistance has led to such a predicament." "Not at all. Had it not been for your help, who knows what fate would have befallen my shop?" A voice interjected from behind the counter. A striking woman emerged. Clad in alluring leather attire, adorned with a butterfly tattoo on her chest, and 2 guns tucked into her waist. Her arms appeared to bear injuries, stained with blood, presenting an unmistakable image of a femme fatale. "Flynn, what brings you here? Shouldn't you be in the capital? This is far too perilous. If anything were to happen to you, it would surely cause an uproar in the Land of Flowers." Before Hubert could speak, the leader of the Eight Treasure Water Army shouted. Flynn tossed her hair back and approached them. "I merely happened to be inspecting the situation here, and unexpectedly encountered this madman, Mira. What a stroke of misfortune. Had it not been for this little rascal, I might have found myself in a precarious situation." Flynn stepped closer to Hubert, her delicate fingers pinching his cheek, prompting him to furrow his brow in discomfort. To be candid, the woman before him was indeed a siren. Such an advance, though seemingly harmless, was undeniably tantalizing. Yet, his diminutive frame rendered him powerless, leaving him in a state of frustrated yearning. "Be honest. Who are you calling a little rascal? Giggling? Are you not one?" Hubert discreetly lowered his gaze, reluctantly acknowledging that Freya had a point. Chapter 13. "You deserve to be the first mate." Freya glanced at him and erupted into a fit of laughter. After a moment, she composed herself and stated earnestly, "Regardless of everything, I must thank you for saving me. Allow me to treat you to dinner this evening." "No, I have matters to attend to," Hubert declined without hesitation. He still needed to address issues aboard the ship. The lingering grievances of Bill and the others required prompt resolution, lest they escalate into chaos. A moment's inattention could lead to dire consequences. At this juncture, a young man approached, saying, "Lord Hubert, regarding Mira's disturbances in the Flower Kingdom. You can apply for a bonus from the king in addition to the bounty." "Oh, how long will that take?" Hubert inquired. "It is quite late now. But if it is for you, the review should be swift. It should be ready by dinner time." "That long? Never mind, I am pressed for time." "Very well." The young man nodded. At this point, it was only around 4 o'clock, meaning dinner was still 2 to 3 hours away. If it were about an hour, Hubert could manage to wait, as he would be able to return to O'Hara just in time for dinner. However, 2 to 3 hours was too lengthy to consider. His plan was to resolve matters with Bill during dinner. By the way, how much of a reward would the king bestow for someone like Mira? The young man could not answer, being a newcomer, but others in the Eight Treasure Navy were aware. A pirate of such formidable strength would likely be rewarded between 5 million to 10 million berries. Hiss. Hubert inhaled sharply. Astonished by the immense wealth of the king of the Flower Kingdom, he had initially presumed the sum to be merely in the hundreds of thousands. Yet it turned out to be a staggering 5 million. Considering that Mira's bounty was only 7 million, this was nearly double. No, this fortune must not be squandered. He pretended to retrieve the communicator from his pocket. "Ah, has the matter been resolved? Does that mean my assistance is no longer required?" "Understood." With that, he stowed the communicator away and lifted his gaze. "I am no longer in a hurry. The issues over there have been settled. Please assist me in applying for the reward." The Eight Treasure Navy crew muttered, "But you didn't even connect the call properly, did you?" Hubert turned to Flynn and said, "By the way, you were just inviting me to dinner, weren't you?" "I accept." Flynn chuckled, "Hee, what a delightful little fellow. I'll make the arrangements right away." After indulging in a hearty meal, Hubert, under the soft glow of the moonlight, set forth on his journey home. Amidst the lunar radiance, a colossal dragon silhouette swept across the sky, vanishing like a shooting star. Upon reappearing, he found himself aboard his vessel. As he descended onto the deck, he immediately sensed an unsettling atmosphere aboard the ship. A group of individuals sat in somber silence, each preoccupied with their own tasks. And no one came forth to greet him. The air was permeated with a hint of metallic tang, as all eyes were drawn towards Jesse's laboratory. Hubert felt a sudden jolt of alarm, Could something have gone awry? Goodness, was there trouble already? Had he known it would come to this, he would have refrained from coveting that 10 million. Indeed, the king of the Flower Kingdom seemed to be either seeking his acquaintance or had some other motive, as he had directly bestowed upon him a sum exceeding 10 million, surpassing even the bounty placed by Mira. In total, Hubert had earned 17 million from this venture. He did not insist on giving Flynn the 2 million he had promised. After all, Flynn was affluent and likely deemed such an amount inconsequential. Hubert strode purposefully towards Jesse's laboratory and knocked on the door. After a moment of silence, he received no response, causing a wave of unease to wash over him. Jesse was a crucial component of his scheme. Any misstep could significantly derail his plans. A fierce resolve ignited within him, should calamity befall him, regardless of the consequences. That scoundrel Bill must perish. No instigator would escape unscathed. He intended to make those who stirred up trouble wish for death but find no solace in it. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, he forcefully pushed the door open. Hello? Hubert was momentarily taken aback. Why was Jesse still there, diligently conducting experiments? The commotion prompted Jesse to look up from his work, setting aside his tasks to inquire, Is something amiss, Captain? It's nothing. I knocked on your door just now. Why didn't you answer? You knocked just now? Observing the bewildered expression on Jesse's face, Hubert realized that his companion was so engrossed in his research that he hadn't heard it. You must have not heard me. Has anything happened today? Relieved to see that Jesse was unharmed, Hubert began to engage in casual conversation. I'm not sure. I've been focused on my research and haven't paid attention to anything else. How is the progress of your research? Are you nearing completion? Not yet, but I'm advancing more rapidly than I anticipated. I estimate it will be ready by tomorrow. If I pull an all-nighter, I might achieve results tonight. That's indeed good news. However, do take care of your health. Moderation is key. By the way, have you had dinner? Jesse gestured towards a plate nearby. I have eaten. A young man brought it to me. Hubert nodded slightly, indicating that it was indeed his arrangement for Kuka. It appeared that there had not been any significant issues aboard the ship. After bidding farewell, he exited Jesse's laboratory and knocked on Carter's door. Carter promptly opened the door. Lord Hubert, I thought you would not return tonight. It is truly remiss of me not to have welcomed you on the deck. Hubert disregarded the flattery and inquired, Has something transpired aboard the ship? I sense that the crew is not quite themselves. Carter's expression immediately fell, his eyes evasive. What exactly has happened? Hubert pressed again. Bill is dead. With that, Carter began to recount the events that had unfolded. As he listened, Hubert instinctively stroked his chin, contemplating the implications of this situation. Carter, feeling somewhat anxious, murmured, I apologize, Lord Hubert, for making a decision without consulting you. Hubert regained his composure and extended his hand. Carter, understanding the unspoken cue, crouched down. Hubert gently patted his shoulder. It's all right. The situation is urgent, and you hardly had time to ponder. Moreover, you handled this matter commendably. That rogue Bill dared to cause a stir on the ship. His demise would be for the best. I have also decided to appoint you as the first mate. In my absence, you must possess the ability to make independent judgments. You have performed admirably in this task. Originally, Hubert's plan was to allow Carter to showcase his abilities and establish authority, subsequently attributing the powers of the devil fruit to Jesse. He intended to inform others that those who performed well would have the opportunity to consume the devil fruit. Under such coercive persuasion, he believed the resistance from others towards Jesse would be easily quelled. However, the current situation appeared to surpass his expectations. Not only did he avoid playing the villain, but he also elevated Carter's stature by subsequently appointing Carter as the first mate. He was confident that most would acquiesce willingly. With this thought, Hubert chuckled softly and patted Carter's shoulder once more. You have done well. You deserve to be the first mate. Chapter 14. The traitor. Upon exiting Carter's quarters, Hubert promptly summoned the entire crew and announced Carter's promotion to first mate. As anticipated, the proceedings unfolded smoothly, with no objections raised. Those who might have contested were intimidated into silence by Carter's decisive defeat of Bill. Hubert then informed everyone that Carter had acquired his strength through the artificial devil fruit developed by Jesse. He further declared that anyone who distinguished themselves would also be rewarded with a devil fruit and granted a position of leadership. The opportunities were limited, awarded on a first-come, first-served basis. This proclamation caused quite a stir. Everyone had witnessed Carter's prowess. Previously regarded as merely exceptional aboard the ship, he had now dispatched the strongest among them, Bill, with a single strike. This remarkable display of strength ignited a fervor among the crew, with many eyes gleaming with ambition. Some pragmatists began contemplating whether they should emulate Carter, currying favor with Hubert, hoping that a day might come when their flattery would earn them a taste of the devil fruit and a position of authority. Indeed, this strategy might prove effective for Hubert. After pacifying the crew, he returned home to O'Hara. Entering the bedroom, he found Robin peacefully asleep on his bed, the delicate down on her neck swaying gently with her breath, an utterly endearing sight. Hubert furrowed his brow, although he shared a close bond with Robin. It was uncommon for Robin to come over and spend the night at his home. This occurrence could either indicate that Robin had something to discuss with him or that he missed him. Having seen each other just yesterday, the latter possibility seemed unlikely. Therefore, it must be that Robin had a matter of importance to address. Hubert lifted his hand, contemplating whether to rouse her from slumber, but after a moment's reflection, he refrained. Instead, he tucked Robin's blanket more snugly around her and gently stroked her hair before surrendering to sleep himself. The hour had grown late, and since Robin was already in the arms of Morpheus, he resolved to address matters in the morrow. The next morning, Hubert felt a slight tickle in his nose, prompting an unexpected sneeze. Achoo! Blinking away the remnants of sleep, he opened his eyes to find a pair of large, inquisitive ones gazing back at him. "Robin, you are awake already?" he inquired. Robin nodded in affirmation. "I came to find you yesterday, but you never returned. I was so fatigued that I succumbed to slumber. Where did you wander off to last night, returning home at such a late hour?" Hubert bypassed her question and inquired, "Is there something you wish to discuss with me?" "Let me take a guess. Is it concerning your scholarly examination?" Robin, somewhat taken aback, responded, "How did you know?" Hubert remained calm on the surface. Yet internally he felt a surge of excitement. Robin declared, "I achieved a perfect score on my exam that day. I am now a scholar. And yesterday my professor held a celebratory banquet in my honor. How remarkable it is that at just 8 years old, Sister Robin has become a scholar, truly. She may be the first of her kind throughout history." As Hubert extolled Robin, he inwardly sighed. Time was even more pressing than he had anticipated. The very day after Robin became a scholar marked the date of O'Hara's annihilation by the demon-slaying decree. How could this professor possibly grade papers so swiftly? Is it even feasible to comprehend everything? One ought to meticulously scrutinize each word, and ideally, extend the grading process for several more days. Yet, Hubert was acutely aware that even if he implored the professor for additional time, it would not delay the impending naval invasion. Upon receiving Hubert's praise, Robin appeared quite pleased, narrowing his eyes into crescent shapes, though he seemed to recall something disheartening. "But the professors reprimanded me quite sternly. What is the matter? Isn't your ascension to scholarhood a cause for celebration? Why would they chastise you?" Hubert feigned ignorance, fully understanding the situation. "I informed them of my research into ancient scripts, and they were astonished, forbidding me from pursuing it further, even though they are engaged in similar studies themselves. Fear not. Focus on your research. You are not conducting it for their sake. Simply excel in your own endeavors." Just then, amidst their conversation, the telephone began to ring abruptly within the room. A sudden jolt coursed through Hubert's mind. What could it be this time? He instructed Robin to prepare breakfast while he answered the phone. "Lord Hubert, it's the Navy. So many Navy men. They've taken Jessie. The ship can scarcely hold out any longer." It was Carter's voice, frantic and labored, amidst the cacophony of gunfire and cannon blasts. With that final exclamation, the connection abruptly severed, leaving only the haunting echo of a scream. Hubert straightened his posture, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. Why would the Navy take action against his vessel? His ship was renowned as a bounty hunter's craft in the western seas, not a pirate's. Even in the case of pirates, the Navy might not necessarily pursue them. So why target him? There could only be one explanation. The news of Jesse's presence on his ship had been leaked. The only individuals aware of Jesse's presence were his crew and the original pirate crew that Jesse had belonged to. However, that former pirate crew had already been disbanded, making it impossible for them to divulge such information. The truth was evident. There was a traitor among his ranks. In a moment of turmoil, Hubert found himself engulfed in suspicion towards several individuals, with the most likely culprits being Bill and his associates. However, he could not pinpoint exactly who was responsible. It seemed that everyone had a motive, yet simultaneously, no one did. Time was not on his side, so he cast a glance at the figure in the kitchen, standing on tiptoe to prepare a meal for him. Hubert murmured to himself, "It appears this meal will not come to fruition. Once this ordeal is over, I shall insist you prepare another one to make amends." With that, he departed without looking back. His initial plan had been to escort Robin back to his ship to ensure her safety. But that plan now seemed impractical. He could only temporarily leave Robin in O'Hara. He had to rescue Jesse swiftly, for without means to restrain the natural-type powers, he would be left vulnerable to attacks. As for Robin's safety, Hubert had no better strategy, relying instead on the hope that events would unfold as they did in the original narrative. A dragon soared over the bustling morning of O'Hara. Its speed so swift that to onlookers, it appeared merely as a shadow. In the kitchen, Robin, well-versed in her culinary craft, swiftly prepared 2 bowls of fragrant noodles. Knowing Hubert's penchant for noodles in the morning, she often made them. Over time, her noodles had become quite delectable, perhaps even more so than Hubert's own creations, and she had developed a habit of enjoying a bowl each morning. Notably, this incarnation of Robin fared far better than her original counterpart, as Hubert had been discreetly sending funds to Robin's aunt's family under the guise of support. Initially, her aunt had considered embezzling the money, but after a warning from Hubert, she had become considerably more compliant. "Hubert, have you finished your call? Breakfast is ready," Robin called out, carrying a bowl of steaming noodles into the living room. The warmth enveloped her face, rendering her cheeks rosy. Not receiving a response, a sense of foreboding washed over her. She set the bowl down on the table and opened the bedroom door, only to find it empty. Chapter 15. Six Forms. The once tranquil sea was now ablaze with fervor as fleet after fleet of warships encircled the central vessel, leaving it with no escape. Shells were launched coldly, crashing thunderously against the ship. The once sturdy vessel groaned under the relentless assault of the superior warships, seemingly unable to endure much longer. Above one of the warships, a group of men clad in suits stood apart from the other Navy personnel. "These imbeciles are slow to act," one remarked. "It must be because there's a devil fruit user aboard. Who would have thought we'd encounter one in such a remote locale? Huh, merely a fortunate fool. No threat at all. Any one of us could dispatch him effortlessly. Let us not underestimate the power of a devil fruit user. Lord Spandine has commanded us to oversee the fleet's assault, as he fears that variability." As they spoke, another shell struck the side of the ship, causing significant damage and threatening to cleave it in two. On board, the wolf-like Carter shielded himself from a cannonball, crashing heavily to the deck, blood seeping from his wounds. Witnessing the cracks in the ship, he could not suppress a grimace. This was Hubert's vessel. Should it be destroyed, what face would he have to present to Hubert? What would become of his role as first mate? "Quick, someone repair the breach. I'll hold off the cannon fire until Lord Hubert arrives," he bellowed, rising swiftly from the deck to intercept another shell. However, upon glancing back, he found no one coming to aid in the repairs. Surveying his surroundings, he realized that most of the crew were battered and weary. Few remained standing, and only he seemed capable of continuing the fight. A sense of despair washed over Carter as he acknowledged the inevitability of the ship's demise. His gaze shifted towards the warships, fury igniting in his wolfish visage. "Damn the Navy! What right have they to strike at bounty hunters?" With a roar, he leaped onto a nearby warship. "Oh, how audacious to assault a warship!" one of the suited men remarked, surprised. "Stott, didn't you think he was weak? Why not test him?" Stott grinned maliciously. "I relish the opportunity. Let us see how powerful this devil fruit user truly is." With that, his figure vanished, reappearing before Carter in the blink of an eye. Carter's instincts kicked in. "You're not Navy. You need not concern yourself with such details, little wolf pup." In the next instant, Stott vanished again, this time materializing behind Carter. The wolf's eyes barely caught a glimpse of a shadow before he was sent flying. How swift, Carter thought, a storm of realization surging within him. This opponent's speed was unfathomable. Stott reappeared again, and once more, Carter was hurled away, rolling across the deck of the warship. Though he seemed unscathed, he realized he was merely a target for Stott's relentless assaults. With the ship now devoid of his protection, it had been utterly shattered, splitting into two and beginning its slow descent. Yet Carter had no energy to spare for such thoughts. He was consumed with evading Stott's attacks, desperately searching for a chance to counterstrike. He understood that such an opportunity would be rare, and he had to make it count. Boom, boom, boom. Stott was treating him like a mere punching bag, each blow a release of pin-up frustration. Is this all the power a devil fruit user possesses? Not impressive at all. It's a travesty to see such a waste of potential. A worthless fool who can do nothing but endure, perfectly suited to be a target. Carter bore the insults in silence, sensing that Stott had yet to unleash his full strength. There was an underlying resentment towards Carter's possession of the devil fruit. With a howl, Carter decided he could endure no longer. As Stott prepared to strike again, he lunged at the air behind him, teeth bared. In a fortuitous twist, Stott's form appeared just as Carter snapped his jaws shut. Success! Carter nearly cried out in exhilaration. He had finally discerned a rhythm to Stott's unique movement style. Yet, without thorough analysis, he could not be certain. This strike was fraught with risk. Should he fail, there would be no second chance. Fortunately, he succeeded. His fangs sank into Stott's shoulder, a testament to his strength. He had tested the power of his bite before, capable of piercing even metal. With a determined exertion, he could sever Stott's flesh. "Let this be the price of your arrogance," Carter roared and bit down. However, the anticipated scene did not unfold. As his teeth sank into Stott's shoulder, he was met only with the agonizing realization that he had bitten into something as hard as iron, threatening to loosen several of his teeth. Stott's expression darkened as he uttered two words, "Iron block." On another vessel, several observers who had been closely monitoring the duel broke into laughter. "What is the matter, Stott? You were outmaneuvered by a mere whelp. It seems your training leaves much to be desired. Ha ha ha, you'd better step up your game when we return. I certainly do not wish to be on the same team as a novice like you." Stott shot them a disdainful glance. He had anticipated their reactions upon seeing Carter's attempt to bite him. Through gritted teeth, he said, "You little whelp, you have successfully provoked me. Allow me to inform you how foolish a decision that is." Carter's pupils constricted, as a primal instinct warned him that Stott had become even more perilous. He could not fathom why his assault, which could pierce through steel, had proven utterly ineffective against Stott. Before he could ponder further, Stott's counterattack struck. Finger spear. Slicing through flesh, a repugnant sound echoed as Carter suffered his first substantial injury since the battle commenced. He collapsed heavily to the ground, blood flowing profusely from his wound. Glancing back, he noticed that the barrel which had been positioned behind him was now punctured with a large hole, his body having been directly impaled by Stott's strike. Faced with Stott's grim visage, despair enveloped him, extinguishing any glimmer of hope for victory. The blinding speed that obscured his vision, the impregnable defense, and the attack that had pierced through him, was this truly attainable by a human? Even Lord Hobart, should he arrive, would likely prove no match, after all. He was merely a child who had consumed a devil fruit. Regret began to seep in. He should never have alerted Lord Hobart. The young lord had saved his life. And now, should he perish due to his own blunder, he could scarcely imagine how he would face the afterlife. As thoughts swirled in his mind, he turned to catch a final glimpse of the ship entrusted to him by Lord Hobart. His gaze sharpened suddenly. Chapter 16. Iron Block awaits death in his line of sight. A colossal dragon hovered above the sinking vessel. Its powerful claws firmly grasped the sides of the ship, forcefully lifting it from its descent into the depths. Surrounding warships witnessed this spectacle and unleashed a barrage of cannon fire upon the dragon. Iron projectiles struck its form, sparking upon impact, yet they inflicted no harm whatsoever. Lord Hobart? Carter murmured, recognizing the transformation with an indescribable mix of emotions. Turning his head, he realized that Stott, who had been standing before him just moments ago, had vanished, joining a group of other men in suits. On another military ship, Stott and his fellow CP-9 agents observed Hobart's dragon-like form with grave expressions. The realization that another individual possessed a devil fruit struck them with astonishment. Damn. What kind of luck do these bastards have, 2 devil fruit users aboard one ship? Stott cursed. But it matters not. Such reliance on abilities renders them nothing more than ants. Do not underestimate him. Judging by his demeanor, this is no ordinary devil fruit. Perhaps we were mistaken. They did not merely stumble upon their powers by chance, but rather, something was devised by that scientist taken by Spandane. At this moment, Hubert had completely hoisted the ship out of the water, flapping his wings as he ascended above a naval vessel, before unceremoniously placing the ship upon its deck. The sudden weight caused the warship to lurch dramatically, yet it managed to steady itself amidst the tumult. This unexpected maneuver drew frowns from the CP-9 members. Although the ship had stabilized, there remained numerous Navy personnel aboard, many of whom appeared to have succumbed to the crushing force. Their mission was to oversee the Navy's eradication of Carter and his associates, and the current casualties were a significant blemish on their operation. We must act. He cannot be allowed to wreak further havoc. With a commanding shout, several figures swiftly vanished from the ship, reappearing around Hubert. Shave. Stott was the first to launch an assault, delivering a powerful fist aimed squarely at the dragon's head. Hubert was not Carter. He presented no opportunity for an attack to land. With a swift and decisive bite, he struck. Stott, suspended in midair, was taken aback by Hubert's rapid response. With no means to evade, he hastily summoned the iron block. The sound of a chilling crunch echoed as Stott was gruesomely severed, blood gushing forth and staining the ocean crimson. A gasp escaped Carter's lips from a distance as he witnessed the scene unfold. How could his defenses, which had proven impervious, be so utterly feeble before Lord Hubert? The prowess of Lord Hobart far exceeds his own expectations. Such strength, I dare say, even the Pirate King, executed over a year ago, could not have possessed. I wonder what Carter might be pondering as CP-9, upon witnessing Stott's dire fate, was equally taken aback. Though they often jest amongst themselves, Stott's capabilities were undoubtedly among the finest in their ranks. Particularly formidable was his ironclad defense, which none could surpass. Yet, before the teeth of the dragon before them, he was effortlessly severed, akin to mere tofu. This was no longer the hapless cub lacking martial prowess as before. This was undeniably a formidable warrior, a power capable of commanding respect even upon the Grand Line. After dispatching Stott, Hobart expelled the remnants of his body from his maw, unfurling his wings to appear before another member of CP-9. The agent felt as though a colossal shadow had eclipsed the sun, and then darkness enveloped him. No, regardless of your identity, you would do well to reconsider. Creek, we are CP-9, a direct arm of the world government. You cannot lay hands on us. Creek, we were mistaken. Please, cease your actions for now. We can negotiate. Creek, no matter their pleas, they were ultimately met with the sharp fangs of Hobart. Countless projectiles struck his form as he soared through the air, yet none inflicted the slightest harm. As Hobart pursued CP-9, his formidable form wreaked havoc upon the warships. With a mere brush of his dragon-like body, the vessels were torn asunder as though they were mere parchment. Ultimately, only the ship housing the fleet and the one occupied by Carter remained. The last CP-9 member, in a state of panic, darted about the ship, desperately searching for a refuge. Yet it was to no avail, for Hobart surged towards him with unwavering intent. Spare me. I am willing to do anything. I am CP-9. Eliminating me would spell trouble. The wind generated by the flapping of the dragon's wings enveloped him, and he was met with the overwhelming stench of blood, his comrade's blood, no doubt. And perhaps his own would soon follow. In despair, he shut his eyes. How utterly disgraceful, he thought. Could this current iteration of CP-9 truly be so feeble? As he awaited his demise, he was surprised not by the fangs of the dragon but by an unexpectedly youthful voice. Puzzled, he slowly opened his eyes. A small child? Staring at the standing figure of Hobart before him, confusion washed over him. Hubert extended his small hand and struck his shoulder. Crack. A jolt of excruciating pain surged through him, severing the connection with his arm. How could he not recognize the child before him? You. Are you the dragon from just now? Hobart nodded slightly and said, Now I shall pose a question, and you will provide an answer. Hesitate for even a moment, and you shall perish. Do you understand? The CP-9 agents, fearful of defiance, nodded vigorously. Why did you set your sights on my vessel? Because we discovered Vegapunk's associates aboard your ship, and the world government is currently intensifying their efforts to apprehend them. How did you learn that Jesse was on my ship? Was there a traitor among us? Indeed, there was a betrayal. A young man named Dika was the informant. Dika? Hobart replied, somewhat taken aback. Dika was a rather obedient lad on a ship. He had once wished for him to attend to Jesse's needs, but the request had been declined. It was utterly unexpected that he would betray his own. Hubert couldn't help but sigh, realizing that knowing a person's appearance does not equate to understanding their heart. He resolved to exercise caution in similar situations henceforth. Moreover, he had decided to bind all his crew members with a merchant's fruit contract, ensuring that betrayal would be a thing of the past. After a moment of contemplation, Hubert inquired, "Where is Dyken now?" "He left with Spandam," came the response. Pausing for a moment, the informant added, "Spandam is our CP9 chief." "Was Jesse taken as well?" "Yes." "And where did they go? To O'Hara?" "No. They were all dispatched to the Navy branch in the West Sea." CP9 seemed genuinely intimidated by Hubert. They answered all his inquiries without hesitation and even presented a maritime chart detailing the locations of all Navy bases, not just in the West Sea, but across the 4 seas and the Grand Line. Upon receiving the chart, Hubert did not linger. He swiftly ended the informant's life. As he watched the man fall, his expression remained unflinching, despite the look of disbelief that crossed the informant's face. Chapter 17, Navy Branch. Congratulations, host. Your level has risen to LV38. We hope you continue your efforts and reach the pinnacle of your potential, dominating the pirate world. This battle yielded a remarkable bounty, 27 million berries, 49 fragments of a devil fruit, a beginner's manual for armament hockey, 40 fragments of beginner armament hockey, 33 fragments of observation hockey, and the animal-type tortoise fruit in crocodile tortoise form, alongside the animal-type bird fruit in seagull form, and a paramecia-type imitation fruit. As the battle concluded, Hubert began to assess his gains. This encounter proved to be the most lucrative he had experienced, given that it involved a fleet dispatched from the Navy headquarters. The berries alone amounted to nearly 30 million, and the emergence of 3 devil fruits was particularly noteworthy. Yet, what intrigued him most was the unexpected acquisition of hockey. Though not directly attained, this was unprecedented. It prompted Hubert to reflect on the system's level-up mechanics, which enhanced both the drop rate and the quality of items obtained. Could it be that a system level increase unlocked the hockey segment? But why was there no Conqueror's hockey? Was the drop rate too low, or was his level insufficient? Or perhaps, it simply did not exist? These were questions to be explored in due course. For now, the urgent matter at hand was to rescue Jesse. Hubert glanced at Carter, who stood in a daze, and inquired, "How are you, Carter? Are you able to move?" Carter promptly rose from the ground and offered a respectful salute. "Reporting to you, Lord Hubert, I am quite well." Observing the blood still oozing from the wound in his abdomen, Hubert refrained from further comment but registered the sight in his mind. "Since you can still stand, I would appreciate your assistance with our comrades over there. Please assess the casualties. I must proceed to rescue Jesse. He is a crucial element of my plan." Hubert felt a tinge of regret, yet this was the only course of action available. Despite Carter's grave injuries, his formidable regenerative abilities, courtesy of the Zoan-type devil fruit, should suffice to stabilize him. Carter managed to smile, albeit twisted by the pain of his wounds. "Rest assured, Lord Hubert, I shall accomplish the task." As Hubert turned away, he chose not to look back at Carter. He transformed into the form of a dragon and soared into the sky. Throughout his flight, Hubert hoped to encounter the fleet transporting Jesse. However, fortune did not favor him as he had hoped. Apart from the seabirds he had frightened away, he encountered no other living beings. After a considerable while, he finally arrived at the naval branch. At that moment, the naval office was bustling with activity, appearing entirely normal. A sense of foreboding washed over Hubert as he transformed into human form and made his way directly towards the naval headquarters. "Hey, kid, you can't go in there." A guard intercepted him at the entrance. After all, this was a base bustling with numerous naval personnel, and the security measures were indeed quite stringent. Hubert paused, taking a moment to compose his thoughts, and then broke into a smile. "Brother, may I inquire if a fleet has come by earlier?" "A fleet? What fleet? What nonsense are you spouting, you little rascal? Hurry back home." Hubert's expression darkened. They had not arrived? Where could they possibly be? The naval guard attempted to drive him away, but Hubert swiftly incapacitated him with a single strike. He then proceeded directly into the branch office, causing a commotion among the onlookers, their screams drawing the attention of many. The other naval personnel responsible for security within the office began to swarm towards the source of the disturbance. As Hubert made his way, no one paid heed to the presence of a mere child, allowing him to reach the heart of the branch with minimal resistance. He opened the door to the general's office, revealing a stout, elderly naval officer, his hair and beard entirely white, donned in the Navy's justice cloak, with the insignia of a vice admiral emblazoned on his shoulder. At that moment, he was peering intently at documents strewn across his desk, not lifting his gaze as he casually inquired, "What is the commotion outside? Can you not handle it?" The vice admiral's composure was remarkable. Suddenly, he raised his head sharply, directing his gaze towards the doorway where Hubert stood, his eyes narrowing instinctively. A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind as he speculated on the identity of this intruder. In recent days, the West Sea had been rife with unusual activity, with various formidable figures emerging. Although this individual appeared merely as a child, the vice admiral dared not underestimate him. After all, an ordinary child would not easily infiltrate his office. There were numerous ways to conceal one's age in these vast waters. "Who might you be, sir?" Hubert seated himself before the chair of the vice admiral, acutely aware of the pressing nature of time. He harbored no desire to resort to force if negotiations could yield a resolution. Although this individual was merely a division officer, he was nonetheless a vice admiral. And should he become entangled in conversation, the encroaching naval forces outside would spell trouble for him. Vice Admiral, please relax. I am not here to cause trouble. You may not be familiar with my name, but my subordinates frequently engage with your ranks. Oh? And who might your subordinates be? Bounty hunters, specifically Carter. Oh. Which one is that? He has certainly assisted us in resolving numerous pirate issues over the years. A look of surprise crossed the Vice Admiral's face. Hobart replied coldly, however. Your Navy has seized my crew and damaged my vessel. The Admiral's expression remained unchanged. Our Navy has always upheld justice, regardless of your previous actions. Any transgressions will be met with impartiality. It stands to reason that your subordinates must have committed some wrongdoing. Otherwise, we would not have intervened. Hubert chuckled lightly and remarked, I am aware that it is not the hand of the general that is at play here, for otherwise he could not engage in such a calm and composed conversation with you. There is no need for you to be on high alert. I have come here merely to inquire about one matter. Where has Jessie gone? I regret that I cannot disclose that information. It is a naval secret. Hobart furrowed his brow and spoke in a menacing tone. This matter has nothing to do with you, General. No one is aware of my presence in your office. You can confide in me, and I assure you, I will not disclose a word. Once the storm is past, you shall remain the chief of this branch. You are growing old. You should focus on enjoying your retirement without bearing the consequences of others' actions. The general, appearing contemplative, mused, You possess more knowledge than I had anticipated. How did you come by this information? Although he posed the question, he had already come to the conclusion that it must be due to Hobart's espionage within the Navy. This is no longer a concern for you, General. So, what say you to my proposal? The general stretched lazily, rubbing his temples in frustration. This world belongs to the youth. I, an old relic, have become obsolete. Suddenly, the old general shifted his tone. Yet, the seeds of the new era still require our guidance, old chap. I represent the righteous Navy, he exclaimed, springing into action. His fist, as large as a sandbag, hurtling towards the seated Hobart. Simultaneously, he shouted, Assassin! Quick, someone! There is an infiltrator within the Navy. Relay this matter to headquarters immediately. A look of regret adorned Hubert's face as he acknowledged the failure of the negotiations. It appeared that a swift resolution was imperative. Though it was not an insurmountable issue, he extended his hand to block the fist of the old general. Despite the proximity, Hubert remained acutely aware of the old general's movements, ensuring that no opportunity for a surprise attack arose. Moreover, this old general was merely a mid-ranking officer in the branch, and his actions were distinctly visible to Hubert, allowing him to easily defend against the blow. Yet, in the next moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The hand that Hubert had firmly grasped transformed into a puddle of sludge, ensnaring Hubert's hand instead. At this moment, Hobart was seething with anger. How could a division of the Marines have a Logia-type devil fruit user? This was truly a calamity. Let us rewind time briefly. While transporting Jessie back to the base, Spandam received a call from the 5 elders. Should we act swiftly? Understood. However, I must first escort this unexpected prize back to the base. I captured Jessie, the chief scientist of the Vegapunk Laboratory, in the West Sea. The 5 elders maintained their stoic expressions, though a hint of surprise laced their tone. That is indeed an impressive capture, Spandam. Well done. However, upon returning to the base, you must hasten back to O'Hara. Sakazuki and the others are awaiting your initiation of the extermination order. Spandam acknowledged. I will, but before he could finish, a commotion erupted outside. Just as Spandam was about to demand silence, a panicked Navy officer burst through the door. Sir Spandam, there has been an incident. What is all this fuss? Calm down. The scientist Jessie has escaped. What? Spandam exclaimed. Didn't T.I. instruct you to keep a close watch on him? What were you doing? Observing the stammering subordinates. Spandam's expression darkened. Just moments ago, he had been boasting to the 5 elders, and now Jessie had fled? Realizing the gravity of the situation, he spoke into the transponder snail. 5 elders, I must handle this. The 5 elders, having overheard his subordinate's exclamation, replied tersely, regardless of the circumstances. Do not delay matters concerning O'Hara. Remember, that is of utmost importance. Having received their directive, Spandam exited the room, only to be greeted by a scene of chaos. The entire ship was shrouded in a dense fog, visibility was severely limited, and the Navy personnel were frantically swinging their weapons at thin air. What is happening? Spandam inquired of the suited man stationed at the door. Before the man could respond, a figure formed from the fog surged towards Spandam. Amidst the mist, a voice called out, You despicable Navy, is capturing Vegapunk not enough? You must seek to eradicate us as well? Today, I shall collect interest for the scientist you have taken. Gazing at the foggy figure, Spandam asked, Are you that scientist? He appeared unperturbed by the impending attack. Clang. Just as the figure materialized, the suited man swiftly drew his sword. A flash of cold light sliced through the air, cleaving the fog-like figure in two. Yet, shockingly, no blood spilled from the severed form, which gradually reassembled and stood upright once more. Spandam's expression soured. A Logia-type devil fruit user? How could he possess such power? Had he known, he would have searched him thoroughly. After capturing Jessie, they deemed him harmless and neglected to conduct a search. unaware that he harbored the rarest of devil fruits. Spandam felt a wave of regret wash over him. Fortunately, he had brought the strongest member of CP9, Morley, along, otherwise he might have met his demise in this insignificant corner of the West Sea. The now standing Jesse glanced fearfully at the sword-wielding Morley, realizing he could not contend with Spandam, and thus chose to retreat. Upon reaching another doorway, he transformed into mist and slipped inside. There, curled in the corner, was a boy murmuring, "I truly didn't mean to, Lord Hobart. I thought they would leave after taking Jesse. It had nothing to do with me." This individual was none other than the informant, Dika. With a flick of his wrist, Jesse enveloped Dika in the mist and flew out through the window. "What is happening?" Dika flailed in the air, attempting to break free, but it was futile. He was no match for Jesse, who wielded the power of the Logia. Morley, recognizing Jesse's escape route, intended to pursue but was restrained by Spandam. On one hand, he was concerned about Morley's safety. Should he depart, Spandam would be left vulnerable. On the other hand, he was acutely aware of the Five Elders' orders regarding O'Hara. Spandam's ability to garner the Five Elders' favor stemmed largely from his understanding of priorities, knowing precisely when to act and when to refrain. Ultimately, Jesse was merely a secondary objective in the main mission. He was expendable and must not jeopardize the primary goal. Gazing at the disarray aboard the warship, Spandam's lips twitched. Although the losses were minimal, being outmaneuvered by someone he had deemed an easy target was exceedingly frustrating. Change the ship and head straight for O'Hara. "Yes, Sir Spandam." After escaping from the warship with Dika, Jesse drifted aimlessly across the sea, uncertain of his next destination. Dika, nestled in Jesse's arms, queried, "Are you the scientist?" Jesse remained silent, fully aware that Dika's betrayal had led to his capture. Taking his silence as an affirmation, Dika implored, "It's all my fault. I shouldn't have informed on you. I truly didn't know the Navy would act against Mr. Carter and the others." "What did you say? The Navy is targeting Carter and his team?" Jesse was taken aback, as he had been secretly abducted by CP9 and was unaware of subsequent events. "Please, Mr. Jesse, you are so capable. I beg you to save Mr. Carter and the others. They trust you so completely." Dika suddenly had an epiphany, as if grasping the lifeline, and pleaded fervently with Jesse. After a moment of hesitation, Jesse contemplated his original intention to seek out Hobart. However, now he had no idea where to find him. Thus, he resolved to return and await Hobart's arrival. With that thought in mind, he soared toward O'Hara with Dika in tow. Chapter 19. The beginning of the O'Hara Incident. Marine Branch. A colossal dragon loomed over the island, rendering the once mighty all seemingly insignificant in its presence. Beneath its claw lay the elderly Vice Admiral, whose massive form overshadowed him like an ant. The old Vice Admiral, battered and bruised, his eyes rolled back, appeared barely conscious. "Vice Admiral, can you now reveal to me where Jesse and the others have gone?" The Vice Admiral shook his head, regaining a semblance of awareness as he gazed up at the enormous dragon blocking out the sun, forcing a bitter smile. He had anticipated Hobart's strength, but never imagined he would be so thoroughly overpowered by a user of the Logia type. It was worth noting that even among the ranks of the headquarters, his abilities were more than sufficient to earn the title of Vice Admiral. However, Hubert did not feel quite so at ease. The natural faction proved to be far more troublesome than he had anticipated. For this not particularly formidable old general, he had to rely on the other naval officers within the naval branch as a means of intimidation to secure his victory. Even so, it consumed a considerable amount of time. If he were to encounter Red Dog, he could hardly fathom the outcome. Yet, it seemed unlikely that Red Dog would hesitate due to the lives of other Navy personnel. Contemplating this, he could not help but tighten his grip on the dragon's claws. "What have you considered?" He chuckled heartily, the pain in his body eliciting a robust laugh from the old general. "Do you not already know the outcome?" Hobart's expression darkened as he exerted his strength once more, sending the rear admiral to the heavens. This battle yielded a bounty of spoils, 21 fragments of the devil fruit, 9 million berries, 23 fragments of armament hockey, and 18 of observation hockey. In addition to slaying the rear admiral, he had also dispatched numerous Navy personnel, amassing a commendable haul. However, in the context of the current situation, it bore little significance. Surrounding him were still many advancing Navy soldiers. Yet he had no time to linger. With a powerful flap of his wings, a tremendous gale swept across the feeble island, forcing the Navy to grasp onto whatever they could to maintain their balance. As the wind subsided, the colossal dragon before them had vanished. They felt a mix of anger at Hobart's capricious arrival and departure, alongside a quiet sigh of relief. In the face of such a monstrosity, they held no hope of victory. "Rear Admiral." The remaining Navy personnel surged towards the lifeless body of their commander. Hubert maintained his immense fruit in the air, and his colossal form allowed him to accelerate with remarkable swiftness. At such a rapid pace, he swiftly arrived beside O'Hara, the location where Carter was situated. It was only then that he retracted his powers and descended onto the deck of the captured naval fleet. "Lord Hubert." Carter approached him, visibly fatigued as he greeted him. Hubert gazed at his hastily bandaged wound, relieved to see that the blood had ceased to flow. Nevertheless, he inquired with concern, "Is your injury all right?" "No. It is already scabbed over, thanks to the devil fruit you bestowed upon me. Otherwise, I would have perished long ago. It was your own determination that brought you through." Hubert replied, shaking his head. By the way, what is the toll on our side? As the topic shifted, the atmosphere grew considerably heavier. Carter spoke with a tone of sorrow. The death toll stands at 43, with 12 more critically injured and on the brink of death. The remainder have also sustained injuries. Hobart sighed, having anticipated this outcome, yet the reality of it still weighed heavily on his heart. After all, the power he had cultivated for so long had now been reduced to nothingness. He reassured Carter, do not worry, I shall avenge them. I have discovered that the traitor is that scoundrel, Dika. When I capture him, I will ensure he kneels before our fallen brothers in remorse. Carter, puzzled, replied. But wasn't Dika already captured? What? Hobart exclaimed in astonishment. When did this happen? Now it was Carter's turn to be bewildered. Did you not go to rescue Jesse and have him bring Dika back with him? Jesse is back too? What are you talking about? I have not encountered Jesse or anyone else, Hobart said, increasingly perplexed. At that moment, a cabin door swung open and a figure rushed out. Quick, quick. The emergency capsules have been developed. Distribute them at once. After taking a couple of steps, he froze, his throat constricting, unable to utter a word. Hubert observed his expression darken, while Dika lowered his head, at a loss for words. Hubert did not elaborate much. He had other matters to attend to. He bypassed Dika and entered the cabin from which Dika had just emerged. Captain, you have arrived. Upon seeing Hubert, Jesse, who was tidying up the equipment, was momentarily taken aback, then filled with a sense of delight. Hobart nodded slightly and inquired, how did you manage to escape? I consumed a cursed fruit, Jesse replied, with a tinge of remorse in his voice. Hubert furrowed his brow and sighed. No worries, you have performed admirably. He had initially intended to reserve this singular natural-type devil fruit as a trump card, yet he was taken aback to discover it had already been utilized. However, had it not been used, Jesse would likely not have been able to escape. Who can truly discern whether this is a blessing or a curse? What of your research? To what stage have you progressed? I toiled through the night and have finally made a breakthrough. At last, there is some good news. Hubert let out a slight sigh of relief. Quickly, present your findings to me. Jesse, sensing Hubert's seriousness, refrained from asking further questions and produced 3 vials from his pocket, each containing a crystalline liquid. As the liquid swayed gently, some shimmering golden-purple powder danced within, adding an enchanting allure, reminiscent of the tears of a demon. With a hint of pride in his voice, Jesse declared, behold my research achievement, which I have named Tears of Angels, upon ingestion. It can inflict direct harm upon the bodies of nature-based entities, with each vial providing effects lasting approximately 15 minutes. However, we have yet to conduct live experiments, and the potential side effects remain unknown for the time being. Hubert took the tear of the angel and praised, you are truly an exceptional scientist. Captain, you flatter me, came the modest reply. Suddenly, a faint sound of cannon fire echoed from afar, followed by the resounding explosion of shells. Though it seemed to originate from a considerable distance, one could still feel the earth-shattering impact. Hubert stepped out of the cabin, gazing towards the distant horizon of Valhalla. Though the distance rendered his view unclear, he could discern the faint silhouette of smoke. Has it begun? Hubert felt a sense of helplessness, having exerted himself to the utmost. Yet he had been detained far too long by the old admiral at the naval branch. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed Carter. Let the brothers take their emergency medication and brace themselves. We must be ready to depart at any moment. Subsequently, he entered Jesse's cabin. Jesse, accompany me to O'Hara. I require your strength. Chapter 20. The Demon Extermination Order. What do you intend to do, world government? Is it not enough to simply eliminate us? Why must you also target the Tree of Knowledge? The scholars of O'Hara angrily questioned Spandam as they gazed at the burning Tree of Knowledge. Spandam glanced back and replied, how should I know? Perhaps the fire was caused by the recent explosion? What nonsense! Do you have any idea how invaluable the documents within are? Spandam's nonchalant tone incited the scholars' displeasure, prompting them to prepare for action. Observing the scholars on the verge of rebellion, the CP9 agents beside him raised their weapons, warning, do not move. Remaining unfazed, Spandam calmly declared, lower your weapons, all government personnel, retreat. At his command, the world government personnel began to flee towards the shore. The already incapacitated Dr. Kuroa managed to utter, quick, save the books. The scholars hastily sprang into action. Bring water. Evacuate the books. What is happening? Spandam did not impede them and, glancing at the fallen Alvia, instructed, take that woman away. We still need to interrogate her for information. As Alvia was dragged away, she cast a longing look at the bewildered Robin in the distance, silently urging her, Robin, you must escape. You cannot die. Robin, oblivious to Alvia's expression, what does she gaze towards the town? She had just visited Hubert's home and found it empty. Hurry, Robin. The doctor's frantic urging mingled with the thunder of cannon fire, pushing her to the brink of despair as she instinctively cried out, Hubert, where are you? Come save me. I have become a scholar. You promised to let me join your ship. As captain, you must protect me. Where have you gone? Everyone present turned pale. And the doctor quickly interjected, stop it, Robin. Maury inquired, is this small child truly a scholar? I do not know. But it would be prudent to eliminate her without hesitation and uncertainty. Remember her face. Do not let her leave this island. Boom. Just as they were taken aback by Robin's words, a barrage of cannon fire rained down. One projectile landed perilously close to Spandam, knocking him to the ground. As he struggled to rise, his head buzzing, he exclaimed, "What is the matter with these people? We are still on the island. Do they wish to kill us?" Before he could finish, another cannonball landed beside him. "Hurry and retreat." This time, Spandam dared not complain further and commanded his subordinates, CP9, "What about her?" Pointing at the fallen Alvia. "Forget her. At this moment, let her be. If we stay here any longer, we will all be killed," Spandam said. Sprinting towards the shore with all haste. "Our lives are the priority. Everyone, retreat to the ship." Once Spandam departed, the scholars rushed towards the Tree of Knowledge to extinguish the flames. Through the smoke, a colossal figure emerged. "Cerrone?" Both Robin and Alvia exclaimed in unison. The fallen doctor widened his eyes in astonishment. The newcomer was none other than the former Vice Admiral of the Navy, the giant Hardwell D. Cerrone, who had aided Alvia in her escape from prison. Seeing Robin and Alvia, Cerrone urged, "Hurry, the Navy fleet has arrived. We must reach the escape boats now." Alvia pushed Robin forward, saying, "Cerrone, please take care of Robin. You must ensure her safety." At that moment, Robin had yet to recognize Alvia's identity. Perceiving her merely as a friend of the doctor, and resisted, "No, I must wait for Hubert. He is still on the island." Robin, as a scholar of O'Hara, "You must understand that history is the legacy of humanity. It will illuminate your future. However, if the past is not passed down to the next generation, it will vanish. Even if O'Hara is destroyed, we must ensure that seeds like you endure." Alvia gently caressed Robin's face, sighing inwardly. She longed to reveal her identity and escape with Robin, filling the void of maternal love. Yet, she understood her duty as a scholar. She must remain. Perhaps, not revealing herself to Robin was a favorable outcome. Robin regarded Alvia's face, finding it somewhat familiar, yet in this life, she had not experienced the same lack of affection as in her previous life. In her past, she often reminisced about her mother while curled up in bed, which enabled her to recognize Alvia instantly. In this life, Hubert had filled that void, rendering her memories of Alvia increasingly hazy. Noticing Robin's lack of response, Cerrone said, "I do not know who Hubert is. But everyone on the island is heading towards the evacuation boats. If Hubert is still here, he will surely follow." Only then did Robin cease her struggles, gazing at Cerrone and stating, "I will go with you." Cerrone breathed a sigh of relief, gently taking Robin's hand, and looked at Alvia, asking, "Is this truly what you want?" From Alvia's earlier words, he understood her choice. "They need me here," Alvia replied softly. Her gaze filled with longing as she looked at Robin. "You have yet to call me mother," she thought silently, then turned and joined the effort to extinguish the flames. Cerrone dashed towards the shore with Robin in tow, proclaiming, "Robin, take pride. Your mother is extraordinary, and O'Hara is magnificent. One day, you will inherit the history of this island." Robin shivered, slowly realizing, "My mother? Who is my mother? Is it that lady from before?" Cerrone, realizing he had misspoken, chose to remain silent. "Tell me, who is my mother?" Boom. At that moment, a cannonball struck Cerrone, who instinctively shielded Robin. "Cerrone!" Robin gasped. As the smoke cleared, Cerrone's furious expression was revealed. "What are you doing? What if Robin gets hurt?" He set Robin down and shouted as he rushed towards the warship, seizing the ship's bow and, with a forceful heave, lifted it. "To stand against me is not so easily forgiven." Under his protection, Robin sprinted towards the lifeboat. But upon reaching it, she heard disdainful voices from those aboard. "Isn't that the monster? She must be the child of that demon Alvia. We cannot allow her on the ship. What nonsense! She is merely a child." As the people aboard quarreled, Robin's young heart plunged into despair once more. Scanning the ship's occupants as if searching for something, she helplessly murmured, "Where is Hubert? Hubert, where are you?" Chapter 21. The Tactics of the Desperate Hurry. Water. Be careful. These are the treasures of humanity. Help me. It's about to fall. Within the burning tree of knowledge, countless scholars were desperately striving to salvage the books. Yet, the sheer volume of text was overwhelming. Even the most refined essence of human knowledge could not be transported by the few scholars present in such a fleeting moment. Moreover, what good would it do to relocate the books outside? The outside world was already engulfed in artillery fire, and the inferno had consumed the entire island. This was the might of the Navy headquarters, a long-desired action by the world government, aiming to set an example through a brutal display of power. In his dying moments, the doctor murmured, "There's a lake below. Let us throw the books into the water? You've lost your mind. The contents of those books would be ruined." At this juncture, preserving whatever could be saved was paramount. Just as the scholars were in turmoil, one of them suddenly pointed excitedly towards the exterior of the Tree of Knowledge, exclaiming, "It's raining. It's raining." Even the heavens do not wish for humanity's treasures to be lost. In an instant, the previously gentle drizzle transformed into a torrential downpour, miraculously rescuing the anguished O'Hara from the flames that had threatened to engulf it. On the distant sea, Sakazuki gazed at the ominous clouds enveloping O'Hara, his expression darkening. This scenario could only be the result of divine intervention or someone meddling. With his fiery temper, Sakazuki would not tolerate such disruptions in his presence. "Continue the assault," he commanded his fellow Navy officers, then, in a flash of crimson, soared into the sky. In the heavens, Jesse was startled by Sakazuki's sudden ascent. He had just been brought aloft by Hobart to summon rain over O'Hara, but but he had not anticipated encountering such a situation. Sakazuki surveyed the clouds before him. Although he could not discern a physical form, he was certain a person was present, likely a user of a natural-type devil fruit. Just as he prepared to unleash an attack to flush out Jesse, a commotion erupted beneath him. Turning around, he witnessed the naval ships being ravaged by a colossal dragon. The dragon moved with astonishing speed, having already decimated 3 naval vessels with mere moments of assault. The remaining ships hastily redirected their cannons towards the beast. But the projectiles were sluggish and ineffective, merely sparking upon contact without leaving a mark on the dragon's hide. A diversion? Sakazuki's face darkened as he cast one last glance at the cloud formed by Jesse. Very well, I shall remember you. You will pay dearly for your actions. Jesse bitterly smiled to himself. He had discerned Hobart's strategy. He was merely a distraction to hold Sakazuki at bay while Hobart executed the plan to minimize the damage inflicted upon O'Hara. The scheme was sound. Yet the individual before him was the strongest he had ever encountered, though no blows had been exchanged. The mere act of being scrutinized by Sakazuki instilled an overwhelming sense of dread, akin to a mouse facing a cat, devoid of any thoughts of resistance. Jesse sensed that even in his natural form, this man could easily end his life. Thankfully, Hobart had intervened in time. He was not keen on facing this formidable adversary. Yet, being toyed with unknowingly might prove to be either a blessing or a curse. Damn the pirates. Cease this at once. Sakazuki's thunderous roar echoed from the skies, resonating like a clap of thunder, lingering in the air. Hubert feigned ignorance, and with a flourish of his wings, another warship was obliterated. However, just as he was about to soar towards the next vessel, a colossal crimson hand lunged forth, intent on seizing him directly. Hubert sensed the impending danger and deftly flapped his wings, evading the grasp of the hand. In a swift motion, his claws snagged a vial of enchanting elixir, which he consumed in an instant. A surge of power coursed through his entire being, leaving little time for contemplation as he lunged towards Sakazuki. Sinking his teeth into the latter's form, Sakazuki did not evade. His body transformed naturally into molten lava, bracing against the onslaught. With a sharp snap, Hubert's fangs sank firmly into Sakazuki's shoulder, sending a spray of lava mingled with blood erupting forth. In that same breath, Hubert retreated rapidly. How scorching. Hubert exhaled deeply. His mouth singed and charred by the molten lava, even his teeth had succumbed to the searing heat. Fortunately, the remarkable regenerative abilities of the Zoan-type fruit were at work. As the scorched flesh began to recover at a visibly rapid pace, while new teeth emerged to replace the lost ones. Meanwhile, Sakazuki clutched his shoulder, which bore a series of deep bite marks. His brow furrowed in confusion. Despite not witnessing any traces of haki, how could Hobart inflict harm upon his Logia form? This defied all logic. Upon Sakazuki's arrival, the surrounding Navy personnel were invigorated, as if they had been ejected with adrenaline. Lord Sakazuki, you have finally come. Thank you. Lord Sakazuki, I thought my life was forfeit. They exclaimed. Only Lord Sakazuki can subdue that vile dragon, right? Sakazuki retorted sharply, fools. Continue the assault. How can so many be intimidated by a single ability user? This is a disgrace to the headquarters. Then, his gaze appeared to catch sight of something, and he pointed towards a ship that was retreating in the distance. Sink it. I will not permit a single vessel to escape. Hobart observed Sakazuki, who seemed oblivious to his presence, meticulously taking command of the Navy. A sense of discontent stirred within him, yet he found himself at a loss for a solution. Although Jesse's Tear of the Angel granted him the ability to strike at Sakazuki, the searing heat of the magma rendered his attacks a double-edged sword, inflicting harm upon himself as well. He recognized that, in terms of physical prowess, he was rather comparable to Sakazuki, especially when bolstered by numerous Zoan-type devil fruits. However, the singular advantage of a magma fruit had widened the chasm between their strengths. Despite possessing a plethora of devil fruits, he remained powerless against Sakazuki. Such was the overwhelming force of a top-tier devil fruit. What a predicament it was, if only he too possessed a supreme devil fruit. Hobart murmured to himself, acknowledging that he could not remain passive, for Jesse's Tears of the Angel were limited to 3, and time was slipping away without inflicting any damage on Sakazuki. With a powerful flap of his wings, he launched himself into an attack against Sakazuki. Hubert's injuries had nearly healed, yet Sakazuki remained afflicted, lacking the benefits of a Zoan-type devil fruit. As long as Hubert could exploit this characteristic to incessantly deplete Sakazuki's strength, victory was assured to be his. Although this reliance on such a strategy left Hubert feeling somewhat ashamed, the prospect of triumph overshadowed his discomfort. Sakazuki, observing the approaching colossal dragon, displayed a serious expression, intrigued to discern the methods Hubert employed to inflict harm upon him. Chapter 22, Confrontation and Unveiling of Equipment. Hubert, relying on his superior speed compared to Sakazuki, consistently adhered to a strategy of striking swiftly and retreating, wearing down his opponent. However, Sakazuki's extensive experience in dealing with various pirates along the Grand Line far surpassed that of Hubert, who had only preyed upon weaker foes in the West Sea. As Hubert soared above him once more, Sakazuki erupted in a sudden burst, unleashing magma that erupted like a volcanic explosion, inflicting a grievous wound upon the dragon form that Hubert had assumed. The impact of this injury significantly hampered Hubert's speed, and after several tentative attempts, he ultimately abandoned his strategy of attrition. Breathless, he halted at a considerable distance from Sakazuki, his body marred by numerous burn marks, though they were rapidly healing. Yet, the horrifying gash in his chest was not something that could mend itself in a short time. Neglecting it could indeed pose a threat to his life. Sakazuki was also in a less than favorable condition, his body stained with blood, both his own and predominantly Hubert's. Having adopted a more cautious approach, he had allowed few of Hubert's attacks to connect, and even when they did, his hockey defense had rarely been breached. Thus, Hubert's strategy had ultimately failed, leaving him in a precarious state. With a frown of concentration, Sakazuki remained unable to discern the nature of Hubert's attacks, questioning how they could penetrate his defenses. Could it be the ability of a mythical Zoan? This was the only possibility that came to Sakazuki's mind. Though such a power was unprecedented and perhaps indicative of a new type of mythical Zoan, it seemed prudent to remain wary of Hubert's abilities. With this thought, Sakazuki's gaze towards Hubert became significantly more vigilant. Having honed his skills on the Grand Line for many years, he had encountered numerous abilities that seemed almost like glitches. Some powers, regardless of their strength, could easily lead to unexpected failures. Hubert's gaze fluctuated between uncertainty and determination, given his strength. Confronting the future Admiral of the Navy was a daunting challenge. Soon, the effects of his second vial of Tears of Angels would wane, and once it was depleted, he would be unable to inflict harm upon Sakazuki. More critically, Hubert was acutely aware that he was not facing Sakazuki alone. Another formidable foe, Kazan, one of the three admirals, was not far off. Should time linger, the situation would become increasingly disadvantageous for him. At present, he found himself unable to contend with Sakazuki, and a rash decision could very well cost him dearly. After a brief standoff, Hubert suddenly retreated. Recognizing his current inadequacy and strength, he resolved to enhance his power. He began to expand. As he utilized his abilities, the form of the flying dragon swelled with the wind, transforming instantaneously into a colossal dragon spanning hundreds of meters. His previous hesitation to employ the giant fruit was due to the peril of becoming a target in Sakazuki's presence. Now, devoid of any intent to engage Sakazuki further, he no longer feared providing an opportunity for his adversary. Sakazuki observed as Hubert grew in size, narrowing his eyes. Indeed, it was a mythical Zoan type. But what was the purpose of this transformation? Regardless, it mattered not. Today, I shall eliminate you, pirate, in the West Sea. Hubert let out a cold snort and, for the first time since the establishment of the station, addressed Sakazuki, saying, "You speak of pirates incessantly. What is your canine's name? Today, I intend not only to embrace O'Hara but also demand your personal escort as I depart." With that, he disregarded Sakazuki entirely and charged straight toward the warship behind him. The naval officers, witnessing the colossal dragon descending upon them like a mountain, were filled with dread. Such a size, surely even the Sea Kings pale in comparison? It is over. I thought I had narrowly escaped a disaster, only to find myself ensnared once more. Oh, I aspire to be an admiral. How could I possibly perish here? Regardless of the Navy's desperate struggles, the dragon ultimately collided with the warship. Under its massive form, Hubert crushed the vessel as if it were merely a cockroach, leaving no room for doubt as he effortlessly reduced the warship to splintered fragments. Most of the naval officers were instantly transformed into a gruesome paste, leaving only a fortunate few to survive, clinging to the floating debris on the water's surface. Hubert paid them no further heed and turned toward the next warship. What do you intend to do? Behind him, Sakazuki unleashed a furious roar. He had encountered numerous pirates before, yet most formidable ones possessed a sense of honor, unwilling to harm the innocent. It was indeed rare to come across a pirate as powerful and despicable as Hubert, who showed not a trace of remorse, only coldness. Sakazuki, their deaths are on your hands. It is your misguided leadership that led to their demise, and you shall bear the consequences. Amid his destruction, Hubert attempted to unsettle Sakazuki's resolve with his words. However, Sakazuki, destined to become the future fleet admiral of the Navy, had a heart as steadfast as granite. No matter how grandiloquently Hubert spoke, he could not shake Sakazuki's convictions. Despicable pirate, you have harmed the Navy, and I shall ensure you meet your end. Sakazuki suddenly had a revelation and shouted to the naval fleet ahead, "Give your all to hold him back. Even if it costs your lives, do not falter. Just delay him long enough for me to seize him. You are sacrificing yourselves for justice, and I will vanquish evil and vengeance for you." Hubert silently marveled at the resolute nature of the Red Dog. If Sakazuki had been as hesitant as that old general from the West Sea branch, perhaps Hubert might have attempted a counterattack, but Sakazuki left him no opportunity whatsoever. The naval forces in front, upon hearing Sakazuki's command, launched their assault. Gunfire, sword strikes, in physical confrontations, the Navy exerted every effort to impede Hubert. Yet, not even for a second could they delay him. All their attacks proved futile. Even if they managed to breach his defenses, the wounds inflicted upon the colossal dragon's hundreds of meters of body were insignificantly minor. Despair enveloped the Navy. They could hardly fathom how their diminutive frames could possibly restrain a mountain like Hubert. With Hubert's frenzied onslaught, the warships were swiftly rendered to mere remnants. The ocean was strewn with splinters of wood and dismembered bodies, and the waters ran red with blood. Sakazuki's expression darkened ominously, his body trembling with rage. The navy cloak emblazoned with the emblem of justice billowed around him, rustling ominously in the pressure of his aura. "Are you prepared to confront my wrath now?" Hubert's countenance visibly relaxed, as the minor wounds on his dragon body had now fully healed. Although the gash on his abdomen had not yet mended, it had ceased to bleed, rendering it temporarily inconsequential. He relinquished the powers of the giant fruit, reverting to the size of an ordinary dragon. His expression grew solemn. For the outcomes of this endeavor hinged upon this moment. Failure to uncover something valuable could prove perilous. System: assess the spoils of this battle. Chapter 23. The counterattack. The battle yielded 34 million Bailey, 79 fragments of devil fruit, 55 fragments of observation hockey, 31 fragments of armament hockey, the Zoan-type tiger fruit, the Paramecia-type explosion fruit, and the Paramecia-type heat fruit. The system utilized the armament hockey training manual, beginner, to synthesize the initial level of observation hockey. Generally, 100 fragments could be exchanged for their corresponding items. Previously, Hubert possessed 51 fragments of beginner observation hockey, and with the acquisition of an additional 55, he could now synthesize it. However, he currently held only 95 fragments of armament hockey, 5 short of awakening that power. Nevertheless, he remained unfazed. For he also possessed the armament hockey training manual, which would enable him to cultivate the Conqueror's hockey independently, even in the absence of further fragments. As he synthesized observation hockey, he felt as though an additional sense had emerged alongside his 5 primary senses. The world appeared to sharpen in clarity. That sensation was intangible and elusive, yet he could perceive it distinctly. It resembled the divine consciousness depicted in fantastical novels. Hubert believed that had he awakened his observation hockey sooner, he would undoubtedly have thwarted Sakazuki's ambush. However, in comparison to the awakening of observation hockey, a recently reported discovery proved to be even more advantageous: the superhuman-type heat fruit. This remarkable fruit grants its user the ability to alter their body temperature at will. In the original narrative, its wielder, Donachino, was dubbed Balloon Fruit by Luffy, as he plunged into magma as though it were merely a swimming pool, sustaining no harm whatsoever. For Hubert, this fruit represented a potent weapon against Sakazuki, far more effective than observation hockey. Gazing at the furious Sakazuki in the distance, Hubert smiled faintly and began to stack his buffs: the dragon fruit equipment, the merchant fruit equipment, the giant fruit equipment, and finally, the heat fruit equipment. In the next moment, Hubert transformed once more into a colossal dragon, even larger than before, approximately 1,500 meters in length, which was his current limit. His once dark blue skin now shimmered with hints of red, reminiscent of a red dragon's essence, albeit a red dragon fashioned from an amalgamation of various devil fruits. He pondered, if only he were the protagonist of a certain novel, he could effortlessly acquire the fire dragon fruit without such arduous effort. Sakazuki, observing Hubert's increased size, disdainfully remarked, "Has the pirate brat exhausted his tricks? Prepare to face my wrath." Hubert cracked a faint smile at the corner of his mouth and remarked, "Your wrath? Merely the lament of a red dog. If Kazan were to intervene now, he might present a more formidable challenge." However, he was up against Sakazuki. And with the powers of the heat fruit, Hubert found himself in a position of advantage over Sakazuki. The duration of the second vial of Tears of the Angel had come to an end, and without hesitation, Hubert used his dragon claw to seize the third vial, shattering it with a single bite. The ethereal liquid flowed from the shattered vessel, and Hubert absorbed it entirely. A thunderous roar escaped him, resonating like a dragon's cry as he plunged towards Sakazuki. Their physical prowess had been relatively equal, however, with the enhancement provided by the fruit, Hubert's abilities had been significantly amplified, rendering Sakazuki no longer a worthy adversary. In his fury, Sakazuki believed he had deciphered Hubert's tactics. With hands transformed into molten lava, he unleashed a devastating punch, weighing 100 metric tons, aimed directly at Hubert. Hubert swiftly evaded the strike, yet Sakazuki's relentless assault continued unabated, with each failed attempt. Another blow followed, descending upon him like a tempestuous storm. Hubert swayed like a delicate blade of grass in the wind, vulnerable to being toppled at any moment. Yet, upon closer inspection, one would realize that these assaults rarely struck true, as they were deftly evaded. Sakazuki's mind was rife with uncertainty. How had this individual's approach shifted so dramatically? Previously, he had been cautious and stealthy in his attacks, yet now he charged forward with reckless abandon. Furthermore, the frequency of his evasion suggested a mastery of observation haki. Yet, if he possessed such prowess, how had he fallen prey to Sakazuki's ambush before? Suddenly, a disconcerting thought crossed Sakazuki's mind. Could it be that through their encounters, this adversary had gleaned the essence of observation haki? The mere contemplation of this notion left Sakazuki feeling as though he had ingested something profoundly distasteful. Is there anything more repugnant than aiding one's opponent in their growth during battle? Suddenly, Hubert sensed that the onslaught before him had intensified, causing him to ponder the unexpected surge in Sakazuki's strength. Moreover, it appeared that Sakazuki's gaze was tinged with a hint of fury. What could be the cause of such agitation? Nevertheless, this slight enhancement posed little threat to Hubert, as he still had a considerable gap to bridge in terms of mastery over observation haki compared to Sakazuki. Yet, his prowess in martial arts surpassed that of Sakazuki by a significant margin. Even if his perception through observation haki was somewhat delayed, his speed could compensate for it. At last, in the midst of Sakazuki's rage, Hubert found himself at his side. Recognizing the insurmountable mountain of a dragon before him, Sakazuki understood that fleeing was futile. He resolutely transformed his body into a vast pool of magma. Based on recent encounters, the dragon seemed devoid of armament haki and could not withstand the searing heat of his magma, although it could inflict some damage upon his natural form. The extent of that damage was quite limited, lacking the fortitude of armament haki. Bang, bang, bang. The tempestuous onslaught of Hobart descended upon Sakaski, leaving him utterly defenseless. Contrary to his expectations, the anticipated scene of Hobart fleeing in flames did not materialize. Instead, the molten lava seared the great dragon. The dragon's entire body glowed a vivid red, as if relishing a soothing hot spring, with no trace of agony upon its visage. How is this possible? Sakaski, ensnared by Hobart's rhythm due to his empirical approach, found himself unable to retaliate, reduced to an expression of furious inquiry. Hobart, witnessing Sakaski's dismal plight, could not suppress a hearty laugh, having endured such frustration at the hands of Sakaski during his time in the West Sea. He felt a profound sense of relief at the current turn of events. I have mentioned before, your fury is as laughable as the whimper of a puppy. Ah, you pirate brat. I will see you dead. Sakaski struggled, desperately attempting to escape Hobart's rhythm. Yet, having finally seized the upper hand, Hobart was not about to let Sakaski slip away so easily. No matter the tactics Sakaski employed, he was relentlessly subdued. Thus, time passed in this manner for over 10 minutes. At this juncture, Sakaski was riddled with wounds, blood staining his naval uniform. His navy cap had long since vanished. His hair disheveled, and Hobart had cruelly torn out tufts, leaving patches of scalp exposed. His eyes rolled back, blood seeping from his orifices. It must be noted that while the individuals in the world of pirates possessed formidable strength, their physical resilience was extraordinary, despite enduring such a prolonged assault from Hobart. Sakaski appeared merely disheveled, with no fundamental injuries sustained. This, of course, was also due to Sakaski's use of haki for defense. Hobart, having ceased his assault, did not wish to relent out of kindness. Rather, the effects of the tears of the angel had waned, leaving him devoid of offensive capabilities in his natural form. However, he was certainly not foolish enough to reveal this. Gazing down at the fallen Sakaski, he spat a dragon's saliva upon his face and said nonchalantly, "Hey, stop pretending. Get up. I have no intention of killing you." Sakaski felt the sticky substance on his face, revolted, and with great effort, rose to his feet. His eyes filled with a hatred as profound as the ocean. "What do you want?" he asked, each word deliberate. For he could hardly believe Hobart would show him such mercy. "I wish to communicate with the elders." Chapter 24. The resolution of the Demon Slayer Order. Sakaski's gaze sharpened. "What do you intend to discuss with the elders?" Hubert remarked nonchalantly, "This matter no longer concerns you. All you need to do is connect the call for me." Sakaski pondered for a moment, having come to the realization that he was currently no match for the formidable dragon before him. Had Hubert persisted in his aggression moments ago, he would likely have met his demise. In his present state, should Hubert continue his assault, escape would be futile. He could only comply and assist in contacting the 5 elders. After all, this was not an act of injustice. Sakaski reassured himself internally and subsequently dialed the number for the 5 elders. "Sakaski, is that you? How goes it on your end? Have you cleared everything?" Sakaski found himself momentarily at a loss for how to respond to this inquiry. Hobart stepped forward, ensnaring the transponder snail with his dragon claw, and smiled as he inquired, "Is this the 5 elders?" Upon hearing his voice, the 5 elders appeared momentarily taken aback, and after a brief pause, one of them responded, "Who are you?" "I am merely an ordinary bounty hunter," he replied. The brows of the 5 elders furrowed in disbelief. A bounty hunter? Were they not merely a group of individuals willing to do anything for a handful of belly? In their estimation, bounty hunters ranked even lower than pirates, as they lacked formidable strength. Therefore, the question arose, why was Akainu's transponder snail in the possession of this inconsequential figure? "You must be quite curious as to how I came by this transponder snail, am I correct?" Hobart seemed to sense their puzzlement and spoke nonchalantly. "I simply liberated it from that little dog of Akainu." On the ground, Akainu clenched his fist in response to the conversation. The 5 elders fell into a contemplative silence, for they were well aware of Akainu's prowess and could not fathom how he could have been outmaneuvered by an unknown bounty hunter. As for how the transponder snail ended up in Hobart's possession, numerous explanations circulated. Perhaps it had been lost or stolen. "It seems you are not entirely convinced by this account," Hobart remarked. Hubert also understood that they would not believe him. He turned to Sakasaki and, in a teasing manner, said, "Come on, pup. Bark a couple of times to prove it. Do not take advantage of me." Sakasaki could not help but shout. Hubert chuckled lightly, just a jest. Noticing Sakazuki's anger, he decided to refrain from further provocation, for without the tears of an angel, he would be at a significant disadvantage in a confrontation. However, this did serve to confirm that I had indeed wrested it from Sakazuki, didn't it? The 5 elders remained silent, their minds momentarily overwhelmed by the influx of information. Had Sakazuki truly been defeated by a bounty hunter? When had bounty hunters become so formidable? After a brief pause, a voice finally emerged from the other end of the call. "What is the purpose of your call? Now that is a proper attitude for negotiations. I just shared so much, yet you offered not a word in response, leaving me quite embarrassed." Hubert breathed a sigh of relief. He dreaded the thought of the 5 elders abruptly terminating the call, rendering his plans utterly futile. I require you to withdraw from O'Hara and cease sending individuals to eliminate them. That is impossible. The 5 elders immediately rejected his request. Hubert had anticipated this, remarking calmly, "You intend to eliminate them. This is merely a means to set an example, driven by the fear that a century of blank history might be unveiled. The outcome of this display has already sufficed, yet I possess knowledge that surpasses theirs." Humph. The 5 old stars show no inclination to relent. With a slight smile curling at the corners of Hubert's mouth, he inquired, "Are you familiar with Joy Boy?" At that moment, the expression on the faces of the 5 elders shifted dramatically. "Then it is settled. You may send individuals to the island to monitor the scholars. I assure you, I shall not divulge any information. At the appropriate moment, I shall take action. However, in exchange, you must acknowledge my status as a bounty hunter and grant me authority over the Navy, excluding the admirals." After a series of negotiations, Hubert and the 5 elders finally reached an agreement. The sound of the system's notification echoed in his mind. The effect of the trading fruit was activated. The transaction was complete. Hubert exhaled, recognizing that a mere verbal agreement was hardly trustworthy. Fortunately, with the extraordinary power of his devil fruit, he had no fear of the Gorosei breaching their contract. Turning to observe the increasingly grim expression of Sakazuki as their conversation progressed, he suddenly addressed the snail phone, remarking, "Given Sakazuki's strength, he should soon be promoted to admiral. I wonder if this incident will have any repercussions." This thought made the Gorosei wince. They had always found Sakazuki rather arrogant within the Navy, yet it was surprising that he could falter even on a minor mission in the West Sea. If Sakazuki could have simply eliminated the individual in question, they would not have needed to engage in yet another arduous negotiation. Initially deemed the next admiral, it now appeared that his promotion was subject to reconsideration. Hubert remained oblivious to the intentions of the 5 elders, and as he gazed at Sakazuki, who was glaring fiercely at him, he felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. This was retribution for your recent ambush. Hubert cast a glance at the gash upon his chest. Still feeling a sense of unresolved indignation, he remarked, "If Sakazaki were to rise to the rank of general, surely he would be entitled to a title. I believe Red Dog would be quite fitting. You might want to contemplate that." "You." Sakazaki's veins bulged, appearing ready to pounce at any moment. Hubert chuckled softly as he hung up the phone. Turning to Sakazuki, he remarked, "What? Do you wish to strike me? Did you not hear what the 5 elders just proclaimed? The Navy's admiral is now under my command. You are, at present, considered half my subordinate." Sakazuki, of course, had heard this. Otherwise, he would have already thrown a punch. "Then, might you escort me away? Do you recall my words? I vowed not only to protect O'Hara but also to have you personally see me off." Sakazuki huffed, his breath mingling with the searing heat of magma, emitting a hissing sound in the air. As he gazed at Hubert's smiling visage, he felt an overwhelming urge to tear it apart. Yet he ultimately suppressed it with a cold snort and turned to leave, his speed so rapid that Hubert barely registered it. Had he fought with such swiftness earlier, he would surely bear more wounds. Observing Sakazuki's retreating figure, Hubert called out, "Flee, then. If you do not wish to serve me, at least become an admiral first. However, with this incident, I wonder if you will still attain that rank." Sakazuki nearly stumbled in midair, hastening his pace. Once Sakazuki departed, Hubert retrieved a den mushy and dialed. "Is this Carter? Please find an island and locate a doctor for treatment. There is no need for O'Hara to come here, as there are likely no available doctors. I will send Jesse to find you, and the warship can continue its course without fear of detection." After issuing his orders, he felt a sense of relief as he soared toward O'Hara. For years, he had remained in a state of tension, preparing for the Demon Slaughter order. And now he had finally surpassed this trial, achieving even more than he had anticipated, all thanks to his own intellect and strength. Chapter 25. Aftermath. The all-knowing tree stood as scholars observed the unfolding scene with a mix of confusion and curiosity. They soon realized that this was no divine phenomenon. After all, heavy rain could be explained, yet with the torrential downpour, the previously relentless cannon fire had ceased. Such a feat was beyond the capabilities of any deity. Nevertheless, they were content to have preserved the all-knowing tree. As they pondered, a distant dark shape began to magnify, ultimately transforming into the form of a dragon. The scholars' hearts raced. Is this a colossal dragon? Could it be that the Navy refrains from attacking in order to send forth a monstrous dragon to slay us? They speculated. At least this way, the tomes of the all-knowing tree might be saved. The scholars engaged in fervent discussions, already resigned to their fate. Orvia stepped forward, gazing at Hubert, who hovered in the air. "Are you the one sent by the Navy to eliminate us?" At that moment, Orvia was stained with blood. She had been injured by CP9 earlier and was now merely holding herself together. Her face bore the marks of soot and ash, yet her beauty still shone through. Hubert glanced around and said, "Is this how you greet your savior?" "Savior?" The scholars were somewhat perplexed. Hubert stated, "I have successfully driven away the encroaching Navy and reached an accord with the 5 elders to safeguard O'Hara. However, henceforth, all scholars must reside in O'Hara. In the future, the Navy will come to monitor you. Do you have any objections?" A gentle breeze, infused with the earthy fragrance of rain-soaked soil, swept through the air, leaving a profound silence among the gathering. After a brief pause, Olvia inquired, "You truly managed to dispel the Navy? Is that genuine?" The dragon exhaled a plume of warm air. "Humph. Do I have any reason to deceive you?" A scholar quickly responded, "We have no objections, none at all." At that moment, they were hardly in a position to voice any dissent. Merely surviving was a considerable fortune. Hobart merely inquired casually, knowing full well that their opinions would hold no weight. If there were matters to discuss, they should seek an audience with the 5 Elder Stars. Very well. Since there are no objections, let this matter be settled. Henceforth, you ought to refrain from delving into such topics. After all, the government has long prohibited these pursuits. Are you courting disaster? Were it not for my intervention, none of you would have survived. Many scholars nodded in reluctant agreement, their hearts still gripped by dread. Olvia could not restrain herself from retorting. History is a shared treasure of humanity. The world government has no right to impose such prohibitions. Hubert shook his head, refraining from commenting on her words. If you wish to conduct research, you must possess the requisite strength. That meager ability would hardly suffice against the Navy. Pursuing such endeavors would be tantamount to courting disaster. Observing Olivia's resolute expression, he continued indifferently, "I offer this as a friendly warning. Your actions are of no concern to me. After rescuing you, my connection to O'Hara will be severed. Should you attract the Navy again, I shall not extend my assistance. I sincerely hope that by then, you will have acquired sufficient power to withstand their cannon fire." Olivia, however, maintained her unwavering gaze upon the dragon, signaling her steadfast resolve. Hobart's dragon claw extended towards Olvia. Olvia's gaze was tinged with fear, yet she stood her ground, refusing to retreat even a step. "Please, great dragon, it was not intentional," she implored. "Olvia is merely stubborn. Grant her mercy, and we shall speak with her." Amidst the gasps of onlookers, the dragon's claw reached out before Olvia, opening to reveal a capsule within. "You are Olvia, are you not? You are gravely injured. This is a first aid capsule. Consume it quickly." Surprisingly, it was not only Olvia who was taken aback. The scholars were equally astonished. Was the dragon truly offering medicine? Stunned, Olvia accepted the capsule, her fingers brushing against the dragon's coarse skin, sending a shiver down her spine. Moments ago, her heart had raced with anxiety. Clutching the capsule, she hesitated briefly before abruptly turning and sprinting towards the tree of omniscience. Hubert spread his wings, blocking her path. "Where do you think you're going? Take the medicine first. Otherwise, the continued flow of blood could lead to dire consequences. I can go to the hospital for treatment later. Right now, Dr. Kuroha is in greater need of this medicine." The doctor she referred to was, of course, Dr. Kuroha, who, despite his lack of strength, possessed an abundance of secrets that had led the 5 Elder Stars to order his execution. After being shot several times, he had fallen to the ground, and in his previous near-death state, he had still urged the scholars to come and extinguish the flames. Hubert shook his head and gazed into Olivia's eyes, saying, "No need. I observed upon my arrival, he is already passed." The doctor and Robin shared a profound bond, making him perhaps the closest person to Robin on the island aside from Hubert himself. Naturally, Hubert would have saved him if it were possible, but alas, he had already succumbed. What? Upon hearing the dreadful news, Olivia, though somewhat prepared, collapsed to the ground. She repeatedly murmured, "It is all my fault. I brought disaster upon O'Hara." Hubert gazed at the blood seeping through her garment, a flicker of concern crossing his face. "Do not dwell on it. You must consume the capsule now," he urged. Olivia remained in a daze, lost in her thoughts. In a moment of resignation, Hubert transformed back into his human form. However, wishing to conceal his identity, he simultaneously employed the powers of the mimic fruit, manifesting as a strikingly handsome man in his 30s. He strode purposefully to Olivia, snatched the capsule from her grasp, and forcibly placed it into her mouth. "If I say to take it, then take it without hesitation," he commanded. Olivia was taken aback. She had never anticipated that the formidable dragon would suddenly metamorphose into a human, particularly one so undeniably attractive. Shortly after ingesting the capsule, Olivia felt a soothing sensation as her injuries began to mend. The wounds, which had been oozing blood, swiftly clothed themselves, and her pallid complexion regained a touch of color. Hubert observed the results with a discreet nod. The capsule hastily developed by Jesse surpassed his expectations significantly. Truly, it was a testament to the prowess of the individuals at the Vegapunk laboratory. As Hubert regarded her with keen interest, Olvia felt a sense of violation. Leaving her somewhat bewildered, Hubert discerned her discomfort and, with a swift transformation, became a magnificent dragon. Lowering his body, he lifted Olvia onto his back. "What are you doing?" Olvia exclaimed, her injuries still fresh, and in her agitation, she nearly coughed up blood. "I am taking you to receive treatment." As he spoke, the dragon soared into the sky. Olvia, unaccustomed to such a spectacle, felt that although Hubert seemed to fly slowly and steadily, the rushing wind filled her ears, and she was enveloped by a sensation of weightlessness. It felt as if she might plummet at any moment, and she clutched the dragon's neck tightly. With her eyes closed, she shouted, "Where are you taking me? The scholars still need me." The hospital on the island likely has no doctors left. Your injuries are severe and require immediate attention. I too sustained grave wounds during the battle with the Navy, so it is fortuitous that I can escort you. Chapter 26. Thunder and Fire. Once Hubert departed, the scholars exchanged glances, and in the next moment, they burst into tears of joy. We survived, although they were all prepared for sacrifice. The thrill of survival filled them with elation. Who wishes to perish when life is still a possibility? After weeping for a while, they gradually composed themselves and began to tidy up the aftermath. As they worked, they engaged in conversation. I believe I have seen that dragon before. I think I caught a glimpse of its shadow by the shore, and at the time, I thought it was merely an illusion. Is that our island's guardian? Perhaps. Hubert ascended into the air with Olivia, finally achieving some measure of stability. Olivia, no longer gripped by fear, propped herself up slightly. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, she grasped the dragon's neck and shook it. My daughter Robin remains on the island. I must go find Robin. Hobart remained unshaken. Speaking with composed indifference, Robin is safe for now. Your current condition is perilous. I shall first escort you for treatment and settle you properly before seeking her out. Perhaps by then, she may return of her own accord. Hearing Hobart's words, Olivia exhaled in relief. Noticing the familiarity in his tone, she inquired with curiosity, pray tell, who exactly are you? I sense an unusual acquaintance with O'Hara. Merely a bounty hunter who once dwelled in O'Hara for a time, he replied. Now, this chapter has reached its conclusion. Upon departing, I may never return. Oh, the answer did little to satisfy Olivia's curiosity, yet she refrained from pressing further. Shifting the subject, she asked, where are we bound now? Flower Country. Olivia pondered briefly, as if tracing the name in her memory. Suddenly, Hobart's draconic form shuddered before swiftly steadying itself. Olivia instinctively clutched his neck. What are you doing? She demanded. Hubert did not respond to her. He merely gazed at the scene upon the sea, murmuring, fascinating. Olivia followed his gaze and beheld the significant transformation of the waters off O'Hara's coast. Half of the sea had been rendered into a crystalline state of transparency, while the other half lay shrouded in magma. Upon the surface, two figures clad in naval justice cloaks confronted one another, their terrifying auras colliding. The clash of cold and heat, of ice and fire, generated immense waves of air, which had just propelled Hubert. Time rewound briefly. Escaping from Hubert, Sakazuki dashed to the opposite end of O'Hara, where Kuzan resided. Upon arrival, he found Kazan seated upon a large rock, contemplating the intricacies of life, with a pathway of ice blocks extending into the distance. Confounded, Sakazuki inquired, yet received no reply. Instead, he sensed a distinctly displeased gaze directed at him from Kazan. He then turned to the remaining Navy personnel for information. Upon questioning, Sakazuki's fury erupted. Ah, so I was battling that damn bounty hunter on the other side, nearly meeting my end. You failed to provide support, and yet you allow one to escape? The already incensed Sakazuki immediately attacked Kazan. Observing the civilian evacuation vessels being ordered to sink by Sakazuki only fueled Kazan's pent-up rage. Had it not been for his concerns regarding the world government's orders, he would have acted long ago. Now, with Sakazuki striking first, it was precisely what Kazan desired. The two were like kindling and flame, ready to ignite at any moment. Thus ensued the scene that Hubert witnessed. Olivia curiously inquired, who are they? Hubert cast a fleeting glance at her, focusing on the two naval admirals leading the demon-slaying mission. What? Olivia gazed at the two below, her eyes suddenly ablaze with hatred. However, aware that the current circumstances precluded any trouble, she muttered resentfully. It would be best if both of them perished. Hubert shook his head, explaining that it was that rascal with the ice who had released Robin. Otherwise, Robin might have been in peril. Olivia was momentarily stunned, yet she adapted swiftly to such matters. After all, it was with the assistance of the former Admiral Salong that she had managed to escape from prison and return to O'Hara. She then vehemently declared that it would be better if that red-haired fellow was killed by him. Hubert shrugged, reluctant to utter a word. In truth, he harbored similar thoughts. In the original narrative, their confrontation decades later culminated in Sakazuki breaking Kuzan's leg. Yet now, their battle had been hastened by several decades, and Sakazuki had already endured a beating, not in his prime condition. The outcome remained uncertain. Perhaps a mutual downfall would ensue, rendering them both incapacitated. In such a scenario, the position of Fleet Admiral would inevitably fall to either Luffy or Kizaru. The mere notion of such a scene left Hubert in disbelief. However, one thing was certain. The war on the summit would undoubtedly prove to be immensely captivating. Hobart was not in the best of conditions, his flight speed considerably diminished, and he did not arrive in the Land of Flowers until nightfall. This time, Hobart did not conceal his intentions, making his way directly to the capital of the Land of Flowers. He brought Olivia to the hospital, where her condition was dire. Her entire body felt feverish, and her delicate face was flushed. Her consciousness was clouded, and the wounds that had previously stopped bleeding began to ooze once more. After all, the emergency capsule was only a temporary solution. It could provide immediate aid, but was not a viable long-term remedy for her survival. Hubert, too, could not afford to delay any longer, which is why he flew over directly. Otherwise, he typically maintained a low profile. Upon entering the hospital, he was immediately surrounded by a vigilant group, each armed with weapons. This is characteristic of the West Sea, a region plagued by organized crime, where everyone is equipped for self-defense, including the doctors. What do you intend to do? One courageous doctor inquired. Hubert transformed into a figure cradling the unconscious Olivia. Is this not evident? Healing. Merely healing? Indeed. The doctors breathed a sigh of relief, each resuming their respective duties. The physician who had just questioned him approached with a smile. This way, please, patient. I shall take charge of your reception this time. Hurry. Her condition is not favorable and has been prolonged. Very well, I shall arrange the surgery immediately. We will summon the finest doctor. Let it be Dr. Cruz from your hospital. By the way, I am also injured. Please send a nurse to assist me. Cruz. We do not have a doctor by that name in our hospital. You must be referring to Director Cruz. However, he is currently unavailable. Attending to the injured from the 8 Treasure Navy. The recent pirate disturbances have resulted in significant casualties. Upon hearing the name Cruz, the doctor momentarily froze, but swiftly regained composure. Hubert felt a twinge of regret. Cruz, his trusted physician, had tended to his wounds after his skirmish with the Green Pepper and possessed commendable medical skills. Now, with the pirates causing such a ruckus, it seemed futile to dwell on Cruz's absence. He resolved to summon a capable doctor from your hospital without delay. Chapter 27. A Visit from the Green Pepper. The news of Hubert's arrival at the hospital swiftly reached the ears of the 8 Treasure Water Army. After all, that iconic flying dragon was indeed conspicuous, causing quite a stir in the city. Green Pepper personally led a group to pay him a visit. Who are you? Aren't you Hubert? Green Pepper inquired, gazing curiously at the middle-aged man being attended to by the nurse. Hubert gazed at the bald, muscular man, feeling a sense of resignation as he motioned for the nurse to leave the room. Previously, he had always appeared as a child, with women treating him as such. Now, having finally acquired the ability to transform into an adult through the powers of the mimic fruit, he was engaging in flirtatious banter with the young nurse, only to be interrupted by the imposing presence of the Green Pepper. The nurse, taken aback upon seeing the Green Pepper, was astonished to discover that this individual was a friend of the esteemed Green Pepper from the 8 Treasure Water Army. Initially harboring a slight affection for the handsome Hubert, she now regarded him with even greater admiration, casting a flirtatious glance back at him as she approached the door. Hubert smiled at her, inwardly lamenting that although he appeared to be an adult, his physique resembled that of a 7-year-old child. Otherwise, he might have been able to undertake a night shift in the infirmary. His flirtation with the young nurse was merely a means to satisfy his desire for equal and engaging conversation. If it came to action, it would likely have been nothing more than a fleeting indulgence. Once the young nurse departed and shut the door, Hubert finally relinquished his mimicry fruit ability, reverting to his true form as a child. Master Hubert, a young man, trailing behind Green Pepper, suddenly lunged forward. Simon, what brings you here? With a swift motion, Hubert struck the approaching individual, leaving him dazed and bewildered. What happened? He inquired. Green Pepper erupted into laughter, explaining, this fellow heard you were around and implored me to bring him to you. The young man in question was none other than Simon, a recent recruit under Hubert's command, who had previously harbored little admiration for him. However, upon witnessing Hubert effortlessly vanquish the notorious pirate Mira with a bounty of 7 million, Simon had fully transformed into Hubert's ardent admirer. His enthusiasm rivaled that of Carter's flattery, marking him as a promising young talent in Hubert's eyes. Simon spun around in excitement, shaking his head as he observed the bandages wrapped around Hubert's chest. Rather than being deterred by Hubert's initial slap, he indignantly exclaimed, Lord Hubert, how did you sustain these injuries? Who did this? I would risk my life to take them down. Enough of that. I am already wounded. Your current strength is hardly sufficient, Hubert scoffed. Ah, indeed, Simon conceded, scratching his head in disappointment, before resolutely declaring, rest assured, I shall strive to grow stronger. And one day I will avenge you. As he spoke, Green Pepper grasped Simon's head and pulled him back. Now, Simon, reaching that level will not be easy. Relying solely on your current training will not suffice. Leaping up with fervor, Simon exclaimed, then I shall increase my training regimen starting now. Determined to be of assistance to Lord Hubert, Green Pepper observed Simon's eager demeanor with a hint of exasperation, shaking his head. This fellow does not even show himself the proper respect. He cannot afford to be reckless. With that thought, he left Simon momentarily aside and turned to Hubert, asking, I recall you possessing the dragon fruit of the Zoan type. How is it that you can still transform? I heard from Simon and the others that not long ago you even exhibited the ability to enlarge. Hubert had already devised a plan, cleverly stating, I am, in fact, a mythical beast type of Zoan fruit user. These abilities stem from the fruit. Oh, is that so? A mythical beast type. How remarkable, came the response. You never showcased this during our previous battles. At that time, I had yet to awaken these abilities. They emerged alongside my growing strength. Hubert provided this explanation while subtly laying the groundwork for future justifications regarding the acquisition of other fruits. The abilities of mythical Zoan types are indeed diverse. What of it if I possessed several special effects? Qing Jiao, undeterred by doubt, inquired further, speaking of which, with your formidable strength, is there anyone in the West Sea capable of injuring you? Hubert, slightly perplexed, replied, you are unaware of such a significant event? He recalled the incident where the West Sea branch had been thoroughly dismantled, wondering why Qing Jiao had not received the news. He pondered two reasons. Firstly, the dissemination of information in the pirate world was relatively slow. Morgans had yet to establish a substantial news network in this region. Secondly, the recent retreat of the Demon Slaughter Order had somewhat tarnished the world government's authority, likely leading to a concealment of the incident. With this in mind, he offered Qing Jiao a brief explanation. I was injured by the Navy. The Navy? Qing Jiao's eyes widened in surprise. Did you not claim to aspire only to be a bounty hunter? How could you have clashed with the Navy? And in the West Sea? Is there a Navy capable of harming you? Was it perhaps the Rear Admiral stationed there? Lying on the bed, Hubert shrugged his shoulders in exasperation. I had no choice. It was the Navy that struck first. As for who had inflicted the injury, he refrained from disclosing. Qing Jiao paced the room, his bald head gleaming as he contemplated. Suddenly, he halted, slamming his fist down upon the caretaker's table. No, you are my friend. If the Navy has laid hands on you, it is as though they have attacked me. Tell me who did it. I shall seek vengeance on your behalf. Seeing Qing Jiao's gallant demeanor stirred a slight sense of gratitude within Hubert. It's fine. I will avenge myself without dragging you into it. After several more inquiries and witnessing Hubert's resolute stance, Qing Jiao ceased his questioning. After a moment, he rubbed his hands together, saying, now that you have clashed with the Navy, you might as well consider yourself a pirate. Would you like to join us at the 8 Treasurewater Army? Hubert winced at the sight of the imposing figure before him, fidgeting in a rather unsavory manner. Simon, nearby, eagerly approached. His expression filled with anticipation as he gazed at Hubert. Let us not go down that path. I have already reached an agreement with the world government. I shall continue my pursuit as a bounty hunter, and they will not place a bounty on my head. Is that so? Qing Jiao and Simon's faces fell slightly, disappointment evident. What kind of expression is that? Are you truly disheartened that I am not being hunted? Hubert felt somewhat speechless. Qing Jiao had indeed never relinquished his attempts to recruit him. Unfortunately, Hubert's ambitions lay elsewhere. Even if he were to become a pirate, it would be in the Grand Line, not the West Sea, where prospects were rather bleak. The pinnacle of the 4 seas was merely the level of the 8 Treasure Navy, and one could hardly aspire to ascend any higher. Presently, Hubert was nearly capable of single-handedly confronting the 8 Treasure Navy. His ambitions at the very least needed to reach the caliber of Roger. After some further conversation, Qing Jiao took his leave. Simon, unrelenting, attempted to linger, but Hubert dismissed him, unwilling to have a third wheel while he yearned to engage in profound discussions with the nurse. Once Qing Jiao departed, he immediately utilized his abilities to revert to his appearance of over 30 years of age. However, after a while, instead of the nurse arriving, someone unexpected walked in. Chapter 28, The King's Scheme. Flynn? Hubert gazed at the beautiful woman clad in thigh-high black stockings entering the room, somewhat puzzled. What brings you here? The visitor was Flynn, the owner of the weapon shop whom Hubert had rescued previously. He had even attended a banquet she hosted not long ago. Flynn closed the door and, upon noticing the handsome middle-aged man on the bed, paused in surprise. Is that you, Hubert? Hubert nodded slightly, reverting to a child's demeanor. Freya gazed at him, somewhat dazed, and inquired, are you truly like that? Freya now felt a bit bewildered during Hubert's youthful form. She had never perceived him as a man and had engaged in several indiscreet actions. The thought that Hubert might be an adult transformed into a child made her feel exceedingly awkward, as if her toes were about to dig into the floor in a futile attempt to escape the discomfort. How was she to face him after this? Perhaps it would be best to simply turn and walk away. After all, how could a mere child possess such formidable strength? Hubert discerned her fanciful musings and rolled his eyes. Of course, it turned out that way. I am not that old yet. Oh, really? Flynn, who had been on the verge of departing, suddenly halted. Certainly, you may inquire with the others, like Green Pepper. Flynn let out a sigh of relief, believing Hubert's words, and a smile graced her face as she rushed toward him. Hubert, you little rascal, you nearly startled me. Hubert felt suffocated, struggling to push her away. As he thrust his palm forward, he was met with a soft sensation, causing a jolt in his heart. Pretending to resist, he clumsily took advantage of the moment. Finally, Freya sensed the impropriety. Releasing Hubert, her face flushed. Hubert felt a profound sense of disappointment within, yet he maintained an outward show of indignation. What are you doing? I'm injured and nearly suffocated. Observing Hubert's anger, Flynn surmised that it was unlikely to be intentional. After all, what does a child truly understand? After gathering her thoughts, Flynn finally spoke. Is your purpose for coming here solely to seek treatment? Hubert tilted his head, pondering the situation. What is it? He inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Freya, with a serious expression, replied, I hope you can assist the Kingdom of Flowers in dealing with the invading pirates. Hubert was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this woman would seek his help in confronting pirates. Surely, the 8 Treasures Navy was already handling the matter. although this thought crossed his mind. He chose not to voice it. Freya sighed and took a seat beside Hubert's sickbed. The pirates have now banded together and are exceedingly cautious. It seems they have informants within the Eight Treasures Navy, rendering their efforts largely ineffective, and some of their men have even been injured. Each time Qing Jiao prepares to strike, they manage to evade capture. Your speed surpasses that of Qing Jiao by a considerable margin. If you were to intervene, you could undoubtedly resolve this issue, Freya continued, hesitating momentarily as she surveyed their surroundings. She lowered her voice and added, moreover, given your capabilities, should you successfully address this pirate crisis, you might earn the favor of His Majesty the King. At that point, you could establish your own faction within the Kingdom of Flowers and become His Majesty's trusted aide. When the king bestows upon you a title, you would be the youngest general in history. Hubert gazed at the loquacious Flynn with a smile, his face reflecting a spirited enthusiasm. Could he truly ascend to the rank of general? Very well, once I have recovered, I shall take action. However, I find myself in need of funds. Fear not. His Majesty the King shall not neglect you. Flynn was pleasantly surprised by the ease of the conversation, filled with delight, and after engaging in further discourse with Hubert, he took his leave. Hubert gazed at her graceful silhouette as she departed, lost in contemplation. This Flynn had actually sought his assistance in resolving matters concerning pirates? Her stance appeared to be quite evident. It was unexpected that the woman he had casually rescued was of royal lineage. Her status was undoubtedly significant. Perhaps even that of a princess. Furthermore, her words held a certain intrigue, as she suggested that he establish a faction within the Flower Kingdom. The Flower Kingdom was already dominated by the Eight Treasure Navy led by Qing Jiao, with the other factions merely serving as mere embellishments. Was it possible that the king perceived the Eight Treasure Navy as too formidable and desired to cultivate him as a counterbalance? Reflecting on it, after he had bested Mira, the reward bestowed upon him by the king was of the highest caliber. Had the king been contemplating an alliance with him since then? Truly, he was a masterful strategist. However, the king was destined for disappointment, for Hubert held a low opinion of the Flower Kingdom, considering it an insignificant territory. Despite his disdain for this land, he recognized the tangible benefits it presented. He would first cultivate a rapport, feigning compliance, and before embarking on the Grand Line, he would seize the opportunity to amass wealth. Hubert was deep in thought, pondering whether Flynn, aware of his current musings, would rush back and devour him. Just then, a piercing scream shattered his reverie. Huh! He raised his head in confusion, only to find the small nurse at the door, her mouth covered and her eyes wide with astonishment. He glanced down at himself and realized he was in the form of a child, having become so engrossed in his contemplation that he had forgotten to revert to adulthood. No, please let me explain. He raised his hand in an attempt to retain her, but the nurse had already fled. It was over. Hubert gazed skyward in silence, reflecting on the fleeting acquaintance he had made with the young nurse. Yet, he found little sorrow in the situation. After all, she was merely a nurse, and he could always find another in due course. The prospect of meeting one had merely opened the door to the possibility of encountering another. Lost in thought, a sudden realization struck him. Would the nurse spread word of their encounter throughout the hospital? As fate would have it, the nurse did precisely that, sharing her observations with others upon her departure. Consequently, the nurses who came to tend to him thereafter regarded him with peculiar glances, and he found himself unable to forge new connections with any other young nurses. After all, a person capable of altering their appearance can instill a sense of unease. Who could truly ascertain their genuine visage? What if he were confronted with someone bearing a visage marred by unsightly afflictions? Thus, Hubert shed tears of regret. Olivia's surgery proceeded remarkably well. However, the majority of her injuries were internal traumas resulting from blunt force, necessitating a period of convalescence. Hubert's injuries are not something that can heal swiftly. It is estimated that he will require 2 to 3 months for a complete recovery. After enduring prolonged tension, he has finally resolved the demon-slaying order, and it is time for him to indulge himself. However, to his dismay, the nurses at the hospital avoid him, treating him as if he were a monster. Unable to bear such scrutiny any longer, he decides to discharge himself early, seeking solace among the pirates, while also aiming to earn some berries. His condition has stabilized, and he can recuperate anywhere, despite the impact on his combat abilities. Even a significant decline in strength does not mean he can be trifled with by the pirates of the West Sea. He has also consulted Carter, who mentioned a nearby island off O'Hara for healing, and has already established contact with Jesse. With Jesse's assistance, the remaining individuals have avoided casualties and are on the path to recovery, though full healing may still take 2 to 3 months. Hubert instructed them to recuperate well, assuring that upon his return to the ship, each individual would be rewarded with Bailey. Chapter 29, Collaboration Host, Hubert Level, LV-42 Faction, Bounty Hunter Equipment, Zoan Type Ancient Fruit, Dragon Form, Paramecia Type, Big Fruit, Zoan Type Mythical Beast Fruit, Merchant Form, Paramecia Type, Simulation Fruit. 44 slots for Devil Fruits are fully occupied. Armament Hockey Beginners Training Manual, Unawakened, 95100. Observation Hockey Beginners Level 1. Backpack, Zoan Type, White Rabbit Fruit, Zoan Type, hamster fruit, zoantype, teddy bear fruit, bird fruit, seagull form, zoantype, tiger fruit, paramecia type, explosion fruit, paramecia type, heat fruit, paramecia type, flower fruit, devil fruit shards, 1135, observation hockey beginner shards, 6 system level, LV4, 8200 W1 billion. Note: upgrading the system level enhances the preparation slots, increases drop rates, and improves the quality of equipment obtained. You have acquired the strength of a formidable presence upon the seas. Your physical prowess has surpassed that of your contemporaneous Sakazuki. You remain unperturbed even in the face of prospective admirals. However, your mastery of hockey has only just commenced. The devil fruits, though powerful, are but external forces. Hockey is the true essence. The journey ahead is lengthy. Strive to grow stronger and vie for supremacy over the seas. Before Hubert's discharge, he inquired about certain information. In just a few short days, his strength had undergone a profound transformation. This evokes a sense of wonder. For engaging in combat is indeed the swiftest path to enhancement. Particularly for someone like him, who possesses a systematic advantage, the results are remarkable. Over the past few days, including the bountiful rewards from the system, he has accrued a staggering 100 million berries, an amount he had scarcely managed to gather over the previous years. Moreover, he has acquired numerous devil fruits, and among them, several exceptionally powerful ones. Notably, the heat fruit proves to be a natural counter to Sakazuki, while the mimic fruit finally grants him the means to don an alter ego. What Hubert valued most was the Hana no Mi, the same fruit as Robin's. That fateful night, during their playful conversation, he inadvertently formed a contract with her, thereby making Robin his subordinate. This also led to the revelation of the Hana no Mi's existence. The power of this fruit is formidable, however. Its most significant implication lies in the astonishing fact that the system could indeed produce a devil fruit with identical effects. Previously, all fruit users in this world were unique. Yet now the system has shattered that precedent. This suggests that he might one day encounter fruits such as the magma fruit, ice fruit, flash fruit, or even the Nika fruit. He was eager to envision the expression on Sakazuki's face when they met again, witnessing him wield the magma fruit in stunned disbelief. Aside from the Hana no Mi, his greatest gain was undoubtedly hockey. He had finally commenced his formal training in hockey, however. The manual for Kinbunshika hockey had yet to be released, preventing him from training independently. He could only accumulate fragments to advance, with 100 fragments required for each level. After reviewing his status, Hubert adjusted his mindset, settled his discharge, and departed. The doctor advised him to stay longer due to his injuries not being fully healed. Yet, observing the doctor's insincere demeanor, Hubert felt no desire to linger. He simply instructed the nurses to take good care of Alvia and warned them to keep his affairs confidential. The nurses, taken aback by Hubert's fierce expression, quickly agreed. Upon exiting the hospital, Hubert contemplated his next steps and headed toward the royal palace. Initially, he intended to visit the 8 treasure navy, but since he aimed to extract more benefits from the king, it was essential to establish closer ties with him. When Hubert arrived at the palace, the king was in the midst of his meal. Hubert entered and was met with an unexpected figure. Qingjiao? Hubert? The two exchanged glances and simultaneously called out each other's names. Qingjiao, who was in the midst of a meal, rose from his seat. Hubert, are you not recuperating in the hospital? Hubert shrugged and remarked, it's merely a minor injury. Staying in the hospital would only cause me to rust. So, what brings you to the palace? Just as Hubert was about to speak, he was interrupted by the king seated at the head of the table. It was I who invited Hubert here. I have yet to properly express my gratitude for his valiant act of saving Flynn last time. With this, the king cast a knowing glance towards Flynn. Understanding the cue, Flynn quickly rose to his feet, feigning a gesture of trepidation as he placed a hand upon his chest. Indeed, had it not been for Mr. Hubert, I might have truly perished. I must extend my heartfelt thanks. He called out, quickly, someone arrange a proper seat for Mr. Hubert. Is that so? The green pepper seated himself once more, his bald head gleaming under the illumination of the lights. Hubert squinted slightly, a playful smile gracing his lips. As he settled into his seat, he remained silent, observing the conversation between Qingjiao and the king. Occasionally, he exchanged knowing glances with Freen. He was now fairly certain that Freen was indeed the daughter of the king of the Flower Kingdom. However, he couldn't quite fathom why the king bore such an eccentric appearance akin to that of the 8 Treasure Water Army, yet had a daughter as striking as Freen. Could it be a case of genetic mutation? Or perhaps she was not his biological child. Qingjiao seemed to share a close rapport with the king of the Flower Kingdom, their conversation predominantly revolving around mundane matters. During their dialogue, Hubert caught mention of Old Kai, who would eventually become the 13th leader of the 8 Treasure Water Army, the man who had inexplicably married Baby 5. As their discussion gradually shifted towards matters of state, Qingjiao sighed. Recently, the pirates have been quite rampant in the Flower Kingdom. I have received numerous reports from the public. The king, clearly dissatisfied with this response, took a hefty sip of his drink. If this continues, the economic losses are minor compared to the panic instilled in the populace. With each passing day, They will perceive the Flower Kingdom as increasingly unsafe and incapable of protecting them. Qing Jiao offered a wry smile. We will certainly resolve this issue swiftly. They are no match for me. Once I find an opportunity, I can take them down single-handedly. The king, however, could not help but feel more discontent towards Qing Jiao. Holding the strongest military power in the nation yet being outmaneuvered by pirates was utterly disgraceful. An awkward silence fell over the table, punctuated only by Hubert's nonchalant chewing. After finishing his beef, Hubert seized the moment to inquire, is the pirate situation in the Flower Kingdom still severe? Would you like my assistance? I find myself with little to occupy my time. You? Qing Jiao turned to regard the young Hubert, a spark of realization igniting in his eyes. If he were to take action, it might indeed be quite manageable. The king had been contemplating how to broach the subject of enlisting Hubert's help, as his involvement would carry a different weight. To his surprise, Hubert was so amenable, prompting a glimmer of admiration in the king's gaze. A young individual of considerable strength, coupled with intelligence, was this not an ideal candidate to cultivate as a trusted confidant? With this thought, the king raised his glass with a smile. I concur with your capabilities, Hubert. It would be a trivial matter to eliminate those pirates. Moreover, your agility surpasses that of Qing Jiao. You could swiftly arrive at the scene and address the threat as soon as they strike. Chapter 30. After several rounds of drinks, Qing Jiao prepared to take his leave. Hubert had intended to depart, yet the inebriated king insisted he stay, proclaiming an immediate camaraderie and the desire for an all-night discourse. The king then turned to the nearby Freen and said, please accompany Qing Jiao for a moment. At this juncture, Qing Jiao, slightly intoxicated himself, declined, stating, there is no need for Lady Freen. I can manage my own departure. With that, Qing Jiao unsteadily rose from his seat and made his way towards the exit. Freen, with a smile, supported him, exclaiming, oh, it is no trouble at all. I, too, could use some fresh air. It becomes rather dull to merely sip wine here. At that moment, Hubert was taken aback, his entire being jolted. What, lady? What lady? Wasn't Freen a princess? To his astonishment, Freen turned out to be the king's wife. Gazing at the king for a moment, Hubert sighed inwardly. Wealth truly brings privilege. Yet upon learning that Flynn was a married woman, an inexplicable thrill inexplicably stirred within him. What could this signify? Hubert hastily shook his head, for he had no desire to be a traitor. Little did the king know that the 7-year-old Hubert was pondering such thoughts. Had he been aware, he might have reconsidered the prospect of reinstating Hubert. I have heard that your injury was inflicted by the Navy. Is that correct? Indeed, it was a formidable Navy, and he may one day ascend to the rank of admiral. The king, without a hint of skepticism, inquired, is it that fellow named Sakazuki? Hubert raised his head, somewhat astonished. Oh, has the information reached here? I presume the Navy would have suppressed this matter. The king replied with pride, this is not information from the Navy. It comes from our Floral Kingdom's intelligence network. Our intelligence system permeates the entire Western Sea, and nothing escapes my notice. Once you become a general of the Floral Kingdom, all of this will be at your disposal. Hubert listened to the king's temptations with a sense of disdain. Just days prior, he had received intelligence, and only now did he learn that this was referred to as the West Sea's expanse. Moreover, even if it truly were an extensive domain of the West Sea, what difference would it make? If a powerful pirate emerged along the Grand Line, even the Flower Kingdom would be at their mercy. Nevertheless, Hubert wore an expression of yearning, seemingly lost in a reverie of future possibilities, murmuring to himself, how impressive indeed. The king was quite pleased with this display and remarked, not long ago, you were the one who dealt with that old rear admiral from the West Sea Navy branch, were you not? Hubert shyly scratched his head and nodded. Nothing escapes the king's keen eyes. Ha ha. The king erupted into laughter, the scent of alcohol wafting far and wide, mingling with his breath, making Hubert feel nauseous. He couldn't help but think of Flynn, that alluring femme fatale, and how she must be suffering. If it weren't for the need to exploit his resources, Hubert would have likely walked away long ago. Suddenly, Hubert inquired, Sakazuki is still fighting with O'Hara and Kazan, right? The king shook his head in response, no. The battle has concluded. What was the outcome? Hubert instantly transformed into a curious child. Sakazuki emerged victorious, and his opponent sustained a broken leg. The king stated with a hint of astonishment in his tone. It is said that their battle raged for 3 days and nights, altering the very environment around them. Such power is nothing short of miraculous. According to rumors, Sakazuki's prowess has compelled the world government to recognize his strength. And it seems he is on the verge of being promoted to admiral. Hubert, is Kazan truly so ineffectual? He managed to defeat Sakazuki himself, yet still finds himself unable to prevail. Now, not only has he failed to impede Sakazuki's promotion, but he has inadvertently accelerated it. In the original narrative, Sakazuki did not ascend to the rank of admiral with such haste. Hubert sighed. Perhaps this is simply fate. Seeing him in low spirits, the king consoled. Take heart, Hubert. At your young age, managing to escape from Sakazuki is already quite an accomplishment. He will never be your match in the future. Alas, Hubert was momentarily taken aback. What was happening? Hadn't he just triumphed over Sakazuki? How had the narrative shifted to him fleeing instead? Observing the comforting gaze of the king only deepened his discontent as he explained, I have indeed defeated Sakazuki. Well, you may think as you wish. You are merely 7 or 8 years old, while Sakazuki is already in his 20s. By that measure, you have certainly left him far behind. With a sigh, Hubert chose to say no more. He had come to realize that this must be a carefully orchestrated message from the world government, crafted to preserve its dignity. After all, with Sakazuki poised to become an admiral, it would not bode well for the government if he were to be bested by an obscure bounty hunter. With this thought, Hubert ceased his explanations. The king of the Flower Kingdom looked at Hubert with increasing admiration. Such strength at such a tender age could very well lead him to become a formidable figure, perhaps even an admiral of the navy. It was imperative to cultivate this relationship. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly remarked, "I've heard you are in need of berries recently?" A glimmer of hope shone in Hubert's eyes, and he nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at grains. "Recently, my family has endured great hardships. My homeland, O'Hara, has been ravaged by a naval assault, leaving it in ruins. To restore O'Hara, I require a substantial amount of berries." The king sighed, acknowledging the loyalty of this young man. "Since you are willing to aid us in eradicating the pirates, I shall not let you go unrewarded. Here is a check for 100 million berries to assist you in your endeavors." With that, the king produced a check from his pocket and handed it to Hubert, clearly having been prepared in advance. Hubert received the check with a countenance full of gratitude, repeatedly expressing his thanks. This was not mere pretense, it was genuine appreciation. Having toiled relentlessly to amass 100 million Bailey, how could he not be astonished by such a generous gift from the king of the Flower Kingdom? Indeed, this is what one might call a truly affluent benefactor. With financial security established, their subsequent conversation transformed into a most delightful exchange. Hubert employed the tricks of the working class from his previous life, aligning his words with the king's sentiments, which greatly pleased the monarch. It was as if they were on the verge of brotherhood. Upon exiting the palace, Hubert was guided by Flynn to the lavish accommodations prepared for him by the king. The expansive courtyard was adorned in opulence, featuring a resplendent golden statue at the entrance, the material of which remained a mystery, whether it was gilded or crafted from pure gold. Nevertheless, Hubert surmised that given the king's immense wealth, it was likely solid gold. Hubert's favorite feature is undoubtedly the grand circular bed, with a radius of perhaps 3 meters, exuding an impressive elasticity. Hubert leapt eagerly, his small form bouncing several times upon impact. "Little one, your wounds have yet to heal. Do take care not to aggravate them," Flynn remarked, observing the lively Hubert. Hubert lay on the bed, reluctant to move. He suddenly thought that it wouldn't be so bad to lie here and rest for a few months. After all, there was no urgent need to pursue piracy. Noticing Hubert's indifference, Flynn chuckled. "Hee, it's quite rare to see you like this, Hubert. Are you afraid to sleep alone at night? Perhaps I could stay and keep you company?" Hubert felt a stir within his heart, soon realizing that Freya was the queen, likely perceiving him as a mere child. If he were to seize this opportunity for his own gain, how would he differ from TZ? With a heavy sigh, he waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No need for that. You may leave. I wish to rest for a while, devoting my days to capturing pirates." Chapter 31. The Soul Trade. The morning sun cast its light upon the earth, yet it bore little warmth. A layer of frost rested upon the leaves, imbuing the air with a hint of crispness. Hubert pushed open the door, his gaze falling upon the golden statue in the distance, glistening with a layer of dew under the gentle caress of the morning light. He could not help but marvel once more at the opulence of a wealthy lifestyle. Behind him, Flynn emerged as well, assisting him in closing the door. Do not be mistaken, Flynn had not spent the night here. She had come this morning to summon Hubert. "Lead the way," she urged. "That damned fellow disturbed my slumber. Let us resolve this swiftly, so I may return to my rest." Flynn playfully pinched his cheek, chiding him. "What nonsense is this about sleeping in? You ought to engage in more physical activity." At this moment, Hubert had transformed into a figure of adulthood, resolutely pushing back. "Who are you calling a child?" After a brief bout of playful scuffling, Hubert morphed into a dragon and soared towards the location indicated by Flynn. Upon arrival, he found the pirates still wreaking havoc. Due to his earlier delay, a squad from the 8 Treasure Navy had already begun to address the situation. Hubert pondered for a moment, deciding to observe discreetly rather than intervene. It appeared that the 8 Treasure Navy had already secured their victory, and it would be rather ungracious of him to seize the credit. This fellow seemed to have grown even stronger than when he challenged Lord Green Pepper. Fortunately, Lord Green had arrived. Otherwise, the situation could have been perilous. One of the 8 Treasure Navy glanced at a robust man in his 20s. With a powerful shove, the burly man sent a charging pirate flying, who then crashed through 2 walls. Simultaneously, Lord Green cautioned, "Do not be complacent. These pirates have been exceedingly audacious of late, and a threat is undoubtedly present. Exercise caution. Lord Green, you are an officer. How could these pirates possibly turn the tide?" One member of the 8 Treasure Navy retorted dismissively, observing that the pirate lay incapacitated on the ground, and aimed his rifle towards him. Clang, clang, clang. A flurry of bullets erupted, but they were deftly deflected mid-air. A shadowy figure wielding a sword materialized before several members of the 8 Treasure Navy. Who goes there? Lord Green, having maintained his vigilance, was already poised for combat at the first sign of the newcomer. As he discerned the identity of the figure, his eyes narrowed. Wasn't this the swordsman who nearly injured Lord Greenpepper? He had left that day professing respect and admiration. Yet here he was employing such despicable tactics to instigate trouble. The swordsman offered no reply, coldly stating, I have grown stronger. Soon, I shall bring the head of that Greenpepper scoundrel. Ha! Lord Green laughed. I truly misjudged you. Your audacity knows no bounds. The swordsman snorted disdainfully, swinging his long sword, unleashing a torrent of sword energy. It became evident that he had grasped the profound art of severing iron and had mastered the aerial slash technique. Hubert, covertly observing the battle, was taken aback, realizing that the 8 treasure navy could not withstand this onslaught, and he rushed forth in an instant. The swordsman, sensing a looming shadow, found himself bereft of any reaction time, his mind raging, a surprise attack. In the next moment, he was struck down to the ground, unconscious. The atmosphere seemed to still. Are you Lord Hubert? After a brief pause, the members of the 8 treasure navy recognized Hubert's identity. The dragon transformed by Hubert took on human form and nodded slightly. Lord Hubert, what brings you here? Skrin let out a sigh of relief. He had been prepared to fight to the last breath. For the prowess of that swordsman was indeed formidable. Observing the fallen swordsman, Skrin felt a hint of astonishment. This swordsman had entangled himself with Lord Greenpepper for quite some time, yet was instantaneously vanquished by Hubert. Although there was an element of surprise in the attack, it seemed that Hubert was now even stronger than Greenpepper. Hubert raised his hands in a gesture of resignation, stating that he was commissioned by the king to assist in addressing the recent issues concerning the pirates of the Flower Kingdom. Upon his arrival, he encountered them and decided to lend a hand. I see, murmured one member of the 8 treasure navy, panting with trepidation. Lord Hubert's prowess has indeed grown stronger. Fortunately, with Lord Hubert present, we would have faced grave danger otherwise. Hubert basked in the praise, his face illuminated by a radiant smile. Oh, it's nothing. Merely some minor tactics, he modestly replied. After a flurry of compliments, Hubert instructed the 8 treasure water army to manage the aftermath while he retreated to a secluded corner with the swordsman. A few sharp slaps landed on the swordsman's face, stirring him from his daze. He awoke, feeling the swelling on his cheek. Are you from the Pirate Alliance? Hubert inquired, noticing he was conscious. The swordsman gazed at the 7-year-old before him, feeling as though he had yet to fully awaken, and instinctively reached out to grasp Hubert. In response, Hubert delivered another sharp slap, fully rousing him. I'm asking you a question. Who sent you? The swordsman remained silent, his eyes intensely fixed on Hubert. What did the 8 treasure water army mean by sending a child to humiliate him? A warrior can be slain, but not insulted. Seeing his silence, Hubert threatened. If you do not speak, you shall die. With that, an aura of menace bore down upon the swordsman. The once cool air turned frigid, as though death loomed just a moment away. Cold sweat cascaded down his back, paralyzing him with fear. This child exuded an incredible strength. After a moment, overwhelmed by the oppressive atmosphere, he shouted, as a swordsman, I will not be cowed by the threat of death. Then why do your legs tremble? Oh, and why are your pants damp? The swordsman, with a fearless expression, felt a surge of embarrassment as he caught sight of the puzzled look on Hubert's small face. Stealing a glance down, he exclaimed, You are mocking me. I did not urinate. Angrily lifting his head, he was met with Hubert's amused expression. Hubert discerned that the swordsman before him was likely constrained by some unseen force, rendering him unable or unwilling to divulge information about the figure behind him. Otherwise, given the swordsman's nature, he would have spoken freely by now. Thus, it was necessary to adopt an alternative approach. Hubert gazed at the furious swordsman and inquired, Since you are unwilling to divulge who orchestrates your actions from behind the scenes, I shall not press you. Instead, I shall present you with 2 choices. First, I could eliminate you and claim the bounty. Second. Before Hubert could finish his sentence, the swordsman erupted in a flurry of shouts. As a swordsman, are you not indifferent to life and death? Hubert jested. To live is to afford myself the opportunity to pursue a higher realm, the swordsman retorted. Hubert shrugged. Very well. Let me present to you your second option. I shall grant you a reprieve, but you must relinquish your soul. Relinquish my soul? Indeed, your soul shall belong to me. And from henceforth, all that you are will become mine. You shall be my most devoted servant. Do you accept? The swordsman gazed at the child's earnest expression, momentarily bewildered. Was this child suffering from a delusion of grandeur? Wasn't he this tantamount to letting himself off the hook for nothing? Do you accept? If not, I shall resort to the first option. Hubert observed the boy's prolonged silence and urged him on. I accept. As long as you spare me, I shall offer you my soul. Chapter 32. The soul servant. The transaction was successful. The first soul servant subordinate was acquired, and a critical reward was granted, 1 treasure chest. Hubert's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated such a generous reward, only to discover a treasure chest. Though he had never received a treasure chest before, he was aware of a means to acquire one. 1,000 fragments of the devil fruit would yield a single devil fruit treasure chest. Thus, he had refrained from using his fragments, saving them to amass 10,000 for a tenfold draw. Yet now, unexpectedly, a treasure chest had appeared. It was truly a delightful surprise. It is worth noting that after years of effort, he had only managed to gather enough fragments for one devil fruit treasure chest. Can I take my leave now? Just as Hubert was engulfed in joy, the swordsman on the ground interrupted him. The swordsman was feeling rather disheartened. Upon agreeing to Hubert's request, he sensed an inexplicable loss, as if something essential had slipped away, leaving him feeling utterly hollow, as though he had truly lost his soul. Hubert's train of thought was interrupted, leaving him somewhat displeased. He coldly remarked, "Who said you could leave? What? Did you not just say to let me go?" The swordsman exclaimed, his eyes widening. "I spoke of granting you a chance for survival, not of releasing you," Hubert clarified. Hubert beckoned to Screen, instructing him to convert this fellow into a bounty. As for any interrogation, they could manage that on their own. Screen, elated, lifted the grievously injured swordsman from the ground and bowed to Hubert, assuring him that the bounty would be delivered. With that, he took the swordsman and departed, despite the latter's continued protests, which Hubert no longer wished to entertain. He had already acquired what he desired. Once Screen had left, Hubert had intended to return to a restful slumber. However, the recent discovery of a treasure chest had stirred a sense of excitement within him, rendering sleep elusive. Thus, he resolved to find a place to exchange his 1 million in checks for the local currency, belly. Hubert exhibited remarkable efficiency while withdrawing funds from the bank, likely due to prior arrangements made by the king. Upon entering the establishment, he was promptly attended to and escorted to the back office, where he swiftly retrieved the Bailey. As Hubert emerged from the bank, a large case in hand, he appeared considerably more resolute. Upon reaching a narrow alley, he was poised to integrate the Bailey into the system when a figure clad in black unexpectedly materialized at the alley's entrance. Hubert regarded the burly man, dressed in the unmistakable attire of a gang, his brow furrowed as he tightened his grip on the case. Was the gang attempting to seize the Bailey? The moment the gang appeared, they approached him directly, standing before him, their mouth opening as if to utter something. Hubert offered him no opportunity. With a single, forceful punch, he obliterated the Black Society. Utilizing the powers of the heat fruit, the blood he unleashed vaporized midair. Hubert left the alley with an air of nonchalance, having already integrated the Bailey into the system. Upon exiting the alley, he made his way towards the hospital. Inside the ward, Olvia was idly gazing out the window, observing a few birds frolicking about. One fledgling, struggling to maintain its flight, tumbled to the ground. A nearby adult bird hurried to its side, chirping in what seemed to be a mixture of concern and reprimand. Witnessing this, Olvia found herself murmuring to Robin. She realized she had seldom bestowed such tender care upon Robin, and without a mother, Robin must have endured considerable hardship. Once she had recovered, she vowed to seek out Robin to mend the void of maternal affection she had missed. Although she yearned to delve into the lost histories, her current circumstances suggested that she would not be leaving O'Hara anytime soon. Moreover, the impact of the doctor's death weighed heavily upon her. She wished to prevent anyone else from suffering due to her actions. The creak of the door interrupted her reverie, and upon looking up, she saw a handsome man enter. "Lord Hubert, you have arrived," Olvia said. In recent days, she had learned Hubert's name, finding it somewhat familiar, yet she had not recalled its significance for some time. After all, when she departed O'Hara, Hubert had been merely a toddler. "There is no need to address me as Lord," Hubert replied, taking a seat beside her and placing the fruit he held on the table. "It must be rather dull in this ward." Olvia sighed. "It's manageable, just as I was coming to terms with certain matters." Hubert magically produced 2 books from his pocket, feigning a sense of regret. "I had intended to offer you these 2 books to pass the time, but it seems you no longer require them." Olvia was momentarily taken aback, and after a while, her cheeks flushed with color as she replied, "Since you've gone to the trouble of bringing them, I suppose I might as well take a look." Hubert smiled gently, placing the book upon the table, and remarked, "Knowing your fondness for history, this is the Chronicle of the Land of Flowers. I am uncertain whether it will pique your interest." Olivia, taken aback with delight, responded, "Of course, I am most grateful to you, Lord Hubert. I have asked you to refrain from addressing me as Lord." Hubert replied with a hint of indifference. "What is it you claim to have understood? I was once overly presumptuous, believing that as long as no one discerned my origins from O'Hara, I could remain untroubled. I thought the pursuit of history afforded humanity freedom. It was only after witnessing the demise of the doctor that I recognized our naivety. In the future, I wish to return to O'Hara, to find Robin, and to accompany her through her growth, spending the remainder of my days with her. Perhaps one day, the world government will loosen its grip, and in that time, someone will undoubtedly rise to inherit our will, revealing the century of blank history to the world." Hubert let out a scoff. "It seems you still haven't thought it through." Olivia furrowed her brow. "What do you mean? Am I mistaken in what I said?" Hubert coldly remarked, "Do you still harbor the delusion that the world government will lift the blockade? 800 years have passed. And do you see any inclination from the world government to do so? As for what lies ahead, who can truly predict?" Olivia felt a twinge of uncertainty. Hubert erupted into hearty laughter, continuing for quite some time before he finally composed himself. So, the world government will lift the blockade in a few hundred years. And you truly believe there will be those willing to invest countless hours and energy into studying such trivialities? These are not trivial matters, Orvia retorted, her voice tinged with frustration. After a brief pause, she added, history is a treasure of humanity. Surely there will be individuals willing to sacrifice their lives for it. Who can predict the future? Hubert countered, echoing Orvia's sentiments back to her. Her face flushed with indignation, and for a moment, she found herself at a loss for words. The room fell into a profound silence. After a while, Hubert spoke again. So, do you understand now? Understand what? Orvia murmured, her gaze lowered. White strands of hair cascading down to obscure her lovely features, her mood decidedly somber. The fault does not lie with you, believe me. I too am grappling with that blank century. I have no recourse against the world government. Orvia raised her head, confusion etched across her face. Hubert lamented with frustration. The truth is, your capabilities are simply insufficient. It is precisely because of your weakness that the world government can manipulate you at will. You are utterly powerless. In such circumstances, researching what the world government has prohibited is tantamount to courting death. Strength? Orvia fell into deep contemplation. Indeed, if one were to surpass the world government in power, could they truly dictate what one may study? Surpass the world government? Is that even feasible? Why not? In the future, I alone shall be capable of vanquishing them. Hubert pondered silently, concealing his thoughts. I merely offered an analogy. Ultimately, if one's strength is formidable, what cannot be accomplished? Why do you share this with me? Olivia sensed something amiss with Hubert, her beautiful eyes fixed intently upon his. I'm fine. Let us converse once you have recovered, Hubert replied, rising from the bed to close the window. The weather in the land of flowers is rather frigid. And considering your injury, please take care of yourself. Chapter 33. The undercover agent. Upon exiting Olivia's chamber, Hubert was intercepted by a nurse from the hospital. This caught him off guard. The nurses seemed to regard him as some sort of monster, daring to confront him. The young nurse's expression was somewhat stiff, yet she endeavored to smile. The rumors surrounding Hubert had become increasingly absurd, claiming he was a demon preying upon young maidens. Had it not been for the director insisting she attend to him, she would have preferred not to. Lord Hubert, someone has come to the hospital seeking you. Oh, who might it be? Hubert asked, puzzled. His acquaintances were aware of his discharge. Who would come seeking him at this juncture? It was Simon from the 8 Treasure Water Army. He left upon discovering your absence, wearing a rather grim expression. I cannot ascertain whether he had urgent matters to discuss. Simon, Hubert mused. That little admirer often sought him out. He had not informed Simon of his discharge, yet he doubted there was anything of great urgency. Observing Hubert lost in thought, the young nurse seized the opportunity to speak. By the way, Lord Hubert, your medical expenses remain unpaid, as do Miss Olivia's. I wonder if it would be convenient for you to settle them now? This was indeed the primary objective, Hubert realized. No wonder she dared approach him despite her apparent fear. It was all for monetary gain. However, he was in high spirits. Having just withdrawn 100 million Bailey from the bank, with a nonchalant tone, he replied, I happen to have time. Let us settle this now. How much do I owe? Upon hearing this, a genuine smile illuminated the nurse's face. As per your request, we utilize the most advanced medical techniques and the finest medications, even prioritizing your treatment. Just state the amount. Hubert grew impatient. It was trivial to discuss money at such length. Am I unable to pay? The total amounts to 970,000 Bailey. How much? Hubert's voice rose sharply. He had just acquired 100 million from the king, and now they demanded a tenth? Absolutely not. The nurse attempted to repeat the figure, but Hubert swiftly interrupted. I suddenly recall that the king summoned me for an urgent matter. You may address the medical expenses with him later. I must take my leave. With that, he hastily exited the hospital, leaving the nurse bewildered in his wake. Once outside, Hubert vehemently condemned the hospital's exorbitant pricing, perceiving their attempts to exploit him as a fool. Feeling somewhat bored, he decided to visit a foot massage parlor, seeking relaxation. He had confirmed that there was an undercover agent among the 8 Treasure Water Army. If the infiltrator remained undiscovered, it was unlikely he would obtain any valuable leads. Now, he had laid the bait and could only patiently await the fish to take the hook. In the 8 Treasure Water Army, a figure sat in a chair, nervously spinning a coin in his hand. His agitation was palpable. With a sudden snap, he crushed the coin, casting it aside. That damn fellow. He clearly agreed to send Scarron to capture some pirates for merit, yet he resorts to underhanded tactics. Truly, pirates cannot be trusted. Fortunately, Hubert has taken action. He then turned to the shadows, asking, Did you manage to alert Hubert about this murky situation? A voice emerged from the darkness. We have dispatched our chief enforcer to inform him, but we have yet to receive any news. It seems the situation may be dire. Damn, Hubert is no saint either. The figure bellowed in frustration. In the midst of conflict, he does not even spare the messenger. He undoubtedly seeks to gain the king's favor, becoming a formidable adversary in the future. After a brief pause, the figure coldly inquired, Has the swordsman who attacked Scarron been brought back? He has arrived and is being prepared for interrogation. Eliminate him. We cannot be certain of what he knows. It is prudent to be cautious. Silence enveloped the darkness. As if no one had ever been present, the figure resumed his seat, unknowingly clasping another coin that had appeared in his hand, spinning it deftly. What had once been a well-laid plan had now become complicated by Hubert's interference. The chaos. Hubert reclined on the bed in his adult form, emitting contented sighs as he relished the technician's skilled ministrations. It must be said, the renowned footbath city of the Flower Kingdom truly lives up to its reputation with its exceptional massage techniques. He had long yearned for this experience, but had been hindered by his inability to transform, as such establishments do not cater to children. Now, equipped with the powers of the mimic fruit, he could finally indulge in the pleasures he had long desired. However, just as he was immersed in bliss, the incessant ringing of a phone abruptly interrupted his reverie. Hubert casually picked up the telephone bug, establishing a connection. "What are you doing, Hubert?" The king's voice resonated through the device, tinged with irritation. "Well, your majesty, I am currently indulging in a massage. I must say, the massage techniques of our Flower Kingdom are truly remarkable. They are immensely soothing. I believe we could cultivate this industry further. It has the potential to flourish upon the seas, becoming a cornerstone of our Flower Kingdom's economy." As Hubert massaged, he spoke, nearly causing the young masseur to lose his balance upon hearing his words. "Is that so? I too believe there is significant potential for development. The massage techniques of our flower country have yet to be surpassed in the West Sea." The king's voice bore a hint of pride, yet it quickly shifted to a tone of agitation. "But wait, was I not instructing you to deal with the pirates? Why are you indulging in a massage?" Perhaps it was the weight of the 100 million berry deposit paid yesterday that fortified the king's resolve. "Have I not already resolved the matter? I have dispatched the members of the 8 Treasures Navy to interrogate that pirate, and once they procure the results, I shall take action." The king retorted with frustration. "Did I not mention that the 8 Treasures Navy has infiltrators? Why would you send him there? Now that you have apprehended the pirate, he has perished in the 8 Treasures Navy's dungeon." "Oh, when did this happen?" Hubert opened his eyes, signaling the masseur to depart. He was taken aback. Although he had anticipated that the fish would take the bait, this transpired rather swiftly. Had the swordsman succumbed before he could even finish his massage? How alarming. Just moments ago. "Hubert, if you capture another pirate and wish to avoid personal interrogation, you may bring him to the palace. We possess professionals for such matters. Do not send him back to the 8 Treasures Navy." The king seemed to recall Hubert's youth and began to impart his wisdom. "Understood. I shall promptly investigate to see if there are any fruitful outcomes." Hubert hung up the phone, rinsed off the essential oil from his body, donned his attire, and let out a resigned sigh. The sensation of abruptly halting midway was truly discomforting. He resolved to return later to indulge in a proper massage, to make amends for the unfinished business. Chapter 34. Soul searching within the confines of the 8 Treasures Water Army's prison, a group led by Qingjiao surrounded a lifeless body, their expressions grim. "Pike, what is the matter with you? Were you not tasked with keeping a close watch on him? After all the effort to capture a crucial individual, he has now perished due to your negligence. You cannot possibly be a mole, can you? I have sensed something amiss with you for quite some time." Standing beside the corpse, Pike listened to their accusations, his face ashen, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead, appearing utterly disoriented. "It is not my fault. I merely stepped out to use the restroom, and upon my return, he was dead. I assure you, I am not an undercover agent." Qingjiao, observing his demeanor, felt no sympathy and commanded a subordinate, "Arrest him at once." The subordinate complied, stretching out his hand to seize Pike. Pike, filled with terror, recoiled while shouting, "I truly am not a mole. Lord Qingjiao, you must believe me, regardless of your status as a mole. The fact remains that the prisoner died while you were on watch, and you must face the consequences." The subordinate's expression darkened. "Are you certain you wish to resist?" Pike froze in place, paralyzed with fear, and resigned himself to being captured. What is all this commotion? Just as Pike was about to be apprehended, a voice emerged from the crowd. Qingjiao's expression shifted to one of awkwardness as he turned towards the source of the voice. It was Hubert. Hubert approached, observing the chaotic scene, and remarked, "I heard from His Majesty the King that the swordsman I apprehended has perished." The atmosphere fell into a sudden silence, as the 8 Treasure Navy exchanged glances, uncertain of how to respond. Finally, it was Green Pepper who spoke, confirming, "Indeed, the swordsman has met his demise, and we are currently addressing the situation." He continued, "It seems you intend to capture this guard, but I believe it is unnecessary. If he were truly involved, he would not be foolishly lingering here, awaiting capture." Upon hearing Hubert's words, Pike nodded fervently in agreement. Green Pepper hesitated for a moment, then conceded, "Since you put it that way, let it be." Pike, upon hearing this, was overwhelmed with joy and cast a grateful glance at Hubert. Hubert chuckled, "That's more like it. There's no need to put an innocent person in a difficult position. By the way, I have come at the behest of the king to investigate the matter of that pirate, so I would ask you to excuse yourselves for the time being." "What? Must we also take our leave?" Green Pepper inquired, somewhat taken aback. Hubert nodded helplessly. The king suggested that it was highly likely there was an undercover agent within the 8 Treasure Navy and requested to see him alone. Qingjiao's expression darkened upon hearing this. Although he too suspected the presence of a spy, allowing an outsider to conduct an investigation was difficult for him to accept. Ultimately, Qingjiao led his men out of the prison cell. Upon stepping outside, a burly man who had been standing beside him expressed his discontent. Qingjiao, this fellow is simply overstepping his bounds. Constantly invoking the king's name is an attempt to intimidate us. Enough, Sakasi. Our objective remains to deal with the pirates. Qingjiao interrupted. Sakasi scoffed. All for the sake of dealing with pirates? I find that hard to believe. The moment he arrived, he contacted the king, which suggests ulterior motives. The king has long harbored apprehensions towards us. If it weren't for you, Qingjiao, the 8 Treasure Navy might have already been disbanded. He likely seeks to bolster a faction to counterbalance us, and I suspect Hobart is in cahoots with him. Pike, who had exited with Qingjiao, murmured. I don't believe Lord Hobart is that kind of person. Sakasi, are you perhaps overthinking this? Silence. Sakasi reprimanded coldly. Your matters are far from resolved. Pike fell silent, intimidated. Qingjiao frowned and said, Enough, Sakasi. Pike's issue is behind us now, and he is right. Hobart is not that kind of person. How can you say that? Knowing we are handling pirates, he still insists on inserting himself into our affairs. I suspect he is seizing this opportunity for nefarious purposes, with his formidable strength. He could very well be the mastermind behind the pirates, Sakasi retorted icily. Qingjiao let out a long sigh and stared at Sakasi for a moment, who met his gaze unwaveringly. After a while, Qingjiao spoke. You fail to understand. Hobart's stage has never been the Flower Kingdom, nor even this little place in the West Sea. His stage is the vast ocean itself. Though he has never uttered it, I know he understands what his future entails. Inside the prison cell, Hobart stood beside the corpse, surveying the surroundings to ensure no one else was present before commencing his abilities. A phantom figure emerged from the swordsman's body, gradually taking on the form of the swordsman himself. He stared blankly at his hands, seemingly bewildered by the current situation. Am I not dead? A subtle smile graced Hubert's lips as he refrained from unnecessary words, directly seizing his soul. This was the contingency he had left behind. After trading the swordmaster's soul for the merchant's fruit, his essence had become irrevocably his own, impervious even to the Grim Reaper. Upon his demise, his soul lingered within, awaiting Hubert's return. Now that Hubert had arrived, he extracted the soul and commenced the soul-searching. His first endeavor was to uncover any memories of the puppeteer behind the scenes. As anticipated, the memories were shrouded in obscurity, veiled in a dense fog that concealed their presence. Hubert has essentially confirmed his status as a wielder of the Devil Fruit's powers. Although this outcome had been anticipated, a tinge of disappointment still lingered within him. After all, who would wish to exert excessive effort if a swift resolution were achievable? Subsequently, he commenced his quest to uncover the final memories of the swordsman. Hubert sought to uncover the identity of the swordsman's killer. A visage of an unfamiliar middle-aged man surfaced in his mind, adorned with sunglasses and dressed in a manner reminiscent of the underworld. However, when he struck, his fist emitted a tremor reminiscent of the Whitebeards. Hubert recognized this technique. It belonged to the 8 Treasure Navy's 8 punches, a skill only accessible to the innermost elite. Indeed, it was a member of the 8 Treasure Navy. Hubert's expression turned to one of realization. With this clue, it would be much easier to pursue the investigation further. Contemplating this, he released his grip, and the soul of the swordsman plummeted to the ground, as if it were a tangible entity. It landed right beside his own corpse, and upon witnessing the blood oozing from the body, he was taken aback. The soul trembled, seeming to become somewhat ethereal. Gazing at Hubert in terror, it exclaimed, Are you that boy? What have you done to me? Hubert smiled gently. Have you forgotten? You struck a bargain with me. Your soul now belongs to me. No. The swordsman's soul struggled chaotically, yearning to escape Hubert, yet an unseen force rendered him immobile. This cannot be true. How could there truly be a soul? Are you a devil? You are a devil. Hubert regarded the frenzied demeanor of the individual before him with a sense of tedium. It was, after all, far less engaging than a massage, prompting him to decisively erase the man's soul. Chapter 35. The arrival of Carter. It had been over half a month since Hubert emerged from the confines of his cell. Upon his release, he had meticulously rendered a portrait of the man who had slain the swordsman and presented it to the king for investigation. Regrettably, this past fortnight had yielded little progress, as the elusive figure remained well concealed. Hubert emerged from the royal chamber, invigorated, as a striking woman gently closed the door behind him. This individual had been specially assigned by the king to provide him with massages, possessing unparalleled skills that left Hubert in a state of blissful euphoria. Additionally, she took on the role of a caretaker, attending to his laundry and meals, leading Hubert to feel as though he was on the verge of becoming utterly dependent. Perhaps due to Hubert's previous display of prowess that startled those lurking in the shadows, there had been a notable absence of pirate disturbances over the past fortnight. With only a few challengers daring to confront the Green Pepper, all of whom were swiftly dismissed, resulting in a remarkably uneventful period. Upon stepping outside, A figure clad in the attire of the 8 Treasure Water Army approached him. "Lord Hubert, you have arrived." It was Simon, who greeted him with enthusiasm. "My lord, have you forgotten? Yesterday, you mentioned that your subordinates would be visiting today, and you promised I could welcome them." "Very well, do as you wish," Hubert replied. Today marked the arrival of Carter and his companions, whose injuries had substantially healed with Jesse's assistance. They had come to the Flower Kingdom to rest for a while. As the two made their way to the shore, they found that Carter and his group had already arrived at the port. "Lord Hubert." Before Hubert could catch sight of him, Carter had already called out from a distance. Approaching closer, Hubert observed Carter seated aboard the warship, while Simon beside him bore an expression of peculiar intrigue. Carter leaped down from the vessel, landing firmly and stirring up a cloud of dust. In the next moment, he was at Hubert's side. "My dear Lord Hubert, you have grown even more handsome in these few days of our separation." As he listened to Carter's compliments, a smile graced Hubert's face. At that moment, he was utilizing his original physique to greet Carter. Typically, this form received praise of a more endearing nature, often described as adorable. However, the term he least desired to hear was indeed adorable, for it incessantly reminded him of his youth. In contrast, the term handsome resonated much more aptly, bringing him a sense of comfort. Indeed, Carter's flattery was both expert and delightful, striking a chord within him. Hubert contemplated extending his hand, while Carter graciously lowered it, allowing him to pat his shoulder. "It has been several days since we last met, and I have truly missed you, Carter. Your absence has rendered me somewhat unaccustomed. To be cherished by an esteemed individual is indeed my privilege." Simon, observing the exchange with a hint of disapproval, interjected, "Is this truly one of your subordinates, Lord Hubert?" Only then did Carter notice the presence of another person beside Hubert, exclaiming in surprise, "And who might this be?" "Ah, this is Simon, a member of the 8 Treasures Navy," Hubert replied. "Carter, do take a moment to become acquainted." The two exchanged glances and nodded. Simon remarked, "It is no surprise that he is one of Lord Hubert's subordinates. He is truly remarkable." Upon hearing this, Carter furrowed his brow. It seemed that Simon's initial praise was, in fact, a subtle homage to Lord Hubert's prowess, a clever maneuver indeed. Lord Hubert would not be easily deceived. Would he? Ha, rather ordinary. Hubert chuckled and turned to Carter, inquiring, "Are the brothers all right? Should we pay another visit to the hospital?" "You need not worry about the expenses. I can cover them for you. After all, the hospital is already owed quite a sum. What as a little more? Surely the king will settle it." Carter declined, saying, "No need. Dr. Jesse is incredibly skilled. He has healed us all. Those who are not fully recovered can simply rest aboard the ship." "Jesse," Hubert mused, a hint of nostalgia in his tone. "That fellow is truly remarkable. If it were not for his research, our last encounter at Ohala might have been perilous." "What? Lord Hubert, with your prowess, there was still danger in the West Sea?" Simon exclaimed in astonishment. Hubert cast a fleeting glance at him and remarked nonchalantly, "I still have a long way to go." As he spoke, several individuals disembarked from the vessel, standing in orderly fashion before Hubert. Observing the well-recovered group, Hubert felt a sense of satisfaction. After surveying the surroundings, he suddenly inquired, "Oh, where is Jesse?" Carter promptly explained. Jesse mentioned that with everyone disembarking, someone needed to keep an eye on the ship, and since he had to conduct some research, he volunteered to watch over it. Hubert, cognizant of Jesse's character, opted for silence, merely shrugging in resignation. "Well then, I truly cannot fathom what is so remarkable about those instruments. Since Jesse is preoccupied with the ship, we shall leave them be. The massages in the Land of Flowers are unparalleled. I had anticipated your arrival and made arrangements accordingly. Now, allow me to show you." "Aha. I am quite eager to experience the massage lauded by Lord Hubert. I am truly looking forward to it. After the tedium of the past few days in the hospital, this is the perfect opportunity to unwind. Lord Hubert's consideration is commendable." The bounty hunters, upon hearing his words, eagerly rubbed their hands together in anticipation. Hubert led the group towards the Kingdom of Flowers, engaging in playful banter with them. Suddenly, a thought struck him. "Ah, I have awakened a new ability. One that allows me to transform into another form. In the Kingdom of Flowers, I shall always assume that guise, so make sure not to let slip my secret." The others watched Hubert change his shape without much astonishment. After all, he had astonished them countless times before. Thus, they strode grandly into the capital of the Kingdom of Flowers. A throng of robust men paraded through the streets, exuding an undeniable aura of intimidation. Though such a sight was quite common in the western seas, given that this was a region thriving with underworld activities. Hubert arrived at the entrance of the Footbath City, where he was soon greeted by a welcoming party. After all, he was a distinguished guest personally entrusted by the king. "Lord Hubert, we have everything prepared for your arrival," the elegantly attired yet subservient attendant announced. Observing the familiar face before him, Hubert inquired with curiosity, "And who might you be? You do not appear to be a mere attendant." The attendant lowered his head and replied, "I am Bader, an officer of the Black Dragon Society. This Footbath City is one of our enterprises." "I see," Hubert responded, studying the individual before him, feeling an increasing sense of familiarity as if he had encountered him before. Noticing Hubert's unwavering gaze, Bader asked, "Does Lord Hubert require anything?" Hubert still could not recall where he had encountered this individual before, so he shifted the topic and inquired, aside from massages, do you offer any other services here? Excuse me? What services? Bate looked utterly bewildered. Stop pretending. It's precisely what you were thinking. I never required it before, but now that my friends are here, we ought to arrange something. Bate appeared even more perplexed. What services? I genuinely do not know. As he spoke, he handed over a list, saying, all our services are detailed here. Perhaps you could take a look and see what you desire? Hubert gazed at him for a while, observing that he truly did not seem to be feigning madness, and finally let out a long sigh. No wonder the massage techniques of your flower kingdom are so exquisite, yet fail to flourish. There are reasons behind it. Chapter 36. The Counterattack of the Hidden Hand. Hubert ultimately failed to secure the clock service. Yet, he felt no profound disappointment. After all, it was not his loss. And he found himself unable to accomplish anything at the moment. Initially, he had intended for Carter and the others to enjoy a well-deserved respite. But it appeared that only a massage would suffice for relaxation. Lying side by side with Carter on the bed, they reveled in the ministrations of the technician behind them. Hubert had arranged for them to share a room specifically to discuss certain matters. Alas, I was too careless this time. I never anticipated that you would be ambushed by the Navy, resulting in the demise of so many brothers. It is not your fault. Had we followed your plan, we would have been safe. No one expected such a seemingly good-natured lad to betray us. Everyone has their moments of impulse. Did he not later come to regret his actions? Hubert mused with a hint of nostalgia. I instructed you to take care of him. Did you execute the order? It has been done. It serves as a warning to the brothers. At that moment, the technician unexpectedly applied pressure, eliciting a comfortable groan from Hubert, prompting him to fall silent. The individual they spoke of was, of course, Daika. Initially, Daika had been reluctant to harbor Jesse, the pirate, aboard the ship, opting instead to report him to the Navy, hoping they would apprehend Jesse. However, the Navy did not act as he envisioned. Not only did they capture Jesse, but they also launched a fierce assault on Hubert's vessel, resulting in numerous casualties. Although Daika eventually recognized his error and felt remorse, Hubert still commanded Carter to execute him before everyone, allowing Carter to reinforce his authority. Although Carter's reputation was already formidable, Hubert remained contemplative for a considerable time before speaking again. One must pay the price for their misdeeds. Indeed, Carter agreed, even if you, sir, had not made this decision, I would have recommended it. Hubert nodded thoughtfully, stating, so many brothers have perished, we cannot simply let their sacrifices fade away. They all have loved ones. Carter promptly replied, I have already compensated them. Each brother received a death benefit of 1 million Baileys. Hubert expressed a hint of surprise. Where did you procure such funds? Carter scratched his head and explained, it comes from savings I had set aside, along with some inherited wealth. After all, I have no use for it. As the first mate, it is only right to provide for the families of our fallen comrades. Hubert, who had kept his eyes closed, opened them and gazed intently at Carter for a moment before saying, you have done exceptionally well. It is my duty, Carter replied. Since you place your trust in me, I shall certainly endeavor to meet your expectations. Hobart was genuinely moved at this moment. He had truly found an exceptional first mate. Not only was the man usually adept at flattery, but now he was even sacrificing his own interests for the sake of duty, which genuinely took Hobart by surprise. This was no trivial sum of millions, far beyond what one could earn aboard the ship. He must have emptied his entire savings. With these matters settled, Hobart wasted no time dwelling on them and turned his attention to future plans. First and foremost, they couldn't keep relying on the Navy's warships. Though the Navy hadn't raised any objections, they were bounty hunters. If pirates spotted a naval vessel from miles away, they'd flee instantly. How would they make any money then? Now that he was preparing to enter the Grand Line, he needed a proper ship. An ordinary vessel simply wouldn't withstand the challenges ahead. From what he recalled, Roger S. Shipwright might still be alive at this point. Perhaps he could find a temporary ship and then seek the man's expertise in Water 7. Next came the matter of crew. Navigators, cooks, and other essential roles had to be filled. His time at sea wasn't just about hunting bounties and growing stronger. He intended to enjoy himself as well. He had no desire to handle everything alone, which was precisely why he had organized Carter and the others. After the battle on O'Hara, many crew members had perished, leaving numerous positions vacant. The most pressing need was a skilled navigator. An ordinary one wouldn't suffice in the Grand Line's unpredictable weather. Sudden gales and hailstorms would make the journey unbearable, and Hobart demanded a smooth, comfortable voyage. The most reliable navigators, of course, were the meteorologists from Skypiea. If the opportunity arose, he'd snatch a few. Then there was the matter of combatants. The current crew's strength was sorely lacking. They could bully their way through the West Blue, but in the Grand Line, even Carter, the strongest among them aside from Hobart himself, would be insignificant. They needed capable fighters. He had no intention of ending up like Trafalgar Law, with only the captain carrying the entire crew. As for the cook, the current one was passable, and Hobart wasn't particularly picky about food. The ship already had a doctor, and Jesse's medical skills had proven remarkably competent, far surpassing most physicians. Musicians and the like, however, remained a mystery for now. The road ahead was long and arduous. Hubert sighed, finding the organization's influence rather troublesome. However, the thought of setting out to sea alone like Hawkeye was equally unbearable for him. After a brief moment of contemplation, noon arrived, and Hubert, accompanied by a group, proceeded to a restaurant, eager for a hearty meal. Just then, the shrill sound of Carter's comms device pierced the air. Upon answering, Carter was met with Jesse's labored breathing on the other end. "Carter, do you have time now? It would be best if you could come over." "What has happened?" Hubert inquired, taking the comms device from Carter. "I've been attacked." The sight of shattered vessels scattered across the sea, bearing the scars of battle, filled them with alarm. "Who dares to act so boldly here? They truly disregard the might of our 8 treasures navy," Simon exclaimed indignantly, turning to Hubert. "Lord Hubert, I will ensure we apprehend the assailant." Hubert's expression was somewhat grim. He ignored him and turned to Jesse. "How are you faring?" "I'm fine." Once they realized I was of the nature affinity, the assailant departed. Hubert nodded thoughtfully, his concern for Jesse's safety minimal, given the latter's affinity for nature. What truly troubled him was that less than half a day after his departure, his ship had been attacked. This was an unabashed provocation. He surveyed his surroundings and settled in a spot, brushing his hand against the ground. Instantly, his palm was adorned with a glimmering, crystalline powder. "Did you catch a glimpse of the assailant?" he inquired. "No." Jesse pondered for a moment. The powder obscured the person's face, rendering it indistinct. "The leader of the pirates." Hubert realized with sudden clarity the identity of the individual who had assailed Jesse, the very mastermind behind the infamous incident involving the Flower Country pirates that he had encountered during his soul-searching. Previously, Hubert had wandered alone through the Flower Country, the only person of slight acquaintance being Alvia from the hospital, though their relationship was rather distant. Moreover, the hospital was situated in the capital, not far from the royal palace, making it difficult for the mastermind to act. Now, mere hours after Carter and his companions had arrived in the Flower Country, they had already fallen victim to an attack. "Is this your retaliation?" Hubert murmured. Chapter 37. New clues. Despite the troubling events, mealtime remained a necessity. With the ship destroyed and Jesse's laboratory lost, there was no need for him to tend to the vessel. Hubert accompanied Jesse to the Flower Country. The restaurant they had recently booked was still prepared to welcome them, and the group indulged in a hearty feast. After several rounds of drinks, Hubert let out a contented belch, reclining comfortably in his chair. Observing his subordinates and their playful antics brought him a sense of rare delight. It had been a long time since he had enjoyed drinking with others. Gatherings with the king had always felt somewhat stilted. Suddenly, Hubert's expression hardened as he approached one of his subordinates, reaching behind their collar and feeling the fabric. Observing the small amount of powder in his hand, he furrowed his brow. This was of the same composition as the powder he had discovered by the sea. Yet, how had it found its way to his subordinate's collar? Had the wind carried it there? Or was it a warning from the mastermind? Perhaps the mastermind was nearby, inadvertently leaving behind a trace? "Lord Hubert, what troubles you?" One of his subordinates, slightly inebriated, queried, noticing his distress. Hubert patted him on the shoulder and raised a glass, saying, "It's nothing, my brother, we have all worked hard this time. I raise my glass to you." His subordinates, taken aback, quickly raised their glasses to clink with Hubert's. Upon leaving the tavern, Hubert escorted everyone to the hotel. Although the house provided by the king was quite spacious, accommodating so many individuals proved somewhat challenging. Once everyone was settled, he strolled alone down the street, savoring the evening breeze. As night fell, the streets grew eerily quiet. After all, the underworld thrived in the darkness, and ordinary folk tended to keep their distance. A few young ruffians, seeing him meandering alone and inebriated, noted his decent attire and assumed they had stumbled upon an easy target. With a shared glance, they began to encircle him. Hubert cast a fleeting glance at the group, dismissing them with indifference. If they were to make a move, he would gladly allow them to burst forth with coins. Recently, he had been living off his past savings. Although he possessed considerable wealth, the absence of income left him feeling quite uncomfortable. As if on cue, the group encircled him. "Well, look at you, brother, living quite well," remarked a young thug. "Indeed. If you're doing so well, why not lend us a little something?" Another chimed in. "We don't need much. Just a few million berries will suffice." The group chuckled merrily as they spoke. Hubert glanced around, realizing all exits were obstructed by a group of individuals. A smirk curled at the corners of his mouth as he prepared to take action, only to be halted by an unexpected voice. "What are you doing?" A robust voice resonated from beyond Hubert's line of sight, as a burly man parted the throng and approached him directly. "Bait?" Hubert was taken aback, recognizing the man as the one who had previously attended to him at the foot massage parlor. "Lord Bait," several members of the underworld acknowledged in unison, saluting the newcomer. "What are you up to?" "Do you know who this is?" "This is Mr. Hubert, specially summoned by the king to deal with those troublesome pirates." Bait reprimanded the ruffians, then turned to Hubert, inquiring, "Mr. Hubert, are you unharmed?" "I am fine," Hubert replied. Hubert shook his head, expressing a hint of regret for not having caused a commotion among the few individuals present. At that moment, the small-time ruffians stood in stunned silence, fully aware of the trouble posed by pirates. They knew that even one of those pirates could be among the most formidable fighters within their Black Dragon society. How formidable, then, must this individual, who specialized in dealing with pirates, be? The ruffians felt a wave of trepidation wash over them. rendering them speechless as they remained rooted to the spot. Enough of this. After offering their apologies to Mr. Hubert, they hastily made their exit. Bate, having grasped the ruffian's intentions, was drenched in cold sweat. If these miscreants were to incite Hubert's wrath, it would be a mere trifle for him to obliterate the Black Dragon gang. Lord Hubert, we are but ignorant fools, unaware of your esteemed identity. Please do not take our transgressions to heart. The ruffians quickly implored. Hubert waved his hand dismissively, signaling them to leave. Noticing Hubert's lack of anger, Biter wiped the sweat from his brow and said, I sincerely apologize. My subordinates are rather thoughtless. Understood. Hubert did not press Biter further, as it seemed quite customary given the circumstances of the underworld. Observing the scent of alcohol emanating from Hubert, Biter inquired, Have you been drinking, Lord Hubert? Indeed, Hubert replied. Would you care to come to my residence to sober up? I happen to have some detoxifying tea prepared. Hubert initially contemplated declining the invitation, considering that Biter was merely a man, and his home held little allure. However, after a moment's reflection, he acquiesced, reasoning that further wandering might lead to unwanted attention. Biter, slightly embarrassed, offered a sheepish smile and guided Hubert towards his residence. Biter's abode was indeed quite opulent, befitting one of the highest-ranking officials in the illustrious nation of flowers. The house was a villa, exquisitely adorned, filled with items that exuded considerable value. The array of amenities was comprehensive. Had it been in a past life, it would likely have been appraised in the hundreds of millions. Hubert staggered over to the armchair and seated himself, prompting Bite to hurriedly fetch him a sobering tea. The moment Bite departed, Hubert promptly rose to his feet and commenced rummaging through his home. At first glance, Hubert found Bite remarkably familiar, yet he could not quite place him. His visit to Bite's residence was solely to seek out any possible clues. Before long, Bite approached with a tray of detoxifying tea. Hubert was discovered. Yet he felt no embarrassment. He had found what he sought. It was far simpler than he had imagined. Mr. Hubert, are you searching for something? Bate assumed Hubert was inebriated and placed a sobering tea on the table, intending to assist Hubert to bed. Hubert freed his hand from Biter's grasp and pointed to a photograph on the cabinet, inquiring, Is this your picture? Biter gazed at the image, a smile gracing his face. Indeed, I was just a little kid back then. Hubert continued, pointing to the figure standing beside Biter in the photo. And who is this? Biter's tone turned somewhat indifferent as he replied, that's my brother. Is he at home now? Hubert asked. No, he was taken away long ago. Biter paused momentarily before adding, He was the one who sent me to the underworld. Otherwise, I would not have embarked on this path. My original dream was to become a sailor. It was evident that Biter harbored some resentment regarding his association with the underworld. Well, that is also a form of life experience. At least you are doing well now. Who can predict what the future holds? Hubert slightly tilted his head and inquired, Do you know who took your brother away? Biter shook his head, stating, I have heard that he was taken by a significant figure from the 8 Treasurewater army. He has not returned since his departure, and he may well be dead by now. Hubert smiled subtly, implying that he should be living quite well. Biter's brother is indeed the one who eliminated the swordsman in prison. Chapter 38, Ma'ananami. Hubert left without having any hangover tea, leaving Bate in a state of bewilderment. Upon arriving at the 8 Treasurewater army, Hubert moved silently, not disturbing anyone, and made his way to the Green Pepper house. Just as he entered, a massive fist came rushing towards him from the darkness, accompanied by the glint of a bald head. With a swift motion, Hubert firmly caught the oncoming fist. It's me, he declared to halt the subsequent actions of Green Pepper. Upon hearing his voice, Green Pepper ceased his aggression and inquired softly, Oh, it's you, Hubert. What brings you here at such a late hour? You are aware of the recent activities of the King's Guard, aren't you? Of course, replied Green Pepper. It seems they are searching for someone and have even conducted searches at our 8 Treasurewater army. However, the specifics are unclear. They are being quite secretive about it. Hubert raised his head proudly and produced a portrait. Indeed, they were searching for someone, though he was uncertain if this individual was known to the other party. Hubert held a degree of trust in Green Pepper, as their friendship had spanned several years. Furthermore, in the original narrative, decades later, Green Pepper even ventured to dress Rosa to assist the king in investigating arms issues, making it implausible that he would tolerate the rampant pillaging of the flower country by pirates. Most importantly, it was unlikely that Green Pepper possessed such intricate scheming. After scrutinizing the portrait for a considerable time, Green Pepper shook his head and replied, I do not know him. I have never seen him before. Hubert anticipated the situation and remarked coolly, This is the individual who killed the swordsman in prison. What? Ching Tiao slammed his hand on the table and sprang to his feet, but Hubert quickly restrained him, placing a finger to his lips. Do not raise your voice. Keep it down. Suppressing his anger, Ching Tiao sat back down. Is it truly his doing? Do we have any leads on him? How dare he act on our territory? I shall personally eliminate him. I have already discovered that he is within the 8 Treasurewater army. Initially, a look of astonishment crossed Ching Tiao's face, which soon transformed into a resolute denial. Impossible. I have never encountered this individual. You may not recognize every member of the 8 Treasurewater army. And what I meant is that he is associated with your ranks, though he likely lacks formal registration. Listening to Hubert's words, Ching Tiao felt overwhelmed. What do you mean? Did you not just say he is one of our 8 Treasurewater army members? How could he not be registered? He was secretly recruited into the 8 Treasure Water Army and has likely remained unregistered ever since. Then how can you confirm he is one of us? I discovered that he was taken by a prominent figure of the 8 Treasure Water Army 7 years ago, and I witnessed him employing the 8 punches technique. Qingtiao's eyes widened in disbelief. Hubert continued, the 8 burst fist is a secret of your 8 treasures navy. Only a select few possess this skill. If we investigate who brought someone back 7 years ago, it would be rather easy to uncover the mastermind behind it, wouldn't it? Qingtiao fell silent, his mind racing with several figures at that moment. As Hubert had mentioned, those who could perform the 8 burst fist were indeed few, making them easily traceable. Noticing that Qingtiao grasped his intent, Hubert added, I have a plan that can divert the attention of the individuals pulling the strings while simultaneously allowing us to investigate the secrets surrounding the pirates' entanglement with the Kingdom of Flowers. However, it requires your cooperation. Qingqiu snapped back to reality and inquired, what is the plan? The following day, the 8 Treasures Navy arose early to commence their training. Under the immense pressure from the pirates, their training regimen intensified significantly. Sweat poured freely onto the ground, saturating the air with the vigor of youth and the pungent scent of perspiration. Was this truly the 8 Treasures Navy? It appeared rather lackluster, leaving much to be desired. As they trained, an incongruous sound suddenly pierced the atmosphere. The crowd turned in the direction of the noise to find a voluptuous woman standing at the entrance of the training ground. With her flowing orange hair cascading over her shoulders and clad in a flimsy garment that did little to conceal her impressive figure. She bore a skull tattoo on her left arm, marking her as a pirate. Her expression was one of utter disdain as she surveyed the 8 Treasures Navy. A person familiar with the tales of pirates would immediately recognize her as Nami. Of course, this was not the true Nami, as she had yet to be born. Instead, it was a manifestation created by Hubert using the mimic fruit. He initially intended to transform into a man, but realizing that his shape-shifting abilities had already been revealed, he decided it prudent to adopt an entirely different persona to allay any suspicions. Thus, he transformed into the likeness of Nami. Around him, the 8 Treasures Navy remained unfazed by the mockery, having grown numb to the taunts from the Navy that had come to challenge Qingqiao over the past month. Now, however, they found themselves rather intrigued by Hubert's portrayal of Nami, their gazes lingering with interest. What are you staring at? Continue your training, barked the instructor of the 8 Treasures Navy. What's this, instructor? You're looking too, someone boldly pointed out. Enraged, the instructor pointed at the outspoken cadet and commanded, you will run an extra 100 laps. No, please. Hubert felt a twinge of embarrassment under the scrutiny of others, and with a loud bellow, proclaimed, I've heard that your captain, Green Pepper, is worth 500 million berries. I must see for myself just how formidable he is. Bring him forth to meet his demise. Ha ha ha, is there another little one here to challenge me? I hope you possess some skill, lest I defeat you with but a mere flick of my hand. The voice of Green Pepper resonated from the lounge within the training ground, and shortly thereafter, his figure appeared swiftly on the training field. However, he stumbled momentarily, nearly losing his balance. What is going on? This woman is Hubert? No way. It must be a coincidence that she has come to provoke me. As Green Pepper pondered, he noticed Hubert casting him a knowing glance. Very well. It appears that this woman truly is Hubert. That child transformed into a woman is indeed quite fiery. As Hubert observed that Green Pepper was ready, he struck with swiftness. You, the old man who can only boast, your era has long since passed. Allow me to demonstrate the might of the new age. Green Pepper's face flushed crimson, sensing that Hubert's words carried an unexpected sincerity, as if they were not merely part of a performance. The two exchanged a powerful blow, resulting in Green Pepper staggering back several paces while Hubert was propelled far away. The pressure generated by their clash dissipated, sending the leaves on the ground swirling into the air. Hubert silently marveled at the prowess of Green Pepper's martial arts. Although he had not exerted his full strength, it was evident that Green Pepper had also held back. Such a level of skill surpassed that of Sakaski if one were to disregard the fruit's powers. Yet, this very scene left the onlooking 8 Treasure Navy astonished. The fact that this woman could withstand the might of Lord Green Pepper's fist was nothing short of remarkable. Among the usual challengers, only a select few could claim the ability to endure such force, and to think that a woman could achieve this was utterly unexpected. Hobart feigned a grave expression. Such formidable strength indeed befits a pirate with a 500 million bounty. It seems I must unveil my true capabilities, the Hana Hana no Mi. Chapter 39. The mastermind emerges. Hana Hana no Mi. With Hobart's resounding cry, countless arms materialized out of thin air, unfurling like blossoming petals. A tempest of fists rained down upon the training grounds with relentless fury. The others present, caught entirely off guard by Hobart's sudden assault, were sent sprawling in disarray. Damn it, this woman fights without honor. They cursed. She challenged Master Gyo, yet attacks us instead. Hubert paid no heed to the furious shouts of the naval officers. The 8 Treasure Navy should be grateful that he had not exerted himself too vigorously. Otherwise, the arena would now be stained with blood. However, Hubert's blows directed at Green Pepper were considerably more forceful, wielding a raw power that could rival that of Sakazuki. Encircled by Hubert's fists, Green Pepper remained remarkably composed. His extensive combat experience, though surprised by Hubert's diverse tactics, allowed him to respond swiftly. He deftly maneuvered to evade strikes, countering with his own fist when avoidance proved impossible. As Hubert's initial onslaught subsided, Green Pepper flashed a grin. "Little girl, are you done? Now it's my turn." With that, Green Pepper's figure flickered, appearing before Hubert. His massive fist hurtling towards Hubert's slender form. Hubert shielded himself with both hands while simultaneously summoning fists from the flower fruit to stealthily strike at the back of Qingjiao. Bang, bang, bang. Qingjiao landed a solid punch on Hubert, while simultaneously being pummeled by the fists conjured from the flower fruit. Hubert's body was propelled outward, rolling several times on the ground. Cough, cough, cough. After regaining his balance, Hubert lifted his gaze towards the Green Pepper. Despite being struck, the Green Pepper felt neither pain nor discomfort, as her physical prowess was quite formidable. Indeed, this woman might very well be the strongest challenger encountered thus far. Nevertheless, she was still being toyed with by the Green Pepper. Such a notion, however, was astonishing. She was so young and perhaps would one day surpass the Green Pepper. What nonsense are you spouting? The Green Pepper is the strongest. Meanwhile, the onlooking group of water warriors had already retreated to a safe distance, wary of another potential area attack from Hubert, which would surely spell trouble. Hubert wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, feeling slightly exhilarated. He gazed at Qingjiao and remarked, "The old fellow's physique is rather robust, but that is where it ends. Soon, you shall witness the might of a new era." Qingjiao chuckled heartily. "Ah ha ha, let's see what you, young rascal, are truly capable of." The two engaged in combat from morning until afternoon, their enthusiasm escalating with each exchange. Hubert exerted nearly all of his physical prowess, stopping just short of employing his haki. Qingjiao was similarly invested, almost igniting with genuine fervor. Fortunately, Hubert recalled his objective. After yet another clash, he gasped for breath, his chest heaving. Sweat cascaded down him like a waterfall, presenting the image of one who had expended all energy. Seeing Qingjiao approach again, he hastily interjected, "No more. No more. It is no wonder you are a notorious pirate with a bounty of 500 million berries. I am no match for you." Qingjiao, too, felt fatigued, contemplating Hubert's rapid progress. In the past, he could easily dominate Hubert, yet now, in their physical contest, he found himself at a disadvantage. Not to mention, Hubert possessed the abilities of a devil fruit. He was no longer his equal. He realized that Hubert's exhausted appearance was likely feigned. He surely retained some strength. For Hubert was indeed a Zoan-type devil fruit user, renowned for their stamina. Catching his breath, Qingjiao mused, "Age has its toll. My vitality wanes. If only I were in my youth, I could engage you without breaking a sweat. This era belongs to the youth." "Ha ha ha, not at all. Senior, your strength is truly formidable," Hubert humbly replied. "Ha ha ha, I maintain that Lord Qingjiao is the strongest." "Remarkable. Such power truly resembles that of a monster." To the other onlookers from the 8 Treasure Navy, this appeared as mere modesty following Qingjiao's victory, yet Hubert recognized the sincerity behind Qingjiao's sentiments. At over 50 years of age, Qingjiao had long departed from his prime, his stamina continuously diminishing. Despite minimal exertion, the prowess he had painstakingly cultivated was now slipping away from him. Ultimately, he found himself unable to contend even with Luffy's second gear. Hubert had yet to experience such a sensation, but he understood its discomfort. It was akin to watching the hard-earned berries he had accumulated dwindle away each day. Every time he spent money, Hubert wished for the luxury of acquiring it without cost, ideally with the merchant even providing a little extra. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Hubert bid farewell to Qingjiao. Exiting the training ground, Hubert feigned exhaustion, seeking refuge in a nearby inn where he collapsed onto the bed, devoid of any strength. The room remained dim, with no lights illuminated and the curtains drawn tightly. Yet, amidst this gloom, a faint luminescence gradually emerged, ultimately filling the space with a shimmering array of colors. A shadowy figure materialized beside Hubert's bed. Hubert opened his eyes, filled with caution, and inquired, "Who are you?" Do not be alarmed, replied the figure shrouded in powder, obscuring their true identity. Indeed, this was the mastermind Hubert had been relentlessly pursuing. His successful endeavor today, to orchestrate Nami's challenge against Green Pepper, was precisely aimed at luring out this individual. Hubert sprang from the bed, adopting an aggressive stance. "If you do not elucidate your intentions, I shall demonstrate the prowess of a pirate." The newcomer shrugged, signaling his lack of hostility. "Relax, I am also a pirate. You may call me Arthur." As he spoke, he revealed a tattoo on his back, a skull emblem, the insignia of a pirate. Hubert appeared to breathe a sigh of relief, his tension visibly dissipating. "Are you a pirate as well? What brings you to my quarters?" he demanded, his tone firm. "If you do not clarify your intentions, do not expect me to be courteous. I wish to extend an invitation for you to join my organization. I have no interest." Hubert replied without a moment's hesitation. Though that was indeed his underlying desire, he was acutely aware of the art of allure through restraint. One must not appear overly eager. Arthur, clearly anticipating Hubert's rejection, continued, "You went to challenge Green Pepper today, did you not? And you failed. Are you here to mock me?" Hubert's expression shifted to one of impatience. "Not at all. I observed your battle. Your prowess is exceptional. among the finest I have seen among women. You nearly bested Green Pepper. If you were to join my organization, I could assist you in becoming even stronger. Hubert, with a lack of enthusiasm, remarked. I have no interest. Having spent so much time at sea, I've never heard of anyone being able to assist others in becoming stronger. You can go deceive some naive newcomers. Don't come to me. Arthur's laughter was somewhat peculiar. I assure you, this is no deception. Chapter 40. To Hubert's listening to Arthur's unsettling cackle, Hubert shuddered. That sound felt extraordinarily disreputable. Hubert, suppressing his nausea, remarked, Oh, if that isn't a ruse. Do you truly possess the ability to enhance my strength? Indeed, Arthur replied, extending his hand to produce a mouse from seemingly nowhere. Observe closely as I demonstrate my power. As his words echoed, a flurry of powder surged into the mouse's body. It began to radiate with vibrant hues, resembling a toy. Gradually, the brilliance faded, revealing that the mouse had grown significantly in size. Its flesh became taut, exuding an impressive muscularity. It felt akin to a transformation from Jerry into a formidable cousin. Upon releasing the mouse, it darted away, astonishingly crashing through the wall to escape. Hubert appeared utterly bewildered. Goodness, the effects are so immediate. No wonder the brothers from the Eight Treasures Water Army kept mentioning that the pirates seemed to have grown stronger. This principle explains it all. Moreover, if Hubert's conjecture is correct, this powder is indeed under Arthur's control. Should it enter one's body, it would enhance strength but simultaneously pose a threat from Arthur. This elucidates why those who previously challenged the Green Pepper and failed, once carefree pirates, later resorted to troublemaking. As long as they succumbed to the temptation of enhanced power and allowed Arthur's powder to infiltrate their bodies, they would be compelled to obey his commands. Observing Hubert's stunned expression, Arthur assumed she was intrigued and seized the opportunity to press on. So, do you believe me now? Your innate strength is not vastly different from the Green Pepper's. With my assistance to augment your power, you could swiftly return and vanquish him. Surely, being defeated by that old fool has been a source of great distress for you. Such an antiquated wretch ought to be eliminated sooner rather than later. Even if you cannot best him alone, I am willing to collaborate with you. Together, his demise is assured. Hubert feigned hesitation for a moment before saying, You may join. But as for seeking revenge, I must decline. I have been bested by him, and I accept that defeat. I have no desire to vanquish him. With a sigh, Hubert added, Furthermore, I am in need of rest. Very well, Arthur replied with a smile. After such a prolonged battle, you certainly require recuperation. Allow me to assist you in becoming stronger. With greater strength, your recovery will undoubtedly accelerate. Agreed. Hubert responded without a trace of hesitation. Once Hubert had been empowered, Arthur's demeanor shifted to one of arrogance. Ha ha ha, since you have chosen to align with me, I shall escort you to the base in the Land of Flowers. After escaping from the Grand Line, you are the mightiest ally I have recruited. Once you have adequately rested, the likelihood of my plans succeeding will increase significantly. With a mischievous chuckle, Arthur whispered, Moreover, your physique is quite impressive, indeed. Hubert shivered slightly, pretending not to hear the words behind him, and coldly remarked, I never said I would comply with your plan. Hehehe, we shall see when the time comes. Arthur chose not to engage in a debate. For in his eyes, Hubert had already become his personal possession. He opened the window, and at that moment, it was lunchtime, with a cacophony of voices resonating outside. However, Arthur remained unfazed. He first released a cloud of powder and then grasped Hubert's hand, leaping out. Upon their descent, they did not fall within the powder. Hubert vaguely perceived what appeared to be a pair of wings fluttering, a truly ethereal sight. Beneath them, the throngs of people remained oblivious to this extraordinary phenomenon. Hubert gazed pensively at the surrounding powder. It was no wonder that so many pirates had silently allied themselves with Arthur. Evidently, this powder played a crucial role. Enveloped by the powder, Hubert could not discern the scenery around him, unaware of the direction in which Arthur was leading him. All he knew was that it did not seem far, as Arthur had not flown for long. Upon landing, Arthur retracted the powder, allowing Hubert to finally perceive his surroundings. It was a cavernous space, yet it was not shrouded in darkness. A mysterious light source illuminated the entire cave with a gentle glow, and the walls were adorned with symbols that Hubert could not comprehend. Nevertheless, being Robin's childhood companion and having spent considerable time in O'Hara, he recognized these as ancient scripts. Surrounding him were a few individuals. Hubert had conducted extensive research over the past few days and was aware that these individuals were notorious pirates who had previously challenged the formidable Green Pepper, each boasting a significant bounty. It appeared that this place was reserved for the elite. Hobart observed the inscriptions on the wall with curiosity and inquired, What are these markings? Arthur offered no reply to his question, responding icily instead, Some inquiries are best left unasked. TCH, Hobart felt a flicker of irritation. This man had not carried himself with such aloofness before. How swiftly his demeanor had shifted the moment those powders took effect within him. A truly detestable character. Yet Hobart refrained from acting. Arthur was now entirely within his grasp, a pawn to be maneuvered for greater knowledge. Arthur gestured toward an unoccupied cot in the corner. Rest there, he instructed. You have 3 days to recover and acquaint yourself with your newfound strength. After that, we move. You will play a pivotal role in my designs. Now, I must return. Lingering too long invites suspicion. Without granting Hobart the chance to protest, Arthur vanished into the shadows. Hubert shrugged helplessly, still pondering what other plans to inquire about. As he turned his head, he noticed a group of pirates gazing intently at him. TSK, 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 new arrivals once more. And what a beauty she is. It seems Arthur holds you in high regard, even offering you his own bed. Ha ha ha. Such a lovely creature would certainly catch my eye as well. The pirates had been observing from the very beginning, and as soon as Arthur departed, they erupted into playful banter. Hubert looked at them and chuckled. Do you know what Arthur's plan is? Ha ha ha, we are merely dogs in Arthur's service. How could we possibly know his intentions? All we need to do is follow his commands. A hint of melancholy laced the pirate's tone. Hubert was acutely aware that these individuals were under some form of control and preferred to investigate the matter himself rather than inquire further. Thus, he ventured into the corridor recently vacated by Arthur, which was shrouded in a fine powder. Tentatively, he extended his hand to touch it, causing the powder to swirl violently. This prompted him to retreat several paces, sensing the powder within him stirring restlessly. A pirate observing his actions remarked, "It appears that Arthur has yet to train you. My dear, unless he personally grants you your freedom, there is no way you shall escape. Here, you are but a pet in his care." "I have no intention of leaving," Hubert replied with a faint smile, returning to the cave to study the inscriptions on the walls. The pirates found his demeanor peculiar. They had expected a formidable presence based on Arthur's words, yet he appeared so composed, a stark contrast to what one would expect from a true warrior. Meanwhile, in Orvia's hospital room, an unexpected visitor arrived, another Hubert. Chapter 41. Orvia's discharge. In the original narrative, the flower fruit was consumed by Robin, leading many sea fans to lament its loss, claiming that in the hands of Garp, it would have been an invincible force. However, Hubert discovered otherwise upon its use. The exertion of the flower fruit was immensely taxing, demanding a significant allocation of energy to control each limb conjured from its essence. This required not only a keen instinct for combat but also extraordinary mental acuity. Hobart did not believe that the formidable Carp could skillfully develop this fruit. Furthermore, the cultivation of such fruits is exceedingly demanding, particularly for the Paramecia type. Mastering them is a formidable challenge. Had Carp devoted his efforts to the development of the devil fruit, he might not have attained his current prowess in martial arts. Under the influence of the original work, Hubert effortlessly developed certain abilities, such as the duplication technique previously employed by Robin. Robin primarily utilized this technique as a means of escape, employing it as a form of substitution. However, Hubert believed that it could be repurposed as a way for his duplicates to assist him in various tasks. The body that Arthur took away was, in fact, one of his duplicates, which is why he felt emboldened to allow Arthur's powder to enter his body. The effects of the devil fruit are exceedingly unpredictable, and he dared not take such risks himself. Upon seeing Hubert enter his hospital room, Olvia set down the book she had been reading and inquired, "What brings you here? Did you not visit just yesterday? Is it not permissible to miss you?" Hubert casually replied. Olvia felt a rush of warmth flush her cheeks as she softly responded, "What are you saying?" In recent days, Hubert had frequently visited her, often bringing along an array of books, which filled her with delight. Remembering Hubert's brave act of saving O'Hara, coupled with his striking appearance, she found herself developing a fondness for him. Yet, she refrained from acting on these feelings as her future plans revolved around spending her remaining days with her daughter, leaving no room for romance. Hubert did not engage in excessive teasing, although he had found this woman intriguing for quite some time. He was merely 7 years old now and felt powerless. He retrieved a piece of paper from his pocket and placed it before Olvia. Hubert inquired, "Do you know what is written on this?" Seeing that Hubert sought her insight, Olvia felt a twinge of disappointment. But she quickly composed herself and began to examine the note that Hubert had brought. The paper was filled with densely packed characters, all inscribed by Hubert through his doppelganger. As Olvia scrutinized the text, her expression grew increasingly serious, and her excitement intensified. "Where did this come from?" she exclaimed, setting down the note and eagerly grasping Hubert's hand. Hubert shook his head and replied, "You need not concern yourself with the source." Olivia's spirits immediately dampened as she inquired, "Is this the purpose of your visit to the Land of Flowers?" "Oh." Hobart listened with curiosity to Olivia's words, as if the content contained the purpose of Arthur's journey to the Land of Flowers. He pressed on, "What exactly does it say?" "I don't know," she replied. "You don't know?" Hobart was taken aback. "Do you think me a fool?" Seeing the expression in Hobart's eyes, Olivia insisted, "I truly do not know. The writing on this note is not very clear, and some parts are indecipherable. It would be best to see it in person." "Is that so?" Hobart scrutinized Olivia with skepticism. "This is precisely what my doppelganger observed. How could there be discrepancies? Could it be that the distance from the doppelganger affected the signal?" Olivia's gaze faltered slightly, yet she maintained, "It is indeed true. However, that location is somewhat perilous, and you have yet to fully recover from your injuries." Hobart sensed that Olivia might be concealing the truth, yet he chose not to confront her. He was well aware of her unwavering dedication to historical research. If she were not allowed to investigate, it would likely leave her restless for a lifetime. Moreover, having spent so long in the hospital, she deserved a chance to venture outside, and he believed he could ensure her safety. Realizing Hobart had relented, Olivia quickly added, "It's fine. I am nearly recovered now, and my companions and I have faced numerous dangers while exploring historical texts before. Very well. Then I shall assist you with your discharge. We shall head to that location at once. Hobart nodded in agreement and stepped out of the ward to process Olivia's discharge paperwork at the hospital reception. Olivia, perhaps overwhelmed by confinement or eagerly yearning for the world beyond the written words, took the initiative to leave the ward herself. She observed Hobart as he completed the formalities. And then they exited together. The nurse who assisted them with the paperwork gazed at their departing figures, her expression filled with a lingering melancholy. The medical expenses for Hubert and his companion remain unpaid. Although Hubert suggested that they seek assistance from the king, the hospital is inherently a royal establishment. What difference would it make to approach the king? Would he truly offer his aid? After a lapse of more than half a month, Olivia once again found herself atop Hubert's form. Hubert initially suggested a leisurely stroll, believing there was no rush. And it would also allow Olivia to explore the land of flowers. After all, do women not delight in shopping? Following the events in Ohala and the prolonged stay in the hospital, a period of rest would indeed be beneficial. However, Olivia was clearly no ordinary woman. She insisted that Hubert transform into a dragon and fly over, revealing her eagerness to witness the inscriptions. Despite the time he and his companion spent adrift at sea in search of historical information, their capabilities were rather limited, often leading them to engage in a battle of wits against the capricious weather, resulting in a rather unsatisfactory experience. The clue Hubert had now discovered was far more exhilarating than any she had previously encountered. The currents of air rushed past his ears as Hubert soared at remarkable speed. Although Arthur's powder obscured the senses of his doppelganger, preventing him from perceiving the path ahead, he could still sense the position of his alter ego and proceed directly. In truth, if one wishes to see something, one need not fabricate excuses to deceive me. Feel free to express your desires openly. Suddenly, Hubert's voice reached Olivia's ears, causing her to momentarily freeze, followed by a sense of awkwardness. It seemed she had indeed been discovered. Hubert, noticing her silence, continued, I'm aware of your deep desire to engage closely with those ancient texts, which have been the object of your lifelong pursuit. Simply tell me, and I shall take you to see them. Olivia softly replied, tightening her embrace around Hubert's neck with a newfound intensity. Hobart also sensed the intensifying force of Olivia, a faint smile gracing his lips. However, Olivia, positioned behind him, was oblivious to it. Even if she were aware, in his dragon form, she could discern no expression. Now, could you enlighten me about the contents of those writings? Olivia fell silent for a moment, seemingly gathering her thoughts. After a while, she spoke. Do you recall the 2 books you first presented to me? Hubert reflected for a moment and inquired, is this about the history of the Flower Kingdom? Indeed. The history of the Flower Kingdom speaks of a vanished treasure, which may very well be a clue to its whereabouts. Chapter 42. Entering the cave, historical records reveal that the Flower Kingdom once languished in desolation, its lands parched and in ruins. The lives of its people were filled with hardship, and even the king endured great privation. In a bid to alter this dire circumstance, the king dispatched the mightiest warrior of the time, Star, to seek divine assistance across the seas. Star, accompanied by the last 300 warriors of the Flower Kingdom, left their homeland, enduring untold hardships while steadfastly holding on to their mission. Perhaps it was their unwavering resolve that moved the divine, for they were indeed bestowed with power, which they carried back to the Flower Kingdom. By that time, however, only Star remained of the initial 300 warriors. With the divine strength at his disposal, the surviving Star transformed the barren wasteland into a verdant haven, suitable for life. Gradually, the Flower Kingdom grew in strength, becoming a formidable force in the region. Star earned the respect of all its inhabitants. He later established a naval force, the precursor to what would eventually become the 8 Treasure Navy. Yet, just as the Flower Kingdom was on the rise, Star mysteriously vanished, taking the divine power with him, leaving no trace behind. Legends tell that he concealed the divine strength within a treasure, awaiting future generations to uncover it. The text before Hubert was indeed a clue related to this treasure. Listening to Olivia recount this tale with eloquence, Hubert licked his lips. Divine beings? Do they truly exist? In his earthly realm, Hubert would have dismissed their existence. Even if they did, a nuclear bomb would render them powerless. However, in the world of pirates, the situation was less certain. At this moment, Hubert leaned more towards the belief that it was a manifestation of a devil fruit's power. Lost in thought, Hubert followed the sensation from his doppelganger. Arriving at a location not far from the town, nestled within a forested mountain, Hubert descended, swiftly locating the entrance. The entrance appeared relatively new, as if it had only recently been unearthed. At that moment, the entire entryway was enveloped in a swirling dust, which seemed to dance with a life of its own. Olivia, entranced by the kaleidoscopic, ethereal powder, could not resist the urge to reach out and touch it, only to be abruptly pulled back by Hubert. Hubert gazed at her with a look of perplexity, then picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it towards the cave entrance. As it approached, the previously tranquil powder erupted into a frenzy, shattering and disintegrating the stone in an instant. The fist-sized rock transformed into a fine dust, dispersing into the air. Ah! Olivia exclaimed in sudden realization. She then cast a grateful glance at Hubert. Had he not pulled her back in time, her fate might have mirrored that of the stone. Thank you. Hubert shook his head and said, There is no need for thanks. It is my duty to ensure your safety now that I have brought you out. From this moment forward, I shall be your dedicated bodyguard. Olivia, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, I appreciate your assistance. Hubert arrived at the entrance and struck the powder with a decisive punch. The powder, caught off guard by the assault, was instantly dispersed. Nearby, Olivia silently marveled at Hubert's strength. This was powder capable of decomposing stone, yet it was rendered utterly harmless in his hands. Inside the room, numerous pirates stood ready, all vigilant as they eyed the doorway. Only one remained unperturbed, Hubert's clone. Observing the clone lying motionless on the bed, one pirate could not restrain a scornful remark. Can't you see the enemy approaching? What are you doing, you foolish woman? Have you gone daft? The clone, however, remained unaffected. Olivia, witnessing the pirate's aggressive demeanor, instinctively readied herself for battle, having encountered her fair share of pirates during her time at sea. Yet, upon gazing at Hubert standing resolutely before her, and recalling his previous words, she relaxed her stance and took shelter behind him, watching Hubert maintain his composure in the face of the pirates. A faint smile graced her lips. Kill. Hubert made no move, merely uttering a soft remark. In the next instant, the doppelganger, previously lying motionless on the bed, sprang to life and swiftly dispatched the individual who had been chiding him. What do you intend to do? You mad woman! You have been exposed to Arthur's powder. Have you considered the consequences? Cursed be Arthur for allowing anyone entry without a thorough investigation into their background. How could an undercover agent infiltrate our midst? Regardless of the pirates' attempts at persuasion, Hubert's doppelganger showed no mercy. In a matter of moments, he sent the pirates to their doom. At that moment, a gentle breeze wafted into the cave, stirring the previously settled powder once more. Hubert sensed something amiss and swiftly pulled Olivia into his embrace. Stumbling slightly as she was drawn closer, Olivia steadied herself, only to find a figure shrouded in powdery mist standing before her. It was none other than Arthur. Hubert had anticipated his appearance, and his reaction was quite timely. In Hubert's view, Arthur's powder bore a striking resemblance to his own floral fruit, both capable of remote sensing. The powder at the entrance not only restricted entry and exit but also served as a warning. If anyone attempted to breach it, Arthur would sense it immediately and respond accordingly. You truly astonish me, Arthur remarked, refraining from attack as he gazed toward Hubert's doppelganger. I never imagined you would be an undercover agent. Yet, did you truly fail to realize that my powder could take your life at any moment? Olivia watched the enigmatic Arthur lean closer to Hubert while glancing at the doppelganger in the distance. Like Arthur, she regarded the doppelganger as an undercover operative, and a sense of frustration welled up within her. This undercover agent was not only formidable, having swiftly dealt with numerous vicious pirates, but also possessed remarkable physical allure. The towering figure, reminiscent of a basketball player, weighed heavily on her, a woman with a relatively modest bust. To be fair, Olivia's own assets were not insignificant. After all, she had given birth to someone as curvaceous as Robin. Yet, when compared to Hubert's doppelganger, which was crafted in the likeness of Nami, she felt somewhat overshadowed. Who is this woman? Or rather, what is her connection to Hubert? This thought surfaced in Olivia's mind. Not only she, but Arthur too harbored similar doubts. The doppelganger remained expressionless in the face of Arthur's threat. Although Arthur was shrouded in mist, Hubert could still discern a hint of discomfort on his face. I offer you a chance. Join me in confronting this scoundrel Hubert, and I shall spare your life. Otherwise, a mere thought from me could send you to join the recently deceased pirates. Arthur attempted to entice her, while the doppelganger had eliminated all other pirates. This only further underscored her value. She alone was worth more than all the other pirates combined. If he could win her over, Arthur's plans would still hold promise. Listening to Arthur's overture, a smirk appeared on the doppelganger's lips as she spoke her first words since the beginning. You may attempt it. Chapter 43. Observations and Assassinations? What? Arthur asked, a hint of unease creeping into his voice as he observed the smirk on Hubert's doppelganger. The doppelganger replied coldly. Did you not claim you could kill me in an instant? You may attempt it. Do you truly believe I jest? Arthur, now incensed, wasted no time in unleashing his abilities. He had already discerned that his attempt to sway her would likely fail. As his powers activated, the surrounding powder erupted into chaos. And in the next moment, the doppelganger exploded into countless petals that scattered through the air. Watching the flowers drift away, Arthur's expression turned rigid, soon followed by a grimace. Good, 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 he exclaimed, repeating the word thrice, his gaze fixed on Hubert, whose face had turned ashen. I had no idea her abilities possessed such an effect. No wonder you chose her to act as an undercover agent. It truly is comprehensive. Hubert chuckled. So? What do you wish to do now? Fight to the bitter end, or flee in disgrace, never to return to the land of flowers? Arthur replied in a somber tone. Do you believe victory is already within your grasp? Allow me to test the depths of your confidence. With that, Arthur soared towards the cave's entrance, simultaneously releasing a cloud of powder from his form. Hubert also ventured outside, as they were all reluctant to disturb the sanctity of the cave. Upon stepping out, they found themselves enveloped in a cloud of powder, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. The enchanting yet terrifying powder resembled a celestial canopy of hell. Arthur, who had just emerged from the cave, concealed himself within the swirling powder. At this moment, Hubbard had transformed into a dragon, carrying Olivia upon his back. With a mighty flap of his wings, he stirred a tempest, attempting to disperse the swirling powder. However, his efforts bore little fruit. As soon as some of it was blown away, new particles swiftly emerged to take their place. He could only maintain a clear area of about 1 meter around him, beyond which he could not exert control. "Feel the might of my power, refuse of the western sea," came Arthur's triumphant voice from within the dust. Upon hearing the voice, Hubert immediately dashed toward its source. He reached his maximum velocity, yet still missed his target. "Ha ha ha, are you already anxious?" Arthur's voice echoed from the other side. His speed equally impressive. Hubert realized that relying solely on speed to overpower him would not suffice. Acknowledging this, Hubert composed himself, keeping his wings in motion to prevent the powder from encroaching, hovering in midair. Since an offensive approach was unfeasible, he decided to wait for Arthur to make the first move, ready to act with the keen perception granted by his observation haki. As long as Arthur launched an attack, he would inevitably reveal a flaw. Indeed, it wasn't long before Arthur initiated his assault. A glimmer of cold light suddenly appeared, piercing directly toward Hubert's head. Hubbard hurriedly evaded, yet the gleam of the sword still left a crimson mark upon his body. At last, he beheld Arthur in his entirety, adorned with a mask and wielding a sharp spear. It was that very spear which had pierced him, its tip still oozing with blood. Only now did Olivia, standing behind Hubbard, realize he had been wounded, exclaiming in alarm, "Are you all right?" Hubert shook his head, a grim expression etched upon his face. To his astonishment, his observation haki had failed to detect Arthur's attack entirely. This was nothing short of terrifying. It was not merely a case of his observation haki being overwhelmed. He had genuinely sensed nothing at all. As far as Hubert was aware, such a capability seemed to belong to only one individual, the formidable red-haired Shanks of the Four Emperors. Shanks's unparalleled conqueror's haki had awakened within him a new ability, observation kill. This unique ability rendered observation haki ineffective. Without question, possessing the prowess of observation kill would make it a trivial task to eliminate Hubert. After a moment of calm reflection, Hubert realized something was amiss. If Arthur possessed observation kill, why would he be so hesitant in dealing with a mere flower kingdom? With such an ability, wouldn't he be invincible upon the seas? Swiftly, from amidst the powder, Arthur's voice emerged, laced with a tone reminiscent of praising a child. Hubert coldly remarked, "Are you the one possessing the moth fruit ability?" Arthur, with an air of arrogance, replied, "Indeed, I am the user of the moth fruit, a mythical zoan type. I wonder if you, a native of the West Sea, are aware of what a mythical zoan is." Such a superior tone elicited a hint of amusement from Hubert, as he had long anticipated Arthur's mythical zoan abilities. He inquired, "How is it that you can disregard my observation haki while attacking me?" "Observation haki? What is that?" Arthur responded, bewildered. "Hubert, are you so exceptional that you are unaware of observation haki?" It seems that his method of suppressing observation haki is certainly not akin to the red-haired's version of observation kill. It must be something entirely absent from the original work. It is highly probable that it is a power derived from a devil fruit. This thought prompted Hubert to recall something. In his previous life, he had come across an intriguing piece of knowledge. At night, bats emit ultrasonic waves to locate moths for predation. In response, moths have evolved countermeasures to evade the bats. It is quite conceivable that Arthur has developed his ability to disregard observation haki based on this principle. What a divine skill it is. The situation has become increasingly enigmatic. If Hubert were alone, he could easily endure against Arthur, confident that he would discern the patterns in Arthur's attacks and retaliate. However, he is currently accompanied by Olivia. Without the aid of observation haki during combat, he cannot guarantee Olivia's safety. At this point, Hubert began to contemplate retreat. With a powerful flap of his wings, he ascended skyward. Yet, Arthur would not allow him to escape so effortlessly. Sensing Hubert's intent, he launched an assault towards Olivia. Fortunately, Hubert reacted swiftly, evading just in time. The spear struck his back, sparing Olivia from harm. "What happened? Just a moment ago, you seemed so self-assured, yet now you appear to be fleeing," Arthur mocked. "This is troublesome." Hubert now found himself in a precarious predicament. He should be faster than Arthur, as evidenced by his earlier evasion of Arthur's attack. However, the journey to escape was fraught with the likelihood of Arthur landing a few strikes. If he were to miss one evasion, Olivia would not withstand a blow. Olivia, aware of the dire situation, expressed her regret. "I apologize, Hubert. It was my insistence to accompany you. Perhaps you should leave first and not worry about me." Hubert returned to the ground, chuckling gently. "Ha ha ha. It was I who promised to bring you here. What fault do you have? Did I not mention along the way? I am now your dedicated bodyguard. How could I abandon you and flee?" Olivia felt a touch of warmth and said nothing, merely drawing closer to Hubert. Meanwhile, Arthur found himself in a rather precarious situation. Hubert's abilities overshadow his own in every aspect, and if circumstances allowed, he would prefer Hubert to depart. However, from his perspective, there lies a lurking external ally beyond the powder, Hubert's doppelganger. He fears that once Hubert emerges from the powder, he might conspire with his duplicate to eliminate him. In Chapter 44, the counterattack, realizing that escape from the powder is not an option, Hobart resorts to threatening. I have already notified Green Pepper. He will be here shortly. Are you certain you wish to linger here with me? Initially, Arthur contemplated retreating, but upon hearing Hobart's words, he felt a surge of indignation. It was akin to feeling the urge to tidy up your home only for your mother to suddenly demand that you do so. In that instant, you might think, let those who care about chores do them. I refuse to partake. Arthur replied, I may not have any means to deal with you, but the time it takes for Green Pepper to arrive is ample for me to eliminate you along with that woman. Hubert felt a sense of helplessness, for this was precisely what he had feared. The Olivia upon his back seemed to tremble with a hint of fear upon hearing his words. Although Olivia had just urged Hubert to abandon her and flee, having resigned herself to the prospect of death. Who can truly let go when confronted with the reality of mortality? Is it not the original work that famously exclaims, quickly, tell me you wish to live? Hubert sensed Olivia's trembling and comforted her, saying, fear not, I shall protect you. With that, he shook his body, allowing Olivia, who was on his back, to slide down to the ground. Hubert then lowered himself, enveloping Olivia with his wings. From the sky, Arthur looked down at the scene and mocked, ha ha ha. How absurd. Do you truly believe you can protect a woman in such a manner? Standing still like this, serving as my target. How long do you think you can endure? Hubert remained unresponsive, maintaining his stance. Observing that he seemed truly immobile, Arthur charged towards him. With his spear brandished, he thrust it downwards towards Hubert's heart. Clang. The spear met Hubert's skin with a sound reminiscent of metal colliding. Astonishingly, the sharp spear failed to pierce the flesh. What is this? Arthur inquired, filled with bewilderment. Hubert scoffed. Did you not claim that I am an indigenous of the West Sea? How is it that you cannot even recognize Haki? What he wielded was indeed Haki. It had been half a month since his battle with Akainu, and with the aid of the Haki training manual, he had successfully cultivated his Haki. He had also come to understand the side effects of the tears of the angel researched by Jesse. The use of the tears would render his Haki training significantly more arduous. During this half-month, he devoted equal time to mastering both Haki and observation Haki. His observation Haki had already reached level 2, while his armament Haki barely surpassed level 1, making the progress noticeably sluggish. Such a low level of armament Haki could not envelop his entire body, and Arthur's ability, akin to observation kill, prevented Hubert from preemptively coating the areas under attack with armament Haki. Thus, Hubert opted to shield only his vital areas with armament Haki, leaving the rest to chance. Armament Haki? Arthur was momentarily taken aback, then murmured to himself, could it be that technique? In a fit of fury, he shouted, no? How could a wretched native like you possess such formidable techniques? It must be a fabrication. Although in the original narrative, Haki seemed commonplace. In the first half of the Grand Line, few could wield armament Haki. Even those who could seldom shared their knowledge. Luffy learned Haki only under Rayleigh's guidance. Prior to that, he had never even heard of such a concept. Of course, many believed that Oda had not yet fully developed the concept of Haki at that time. Arthur roared as his spear relentlessly lunged toward Hubert. Thrust, thrust, thrust. With no armament Haki to bolster him in other areas, Hubert found his body punctured by several strikes. Ha! I told you. How could a native possess such powerful techniques? It turns out you can only guard one area. You are still just a native. Merely fortunate enough to have stumbled upon a training method. Ha! Realizing his attacks were effective, Arthur erupted into a frenzied laugh and continued his assault. Meanwhile, with Hubert no longer fanning the dust, it surged around, beginning to violently erode his body. A sharp pain coursed through Hubert, causing him to gasp. His head was shielded by his wings, but Olivia, noticing his pallor, expressed her concern. Are you all right? Are you truly okay? And no, I'm fine. Hubert gritted his teeth against the pain. Protected from the outside scene, Olivia could still sense Hubert's suffering. She murmured softly, it's all my fault for insisting on coming out. And O'Hara as well, now too. At this moment, Hubert was entirely absorbed in the external chaos, oblivious to her voice. Even if he had heard it, it would have been of no consequence. Outside, Arthur continued to taunt. Huh? Are you truly going to cower like a turtle? Just moments ago, you, the fortunate native, seemed so full of bravado. Damn native, how long can you endure? Let us see whether the Green Pepper arrives first, or if you, the lucky native, perish. Each utterance was laden with the term native, revealing Arthur's palpable sense of superiority. Since learning that Hubert possessed the ability of armed color dominance, it appeared that Arthur had suffered some blow, resulting in a frenzied demeanor. Relentless assaults rained down upon Hubert, the coarse dragon hide nearly torn asunder, with deep punctures appearing at intervals, a testament to the strikes from Arthur's lance. Hubert was nearing his breaking point, blood ceaselessly flowing and his head growing dizzy. His efforts to shield Olivia with his wings were becoming increasingly feeble. Damn native, perish. Arthur's attack surged once more, yet this time, Hubert, who had been enduring the blows, suddenly erupted in ferocity. He snapped his jaws at the empty air, and in the next moment, Arthur's body collided directly with his gaping maw. The chilling sound of crunching echoed, as Hubert's bloodied teeth gazed regretfully at the swirling dust, wondering, had he truly escaped? How did you know I would strike there? Arthur's voice emanated from the powder, filled with disbelief. Was it difficult? Hubert replied nonchalantly. I was not merely enduring the blows. Your attacks are exceedingly easy to decipher. I had already discerned your patterns. Had it not been for the intent to lower your guard, I would have struck long ago. Now that the green pepper has arrived, while my attack may not be lethal, it will undoubtedly hinder your speed. You missed your chance to flee. Now, escaping will be a challenge. Blood continued to drip from Hubert, his wings sagging in exhaustion, presenting the image of a wounded warrior at his limit. Nevertheless, Arthur hesitated to press the attack further. He was now intimidated by Hubert's resolve. Chapter 45, The Arrival of the Green Pepper. Olivia watched from the sidelines. The skin on Hubert's back had been entirely worn away by the powder, revealing only blood and flesh. The dragon gasped heavily, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Yet there was no trace of fear in its demeanor. Shielding her beneath its body, its eyes glinted with determination, contemplating how to counterattack during Arthur's next assault. Arthur hovered in the air, momentarily silent, hesitant to make a move, and could only retreat into the distance. Damn the natives, wait for me. Having acquired the power of the divine, I shall ensure your demise. Hubert stood motionless, unable to intervene. Although he intended to persuade Arthur to stay, he was acutely aware of his own deteriorating condition, feeling a profound sense of helplessness. The surrounding dust gradually dispersed, and the sky returned to its former tranquility, as if no disturbance had ever occurred. Upon witnessing Arthur's departure, Hubert vigilantly scanned his surroundings, only exhaling in relief when he finally spotted Qingtiao's silhouette. Overcome by exhaustion, he collapsed to the ground, his dragon form reverting to that of a human, lying amidst a pool of blood. Olivia was startled and hurried over, embracing Hubert's frail body. While his dragon form had appeared relatively intact, in human form, his injuries were truly harrowing. Not a single patch of healthy flesh adorned his entire back. Veins and even bones were starkly exposed, presenting a grim picture of imminent peril. As Olivia beheld his dire state, tears welled up uncontrollably in her eyes. How could this happen? Am I a harbinger of calamity? Why? Hubert gently caressed her face and said softly, It's nothing, merely minor injuries. Arthur was struck by me in the end. His wounds are more severe than mine, and he lacks the armament hockey to protect his vital points. Olivia assumed Hubert was offering her comfort. She remained silent, merely stifling her sobs against him. Green Pepper swiftly arrived at the scene, his expression tinged with concern upon witnessing Hubert's condition. However, unlike Olivia, he was well aware of Hubert's remarkable regenerative abilities. Though the injuries appeared alarming, they were not life-threatening, merely troublesome due to excessive blood loss. He urged the attending doctor behind him to hasten their arrival. Upon receiving Hubert's call for assistance, he rushed over without pause, leaving the rest of the 8 Treasure Water Army behind. You truly are restless. When you uncover a lead, do call for me. Why venture here alone? It has barely been half a month since you left the hospital, and now you must return. Green Pepper pulled Olivia away from Hubert. Deeming it best to wait for professionals to arrive, they should refrain from touching him. Olivia awkwardly wiped her tears and asked, Is Hubert going to be all right? He's fine. Green Pepper reassured her. Though his injuries appear grave, there is nothing to worry about. I told you they are merely minor wounds, so do not fret too much. Hubert offered Olivia a comforting word before inquiring, Did you see someone fly away when you arrived? No, Green Pepper recalled, shaking his head. Did you happen to notice a pile of powder? No. Hubert nodded slightly, choosing silence as he patiently awaited the arrival of the doctor. It wasn't long before the imposing entourage of the 8 Treasures Water Army approached. Upon spotting the fallen Hubert, a figure surged forth from the crowd, embracing him before he could fully comprehend the situation. My Lord Hubert, are you unharmed? The blood from Hubert instantly stained the clothing of the newcomer, yet he remained oblivious. It was Simon. Stop shaking. Your frantic movements are only causing further chaos. The individual rushing towards him was none other than Hubert's devoted follower, Simon, who appeared visibly shaken by Hubert's dire condition, his face ashen. Simon descended from Hubert's side, his expression clouded with concern, and shouted behind him, Doctor, hurry. Master Hubert is gravely injured. An elderly man swiftly approached, carrying a first aid kit. Upon examining Hubert's wounds, the doctor's brow furrowed in contemplation. Sensing the complexity of the situation, What an unusual injury you have, he remarked. The damage on your back is so extensively covered, it resembles a burn. Yet it does not exhibit the typical symptoms of one. Observing the furrowed brow of the doctor, Olivia felt a surge of alarm. Although both Green Pepper and Hubert had dismissed it as a mere scratch, she placed greater faith in the doctor's expertise. Tension laced her voice as she inquired, What is it, doctor? Is there any danger to his life? The doctor replied, For an ordinary person, this would likely be fatal. However, for Hubert, the situation is not as dire. It is merely a case of excessive blood loss, which may necessitate a transfusion. Yet this injury is peculiar. In my many years of practice, I have never encountered such a wound. Hubert offered no explanation. Arthur's attack was indeed rather novel. Upon hearing this, Olivia finally felt a sense of relief, quietly mocking herself for her unfounded worries. Observing the doctor beginning to bandage Hubert's wounds, Olivia remarked, "If there is anything I can assist with, please do not hesitate to ask. I bear an undeniable responsibility for Hubert's condition." The doctor nodded and replied, "Then lend me a hand. Those nurses are rather slow. Let us first tend to the wound. Are you familiar with bandaging?" "I am," she responded, "though I may not be particularly skilled. Having lived at sea for so long, she had acquired some rudimentary first aid skills. That will suffice. I will gather some medicine for him." Olivia appeared to recall something and said, "By the way, if the blood type matches, you may use mine." The doctor chuckled softly. "No need for that. I have often treated this fellow since his childhood, and there are plenty of compatible blood donors available." "Childhood?" Olivia inquired. "Did Hubert grow up in the Flower Kingdom?" Just as the doctor was about to elaborate, he caught Hubert's warning glance, suggesting that it would be best for Hubert to divulge that information himself. He then proceeded to treat Hubert. As the medical procedure commenced, Green Pepper asked, "I heard the sounds of your struggle from over there, but by the time I arrived, the fellow had vanished. He didn't escape for long, did he?" Hubert replied with a faint nod. "I shall pursue him immediately. How dare he wreak havoc in the Flower Kingdom? I will turn him into a meat patty." "No," Hubert interjected. "His abilities are quite formidable, and you may not be able to defeat him. Besides, he is remarkably swift. It would be wiser to wait until I have recovered before devising a plan." Observing Hubert's injuries, Green Pepper acknowledged Arthur's exceptional prowess and, after a moment of contemplation, nodded in agreement. "Very well, we shall wait for your recovery. However, I must trouble you with many matters concerning our Flower Kingdom." "Ha ha, I am not working for nothing," Hubert replied nonchalantly. "The king has already compensated me. One must offer aid in exchange for remuneration. By the way, have you made any progress on the undercover investigation I assigned you?" Green Pepper's expression turned slightly awkward. "Not yet." Chapter 46. Recruiting allies. Less than a month after Hubert's discharge, he found himself back in the hospital. The young nurse attended to him with a sullen expression. Had it not been for the presence of the esteemed Mr. Qingjiao, she would have preferred not to attend to Hubert at all. Fortunately, this time Hubert did not require the young nurse's assistance, as Olivia remained by his side to care for him. After Hubert arrived at the hospital, he was quickly administered a blood transfusion and fell into a deep slumber. Having lost a considerable amount of blood, he felt dizzy. And had it not been for his sheer willpower, he might have succumbed long ago. Olivia remained by his side, resting her head on him. And as she observed Hubert's condition improving, she felt a wave of relaxation wash over her, gazing at his handsome face in repose. Memories of the tribulations she had faced in recent days flooded her mind. Her impulsive decision to investigate ancient texts had led to her being hunted by the world government, and her beloved homeland of Ohala faced calamity as a result. She had heard whispers of the demon-slaying order and was engulfed in despair upon learning that Ohala had fallen victim to it. Subsequent events confirmed her fears. The malevolent world government sought to eradicate everything. Even the all-knowing tree was not spared. Ohala was engulfed in flames, taking with it the most comprehensive historical records of the world. In that dire moment, she had contemplated sharing the same fate as her homeland, not only to preserve the precious tomes within the all-knowing tree, but also to atone for the calamity she had unwittingly brought upon it. She could not bear to flee, fearing that if she did, she would be tormented by guilt for the rest of her life. However, at that critical juncture, Hubert appeared. He not only rescued her, but also drove away the navy, safeguarding all of Ohala. He subsequently took her to the Land of Flowers to recuperate. Yet once again her impulsiveness led her into peril. Once more, Hubert stepped forward. He could have turned away, but he chose to remain, erecting a fortress of safety around her, even as he bore the wounds of battle. Within that enclosed space, enveloped by his protective embrace, she felt a long-lost sense of security. Reaching out to caress Hubert's face, Olivia whispered softly, "Why are you so good to me?" Reflecting on her past actions, a pang of guilt washed over her, and she added, "I promise I will not be reckless again. It is not your fault." Suddenly, Hubert, who lay in a stupor on the bed, stirred and uttered a sound. Startled, Olivia quickly withdrew her hand, exclaiming, "You're awake." Hubert slowly opened his eyes. Having recuperated for a while after the blood transfusion, he felt significantly better, and it was the presence of Olivia, who was resting on him, that startled him awake. In a flurry of panic, Olivia sprang to her feet, intent on pouring Hubert a glass of water, but in her haste, she fumbled and sent the cup crashing to the floor. At that moment, she resembled a child caught in the act of mischief, utterly flustered. Observing Olivia as she prepared to gather the shattered pieces, Hubert gently interjected, "There's no need to pick it up. The nurse will handle it shortly." But Olivia hesitated. What harm could there be? Hubert patted the bed, inviting her to sit down once more. "Let those little nurses have something to occupy themselves with. It's just as well." Olivia relented and settled back onto the bed. Hubert wriggled a few times, attempting to sit up. However, he found himself swathed like a mummy, rendering movement exceedingly difficult, unless he were to shatter the bandages entirely. He didn't mind this predicament, as it provided an opportunity for the young nurse to reapply his dressings. Yet, such an intention would be overly conspicuous, portraying him as rather petty. His spirit, after all, was one of great magnanimity. With a sigh, Hubert lamented his inability to increase the nurse's workload. Olivia, unaware of the reason for his sigh, assumed he was unwell and promptly inquired, "What is it? Are you feeling uncomfortable?" Hubert certainly could not reveal his innermost thoughts. He casually remarked, "No, I simply feel fatigued. I have told you numerous times that it is none of your concern. It was my decision to let you go. Why do you continue to blame yourself?" Olivia lowered her head, remaining silent. Hubert remarked, "I understand your desire to delve into the history of this world. There is nothing wrong with that. Do you recall what I mentioned earlier? What? The fault of O'Hara does not lie in studying the historical texts, but rather in its inherent weakness." Hubert paused for a moment before continuing. "It is precisely because your strength is so feeble that your exploration of the historical text is fraught with difficulties. Therefore, would you care to join my vessel?" "What?" Olivia exclaimed in astonishment, lifting her gaze to meet Hubert's intense stare. "Why?" Hubert stated, "I require a scholar. One who shares your insatiable curiosity for history. I possess the strength to safeguard you, liberating you from the fears imposed by the world government's suppression of historical texts, clearing the thorns that obstruct your path." Olivia's gaze remained fixed on Hubert, who stood his ground unwaveringly, and thus they found themselves locked in a silent stalemate, each unwilling to yield. At this moment, Hubert found himself in a predicament. His initial intention was to allow Robin to board the ship, but upon his arrival in the Land of Flowers, he received an urgent call from the five elders. "Hello, Hubert, do you recall our agreement? All scholars must remain in Ohala, under our supervision." "Of course, what seems to be the problem?" Hubert replied. The five elders appeared to be struggling to contain their ire, yet managed to maintain their composure, stating, "Then please elucidate why you have taken that woman, Olivia." "What? Olivia is merely a civilian, is she not? When did she become a scholar?" Hubert asserted this with unwavering confidence, unaware that an uninformed listener might genuinely believe Olivia was just an ordinary citizen. "Civilians, my foot!" exclaimed one irate elder among the five, unable to restrain himself. "She is not only a scholar but also one who escaped from prison. By all rights, she should be apprehended." Hubert chuckled and remarked, "The individual you mentioned. She perished shortly after escaping from naval prison. Accompanying me is her sister, also named Olivia. Do not overstep your bounds. You truly provoke that old man." He appeared poised to say more, but was seemingly restrained by another. The voice on the other end of the line fell into silence for a moment, as if a discussion among several individuals was underway. Subsequently, another elder spoke. "This shall be a one-time concession. We permit Olivia to depart from O'Hara. But this is an exception. Our patience has its limits. You must also remember to fulfill your obligations." "What are you talking about?" "I mentioned that the scholar Olvia's sister, a commoner named Olivia, is with me," Hubert replied, his tone laced with confusion. The line went dead with a series of beeps, as if the caller had been left speechless and hung up. Thus, Olivia became the sole scholar permitted by the five elders to board his ship. Hubert did not wish to escalate the situation further, so the matter of Robin boarding the ship had to be postponed. He thought it best to wait until the five elders had shifted their attention before bringing her aboard. Chapter 47. The innocent wife. The two exchanged glances for a moment, with Olivia appearing somewhat conflicted. She felt as though she were a harbinger of misfortune, continuously bringing calamity. She feared that remaining on the ship could lead to a recurrence of past troubles. Moreover, her original plan had been to seek out Robin and nurture her in a stable environment. If she boarded Hubert's ship, she could not foresee how long it would take to return. What would become of Robin then? Hubert observed her silence for a while and then spoke again. "You are worried about Robin, aren't you? After some time, I shall go and bring her aboard the ship. The world government is currently monitoring our activities, making it unwise for me to seek her out." Olivia still felt a touch of hesitation, yet there was a glimmer of hope in her gaze as she looked at Hubert. With a sudden exertion, Hubert tore the bandage from his hand, causing fresh blood to flow from the previously scabbed wound. In the midst of Olivia's astonished gaze, he abruptly pulled her into his embrace, whispering into her ear, "What is the matter? Do you not wish to be with me?" Although Olivia had previously been draped over Hubert during his unconscious state, this moment was different. She was now forcibly enveloped in his arms. A peculiar sensation welled up within her heart, an inexplicable sense of comfort she had never encountered before. Even Robin's father, a mere scholar, had never instilled such a feeling of safety in her. Her mind momentarily faltered, leaving her at a loss for words. Stammering, without the ability to articulate her thoughts, Hubert cradled the delicate Olivia in his arms, feeling an odd sensation in his heart. This Olivia, though already a married woman, still possessed an air of innocence, reminiscent of a young maiden. He had anticipated a woman of deeper sophistication, yet it seemed Robin, her father, was lacking in that regard. One couldn't help but wonder if they spent their nights delving into history rather than nurturing their marital bond. The two lay in silence for a while, the only sound being the rhythm of their steady breaths. Suddenly, a gasp escaped Olivia's lips. "You're bleeding." It was only when the blood from Hubert's arm seeped through his clothing onto her that she sprang into action, frantically attempting to tend to his wound. "Olivia." Hubert gazed at Olivia with a gentle expression. "What is it?" Olivia busied herself searching for bandages, not lifting her head. "Come with me." All right. This time. Olivia did not refuse. A smile graced Hubert's lips as he suggested finding a nurse for his bandaging, adding that it would be best to seek one from the hall. Remarkably, Hubert's injuries had nearly healed within a few days, and he, accompanied by Olivia and Jesse, made his way to the Eight Treasures Navy base. Although Olivia had hoped he would rest for a couple more days, he could no longer afford to wait. Time was of the essence. Arthur, having sustained injuries from him, was weakened, and Hubert was convinced that Arthur's recovery would surely be slower than his own. If he were to delay his recuperation further, allowing Arthur to mend his wounds, the situation would become considerably more complicated. At that moment, within the confines of the Eight Treasures Navy's quarters, Sakasi glared angrily at Qingjiao. Qingjiao, you witnessed it yourself that day. Hubert spoke incessantly of the king, clearly trying to exert pressure on you. I've long suspected his ulterior motives, and now he no longer conceals them. Have you given it any thought over the past few days? Qingjiao closed his eyes, ignoring Sakasi's words. Qingjiao, what are you truly thinking? Do you intend to wait until that little brat Hubert earns the king's trust and gains the upper hand over us? Sakasi's frustration only intensified upon seeing Qingjiao's demeanor. Finally, Qingjiao spoke. Sakasi, I've already mentioned that this is not your concern. I am well aware of Hubert's situation. What do you know? You are simply nurturing a tiger that may turn on you. Enough, Sakasi. I am the leader here, Qingjiao retorted loudly. You should focus on your own responsibilities. Just as Sakasi was about to respond, the door swung open, revealing the king. The presence of the king silenced Sakasi, who merely scoffed. You will come to regret this. Ignoring him, Qingjiao turned to the king, somewhat astonished, and inquired, Your Majesty, what brings you here? The king, observing Sakasi's furious expression, asked, I came to see how your progress on the pirate incident is faring. We have made some progress, but it will take some time. Qingjiao replied. I see, the king said, falling silent and humming a tune, which left both Qingjiao and Sakasi feeling somewhat unsettled. Typically, the king did not express his dissatisfaction with their slow actions overtly, yet today, he appeared in good spirits. His Majesty is here because, Sakasi interjected. I received word from Hubert, stating that he intends to resolve the pirate threat today. What? Exclaimed Sakasi incredulously. That is impossible. How could that little brat possibly uncover anything? Little brat? Mr. Sakasi, please mind your language. Hubert is a guest I have specifically invited, the king admonished, unusually withholding any leniency towards Sakasi. The impending elimination of the pirate threat meant that Hubert would naturally ascend to become the king's confidant, thereby reducing his reliance on the Eight Treasures Navy. Additionally, the king had complete confidence in Hubert's capabilities. Upon hearing disparaging remarks about Hubert, the king instinctively felt the urge to defend him, especially from those associated with the Eight Treasures Navy, who had failed to make any progress despite their lengthy involvement. Not long after his discharge, Hubert directly sought out the lair of the pirates, confronting several formidable foes and declaring his intent to unmask the puppeteer behind it all, a true hero in his youth. However, his expenditures were somewhat alarming. The previous encounter with those pirates had cost him 300 million berries, not including the bounty. Should he succeed in apprehending the mastermind, it could very well demand a sum of 500 million berries. Yet, such an investment is justified, for securing Hubert's allegiance is worth any price. Before long, Hubert arrived. Upon opening the door, he beheld 3 individuals seated awkwardly within. Your Majesty, I apologize for the delay. I encountered some hindrances on my journey. The king rose from his seat, chuckling heartily. Not at all. I simply could not wait any longer. The pirate crisis has become a source of great anxiety for me. Hubert spoke softly. Rest assured, this time your troubles will be alleviated. Ha ha, your efficiency is indeed remarkable, Hubert. With the defeat of these pirates, a significant reward awaits. Green Pepper inquired curiously, have you uncovered any leads on the mastermind behind this, Hubert? Only Sakasi scoffed in disdain, such arrogance. Noticing Sakasi's envious demeanor, Hubert cast a glance at him and turned to Green Pepper, asking, Green Pepper, have you managed to identify the undercover agent I requested you to investigate? He is the root cause of the pirates' rampage to this day. Green Pepper remained silent, offering no response. Meanwhile, Sakasi, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow, sensing the gravity of the situation, and exclaimed, What undercover agent? Are you attempting to slander our Eight Treasure Navy? You treacherous scoundrel. Chapter 48. Self-destruction. Are you trying to defame the Eight Treasure Navy, you deceitful wretch? Listening to Sakasi's accusations, Hubert replied coldly. Are you not the one who knows best whether it is slander, Mr. Sakasi? What do you mean? Are you accusing me? The king, sensing the tension, instinctively stepped back from Sakasi and moved closer to Hubert. The truth of the matter will soon be revealed. Hubert smiled, gesturing for those behind him to step forward. Olivia, Jesse, and Simon entered in succession. Simon held a stack of documents, which he handed to the king. The king accepted them and began to read. Sakasi, feeling anxious, attempted to seize the documents while asserting, I must see what evidence you have fabricated. Simon blocked his path, stating, What are you trying to do? Do you intend to destroy the evidence? With a grim expression, Sakasi retorted, You are one of the Eight Treasure Navy. Are you truly willing to obstruct me for the sake of an outsider? Hubert chuckled. Simon cares not whether you are a member of the 8 Treasurewater Army. He acts solely for the justice that resides within his heart. The evidence this time was also collected with my assistance. You damn traitor, aiding Hubert in fabricating evidence. Sakashi lunged forward, intent on seizing Simon. Hubert gazed at the anxious expression on his face and could not help but shake his head. How could someone with such poor mental fortitude engage in these actions? It was baffling, as this was tantamount to an admission of guilt. Indeed. The king had ceased to peruse the documents in his hands, directing his piercing gaze towards Qingjiao. The previously silent Qingjiao finally spoke. Enough, Sakashi. Is this not humiliating enough? Upon hearing Qingjiao's words, Sakashi halted, his face a mask of disbelief as he looked at him. You don't believe me either, Qingjiao? It is not a matter of disbelief. You must have uncovered some truths already, yet you choose to remain silent out of loyalty, the king quickly deduced, grasping the situation. All eyes turned towards Qingjiao. And Hubert silently admired the king's acuity. He was undoubtedly far more astute than Sakashi. Recognizing that the king had hit the mark, Sakashi lowered his head, his demeanor deflated. You best provide me with a satisfactory explanation, Sakashi. The king's voice thundered, as if it concealed a volcano ready to erupt. The rampant piracy in the Flower Kingdom had wreaked havoc beyond measure. Countless innocents had perished, and innumerable families had been shattered. Vast sums of wealth had been squandered. Merely the reconstruction of the buildings ravaged by pirates represented a significant expenditure. While this may not have greatly affected the king personally, the erosion of public trust was of paramount concern. The prolonged inaction against the pirates had sown seeds of discontent among the populace, leading many to perceive him as an incapable monarch. A considerable number of citizens had fled to neighboring realms. If this continued, even if the pirate menace were resolved, the citizens would still regard him as a failure of a king. There is nothing to explain, Sakashi replied coldly. However, the king had his own suspicions. Sakashi likely perceived him as a threat to the 8 Treasure Navy and sought to exploit the pirate situation to undermine his authority, aiming to erode his support among the populace and render him utterly dependent on the 8 Treasure Navy. In such a scenario, the 8 Treasure Navy would effectively become the sovereign power in the Flower Kingdom, dictating terms as they pleased. They could even choose to abandon the facade of political games and simply usurp the throne. As this realization dawned upon him, the king felt a cold sweat trickle down his back, gripped by a sudden dread. Had it not been for Hubert's intervention, Sakashi might have succeeded in his scheme. He stated firmly, Qingjiao, you must provide me with an explanation. The 8 Treasure Navy owes me an explanation. Qingjiao sighed heavily. Upon Hubert's suggestion to investigate the infiltrator, he had swiftly uncovered certain truths, given that only a handful possessed the skills of the 8-punch fist. Yet, he was reluctant to delve deeper. For Sakashi had been his brother since childhood, and he truly wished to avoid witnessing him stray from their bond. Consequently, he had disregarded Sakashi's words over the past few days, wishing only to silence his voice. Yet, it seemed he could no longer afford to remain a passive observer. I will handle this, Qingjiao declared. Handle it? How so? I desire more than mere empty words. The king's frustration was palpable, as this matter had breached his threshold of tolerance. Qingjiao, aware of his own culpability, murmured, I will revoke his position and ensure he spends the remainder of his life in the 8 Treasure Navy's prison. Imprisonment? I seek his death. Furthermore, the 8 Treasure Navy must provide an explanation for this affair. The king roared in fury. Hubert stood aside, clicking his tongue, and remarked, Your Majesty, perhaps it would be wise to show mercy. After all, he is a childhood friend of the Green Pepper. Imprisoning him for a lifetime is already a grave punishment for his transgressions. Hubert could hardly have anticipated that the king would take such drastic measures. Although the mistakes made by Sakashi were grave enough to warrant death, it was evident that Green Pepper intended to protect him. Was the king's determination to execute Sakashi not a clear indication of a desire to confront the king directly? How audacious of him. Could it be that this boldness was somehow linked to his own actions? Hubert suddenly pondered whether his inclination to join the Flower Kingdom had emboldened him to sever ties with the 8 Treasure Navy. Yet, he was not genuinely intent on aligning himself with the Flower Kingdom. Upon this realization, Hubert felt compelled to offer counsel. Although he harbored little affection for the king, the monarch had generously bestowed upon him a considerable amount of belly. Thus, out of gratitude for that fortune, he resolved to intervene. Your Majesty, might we first address the hidden mastermind? Let us confine Sakashi for the time being. If we delay until he departs from the Flower Kingdom, I believe you will regain your clarity, and by then Sakashi's life will be spared. However, the king remained relentless, pressing further. Qingjiao, have you yet to arrive at a decision? Are you truly willing to shield a spy? Hubert, well, you are impressive. I hope you remain so even after I depart. Sakashi, observing the king's relentless interrogation, turned his gaze toward the beleaguered Qingjiao, his countenance darkening. He was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. The 8 Treasure Navy was on the verge of irreparably estranging itself from the king due to his blunder. Such an occurrence was unprecedented in the annals of the Flower Kingdom, and he would be branded a pariah. Perhaps the 8 Treasure Navy would face its demise because of him. A bitter smile crept across his lips as he reached a resolution. Casting one last glance at Qingjiao, He felt an overwhelming urge to impart a myriad of sentiments, yet he could only utter, "Qingjiao, take care of the 8 treasure navy." Qingjiao sensed something amiss, but it was already too late. Sakasai drew a dagger from his person and plunged it forcefully into his chest. Blood gushed forth, and as Qingjiao rushed forward, he smiled faintly and addressed the king. "I am dead now. I trust you are satisfied?" Chapter 49. Arthur? Simon. Sakasai's body collapsed, blood pouring from the wound in his chest. Hubert deftly dodged the spray, avoiding its contact. In stark contrast, the king found himself drenched in blood, casting a frigid glance towards the lifeless body of Sakasi on the ground. However, he refrained from uttering further words. Addressing Qingjiao, he stated, "Let us consider this matter settled." Qingjiao approached, cradling his long-standing companion in his arms. He understood that Sakasi had acted wrongly. Yet he recognized that such actions were undertaken for the sake of their 8 treasure navy, to secure a more favorable existence for them. Thus, despite having uncovered the clues long ago, he had chosen to remain silent, never intending to apprehend him. Previously, Qingjiao had played the part of a timid tortoise, reluctant to see his longtime brother perish at his hands. However, when Hubert initiated an investigation, he did not intervene, lacking the authority to do so. As the king's voice reached his ears, he felt a sense of distaste and exhaustion envelop him. Raising Sakasi's lifeless form, he spoke with a calm demeanor. "I bear responsibility for this matter. I shall retreat into seclusion henceforth and will no longer interfere in the affairs of the 8 treasure navy." The king exhibited no discernible expression, nor did he attempt to dissuade him, merely nodding slightly in acknowledgement. "Understood. I hope your forthcoming life in seclusion brings you comfort." Hubert stood by, utterly astonished. Goodness, is the king truly this ruthless in his actions? It suddenly dawned on him that the character in the original story, Green Pepper, also chose to live in seclusion later on. Perhaps this incident was intertwined with that decision. However, his arrival had merely expedited the process. Green Pepper summoned someone to handle the remains of Sakasi, then turned to Hubert and said, "Haven't you uncovered the identity of the mastermind behind this? It is time to act now, for I too deserve a proper respite after this." Detecting the aloofness in Green Pepper's tone, Hubert forced a smile and replied, "Very well. Once we resolve this matter swiftly, everyone will feel considerably more at ease. The current state of affairs is indeed a consequence of the mastermind's machinations. My lord Hubert, have you truly identified the mastermind? That is quite remarkable. And to think it has only been a matter of days," Simon interjected, his expression somewhat peculiar as he stepped forward to offer his praise. Hubert stretched his body and cast a glance at Jesse, signaling him to safeguard Olivia. Initially, he had no intention of bringing Olivia along, but upon reflection, the potential consequences of leaving her elsewhere in the event of trouble were too grave to ignore. Thus, he decided to bring her, accompanied by Jesse, who possessed the power of a natural-type devil fruit. His abilities should sufficiently protect Olivia. With no need to divide his focus on Olivia's safety, he could engage Arthur without reservation. Green Pepper observed Hubert's demeanor and positioned himself beside the king. Although he harbored no fondness for the king at that moment, instinct compelled him to shield him in the face of danger, an ingrained habit developed over many years. In the original narrative, when the king requested Green Pepper to emerge from seclusion, he complied, did he not? All eyes were fixed on Hubert, awaiting the revelation of the mastermind behind the events. Hubert surveyed the surroundings, finally fixing his gaze on Simon. With a tone laced with mockery, he inquired, "How does it feel to gather evidence of your collusion with Sakasi, Simon? Surely it is exceptionally effortless?" Simon's pupils constricted as he chuckled nervously, replying, "Lord Hubert, what are you saying? I cannot comprehend." Green Pepper also turned his attention to Simon, asking, "Are you the mastermind behind this?" "Of course not. How could I be the mastermind? I have always been one of the 8 treasure water army," Simon hastily asserted, waving his hands in denial. "Spare us the charade." Hubert sneered coldly. "I have long sensed something amiss with you. Your flaws are abundantly evident." "What flaws?" "Lord Hubert, you are mistaken." Simon attempted to conceal his guilt, but as he observed the surrounding crowd silently watching him, he faltered. Just as he sought further explanation, Hubert denied him the opportunity, transforming into a dragon and lunging forward. Simon swiftly evaded, appearing at a distance, while a multitude of crystalline powder began to emanate from him. "Is it truly you?" Green Pepper shouted in fury, launching a punch in his direction. Simon's form morphed into that of a moth, revealing a row of deep bite marks on his chest, remnants of Hubert's previous assault. He countered Green Pepper's strike, hoping to utilize the force to escape. However, the power behind Green Pepper's furious punch was not to be trifled with. He was sent sprawling, blood gushing from his mouth, filling the air with the metallic scent of iron. Yet, he vanished into the swirling powder, eluding capture. "Thinking you could escape with that powder? It won't be so simple." Hubert let out a cold laugh. Dragon Wing Blossom. With a resounding shout, the fruits of his powers manifested, causing his wings to sprout from various locations, all beginning to flap in unison. "Allow me to showcase the technique I have meticulously prepared for you." Frenzied Dragon's Wind Pressure. The flapping wings stirred up a tempestuous wind pressure, as torrents of hurricanes surged forth. The swirling dust at the center resembled flowers caught in the wind, teetering on the brink of collapse, utterly incapable of withstanding the fury of the hurricane. In his previous battle against Simon, Hubert had noticed the powder and attempted to counter it with a mere flap of his wings, but at that time, a single wing had proven insufficient for a substantial effect, leading him to abandon that approach. However, upon reflection, he realized that while the initial impact had been minimal, it was not entirely without merit. If the quantity were sufficiently abundant, it could indeed catalyze a transformative change. After conducting further research, he deemed this method viable and commenced experimentation during his recovery period. Now, the results were truly remarkable as he scattered Simon's powder into disarray. Simon, witnessing the multitude of wings rising, sensed something amiss. Isn't this the ability of that woman? Why are you wielding it? I see now. You are merely masquerading as her, aren't you? You monstrous fiend. Hubert let out a derisive laugh. Do you not look down upon the West Sea? Do you not scorn me, a mere native? Why then? Do you find yourself in such a dire predicament now? Simon gritted his teeth. How could he possibly continue to underestimate Hubert? This was a monster he had never encountered even on the Grand Line. He believed that with Hubert's formidable strength, he would surely carve out a place for himself there. The powder was continuously dispersed, and Simon hastily recreated it. Yet this approach was utterly futile, as the rate of creation paled in comparison to its dissipation. Gazing at Hubert in his dragon form, Simon steeled himself and soared towards the king. At that moment, Alvia was obscured by the clouds conjured by Jesse. He had no desire to confront the most troublesome of nature-type devil fruits, so he resolved to ambush the bell pepper instead. The bell pepper possessed little in terms of ability, relying solely on brute strength, which he deemed unremarkable. In the next instant, he flickered beside the bell pepper, aiming to seize him as a captive. The bell pepper remained ever vigilant, ready to strike at Simon the moment he appeared, landing a punch squarely on Simon's head. A black fist. Simon was taken aback by the incoming blow, realizing that he could not withstand it directly, and twisted his body to evade. He nearly wrenched his waist in the process. A smile crept upon Hubert's lips. Indeed, Simon's injuries rendered this operation considerably more manageable. Chapter 50. The Fugitive of the Advancing City. During their previous confrontation, Simon had found it nearly impossible to launch a surprise attack against Hubert, as he was unable to react swiftly. Now, however, the green pepper managed to counter Simon's sudden strike with immediacy, forcing him to retreat. This was evidently not due to the green pepper's superiority over Hubert, but rather because Simon's wounds from their last battle had yet to heal. His speed was significantly hampered, and his reactions were similarly constrained. Furthermore, engaging in combat while the injury remained unhealed would only exacerbate his condition. Simon was acutely aware of his predicament and, amidst the fog, hesitated to strike carelessly. From within the powder, his voice emerged, somber and foreboding. I never expected the West Sea to be home to so many monsters. Why do beings like you still linger here? Hubert erupted into laughter. Is it a prerequisite for the strong to reside on the Grand Line? Take heed. The West Sea is not to be underestimated. No, nowhere should be dismissed lightly. Do not presume that having played a supporting role on a grander stage entitles you to lead on a lesser one. Consider this in your next life. Hubert spoke while silently amplifying the power of his wings. The force of the wind increased significantly. Simon found himself in an increasingly dire predicament. He attempted to break free using the powder, yet each of his attempts was thwarted by Hubert's wings. Ultimately, he ceased his efforts to flee, drawing all the powder into his body, which was ravenously consumed by the powder swirling in the sky, leaving not a trace behind. Hubert chuckled lightly. What? Have you resigned yourself to fate? Simon gazed intently at Hubert, demanding, How on earth did you discover my identity? Hubert replied, Did I not mention it before? Your flaws are simply too numerous. He continued, Do you recall when Carter and the others first ventured into the Western Sea? I mentioned encountering danger in Ohala, and you uttered a particular phrase? Simon furrowed his brow and inquired, What did I say? Hubert responded, You remarked that someone as formidable as I could not possibly encounter peril in the Western Sea. How could a mere minion from the Flower Kingdom perceive matters from the perspective of the Western Sea? This is evidently inconsistent with your character. Simon's face displayed incredulity as he retorted, You deduced I am the mastermind solely from this? That is rather hasty, is it not? Hubert clarified, Of course. I did not arrive at a conclusion. Hubert remarked, It is merely suspicion. However, numerous details have come to light regarding you. Just as on that day when we were soaking in the bath, you left behind some powder. The only individuals present, aside from you, were my crew members, all hailing from Ohala, thus eliminating any possibility of them being the masterminds behind this. Subsequently, I collected the powder and had Jesse conduct some experiments, which indeed indicated that your affinity for the powder is the highest. The clouds surrounding Alvia transformed into humanoid forms, nodding in the direction of Hubert. Hubert continued, Of course. The final confirmation of whether you were the mastermind behind that day's battle lies in the fact that after your escape, Qingjiao found no trace of you. At that moment, I suspected you must have concealed yourself among Qingjiao's ranks. Otherwise, given your injuries, you wouldn't have been able to flee far. As I anticipated, the very first moment you returned, you rushed to embrace me. You likely intended to mask the blood on your hands with mine. Yet it was precisely this action that unveiled your true nature. I possess the ability of observation Haki, allowing me to react with a speed that you alone, with your devil fruit powers, could achieve. Simon's expression darkened further as he realized that his seemingly flawless disguise had been so easily discerned. What Hubert did not mention was that his sensitivity to scents, owing to his dragon fruit ability, was remarkably acute. In fact, he had long since detected the unusual aroma emanating from Simon. Unexpectedly, after laboriously escaping from Impel Down and arriving at this place in the West Sea, he found himself ensnared so swiftly. Simon tilted his head towards the heavens, seemingly aware of his impending fate. Nevertheless, his words successfully piqued Hubert's interest. Oh, you claim to have escaped from Impel Down? If memory serves me correctly, no one has ever managed to escape from there. Simon's gaze sharpened. You know of Impel Down? Hubert shrugged and remarked, that is undoubtedly the most formidable prison upon these vast seas, housing the most ruthless criminals. How could I possibly be unaware of it? The bounty on those pirates within is something I covet immensely. Simon gazed intently into Hubert's eyes for a moment, seemingly attempting to discern his thoughts. After a brief pause, he responded, the criminals confined within Impel Down are not easily apprehended. They are pirates capable of stirring tempests upon the ocean. After a moment's contemplation, Simon suddenly chuckled and added, however, if it were you, perhaps you could indeed regard them as living bounties. Hubert was taken aback and remarked, I must admit, I find you somewhat agreeable at this moment. While Carter's flattery certainly pleased him, the sincere admiration from an adversary brought him even greater satisfaction. You have yet to answer my question. Surely no one has managed to escape from the advancing city, correct? Simon scoffed. That is merely what the Navy proclaims to the outside world. Countless pirates have successfully fled. Oh, pray tell, how so? Hubert licked his lips, intrigued by this revelation, which was absent from the original narrative. Simon continued, the prison is said to be heavily guarded, but that only applies to those who attract attention. The facility is vast, and there is simply not enough manpower to monitor everyone. For individuals like us, who possess limited strength, there is hardly any oversight. The prison's harsh conditions cause many to perish over time, rendering supervision unnecessary. Hubert was aware of this. In the original text, Luffy nearly succumbed to the harsh conditions of the prison. Simon continued, yet among those overlooked individuals, some not only managed to survive, but also discover the vulnerabilities within the prison and escape. Are you one of those people? Simon shook his head and replied, in the prison, those with abilities occupy the lowest tier, shackled by sea stone handcuffs, rendered powerless and incapable of doing anything. Then how did you manage to escape? Hubert also understood that when he equipped the devil fruit, he was rendered powerless upon contact with seawater. Even though his physical prowess was formidable, it remained ineffective. His curiosity regarding Simon's escape grew ever more intense. A nostalgic expression crossed Simon's face as he recounted. I encountered an extraordinary individual within. Despite being under the close watch of the Navy, he moved with complete freedom. He took notice of me and helped free me from the sea prism stone handcuffs, allowing my escape. Who was that person? Your mother. Simon, who had maintained a resigned demeanor, suddenly erupted in fury and fled towards Green Pepper. Naturally, Green Pepper was unwilling to let him go and positioned himself in Simon's path. Get lost, Simon shouted vehemently, causing the previously vanished dust to re-emerge and surge towards Green Pepper, momentarily halting him and granting Simon the opportunity to escape. The novel can be downloaded via the open source Freestar String Downloader developed by Xingyu. If you obtain the novel file through a proxy download and the vendor did not provide the software source code or an open source link, please request an immediate refund and report the vendor. Author's email, xingyououtlook.com. Author's QQ, 201-759-3710. Official QQ group, 149050832. Official TG group, https, me-fq tool. Chapter 51. The enslavement of Simon Green Pepper quickly extricated himself from the dust, watching in rage as Simon distanced himself, angrily swinging his fist. He exerted force with his legs, attempting to pursue, but how could two legs outrun flight? He could only watch helplessly as Simon soared farther away. Just as he felt powerless to continue, a shadow swept overhead. It was Hubert. Hubert spread his wings, the fierce wind propelling him forward, his speed surpassing that of the fleeing Simon. Although Simon had anticipated Hubert's pursuit, he felt a chill of despair creeping into his heart. He wished to release some powder to delay him, but his previous attack on the Green Pepper had drained his entire supply. He had not a single grain left. Despairingly, he watched as Hubert drew ever closer, his heart heavy with hopelessness, contemplating a desperate turn to fight back. Yet, in that moment, he sensed something amiss. Hubert's speed appeared to have diminished slightly, gradually aligning with his own. An opportunity. A spark ignited in Simon's eyes. He was uncertain why Hubert had suddenly slowed down. Perhaps his earlier injuries had not healed? Simon was acutely aware of the damage he had inflicted on Hubert. While it might not have been a grave wound, it was certainly not insignificant. It was possible that the recent movement had exacerbated Hubert's injuries. Regardless of the reason, Simon seized this chance. secretly quickening his pace in hopes of shaking off Hobart. He pressed on, determined, and after a while, he felt he had created enough distance. Turning his head to look back, he assessed the situation. Hubert was surprisingly lingering not far behind him. His pace was steady, unhurried, and he seemed to be in no danger of a relapse. Are you mocking me? Simon was well aware that Hubert had deliberately slowed down. He simply ceased to run and suspended himself in midair. Hubert spoke with a faint smile, saying, without offering you a glimmer of hope, how could you have ventured this far? What is it that you desire? Simon, with a scowling visage and disheveled hair, resembled a wild beast. Relax, Hubert said. As long as you cooperate, there is nothing to worry about. Simon, taken aback, responded, you intend to let me go? Why not? There is no deep-seated enmity between us. My intention to kill you merely stems from a commission received from the king of the diminutive western nation, the Kingdom of Flowers. If you possess sufficient value, why should I remain entangled in this assignment? Moreover, during the encirclement, you didn't think I failed to notice your preparations, did you? Such a tactic of stalling is rather juvenile, much like your disguise. What is it that you desire? Simon inquired, a hint of sarcasm in his voice. Yet instead of anger, a flicker of hope reignited in his eyes, albeit cautiously. I desire you, Hubert replied. Huh. Simon was momentarily speechless, staring at Hubert with a look of incredulity, his expression a blend of confusion and contemplation. Hubert discerned something amiss in its gaze and swiftly added, I wish to traverse the Grand Line, and you, having escaped from its grasp, possess considerable experience of that realm. I implore you to pledge your soul in loyalty to me. Should you acquiesce, I shall grant you a chance at survival. Upon hearing this, Simon's eyes reflected a contemplative expression. Hobart found himself increasingly unable to resist the allure of temptation. At this moment, he was trapped in a dire predicament. His speed was inferior to Hobart's, his strength paled in comparison, and even his most skilled trick, the powder, had been thwarted by Hobart. Continuing the battle would lead to a certain demise. Yet now, Hobart offered him a glimmer of hope, a chance at survival, albeit at the cost of his own freedom. For someone who had narrowly escaped the confines of a prison, freedom was indeed precious. However, when weighed against the value of life, it seemed somewhat diminished. Moreover, he had witnessed Hobart's formidable strength, one that could command respect even in the Grand Line. Accompanying Hobart to the Grand Line might not be such a lamentable fate after all. Perhaps he would even witness the rise of a new era. Besides, by agreeing now, he could always find another opportunity to escape later. With this thought, Simon lowered his guard, feeling a sense of relief as he declared, I accept. Congratulations to the host for successfully negotiating with Simon. You have acquired Simon's soul, thereby gaining a second soul servant. The system's voice echoed, and Hobart smiled faintly. He had anticipated this outcome. It seemed that equipment obtained from tasks related to Devil Fruit users had a high probability of being linked to the abilities of those users. Previously, Robin had yielded the Flower Fruit, and now Simon had revealed the Moth Fruit, confirming his suspicions. The power of the Moth Fruit was exceptionally formidable, ranking impressively among the Zoan-type fruits. Hubert had long coveted this opportunity, yet he found the application of his dragon fruit somewhat lacking in fluidity. In other words, he had begun to look down upon the ancient Zoan-type fruits, and the Moth Fruit seemed to suit him perfectly. After Simon uttered this statement, he noticed Hubert remained silent, which made him somewhat anxious. Hey, I promised to dedicate my soul to you. Can you grant me a chance to live? Of course, Hubert replied with a smile, extending his arms as he approached Simon. From now on, you shall be my closest companion. I will rely on your guidance through the Grand Line. Seeing this, Simon stepped forward, feeling flattered by Hubert's praise. With your strength, even without me, I could still stir up quite a storm in the Grand Line. Among those I know, your prowess undoubtedly ranks in the top 3. As they drew closer, Hubert's smile remained, but in the next moment, he delivered a punch to Simon's head. The blow left Simon dazed, his body swaying precariously as he pointed weakly at Hubert in disbelief. Why did you hit me? I already agreed to become your subordinate. At this moment, the smile on Hubert's face resembled that of a demon. I suddenly find your reasoning compelling. With my prowess, even without you, I could thrive on the Grand Line. So why should I take you along? Simon's consciousness gradually faded, filled with profound regret. Why did I have to speak so carelessly? Observing the fallen Simon, Hubert's smile vanished, replaced by an icy demeanor. He certainly could not allow Simon to escape so easily. How could he return to Pepper without an explanation? It was Simon's actions that led to the demise of Sakasi. And it was Simon who not only engaged in a deal with Sakasi, but also collected evidence for the transaction. More importantly, during their last encounter, Simon had inflicted genuine pain upon Hubert. He was not a magnanimous individual. As Hubert contemplated taking Simon back to Pepper for retribution, he secretly wished to eliminate him himself. However, having recently entered into a pact to spare Simon's life, he could only enlist someone else to carry out the deed, with Pepper being the most desirable option. Chapter 52. Are they dating? Meanwhile, as Simon fled, the scattered powder blanketed the ground, creating a vibrant spectacle that shimmered under the sun, reflecting dreamlike colors. Yet, none among the onlookers had the heart to appreciate this beauty. The king sat in place, still trembling with fear. Had Simon managed to breach Pepper's defenses at that moment? he might have met his demise. In truth, Simon had contemplated this very action. But the sheer intimidation from Pepper's 2 punches left him too wary to provoke the king further. Regaining his composure, the king gazed at Jesse and Olivia nearby, revealing an expression of envy. Having a capable individual like Jesse as a bodyguard was indeed a desirable asset. Observing how well Jesse protected Olivia, Simon, after merely testing the waters, lost the desire to attack further. However, following this incident, with Hubert joining the Flower Kingdom as his personal guard, it seemed that Jesse would also become one of his own. With this thought, the king turned his attention to Olivia. Her long white hair cascaded elegantly. Her figure was alluring, and her features were strikingly beautiful, truly a rare gem. Despite the earlier intense battle, she remained composed, exhibiting a demeanor far from that of an ordinary woman. The king, who had a penchant for beauty, found himself drawn to her, even though he was nearing 40, with some of his concubines barely 16 or 17. Olivia appeared to hold significant importance to Hubert. If he could win her over as a concubine, it might strengthen his ties with Hubert. The king, familiar with Olivia's name from his subordinates' reports, inquired, "Lady Olivia, are you from the Flower Kingdom?" Olivia, initially taken aback by the king's address, thought he was speaking to someone else. Upon realizing he was indeed addressing her, she shook her head, replying, "I hail from O'Hara. I have come to the Flower Kingdom for recuperation. I am aware of that. It was Hubert who brought you here, and I am covering your medical expenses, ha." The king remarked, attempting to foster rapport while showcasing his own influence. One must admit, despite his unhandsome appearance, the king's ability to attract numerous concubines was quite remarkable. Even in flaunting his wealth, he refrained from being overtly ostentatious. Such an approach might work on those of a more worldly disposition, but could have the opposite effect on pure-hearted maidens. Is that so? I'm not entirely sure. It was all arranged by Hubert, Olivia replied nonchalantly. The king, noticing her indifferent response, felt no disappointment. He had encountered such situations many times before, recognizing the need for a gradual approach. After a brief pause, he suddenly asked, "By the way, Lady Olivia, what is your relationship with Hubert?" Olivia's face flushed crimson, her eyes sparkling as she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. If the king were well acquainted with such sights, he would have been momentarily taken aback. But soon his desire to include Olivia in his harem intensified. "We should be considered boyfriend and girlfriend, I suppose?" she replied, a hint of unease in her voice as she glanced around, ensuring Hubert was not nearby. Huh. This revelation left not only the king stunned, but also the previously silent Pepper and Jesse, who were equally taken aback. Boyfriend and girlfriend? That 7-year-old Hubert? You cannot be serious, the king remarked incredulously. What is it? Is there something amiss? Olivia inquired, her eyes wide with confusion at the king's astonishment. Observing Olivia's earnest expression, the king affirmed the reality of the situation. He was tempted to ask her if she realized that Hubert was merely a child, but after some deliberation, he decided against it. If Olivia was aware, any comment would be futile. If she was unaware, it was undoubtedly a fabrication orchestrated by Hubert. Should Olivia confront him, and Hubert, in a fit of temper, sever their relationship, it would result in a significant loss. He had already fallen out with the 8 Treasure Navy, and a rift with Hubert would place him in an exceedingly awkward position. How could a beautiful woman engage in a romantic liaison with a mere child? It was utterly absurd. The king waved his hand dismissively at Olivia, stating with a lack of enthusiasm, "It is nothing. You two are truly a match made in heaven." Since Olivia was Hubert's girlfriend, he dared not entertain any improper thoughts. "Thank you," Olivia replied, a subtle smile gracing her lips, clearly in good spirits. Suddenly, a resounding noise echoed through the sky as a colossal dragon soared overhead, clutching a person in its jaws. It landed, sending a cloud of dust billowing into the air, rendering the atmosphere almost surreal. The king hurried forward, laughing heartily as he beheld Simon, captured by Hubert. "Well done, Hubert. If it weren't for your swift pursuit, he might have indeed escaped." "Not at all. It was merely a trivial matter," Hubert replied modestly. Jingjiao gazed at the unconscious Simon, his eyes ablaze with rage. An ominous aura surrounding him. Hubert, upon arriving, tossed Simon towards Green Pepper and said, "This fellow is entrusted to you for execution, Green Pepper." "Me?" Green Pepper was taken aback for a moment, somewhat surprised. Then, with a hint of gratitude, he replied, "Thank you." Hubert shook his head, expressing a tinge of regret as he remarked, "I feel sympathy for Sakasi's plight, but in order to uncover the truth, I must proceed as such. I can only bring Simon here for some form of restitution." At the mention of Sakasi, Qingjiao's expression stiffened, and he replied, "Sakasi's fate is a consequence of his own actions. Although I do not wish to see him meet this end, I cannot blame you. You are merely fulfilling your duty." He continued, "Enough of this discourse. You must deal with Simon promptly, for soon he will awaken and attempt to retaliate." "Very well," Qingjiao said, offering no further comment. His massive fists, shrouded in darkness, turned towards Simon with eyes brimming with hatred. It was he, the puppeteer behind the scenes, who had orchestrated this dire situation. In Hubert's view, given Sakasi's mindset, even in the absence of Simon, he would have found other means to ensnare the king, ultimately leading to a similarly grim fate. However, Qingji was evidently not inclined to ponder such reflections, choosing instead to unleash his fury upon the unconscious Simon before him. With each strike, blood sprayed into the air. And the ground, adorned with a surreal powder, became stained crimson, taking on an almost alluring quality like a thorny rose. After what felt like an eternity, Qingjiao finally ceased his assault. Simon had transcended into a state of oblivion. Observing Simon's demise, the king displayed a sense of relief, a tranquil expression gracing his features. Hubert gazed upon the retribution of the green pepper and appeared quite pleased. However, his joy was not solely derived from the vengeance for the green pepper. His prior pact with Simon was not merely for the sake of that one devil fruit. Chapter 53. The inept ally as night fell. The kingdom of flowers remained ablaze with light, decorated as if in celebration. Just recently, the king had announced that a valiant warrior had vanquished the pirates who sought to disrupt their peace, restoring tranquility to the land. Over the past month, the citizens of the Kingdom of Flowers had lived in constant dread, fearing that the day would come when the pirates would wreak havoc. With the king unable to intervene for an extended period, many had even contemplated immigration. Now that the threat of piracy had finally dissipated, a collective sigh of relief swept through the populace. I have sold my house and purchased my tickets. You tell me the pirates have been dealt with? One remarked with a laugh. Would it not be better to remain in the Kingdom of Flowers? You, a mere scrawny fellow, ought to fear being bullied in foreign lands. Indeed, it is far better to stay in the Kingdom of Flowers. All thanks to Lord Hubert, another chimed in. I've heard that Lord Hubert resolved the pirate issue just days after beginning his investigation, far surpassing the unreliable 8 treasure navy. If only he could remain in the Kingdom of Flowers. Such conversations filled the air throughout the kingdom, interwoven with admiration for Hubert. The king was beginning to build momentum for him, aspiring to elevate Hubert's stature to that of the esteemed 8 treasure navy, a formidable task. After all, their renown had been cultivated over many years and was deeply entrenched in the hearts of the people. Yet, this moment presented a splendid opportunity that the king would not let slip away. The palace was particularly raucous at this time, with a group of burly men gathered, indulging in barrels of ale. A wooden goblet was slammed onto the table, and a cadre from the 8 treasure navy shook his head in disappointment, lamenting, I never would have imagined Sakasi would do such a thing. His companion, seated beside him, promptly nudged him with an elbow, casting a significant glance toward the green pepper, who sat alone, sorrowfully sipping his drink. What are you doing? The nudged one mumbled, seemingly oblivious due to intoxication. Why did you hit me? His companion, somewhat speechless, could only stare, unsure of how to respond. At that moment, the king, seated at the highest point, interjected, the green pepper has been profoundly affected by this setback. After the banquet concludes today, it would be best for him to return and rest. Let the subordinates handle the trivial matters. The green pepper was taken aback, but soon replied, very well, I had intended to do just that. The king, feigning understanding, added, it is essential to take care of one's health. At this moment, Hubert was somewhat inebriated and directly voiced the question that weighed heavily on his mind. Your Majesty, how will the reward for capturing Simon be settled? The king paused in his gesture of raising his cup, taken aback by Hubert's forthrightness. He replied, resolving the pirate crisis has alleviated a significant burden for our nation of flowers. Initially, I intended to prepare a grand gift for you, but I did not anticipate your swift resolution of the matter. The gift is not yet ready. Upon hearing of the grand gift, Hubert's demeanor shifted, his previously glazed eyes suddenly sparkling with interest. Oh, a grand gift? What might it be? The king continued. I had planned to bestow upon you the coronation of your kingdom's knight, officially designating you as the mightiest knight of the realm of flowers, along with a fiefdom to establish your own influence. Moreover, I had earmarked a sum of 1 billion berries to support you. However, the attire for the coronation and other arrangements are still pending, likely requiring about another fortnight. The residents of the fiefdom are still in the process of relocating, which may take a bit longer. Only the 1 billion berries is readily available. Hubert marveled at the grandiosity of the gesture. Truly, as a sovereign, he possesses immense wealth. Furthermore, the magnitude of this endeavor clearly aims to assist Hubert in establishing influence in the Flower Kingdom, perhaps even to form a naval force akin to the 9 treasures. However, his aspirations lie elsewhere. That billion berries suffices. As he took a sip of wine to suppress his elation, the excitement on his visage was unmistakable. The king, observing his demeanor, felt a sense of satisfaction. Ah, children are indeed transparent in their emotions, making them easy to manipulate. With his own methods, nurturing them from a young age would yield a loyal companion in adulthood. Hubert, with a grin, was drinking with the burly men around him when he suddenly seemed to recall something. The king had been exceedingly generous to him, having bestowed nearly 2 billion berries upon him from the very beginning until now. He was not an ingrate. Perhaps he should assist in saving Qingjiao? Otherwise, if he departed and Qingjiao chose to retreat, would not the fighting strength of the Flower Kingdom revert to a state of disarray? With this thought in mind, Hubert raised his glass towards Qingjiao and said, Qingjiao, I believe that the death of Sakasi has dealt a significant blow to the 8 treasure navy. As their leader, it would be prudent for you not to rest too soon. Rather, You should lead the 8 treasure navy through this dark period before considering your respite. Before Qin Jiao could respond, the king interjected, if Qin Jiao is weary, let him rest. These matters can be managed well by his subordinates. In due time, Hubert, you may lend your assistance. The king inwardly cursed. A child is but a child. While he was clearing obstacles for him, what was he doing? Creating more trouble? Wasn't allowing Qin Jiao to return away to steal his thunder? Truly a foolish ally. Hubert, this king is utterly foolish. What is he doing to salvage the situation himself? Is he merely creating more trouble? Humph, this is a choice he made, an imbecile unworthy of strategy. Noticing Hubert's silence, the king nodded in satisfaction and turned his gaze toward Qin Jiao. Qin Jiao, lost in thought about pouring himself from a barrel, seemed dazed and oblivious to the conversation between the two. The king breathed a sigh of relief. This was an opportune moment to force Qin Jiao's resignation. If he failed this time, future complications would undoubtedly arise. After a night of drinking, Hubert, reeking of alcohol, made his way home. With a click, he opened the door to find the living room bathed in a warm, yellow light. Orvia was engrossed in deciphering some obscure ancient texts. The light filtered through the mottled white drapes, casting a dreamy glow on her profile. She was aware of the banquet scheduled for today, but chose not to attend, as Hubert had instructed her to prepare for their departure in a few days. Upon seeing Hubert enter, she set aside the texts and approached him. Hubert cast a glance and inquired, are you examining the contents of that cave? Indeed. Olvia, akin to a devoted wife, assisted Hubert in removing his coat and hung it upon the rack. How is your research progressing? Upon hearing this, Olvia's demeanor shifted. She became animated and replied earnestly. I meticulously perused the documents, and, in conjunction with the history of the Kingdom of Flowers, I have identified the location of the treasure's key. It is likely to be among the naval forces of the Kingdom of Flowers, most probably with the 8 treasures navy. We can. Hubert gazed at Olivia's earnest expression, which appeared particularly alluring. Under the influence of alcohol, he impulsively embraced her, silencing her words with his lips. Olivia seemed a bit flustered, attempting to articulate something, yet Hubert offered her no reprieve, swiftly pushing her onto the living room sofa. Chapter 54. Are you capable? All right. It's perfectly fine if you're not, Olivia gently reassured Hubert, who wore a troubled expression. We don't necessarily have to engage in that sort of activity. Just having you by my side brings me fulfillment. However, with each word she uttered, Hubert's countenance grew increasingly grim. What do you mean, not capable? He thought indignantly. He was merely youthful, after all. Under the influence of alcohol, he had been unable to resist the allure of Olivia, embracing her with fervor, which quickly diminished her resistance. Yet, in that crucial moment, he realized that his body was merely that of a 7-year-old child, utterly devoid of such capabilities. This unfortunate misunderstanding led Olivia to believe he was incapable. Oh, how mortifying. This was a matter of masculine dignity. Yet, he could not articulate an explanation. Instead, he silently resolved to find a means to obtain a fruit that would truly transform him into an adult. The realization jolted him, clearing his mind from the fog of intoxication. As he observed Olivia, who was still endeavoring to console him, Hubert gently caressed her silky, white hair. Rest assured, I simply indulged too much in drink today. My condition is subpar, but I will surely demonstrate my prowess in the future. Olivia gazed at him with concern and inquired, are you truly all right? As a married woman, she understood how much men valued this aspect, and after such a blow, she feared Hubert might act foolishly. Hubert, feeling a surge of frustration, remarked, it's nothing. I shall step outside for some fresh air. Shall I accompany you? Came the suggestion. No need, I will return shortly. With that, Hubert swiftly opened the door, vanishing into the moonlit night like a fleeting dragon. Olvia watched with concern in the direction of Hubert's departure, at a loss for words. After all, such occurrences were not detailed in any book she had read. Perhaps she should consult some medical texts? Meanwhile, having fled from home, Hubert arrived at the place where Simon's lifeless body lay. With a flick of his finger, the air shimmered, and Simon's spirit emerged from his corporeal form. What is happening? Simon's soul inquired, gazing at Hubert with confusion. He had perished in a state of unconsciousness, struck down by a green pepper, and his memories were still trapped in the moment of being ambushed by Hubert, leaving him unaware of his demise. He only sensed an oddity in his existence, a peculiar lightness enveloping him. Why have you brought me here? Simon demanded. I had already pledged my soul to you, to serve as your servant. Why then did you ambush me? Hubert initially emerged from Olvia feeling somewhat disheartened, yet upon gazing at Simon's spirit, his mood appeared to brighten considerably. Though he had endured considerable misfortune, Simon's plight was far worse. He remained oblivious to his own demise. Hubert still had the prospect of growing up and honing his marksmanship with Olvia, whereas Simon's aspirations seemed to hinge solely on seeking out a female ghost. It is often through comparison that one recognizes suffering, and as Hubert pondered this, his countenance became markedly more amiable. Originally intent on directly probing Simon's soul, he now found himself reluctant to pursue such an action hastily. Observing the fluctuations in Hubert's expression, Simon remained perplexed, quietly surveying his surroundings. They were in the vicinity of the training base of the Baibao Water Army, the very location where he had managed to escape the encirclement of the green peppers. However, it was now nightfall, and the once vibrant training grounds lay enveloped in an eerie silence. Uncertain of how long he had been unconscious, he felt somewhat disoriented, perhaps having been in a stupor for more than a day. On the ground lay a pool of mangled flesh, seemingly the remains of a person, a rather unfortunate soul indeed. As Simon's gaze fell upon his own lifeless body, Hubert, with a smile, remarked, "You see, you are already dead. That is indeed your corpse." "What?" Simon furrowed his brow. Incredulous. "What nonsense are you spouting? I could never have died in such an unsightly manner." Amused by Simon's disbelief, Hubert's grin widened. "If you doubt my words, you might attempt to touch something else. As a spirit, you would find that you cannot interact with the physical world." Simon scoffed, shaking his head. "That is impossible. This world does not contain spirits. Being dead simply means one is dead." Hubert swiftly recognized a stone and darted towards Simon. "What are you doing?" Simon immediately grew alert, extending his hand in an instinctive attempt to block the projectile. Yet, to his astonishment, the stone passed directly through him. His eyes widened in disbelief as he glanced down at his hands, which appeared somewhat ethereal, allowing him to glimpse the shadows of the ground beyond them. "Is this real? Am I truly dead?" "Indeed," a voice echoed. "Look at your corpse, reduced to a mere puddle of flesh by the relentless blows of that green pepper. How tragic." Simon stared at the grotesque mass on the ground, and his soul began to tremble, becoming increasingly insubstantial. "How could this be? How could I die? I am Simon, the Moth King. How could I perish in this insignificant place, the West Sea?" In a daze, he murmured to himself, No, this cannot be true. How can a dead man possess a soul? Even if I do, how can you see me?" He frantically pointed at Hubert, exclaiming, "It's your doing. You are trying to deceive me." With that, he hurled himself towards a nearby tree, desperately yearning for the impact to shatter his skull, but ultimately, he passed through it as well. Undeterred, he charged at a wall, only to find himself traversing it once more. After several futile attempts, despair washed over him. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He rushed to Hubert's side, yearning to grasp his physical form, but his efforts were in vain. He shouted, "If you can see me, there must be a way to resurrect me, right?" "Surely there is." Hubert gazed at the frenzied Simon, feeling a twinge of boredom. The madness of this individual failed to provide him with any semblance of pleasure, prompting him to seize Simon's very soul. Though Simon's essence yearned to resist, it was as powerless as a fledgling chick, devoid of any means of defiance. Thus, the process of soul extraction commenced. Hubert specifically entered into a contract with Simon for the purpose of soul searching after Simon's demise. He possesses a profound interest in Simon's memories, particularly those pertaining to the Advanced City, who, indeed, possesses such formidable power to release Simon. Where lies the secret passage to Advanced City? Is it freely accessible? These matters warrant thorough investigation. Hubert devised a plan, a rather audacious scheme aimed at extracting valuable equipment from the seasoned inmates of Impel Down. The fortress housed formidable criminals, and the quality of the gear they possessed was undoubtedly exceptional. Given their confinement, their abilities had significantly waned, making them ripe for exploitation. Although Simon could elucidate the matter directly, Hubert harbored reservations about Simon's trustworthiness. Furthermore, mere verbal explanations could not compare to the vivid imagery conjured through soul-searching, which allowed Hubert to perceive Simon's memories as if watching a film, revealing intricate details. Chapter 55. Infinite Hell in the 6th level of Impel Down, known as Infinite Hell. Simon found himself in despair. "What are you doing?" "That is my food," he roared, powerless to prevent the theft of his sustenance. "How did someone like you even get in here? Have the standards for entry plummeted?" A towering figure loomed before Simon, exuding a menacing aura, akin to a monstrous entity. Clutching Simon's food, the figure savored it with relish, lamenting about the meager rations supplied by the Navy. Upon hearing this, Simon clenched his fists in silent fury. To the imposing man, or rather to this prison, he was but a lowly pawn, vulnerable to cruelty from anyone. Despite lacking the strength to wield hockey, Simon had been granted access to the 6th level due to the exceptional nature of his devil fruit. However, the Sea Prism Stone handcuffs restricted him from utilizing any abilities, rendering him powerless within the confines of the prison. "Return his food," a voice echoed from the shadows. The towering man flinched, fear flickering in his eyes. Yet he retorted defiantly, "Why do you care? Who do you think you are? Shall I repeat myself, boy?" The voice remained calm, unperturbed. The once intimidating figure, now drenched in cold sweat, hesitated and tossed Simon's food to the ground with disdain. "As if I cared." Simon paid no mind to the discarded food. Instead, he gazed toward the source of the voice, his heart racing as footsteps approached. He pondered the identity of this mysterious benefactor and their motives, certain that no altruism resided in this prison. With a final step, the figure emerged through the dim light of the iron bars. Before Simon stood an eccentric man, his golden hair cascading like a lion's mane, adorned with a metal helm. Most would have perished from such injuries, yet he appeared unfazed. His physique was robust, his arms thicker than Simon's thighs, suggesting a mastery of swordsmanship. "Golden Lion?" Simon gasped, recognition dawning upon him. Though he had never encountered this legendary figure, the tales of his exploits were renowned. He was a man who once vied for the title of the world's strongest alongside the pirate king, Joel D. Roger. His infamy was such that even the most unruly children quaked at the mention of his name. Haha, you know me, kid, he chuckled. Of course, I've heard whispers of your name. Had I not been captured, I would have sought you out to join me. The prospect of becoming a subordinate bewildered Simon. But we are all prisoners here. Why pursue such an arrangement? Seemingly perceiving Simon's skepticism, the Golden Lion replied, This doesn't merely pertain to this wretched prison. Surely, you do not wish to languish here for eternity? Realization struck Simon as he met the gaze of the Golden Lion, whose half-visible face radiated a wild, commanding presence. Despite the implausibility of his words, Simon felt an inexplicable trust in him. You mean we can escape? But how is that possible? No one has ever left Impel Down. The Golden Lion's face broke into a brazen grin. What prison can contain the likes of me? If I say we can escape, then we shall. As he spoke, an overwhelming aura emanated from the Golden Lion, nearly suffocating Simon. Incredible, Simon thought, glancing at the sea prism stone shackles binding the Golden Lion. Despite these constraints, he exuded immense strength. After a moment's contemplation, Simon acquiesced. All right, I agree to become your crew member. After all, I have no other options. Moments later, Simon inquired. But why choose me? I am hardly remarkable in this prison. Do not underestimate yourself, boy. Your abilities are impressive, and I have heard of your exploits. Had I not been captured, I would have sought you long ago. The Golden Lion's enthusiasm deepened at Simon's acceptance. Now, await your release. Should any pirates dare to challenge you, they will have to contend with me. Understood. As foretold by the Golden Lion, Simon was soon liberated from his cell. The Golden Lion himself remained under stringent surveillance, awaiting the opportune moment for his own escape. However, Simon fled the confines of Impel Down discreetly, retreating to the West Blue. He possessed a treasure map leading to the riches of the Flower Country, and he aimed to procure a fitting gift for the Golden Lion before his own escape. During his time in the Flower Country, Simon operated with utmost caution, seeking clues about the treasure while orchestrating chaos through enslaved pirates to divert attention. The subsequent events unfolded as Hubert had uncovered. Simon was ultimately exposed through Hubert's investigation, subdued, and subsequently delivered to Green Pepper. As the soul-searching concluded, Hubert released a sigh of relief. Simon's memories were indeed riveting, and the realization that he was a subordinate of the Golden Lion posed a potential complication. If Simon's corpse were to be presented to the Navy for a bounty, Hubert's involvement would be revealed, leading to dire consequences should the Golden Lion seek retribution. Yet, Hubert resolved that Simon's bounty would undoubtedly be claimed, and if the Golden Lion intended to confront him, he would ensure that the escapee remained imprisoned. In Hubert's mind, a scheme was brewing to bring the Golden Lion down from its pedestal. Chapter 56, Exorbitant Demands. Hubert had taken a moment to enjoy the fresh air outside before returning home. By this time, Olivia was no longer in the living room, which still displayed an assortment of ancient inscriptions. Hubert surmised that Olivia must have been sleeping within her chamber as he approached her door and extended his hand, intending to push it open. However, his hand hovered in mid-air, hesitating. What was his purpose in seeking out Olivia? To delve into the study of ancient scripts together? After a moment's reflection, he lowered his hand and retreated to his own room, casting aside the myriad of thoughts that plagued his mind before sinking into a deep slumber. When he awoke, the sun had already ascended high in the sky. Stretching his limbs, Hubert stepped outside his room. In the living room, Olivia had resumed her studies of ancient texts, a cup of tea resting on the table, now cold, with the leaves settled at the bottom. You're awake, she remarked, rising from her chair. Would you like something to eat? It felt as though the events of the previous day had never transpired. Yet, Hubert sensed an unusual gaze from Olivia, as if she were silently admonishing him for his flirtatious tendencies. Although he recognized this as mere projection, it still stirred a sense of irritation within him. Focus on your studies. I can manage on my own, he retorted. How vexing it was. He must hasten to uncover the fruits that would foster his growth. His advancement into the city was inevitable. Not even the three great generals could impede his progress. As he entered the kitchen, Olivia chose not to pursue the conversation, returning to her studies of ancient scripts. It seemed Hubert had come to a resolution. Perhaps it was best to allow him some time to collect his thoughts. Originally intent on preparing noodles, Hubert lost his enthusiasm and merely consumed a couple of slices of bread before departing. He sought out the king. At this hour, the king had little to occupy his time, gazing contentedly at the map of the Flower Kingdom. On the map, the territory of the 8 Treasures Navy had been circled in red, and now he retrieved a pen to mark a check beside it. Just moments ago, Qing Jiao had formally submitted his resignation, to which the king had made a token effort to dissuade him before acquiescing. Qing Jiao had truly entered a state of retirement. The threat posed by the 8 Treasures Navy had diminished significantly, and with Hubert, a subordinate more amenable to control, this pirate incident had turned into a fortuitous outcome for him. Lost in thought, a subordinate hurried over to convey some news. Upon hearing it, the king declared, quickly, summon him to me. Hubert entered the king's study, his gaze falling upon the map of the Kingdom of Flowers, and a hint of surprise crossed his face. The map bore not only the insignia of the 8 Treasures Navy, but also numerous circled locations, indicating the king's evident dissatisfaction with the current state of affairs. Yet, he thought, it was of no consequence to him. He was here for the money. As the king observed Hubert's entrance, he gestured toward a designated seat, saying, "Come, sit down. I had intended to send for you shortly, but it appears you have arrived sooner than expected. Is there something of importance that His Majesty wishes to discuss?" Hubert inquired politely. "Nothing of great significance, merely regarding your coronation ceremony. Do you believe it should be held within your territory or at the royal palace?" "It is entirely at your Majesty's discretion," Hubert replied nonchalantly. As he had little concern for such matters, he was unlikely to attend this coronation ceremony. His purpose for visiting was solely to secure funds. Pleased with Hubert's response, the king exclaimed, "Then let us hold it at the palace, allowing more people to witness the might of our kingdom of flowers, and let it be a grand affair." "Very well." After a brief silence, the king resumed his discussion, pointing at the map as he elaborated to Hubert. "This is the list I have compiled. Do you see the red circles on it? These represent unstable factors. Their intricate connections and duplicity pose significant obstacles to my rule over the kingdom of flowers." It was evident that the king placed great trust in Hubert, revealing such sensitive information to him, which stirred a sense of gratitude within Hubert. "Since you trust me so implicitly, I shall request a greater sum of money later," Hubert suggested. "What of the 8 treasures navy?" The king paused, recalling that Xiang Jiao was a friend of Hubert's. However, with Xiang Jiao now retired, and Hubert being his chosen guard, their paths would inevitably cross again. Thus, he replied, "Indeed, the 8 treasures navy once wielded immense power in the kingdom of flowers, and many of my commands went unheeded. You are aware that the navy is vast, filled with a mix of individuals, some of whom harbor treasonous intentions. The captured Sakashi was a prime example of this. However, thanks to your assistance, Sakashi has been eliminated, Xiang Jiao is retired, and the 8 treasures navy possesses little leverage to defy us any longer." As he spoke, the king couldn't help but chuckle. "I must say, we owe much to you, Hubert." Hubert appeared somewhat perplexed before inquiring, "Your Majesty, may I receive the bailey you prepared for me in advance?" The king, puzzled, responded, "What do you require the bailey for at this moment?" "Well, I intend to construct a palace, and I find myself slightly short on bailey, hence my request for an advance," Hubert explained. "A palace?" The king's expression darkened at once. "What do you mean by that? Do you wish to stand on equal footing with me? This is something that even the 8 treasures navy has not attempted." A suspicion arose within him. Could this Hubert be a man of insatiable ambition? With this thought, he pressed, "What purpose do you have for building a palace?" "I have vowed since my youth to provide my parents with a grand palace. Now that I have garnered your Majesty's favor, I finally see a glimmer of hope to realize that dream and wish to commence the endeavor soon," Hubert articulated, revealing a long-prepared response, his face brimming with longing as he envisioned a harmonious family residing within the palace. "I see," the king's demeanor softened slightly. This indicates that Hubert possesses filial piety, making betrayal unlikely and thus easier to manage. Moreover, once the palace is constructed, Hubert will be irrevocably tied to the Flower Kingdom. With this realization, the king resolved decisively, the palace must be built. "How much more do you require?" he asked. "I shall supplement your needs, and this reward will be calculated separately." "My budget is 50 billion, Hubert replied. "I have saved some bailey, but I still lack 43 billion. Your Majesty, if you could provide me with that 100,000 bailey, I would only need 33 billion more." "What?" The king's voice rose an octave. "What palace costs that much? Is it made of gold? Worth more than my own palace?" Observing the king's reaction, Hubert felt a twinge of anxiety, realizing he had indeed asked for a substantial sum. But he thought to himself that one could always negotiate. Under Hubert's anxious yet hopeful gaze, the king's expression twitched, and he stiffly replied, "Well, Hubert, 50 billion for a palace is indeed rather extravagant. How about this? I will provide you with 10 billion bailey initially, along with an additional 10 billion as a reward. That should suffice to construct a palace." In Hubert's heart, joy surged. What a remarkable fortune, an additional billion. Chapter 57, The Key to the Treasure. With the bailey in hand, Hubert left the palace with a buoyant spirit. The king, observing Hubert's departing figure, felt a pang of regret, yet was somewhat consoled. This incident had effectively bound Hubert to the kingdom of flowers. Moreover, given Hubert's deep sense of loyalty, controlling him in the future would undoubtedly be much easier. What a fine young man, the king mused. Having exited the palace, Hubert wasted no time in exchanging the bailey at the bank. He then hurried to the residence of Carter and his companions. At that moment, Carter was present, adapting to his newfound powers in his wolf form within the courtyard. Each strike of his fist and palm produced a resounding whoosh, the pressure of the air splitting the trunks of large trees. Previously, such power had seemed reserved for the elite, yet now it flowed through him effortlessly. Carter couldn't help but marvel. Aligning himself with Master Hubert had undoubtedly been a wise choice. He resolved to steadfastly follow Hubert's lead and execute every task assigned to him, recognizing this as merely the beginning of their journey toward greater strength. As he contemplated, he suddenly spotted a small figure that had appeared atop the wall unbeknownst to him. "Master Hubert, you've arrived," Carter exclaimed, acclimated to Hubert's uncanny ability to appear and disappear at will. He acknowledged that despite his own enhanced strength and heightened perception after consuming the devil fruit, he remained oblivious to any trace of Hubert's presence, as if he had always been there. He could only marvel at the profound depth of Master Hubert's capabilities. Hobart nodded thoughtfully and remarked, "It seems you have nearly mastered your power. You must have practiced quite a bit these past few days." Initially, Carter struggled to wield this newfound strength, often miscalculating his force. There were instances when he intended only to injure, yet inadvertently caused death. Now, however, he had completely adapted to this power, moving with ease as if it were second nature. Carter offered a sheepish smile, scratching his head as he leaned in and said, "It's all thanks to your excellent guidance. Lord Hobart, have we procured the ship?" Hobart cut to the chase. He had already transferred the entirety of the king's 100 million berries to Carter for the purchase of the ship and to recruit some crew members. "It has been acquired, but I have yet to recruit any navigators capable of traversing the Grand Line, as you requested. If there are none, then so be it." "We shall manage through our own efforts," Hobart replied, harboring little hope in that regard. Those with the ability to navigate the Grand Line had likely already set sail, leaving behind only those who were unwilling to take risks, certainly not the easiest individuals to recruit. The absence of navigators was not a significant concern with his strength. He doubted he would perish at sea, though he acknowledged that inclement weather might pose some challenges. This, however, could be addressed by enlisting some meteorologists once they reached Sky Island, so he remained unperturbed. "Are the brothers all prepared?" "We may depart today," Hobart stated. Carter nodded affirmatively, saying, "Rest assured, the brothers have been ready for some time and can leave at a moment's notice." "But are we truly going to leave like this, Lord Hobart? I heard the king intends to hold a coronation ceremony for you and grant you lands." Hobart sighed. Hubert let out a sigh. "In truth, I did not wish to depart, yet the king's enthusiasm was overwhelming. After merely performing a small favor, he insisted on appointing me as the general of the Flower Kingdom, and I have already accepted 20 billion berries from him. It is time to decline such generosity and take my leave. It seems Lord Hubert does not want to burden the king any further. Truly, he is a remarkable individual." "Such a level of selflessness is something I could never hope to attain," Carter remarked, a glimmer of reverence in his eyes. "Hubert, very well. Let us not dwell on such matters any longer. Please instruct the crew to commence their preparations, for we shall embark today." "Understood." Upon receiving the command, Cat immediately set to work, urging the other sailors to ready themselves for the voyage. Hubert then departed once more, making his way to the position of the 8 Treasure Water Army. "Lord Hubert, how delightful to see you. I have heard that preparations are underway for your coronation ceremony. Shouldn't you be making arrangements for it?" "Lord Hubert, we owe you our gratitude, for without your insight, we may never have uncovered that Sakashi was indeed a traitor. Are you in search of Lord Qingjiao? He has not been around lately, but I am aware of his whereabouts and can take you to him." Hubert waved his hand dismissively, stating that he was merely browsing and encouraged them to continue their training. "Is it truly unnecessary to send someone to find Lord Green Pepper?" he inquired. "Not at all. I am here in search of treasures. How can I locate them if you bring Green Pepper with you?" Indeed, Hubert had discovered the location of the treasure key through the ancient text translated by Olivia, which led him to the interior of the 8 Treasure Navy. As he navigated through the enthusiastic crowd of the 8 Treasure Navy, a twinge of guilt flickered within him. After all, it was due to his actions that Sakashi of the 8 Treasure Navy had perished and Green Pepper had retreated into seclusion, resulting in a significant decline in the Navy's strength. The sailors remained remarkably warm-hearted, even expressing gratitude toward him, which was somewhat disheartening. Upon arriving at a chamber within the 8 Treasure Navy, Hubert pushed open the door. Inside lay a spacious room, devoid of any furnishings save for a solitary desk cluttered with disorganized papers, which contained records regarding the casualties and training of the 8 Treasure Navy. The disorder suggested that the occupant had not taken the time to review these documents. On the wall behind the desk stood a lifelike dragon sculpture. Every scale and texture appeared strikingly real, yet upon closer inspection, one could discern the whispers of history embedded within. This chamber had once belonged to Green Pepper, and now, in his absence, it lay vacant. The congratulations that Green Pepper cherished had long been taken away, and Hubert held little hope of uncovering anything of value. His sole focus was on the dragon sculpture. More specifically, the peculiar object that adorned the sculpture. Approaching the statue, he gazed at the menacing figure, and a palpable aura of ferocity enveloped him. This was merely a sculpture, yet it imparted an overwhelming sense of pressure upon Hubert, leaving him to ponder the terrifying presence of Kaido. Though he had triumphed over Akainu, he did not harbor any illusions of grandeur. His victory had relied on numerous factors, including the powerful heat fruit, which was particularly effective against Akainu. Moreover, Akainu had yet to reach his peak potential. There remained considerable room for improvement in his haki. Hubert felt certain that he would not prevail against Akainu 20 years hence, nor did he believe he could withstand the might of Kaido, who was reputed to be the strongest creature in the world. However, this visit was not merely to admire the statue. He extended his hand and caressed the sculpture. With a firm grip, he extracted one of its teeth. This was the treasure key. This tooth bore no distinction from the others. It was a grayish-white hue, smooth to the touch, resembling a genuine dragon-esque tooth. Hubert surmised that if he were to transform into a dragon and detach one of his teeth, it would likely resemble this one, albeit slightly smaller. Holding it in his hand, he almost believed it to be a real tooth. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he murmured, could this tooth truly be a dragoness tooth? Legends of the dragon-slaying sword master, Longma, had circulated for centuries. Thus, the existence of a dragoness tooth did not seem entirely implausible. If it were indeed a dragoness tooth, it would likely belong to a juvenile dragon. Hubert stroked his chin, holding the dragon's tooth with a mischievous grin. After a brief moment of contemplation, he shook his head, dismissing the importance of its authenticities. What mattered was its ability to unlock. According to the text translated by Orvia, the third tooth from the left on the dragon-shaped statue was the key to the treasure. It also detailed the location of the statue, albeit obscured by the mist of time, merely indicating it resided within the naval forces he had established. However, the sands of time had transformed the original navy through countless generations into the current Baobao Navy, comprising the 1st, 2nd, and 8th Baobao navies. Locating this dragon statue was an immense undertaking. Fortunately, Hubert had frequently roamed the Baobao Navy, and his familiarity with the statue in the Green Pepper Room was quite profound, allowing him to pinpoint its location with ease. Clutching the dragon's tooth, Hubert eagerly yearned to experience the legendary power of the deity, transforming into a flying dragon. He soared away with a swift whoosh. The sailors of the Baobao Navy, engrossed in their training, merely sensed a gust of wind pass by. Upon looking up, they found nothing amiss. Under the swift flight of Hubert, he soon arrived at the entrance of the cave. As he descended from the sky, a frown creased his brow. After the battle on that fateful day, he had returned specifically to retrieve the corpses of the pirates within the cave, exchanging them for belly. He had taken the precaution of sealing the entrance with a large boulder, yet now, it stood wide open. Had someone come here? Who could it possibly be? Hubert was on high alert, pondering whether Simon was truly not the mastermind, and that perhaps the true puppet master had now come knocking. Yet, that could not be. He had already delved into Simon's soul, and everything indeed pointed to him as the orchestrator. Could it be that memories could be fabricated? Surely not the Golden Lion. That was implausible, for the Golden Lion should still be incarcerated in the city's prison, with no chance of emerging so swiftly. Hubert pondered for a moment, deciding to investigate further. After all, even if the Golden Lion truly had arrived, he had no fear. Whether he could defeat it was another matter. But escape would certainly be no issue. Moreover, the cave's environment was hardly conducive to a fierce battle for the Golden Lion, and perhaps he could even leave it behind. As he stepped into the cave, he noted its pristine condition, raising an eyebrow in surprise. He had always been averse to the laborious task of moving corpses. Were it not for the need for secrecy and the allure of the bounty, he would not have engaged in such activities. When he relocated the body previously, he had only removed the corpse, leaving traces of blood behind. After all, he did not reside there, so a little mess was of no concern. He only intended to take the treasure and leave. Now, however, the cave was even more immaculate than before, devoid of any bloodstains. The air carried no scent of carnage. He could not help but quicken his pace, soon reaching the inner sanctum. Upon a bed within the cave lay a figure, reclining with one leg crossed over the other, exuding an air of nonchalance. Upon seeing Hubert, the figure displayed no signs of alarm. Instead, he greeted him. "Ah, you have arrived, Lord Hubert." The tone was unremarkable. Yet Hubert detected an undercurrent of mockery. "Who are you?" he inquired, his brow furrowing in confusion. It seems, dear Hubert, that you have many matters at hand and have forgotten me. Understandable, I suppose. For a person of my insignificance, it would be normal for you not to recognize me. Who exactly are you?" Hubert pressed, genuinely having no recollection of the individual before him. The man chuckled darkly. "Do you not recall? Several years ago, when you first joined the 8th Treasure Navy, I was the guard at the gate. Years ago, on a sun-drenched afternoon, the air was thick with heat. A group of 8th Treasure Navy members trained under such conditions, sweat cascading from their brows. At the entrance to the training grounds, 2 guards sat upright, their gazes flickering toward the training area. "After all this time, I have finally been selected for the 8th Treasure Navy," a younger recruit exclaimed, hope sparkling in his eyes as he observed the scene within. "Ha! Skoda, you are not yet part of the 8th Treasure Navy. You are merely a gatekeeper." The elder guard replied with a kindly smile. Who doesn't he know that if one can guard the gate without error, they will assuredly become part of the 8th Treasure Navy? Skoda declared earnestly, "Rest assured, Senior, I will guard this gate diligently. I am determined to join the 8th Treasure Navy." The elder guard shook his head. "I am no senior. I am merely like you. It is quite astonishing that you, at merely 15, have come this far." Skoda bashfully scratched his head. "It is merely the result of hard work. You are quite impressive as well." As he gazed at the training ground, he continued, "However, my efforts pale in comparison to the training within the 8th Treasure Navy. They truly live up to their reputation. I eagerly anticipate the days to come." Ha ha ha. Indeed, the future is something to look forward to. As the two conversed, a small child approached. The child, fair of face and around 4 or 5 years old, appeared adorably innocent. "Little one, what brings you here?" "You cannot be here," Skoda gently admonished the child. The child did not leave, Instead, he countered, "Is this the 8 Treasure Navy, brother?" Skoda, taken aback, replied, "Indeed, this is the 8 Treasure Navy. Are you searching for someone? Do you have relatives inside? It is training time, and visits are not permitted. You must wait here for a moment. They will finish shortly." The child's lips curled into a smile. "A bounty of 500 million. That is indeed a substantial sum." "What did you say? What bounty?" Skoda sensed something amiss with the child but remained unperturbed, thinking to himself that a mere child could hardly stir up any trouble. With a roar, the child did not respond but instead trembled and transformed into a dragon. With a gentle flap of its wings, Skoda and the other guard were sent sprawling far away. Unconscious, the dragon ascended high into the sky, casting a colossal shadow as it obscured the sun's rays. It spoke in human tongue, "Qingjiao, come forth and fight. Today, I shall exchange you for Bailey." Chapter 59. The servant. When Skoda awoke once more, everything had settled. That child was Hubert, who, after battling Qingjiao, had turned an enemy into an ally and become a distinguished guest of the 8 Treasure Navy. Skoda had been eliminated from the 8 Treasure Navy for allowing the child to enter during his watch, and it took 3 years for him to rejoin. It was understandable that he could not keep an eye on Hubert, for he was someone who could contend with Qingjiao. The person responsible for this decision was inflexible, insisting that Skoda had failed in his duties and consequently eliminated him. This individual had long harbored a disdain for Skoda, who, despite being a self-proclaimed genius, had only entered the 8 Treasure Navy at 20, while Skoda had achieved it at 15. Seizing the opportunity, he kept Skoda out for 3 years, only allowing him back into the 8 Treasure Navy after being reassigned. Unaware of the underlying details, Skoda attributed all this to Hubert. He could never forget the shadow Hubert cast that day. Upon hearing Skoda's tale, Hubert felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing that his pretense had inadvertently impacted another so profoundly. Rubbing his head, he asked, "What brings you here?" Skoda erupted into maniacal laughter. "In these past years, you have garnered much respect within the 8 Treasure Navy. Yet I have been tirelessly seeking your flaws, determined to reveal your true nature to others. However, from every angle, you present as nothing less than impeccable, devoid of vices, exceptionally strong, and treating others with equanimity." Hubert raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the perceptiveness of this individual. "I had nearly relinquished my quest to uncover your blemish. Yet not long ago, your confrontation with Simon betrayed you. I discovered that your investigation into Simon led you to this very location, which subsequently erupted into conflict. What compelled such a battle to unfold here? There must be some secret unknown to me within this place." Once the crowd dispersed, I commenced my search for the peculiarities of this site, and, as expected, I stumbled upon this cave. Skoda's gaze sharpened, fixating intently on Hubert as he remarked, "If my conjecture holds true, this place must indeed be the very purpose of Simon's visit to the Land of Flowers. And you, having dispatched Simon, failed to report this matter, clearly harboring ulterior motives." Hubert, speechless, "Are we? Ha! If I were to reveal this matter to the king, your true nature would be exposed for all to see. Ha! At last, I have uncovered your flaw. So, what exactly do you intend to do?" "Hubert, oh Hubert, today is your day. I am not necessarily inclined to unveil you. Over these years, I have come to realize that the 8 Treasures Navy holds little promise. The Grand Line is where I truly belong. However, one cannot simply stumble into the Grand Line. I require a substantial amount of funds to embark on this journey. If you grant me half of the treasure upon its discovery, I shall keep this matter to myself. The items within this treasure must hold considerable value. The remaining half should allow you to profit handsomely. What do you think?" Hubert gazed at Skoda, who was nervously rubbing his hands, feeling somewhat speechless. "Have you gone mad over the years? What did you say?" Hubert's reaction was evidently beyond Skoda's contemplation. He sprang to his feet, pointing at Hubert and declaring, "Do you think you were jesting? I assure you, if you do not comply, I shall promptly inform the king." Hubert shook his head and asked, "Have you disclosed this place to anyone else?" Skoda, believing that Hubert was beginning to relent, immediately replied, "No, of course not. I am not a fool. Rest assured, as long as you share half of the treasure with me, there will be no third party privy to this matter." Hubert sighed and remarked, "How foolish. Even if I were to kill you, the treasure would still be mine." Skoda, bewildered, exclaimed, "What?" His expression shifted from confusion to astonishment, and then to horror. "How could you do such a thing? Are you not a benevolent person? How could you bear to slay me, an innocent member of the 8 Treasure Water Army? Merely because I uncovered your secrets?" Hubert took a step forward, while Skoda retreated. Beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead, and his body trembled slightly. Hubert took a step forward, causing Skoda to retreat several paces, only to stumble over a stone and fall to the ground. "Do not approach me. I will only take a quarter. The remaining 3/4 are yours." Hubert advanced once more, while Skoda struggled on the ground, hurling a stone in Hubert's direction. The stone was caught mid-air, leaving a bewildered Skoda to continue retreating in panic. "Just 1/5. I only need 1/5. The rest is all yours," he exclaimed. He. "Once I eliminate you, all the treasure will belong to me. Why should I share? You claim to be clever." Hubert continued his slow approach, deliberately maintaining a leisurely pace to apply pressure on Skoda. Please, don't. I want no part of this. I won't speak of it to anyone else. This is our secret, Skoda pleaded, feeling his back pressed against a wall, with no escape left. No, don't kill me. I will become your servant. I'll give you all my treasures, and I swear to keep this matter confidential. Despair engulfed Skoda as he realized the unpredictability of this man. Why did he resort to murder so readily? Wasn't he a bounty hunter? He seemed even more outrageous than the characters among the 8 treasure navy. As Hubert extended his palm towards him, Skoda's face turned ashen, and he shut his eyes in resignation. He lamented, I should have never come here. It was Hubert who had inadvertently prolonged his time with the 8 treasure navy by 3 years, wasting a crucial period of growth and strength. Now, due to the disruption of his plans, he was on the brink of death. If he survived, he vowed never to oppose Hubert again. After a considerable wait without feeling any pain, Skoda hesitantly opened his eyes, filled with confusion. He beheld Hubert's small hand suspended in midair, a smile gracing his face. What's happening? Skoda stammered, his words faltering. Hubert extended his hand and effortlessly pulled him up from the ground, laughing. Did you not just proclaim that you would become my servant, surrendering all your treasures to me, while keeping today's events strictly confidential? Skoda, somewhat bewildered, rose to his feet and inquired, what does this mean? Have you truly agreed? Hubert touched his nose and said, I never intended to kill you. It was all a figment of your imagination, as you immediately sought to become my servant. Chapter 60. The treasure unveiled. Skoda, utterly unconvinced by Hubert's nonsensical claims, retorted, Your murderous intent was palpable moments ago, was it not? Had I not acquiesced to your demands, I would surely be dead by now. He was taken aback by Hubert's true nature. It was rumored that the king wished to bestow upon him the title of knight, a gross misuse of honor. What would the king think if he were to learn of this? Yet, even if the king were to discover the truth, it is likely he would remain silent. Hubert's avarice had always been evident, and now that he had uncovered treasure, the king might consider it a foregone conclusion. Moreover, even if the king were aware, he would hardly dare to confront Hubert, given the rift that had developed between him and the green pepper, which had compelled the king to place his fortunes in Hubert's hands. Regardless of what treasures lay within, the king would not jeopardize his standing with Hubert over mere riches. Skoda gasped, still shaken by the ordeal. Although he had not exerted himself physically, he was drenched in cold sweat, as if he had just completed a 100-kilometer run. Since you have declared yourself my servant, you shall henceforth be my crew member. Now, relinquish all the treasures you possess, Hubert said with a grin, observing Skoda's dismay. Skoda replied, Is this an instance of losing more than one gains? The pain is unbearable. To find himself a servant to his enemy was a bitter pill to swallow. Perhaps it would be better to wash his hands of it all. Enraged yet powerless, Skoda reluctantly retrieved a pouch from his pocket, and upon opening it, a brilliant golden light burst forth. Hubert licked his lips, relishing yet another bag of treasure in his possession. Though it appeared to be a modest sum, even the tiniest morsel holds value. Little by little, wealth accumulates. And one day, he would be fabulously rich. Reflecting on this, he encouraged, I never imagined that at such a young age, you have amassed so much treasure. Truly, one should not judge by appearances. Taking you under my wing is undoubtedly a wise choice. Upon hearing Hubert's praise, Skoda puffed up with pride, declaring, Is this all? I have even more at home. Hubert's eyes lit up, yet he spoke with a note of skepticism. Is that truly the case? Once I have attended to my affairs, I shall pay a visit to your residence. You are always welcome, Skoda replied. I shall show you the true meaning of affluence. Flattered by Hubert's praise, Skoda became somewhat elated and began to speak without discretion. However, upon reflection, he seemed to realize his impropriety and quickly added, I suddenly recall that a considerable sum of money at home has been spent to secure my entry into the Baobao Water Army. As it stands, I find myself rather short on funds, so perhaps it would be best if I refrain from returning. Hubert remained silent, merely chuckling foolishly, I understand. I shall simply observe when the time comes, and that is all I intend to do. Skoda lamented, It's over. The money is gone, my savings. After a brief silence, Hubert addressed Skoda again. By the way, since you have joined us, you should return to gather others for our meeting. You know Carter, don't you? Didn't you mention that you had investigated me? Skoda replied, I am aware. Hubert continued, You should seek him out. He will make the necessary arrangements for you. Very well. Skoda responded. Hubert remarked, Moreover, rest assured, are you not heading to the Grand Line? I shall follow suit afterward. So your endeavor shall not be in vain. You are going to the Grand Line? Skoda exclaimed in astonishment. If I recall correctly, you are favored by the king and are to undergo a coronation ceremony, are you not? Aha. Such feasts can be attended at will or disregarded as one pleases. Oh, Skoda replied in a flat tone, seemingly unfazed, yet his heart was tumultuous. He had toiled for so long without any tangible results, and he couldn't even catch a glimpse of the rewards within the 8 treasure navy. Meanwhile, Hubert casually dismissed a national-level accolade. He felt as if he might shatter his own teeth from clenching them in frustration. Hubert truly deserved a scolding. Carter, observing Skoda's unchanging demeanor, silently praised him as a person of great ambition. Previously, when others heard of Hubert's intention to forego the coronation, they had been taken aback. Yet this man before him exhibited no reaction whatsoever. He finally spoke. In any case, hurry and find Carter. They will arrange everything for you. Do not dwell on these matters. All right, Skoda, eager to escape the same room after such an extended period, swiftly made his exit. Upon reaching the doorway, his countenance darkened. This operation had completely failed, and he had implicated himself in it. The more he reflected, the angrier he became, almost compelled to storm back. However, considering Hobart's formidable strength, he began to reassess the situation. Ultimately, his pursuit of treasures was merely a means to procure funds for the equipment needed for the Grand Line. Although the treasure eluded him, his goal of reaching the Grand Line remained intact. He could still consider it a mission accomplished. He had not suffered a loss after all. Furthermore, with Hobart's prowess, he could assist in scouting ahead, transforming what could have been a setback into a potential gain. Reassured, Skoda's expression brightened considerably as he dashed towards the royal palace of the Flower Kingdom. Once Skoda departed, Hobart shrugged. Initially, he had contemplated eliminating Skoda to resolve matters swiftly. However, upon Skoda's willingness to become his subordinate, he reconsidered. To be frank, he did not hold much regard for a subordinate of such limited strength. Yet reflecting on Skoda's current plight, he realized it was somewhat interconnected with his own actions. Thus, he made an exception and accepted Skoda, especially since the ship was rather empty at the moment. Having free labor was advantageous. In critical moments, he could even be used as a shield, serving as a meat shield in battle. Hobart rummaged in his pocket and produced a dragon's tooth, making his way deeper into the cave. Before him stood an impeccable stone wall, devoid of any embellishment, resembling an ordinary rock face. Had it not been for Olvia's translation, he likely would have failed to notice this concealed entrance. Upon the wall, there lay a small indentation, reminiscent of a stone that had been expertly extracted. Yet Hobart understood that this was a keyhole. He inserted the dragon's tooth into the opening, finding it nearly flawless, with not a single gap. Such a perfect match could only be achieved by a singular key. Hubert's lips curled into a smirk, and with a sudden exertion, he dislodged the very earth from the wall. After unveiling the passage concealed behind the door, he descended without hesitation. The cave was shrouded in darkness, but Hubert summoned his powers to ignite a torch, illuminating the entire cavern, revealing a veritable mountain of coins within. Upon entering, Hubert was immediately met with a twinge of disappointment. The coins, obscured by dust, were predominantly obsolete currency, irrelevant in the present day. Otherwise, he would have amassed a considerable fortune. Nevertheless, there remained a plethora of valuable assets, such as gold, rendering his efforts not entirely fruitless. After perusing the area once more, Hubert's gaze fell upon Chapter 61, the King. Indeed, I have not misjudged him. Hubert gazed at the treasure chest, his eyes sparkling with intrigue as he licked his lips and approached. The chest, measuring 30 centimeters in length, 20 centimeters in width, and 20 centimeters in height, was relatively modest in size. Yet, Hubert felt an inexplicable conviction that it contained something of great value. The dimensions of such a chest seemed only capable of housing a devil fruit. Could it be that this was the very object that would restore prosperity to the Land of Flowers? Hubert murmured to himself, his hand already resting upon the chest. He brushed off the dust from its exterior, cradling the chest with affection. He chuckled to himself, contemplating the ritual of taking it home for a cleansing bath and fragrant incense before unveiling its secrets. The significance of the unboxing ceremony must not be overlooked. He meticulously transferred the multitude of coins into the system, amounting to a total of just over 100 million. Hubert contemplated the vast fortune he might have amassed had those coins remained in circulation, a realization that left him with a profound sense of what might have been. Upon exiting the cave, he chose to cease his concealment. After all, he had already extracted all valuable items. He made a call to notify the king's representatives to collect the remaining obsolete coins, and then Hubert took flight. Upon returning home, he placed the box upon the table and hurried off to indulge in a long-awaited bath. Eager to unveil the contents of the box, he luxuriated in the bath for several hours, cleansing himself thoroughly. Initially, he had intended to light incense for a fragrant ambience. However, due to the lack of a cultural inclination towards scents in this world, he settled for lighting a cigarette, allowing it to burn slowly. When he emerged, he found Olivia busily preparing a meal. Noticing his exuberance, she inquired about the source of his joy. You must have heard about it. Do you remember that cave? Upon hearing this, Olivia's eyes sparkled with curiosity. She had been engrossed in researching the matter for days. How could she possibly forget? Did you discover the treasure? What were your findings? Hubert proudly declared, It's quite good. There are numerous treasures within, with gold, silver, and jewels valued at over 100 million berries, along with a plethora of ancient coins, though regrettably, they are of no use to us now. As he spoke, Hubert reached into his bosom and produced a stunning ruby necklace, presenting it to Olivia. This is the most exquisite necklace inside. Consider it a gift. Ancient coins? How many are there? May I take a look? Olivia inquired enthusiastically, seemingly indifferent to the necklace she had just received. There are quite a few, piled up like a small mountain. Hubert pondered momentarily before continuing. But why concern ourselves with that? Allow me to assist you in putting it on. He leaned forward and began fastening the necklace around Olivia's neck. As she felt Hubert's breath against her nape, a shiver coursed through her, causing the fine hairs on her neck to flutter. Her cheeks flushed a vivid crimson. She yearned to pull away, yet found herself reluctant to do so, ultimately waiting for Hubert to adorn her with the necklace. Although their last encounter had nearly led them to share a bed, Olivia still felt a twinge of resistance regarding their relationship. Once Hubert had secured the necklace, he admired her beauty and was about to compliment her when she interjected. "Where are those ancient coins you mentioned, stacked like a small mountain? May I see them?" Hubert inquired. "Why are you so eager to see those obsolete coins? They are no longer usable. Instead, why not take a moment to appreciate your own beauty? You look stunning, and that necklace complements you perfectly." He continued. Ancient coins are indeed quite rare. Historically, there was a period during which ancient currency was extensively replaced by contemporary coins, resulting in the destruction of many of those ancient artifacts. Consequently, they have become exceedingly difficult to find. In my archaeological pursuits, I have yet to encounter any. Suddenly, Hubert sensed something amiss. Olivia's implication was that ancient coins are currently exceptionally scarce. From his knowledge, he understood that the rarer an item, the greater its value. A sense of foreboding washed over him as he asked, "What is the current worth of those ancient coins?" Olivia lifted her gaze, pondering for a moment before replying. "I'm not entirely sure, but I have heard that a complete set of these coins could be valued at over 500,000 belly." 500,000. Hubert's voice suddenly soared an octave. "A set costs 500,000. Then that mountainous object of his must be worth over 100 billion Bailey. He has never seen so much money in his life. Please wait for me a moment. I have some matters to attend to." Hubert rushed out of his home in a state of panic, his admiration for Olivia's beauty forgotten as he transformed into a dragon and soared through the skies at breakneck speed. He soon arrived at the mouth of the cave and, upon noticing the absence of any onlookers, he exhaled in relief. It seemed the king's men had not yet arrived. However, as he descended, an unsettling sensation washed over him. Why were there so many footprints? He dashed into the cave, and the sight that met his eyes nearly caused him to faint. The once mountainous pile of ancient coins had been entirely cleared away, leaving only a chaotic array of footprints in their wake. Hubert searched in vain, finding not a single coin left for him. Ah, ah, ah. Within the cave, the echoes of Hubert's anguished cries reverberated endlessly. He had truly squandered the opportunity to become a wealthy magnate. The collapse of an adult often occurs in an instant. After venting for a considerable time in the cavern, Hubert regretted his past decisions. Why did he insist on bathing and burning incense? Had it not been for the time wasted in such rituals, he would have achieved financial freedom by now. Not to mention, leveling up the system would have posed no challenge. A fierce desire surged within him to storm the palace and reclaim his wealth. Yet, upon reflection, he decided against it. He still had principles. The king was not a pirate. If he resorted to force, how would he differ from them? He considered himself a righteous bounty hunter. Snatching back what he had relinquished would be unseemly. Thus, Hubert begrudgingly accepted this loss, resolving to extract greater tribute from the king in the future. Meanwhile, in the palace, King of the Flower Kingdom laughed heartily as he gazed at the coins in his hand. "Excellent. I knew I had chosen wisely. Hubert is indeed a man of loyalty. I rewarded him with over 2 billion berries, and now he has repaid me tenfold. What a good lad." He caressed the intricate designs on the coins, unable to part with them. These coins represented not only immense wealth but also Hubert's unwavering allegiance to him. Why else would he bestow such riches? Reflecting on the over 2 billion berries he had lost to Hubert in recent days, he concluded that this must have been a test of loyalty. Now, finally, this investment bore fruit. After a moment's contemplation, he bellowed, "Summon the official responsible for Hubert's coronation. This ceremony has been planned too conservatively. We shall expand the scale immediately. I will allocate an additional 500 million berries. I want this coronation to be etched in history. It will mark a turning point for our Flower Kingdom." Chapter 62. Unboxing the Relic. Hubert returned home with a look of profound dejection, his face etched with exhaustion. The pain was overwhelming. He had lost a considerable amount of Bailey. Olivia, noticing his troubled expression, inquired with curiosity, "What is the matter? Is there anything I can do to assist you?" Hubert gazed at the now cold meal laid out before him, regaining a semblance of composure as he spoke. "It's nothing. Haven't you eaten yet? I was waiting for you. Let's dine together." A gentle smile graced Olivia's face. "All right." Hubert sat down in a daze, took a few bites of his meal, and soon lost his appetite. At this moment, he truly had no desire to eat. The emotional wounds he bore were far too profound. Olivia also ate sparingly, and after finishing her meal, she began to tidy up. After Hubert finished tidying up, he summoned her to the table in the living room. Pointing to the box on the table, he said, "Olivia, could you please help me open this box?" He had lost all faith in his own luck and thought it prudent to let Olivia take a turn. Perhaps she might unveil something remarkable. Olivia, without questioning Hubert's request further, gently reached out to the box. She remarked, "This box appears to be of a very ancient design. It must have been discovered within that cave." Hubert gave her a thumbs up, exclaiming that this was indeed the treasure unearthed from within the cave. The very treasure he held in high regard. "Go ahead and open it," he urged. After hearing Hubert's words, Olivia grasped the box in her hands. feeling a flutter of nervousness within her. Perhaps it would be better if you opened it, she suggested. Hubert shook his head and said, I truly cannot do it. It is better that you take charge. I have faith in you. Upon hearing this, Olivia hesitated no longer. With a determined effort, she pried open the box. The ancient chest emitted a creaking sound, burdened by the weight of time, as both of them fixed their gazes intently upon its interior. Surprisingly, despite its prolonged confinement, no dust had settled within. Instead, a refreshing aroma wafted forth. Could this be the devil fruit? As Olivia beheld the scene inside, a sigh of relief escaped her lips. After all, the devil fruit could hardly be considered inferior, given that it was a treasure worth at least 100 million berries. Indeed, it was the devil fruit. Hubert responded, yet his anxious heart remained unsettled. He had long anticipated the presence of a devil fruit within the box, but he understood that these fruits varied greatly in rank and quality. He held a disdain for the ordinary varieties. Extending his hand, he retrieved the devil fruit from the box. Simultaneously, a voice echoed in his mind. You have acquired the nature-type devil fruit, the forest fruit. Hubert was taken aback. What on earth? The forest fruit? Goodness. In Hubert's heart, there was uncontainable joy. The Mori Mori no Mi, a pinnacle of the natural-type devil fruits. This was the very power possessed by the future Marine Admiral Green Bull. In the original narrative, forests are regarded as a source of life that can stand alongside the ocean, thus possessing the Mori Mori no Mi equates to embodying nature itself. Upon consumption, this fruit grants the ability to conjure a myriad of distinct plants and to manipulate their growth at will, transforming them into desired forms, while also allowing the consumer to morph their own body into that of a plant. Green Bull has exhibited the capability to create flowers that enable flight, as well as vines that siphon nutrients and moisture from others. Wherever Green Bull treads, a verdant corridor of flourishing flora takes shape. The consumption of the Mori Mori no Mi allows for a seamless fusion with the plant kingdom, should the plants be utterly incinerated by foes. They can regenerate from a single new bud. In essence, this is an exceptionally prestigious devil fruit. It elucidates how the desolation of the land of flowers could be remedied, rendering it lush and vibrant once more. With the Mori Mori no Mi in hand, who could fear a lack of trees? Hubert excitedly lifted Olivia beside him. Ah, Olivia exclaimed. Ha ha ha, it was indeed a wise decision to let you unbox it. You are truly my lucky star. Olivia playfully smacked Hubert on the back, gasping. What does it matter to me? It would be the same no matter who opened it. That's uncertain, Hubert replied, lacking any confidence in his luck. Had he been the one to unbox it, it might have yielded the forest wolf fruit instead of the forest fruit. After spinning her around a couple of times, Hubert set Olivia down and planted a playful kiss on her cheek. Olivia wiped her mouth, curiosity piqued. Don't you have many devil fruits? Why are you so pleased? Are you looking for an opportunity to take advantage? Police, do I need to seek out an opportunity to do that? Hubert leaned in and gave her another playful kiss. Olivia's cheeks flushed as she questioned, then why are you so joyful? This devil fruit is remarkable, Hubert declared, holding the forest fruit, his eyes brimming with delight. It is exceedingly powerful. What type of devil fruit is it? Olivia, who was well versed in history but not in such matters, inquired. It's a Logia type, the forest fruit. Logia type? ISNT that's similar to Jessie S? Olivia suddenly understood Hubert's exuberance. She too found Jessie's extraordinary abilities impressive. It's somewhat comparable, Hubert paused, realizing that comparing the forest fruit to the cloud fruit might diminish its stature. He added, both the forest fruit and the cloud fruit are Logia-type devil fruits. But the forest fruit is significantly superior. The disparity is akin to comparing my strength to Simon's, he remarked. The spirit of the late Simon murmured. Is that a reference to corpse whipping? At that moment, Olivia grasped the implication and exclaimed in wonder, the difference is so vast. This forest fruit truly is impressive. Indeed, it's all thanks to you for unboxing it. Otherwise, with my luck, I would have ended up with something worthless, Olivia chuckled. After a brief bout of playful banter, Hubert instructed Olivia to tidy up while he went to inform Carter and the others. Throughout his journey, he wore an unbroken smile. The sorrow of losing those coins had been entirely overshadowed by the joy brought forth by the forest fruit. Many greeted him along the way, for his renown in the land of flowers was exceptionally high. Lord Hubert, are you truly Lord Hubert? Thank you for rescuing the land of flowers from peril. How did you know I unboxed a divine artifact? Huh? Lord Hubert, are you coming to dine? I have the most luxurious restaurant in the land of flowers, with dishes worth thousands or even tens of thousands of berries. If you come, I shall not charge you a penny. It's free. How did you know I unboxed a divine artifact? A group of eager individuals who approached him, hoping to forge connections, left utterly baffled. Upon returning, they began to inquire everywhere. What does unboxing mean? What is a divine artifact? Thus, Hubert arrived at Carter's residence. Chapter 63, A New Journey. When Hubert arrived, the crowd had been waiting for quite some time, their numerous bags and parcels suggesting a semblance of moving. Indeed, they were on the verge of relocation. Observing the assembled group, Hubert nodded in satisfaction and declared, everyone is prepared, so let us depart. Please provide me with the address of the ship. I will go fetch Olivia. Yes, Sir Hubert, the crowd replied in unison. Hubert then approached Skoda, who had already been arranged by Carter. Carrying a bundle on his back and wearing a somewhat bewildered expression, He had initially believed that Hubert's mention of leaving implied there would be more time. Yet here they were, ready to depart. Hubert approached him and gently patted his shoulder. Aren't you set to embark on your journey through the Grand Line? The time has come. How do you feel? Skoda's expression was one of inner turmoil as he replied, I suddenly no longer wish to go. Perhaps I should remain in the Flower Kingdom to tend to the home. You all can proceed. That is out of the question, Hubert asserted. You promised me. And it is too late to back out now. Given the circumstances at that time, had he not agreed, he might have turned to dust by now. Ultimately, Skoda succumbed to Hubert's formidable influence. Thus, the group set forth in grand procession. Hubert initially contemplated extracting another sum from the king, but upon reflection, he deemed it prudent to refrain. He had already amassed a considerable fortune. He was not an avaricious individual, for it is wise to leave some room for future endeavors. A steady, gradual approach is preferable. Their grand scale could hardly escape the king's notice, as a discreet departure was unlikely to be achieved. Although Hubert could certainly manage it, he found it overly cumbersome. After all, it was only a matter of time before the king learned of their departure, so they decided to disclose it outright. As they all boarded the ship, preparing to set sail, the king, alerted by the commotion, hurriedly made his way to the shore. Observing their demeanor, he anxiously called out, Hey, Hubert, where do you intend to go? Your coronation ceremony is imminent. Initially, the king had dismissed the news of their departure, considering that Hubert had recently bestowed upon him a significant gift and that the coronation was soon to take place, leaving no reason for him to flee. Yet, out of caution, he chose to investigate. Upon arrival, it became evident that Hubert and his companions were indeed poised to depart. Hubert gazed down at the king, who waved vigorously in gratitude towards his benefactor. Your Majesty, I sincerely appreciate your care during this time. However, I must decline the coronation ceremony. I am still too young to bear such a responsibility. Once I have ventured out and gained some experience and strength, I shall return, fully equipped to embrace this duty. The king, upon hearing this, stamped his foot in desperation. No, Hubert. Your coronation is the culmination of everyone's hopes. Please do not leave. Do you believe that the preparations have taken too long? It is not that I do not wish to arrange this for you. Rather, I aspire for the ceremony to be grand and magnificent. I have already invited dignitaries from the Western Seas to attend, ensuring a truly illustrious affair. Oh, please, do not go. Upon uttering a phrase, Hubert turned away, disregarding the king, and commanded decisively, set sail immediately, destination the Great Sea Route. Aye, Captain. The newly appointed helmsman, astonished by his captain's unequivocal dismissal of the king's invitation, responded promptly to Hubert's order. Carter approached, complimenting, Lord Hubert, you are truly remarkable, showing no regard for such superficial honors. Were it me, I would not depart so readily. Hubert took pleasure in the compliments he received. Yet he felt compelled to clarify, I do not dismiss the allure of hollow fame, Carter. You must understand that our aspirations extend far beyond what this modest flower country can accommodate. We strive to become the mightiest bounty hunter organization upon these vast seas. Perhaps even the most formidable entity across these waters. Our vision encompasses the entirety of the ocean. The West Sea cannot contain us, nor can the flower country. Carter had never before heard Hubert express such sentiments. He was momentarily rendered speechless, gazing blankly at Hubert. In that instant, he forgot how to respond. It was not just him. Others too stood entranced, their eyes fixed on Hubert in astonishment. Hubert chuckled. What expressions are you all wearing? Is there something amiss with my words? Carter finally came to his senses and hastily replied, No, indeed. Lord Hubert, your aspirations are truly grand. Far beyond my humble capabilities. Hubert smiled with satisfaction. Skoda, who had recently joined the team, was now visibly illuminated by Hubert's words. Excellent. We shall become the most formidable organization upon this vast sea. Hubert exclaimed, his laughter resounding. With Lord Hubert at the helm, we shall undoubtedly achieve this. I truly look forward to it. If we succeed, we shall all be esteemed elders of the world's most powerful organization. What a splendid title that would be. Hubert beamed, having finally voiced his aspirations. In the past, he had refrained from revealing his ambitions due to his limited strength, fearing ridicule. However, now his power had grown significantly, and it would only increase from here. Soon, this sea would yield to his formidable reign. Olivia stood on the steps, observing the adoration surrounding Hubert, her eyes soft and smiling. Having drifted upon the ocean for several years, she had gathered considerable experience. Just recently, she had escaped from naval prison under the protection of Admiral Cerrone, from whom she learned about the sheer strength one could possess. If Cerrone, a mere vice-admiral, was so powerful she could only imagine the might of an admiral. To aspire to be the strongest organization upon the sea, their foremost adversary would undoubtedly be the world government. This seemed an insurmountable task. Yet, as she gazed at Hubert, memories of recent days flooded her mind. The image of that colossal dragon was etched deeply in her memory. Perhaps, if it were him, it might indeed be possible. In the crowd, the scientist Jesse marveled quietly. An alumnus of the Vegapunk laboratory, he had witnessed countless spectacles over the years. He had seen the devastating power wielded in an admiral's battle. To become the preeminent organization in the world was no simple dream. It eclipsed even the aspirations of the most ambitious pirates upon the sea. rubbing his temples in frustration. He muttered to himself, to establish such an organization, advancements in science and technology cannot lag behind. It appears I must exert even greater effort. With that, he turned and retreated into his laboratory. Thanks to Carter's arrangements, his laboratory had been completely rebuilt, equipped far better than before. Though some invaluable items from Vegapunk's lab were sadly missing. Those were treasures beyond monetary value, unattainable by mere expenditure. He would have to devise a means to acquire them, perhaps along the Grand Line. After departing from the Flower Country, the first order of business was, of course, to host a banquet aboard the ship. This was a cherished tradition upon the seas. Whether in joy or sorrow, in celebration or victory, a banquet was always in order, especially now, during this grand migration. They had never ventured so far before, and thus must celebrate this milestone. Additionally, they would welcome the new crew members into the fold. The previous voyage had been disastrous, with nearly 50 out of 100 crew members lost. This time, under Hubert's financial backing, they had welcomed several dozen new recruits, surpassing the 100 mark in crew count. After a hearty feast, darkness enveloped the sky. The sea mirrored the moon's reflection, while Hubert's new grand ship danced upon the waves, glimmering like shattered glass. The atmosphere was lively and harmonious, yet Hubert felt something was amiss. The ship lacked a name. Taking a sip of wine, he wiped his mouth and inquired, "Wait, this vessel has yet to be named, has it?" He had finally realized what was missing. How could a worthy fleet be without a ship bearing its own name? A name for the ship? But didn't TU previously say that ships don't require names? Carter replied, puzzled. He had already thought of a name, the Dragon of Mystery, but had refrained from voicing it, as Hubert had always regarded ships merely as objects, unworthy of names. Now, with Hubert's sudden inquiry, he had intended to share his chosen name, but reconsidered. Hubert suddenly broached the subject, likely with ulterior motives in mind. Thus, I deftly redirected the conversation, saying, "Not yet. This vessel belongs to you, Lord Hubert, and it is only fitting that you bestow upon it a name." Upon hearing this, Hubert nodded in satisfaction and said, "What do you mean, my ship? This vessel belongs to us all. I am merely the captain." After a moment's contemplation, Hubert continued, "However, since no one has named her yet, I shall bestow a name upon her. Let us call her the Black Pearl." "Excellent choice," Carter exclaimed. "The name bestowed by Lord Hubert is both elegant and imbued with romance. Truly a splendid name." Skoda, newly arrived on the ship, mused. Wasn't Carter quite serious and reliable when he first joined the crew? Why does he now appear so submissive? Has he transformed into a sycophant? His image in my mind has utterly crumbled. Just as he was lost in thought, he heard a chorus of voices around him affirming Hubert's brilliance. Lord Hubert is remarkable. Even a name he chooses sounds so melodious. Indeed, if it were me, I could never conceive such a splendid name in a lifetime. Truly, Lord Hubert is exceptional. I have never encountered a ship with such a delightful name. Listening to the praise, Skoda fell into a profound self-doubt. Was the name Black Pearl truly so extraordinary? Why was everyone lauding it so fervently? Did it hold some hidden significance that escaped his understanding? Amidst the flattery, Hubert felt a touch of embarrassment and scratched his head. The name he had chosen was inspired by a beloved ship from a film in his past. He had long wished to possess a Black Pearl, and now, in a sense, his dream had been realized. After a while, as the accolades continued, Hubert grew somewhat weary. If he had come up with the name himself, it would have been different, but being praised for merely borrowing it was overwhelming. Thus, he shifted the conversation. "From now on, we shall all be crew members of the Black Pearl. Fear not, for our future is bright. The Black Pearl shall make its mark upon the seas. However, you must understand that these waters are fraught with peril. We will face many challenges ahead. Our former comrades are aware that during the last incident, we lost half of our crew." At this mention, a solemn silence fell over many. The previous event had indeed cast a shadow over several hearts. "You must all be prepared to confront danger, but do not fret too much. As long as you remain truly loyal to me, I shall protect you and ensure you carve out a place for yourselves upon these waters." After a moment of silence, the crowd erupted in unison. "I pledge to follow Lord Hubert. I vow my loyalty to Lord Hubert." Hearing their somewhat dissonant voices, a smile graced Hubert's face. Simultaneously, he began to hear the voice of the system within his mind. "Congratulations, host, on recruiting the subordinate Carter. Reward granted. Animal type devil fruit, hungry wolf fruit. Congratulations, host, on recruiting the subordinate Skoda. Reward granted. 30,000 berries. Congratulations, host, on recruiting the subordinate Teklo. Reward granted. 1 piece of basic armament hockey fragment." The sounds of the system's notifications intertwined with the voices of the crowd, and soon, the entire ship had become his loyal subordinates. Hubert beamed with delight. He had long harbored this idea, but had been preoccupied with recruiting new members. Thus, he decided to finalize everything at once. The equipment revealed by the others was indeed impressive, and the rewards from subduing their subordinates appeared to be far superior to those gained from slaying monsters. Suddenly, Hubert inquired, "Where's that fellow Jesse? I thought I saw him earlier. Why has he disappeared? Could he be off conducting research again?" The group exchanged puzzled glances. Unable to locate Jesse, Carter sighed with a wry smile. That guy Jesse, honestly, this is a gathering for everyone. I'll go find him. No need, Hubert interjected. I'll check on him and see what he is researching. All right then, Carter replied. Hubert set down the flask he held and unsteadily made his way to Jesse's laboratory. He knocked gently on the door. Who is it? Jesse, inside the room, promptly opened the door. Ah, Captain Hubert. Please, come in. This took Hubert by surprise, prompting him to chuckle. How curious it is today. I recall during your previous research, you could never hear the knocking. What has changed this time? I was almost prepared to barge in. Jesse rubbed his nose and replied, Is it really that exaggerated? Indeed, Hubert insisted with a serious expression. Very well, Jesse continued. The earlier research has reached its conclusion. Based on the side effects you mentioned, I have made some modifications to the Tears of Angels. However, I must admit, my progress has not been remarkable. I have reached my limit. Now, I find myself contemplating the direction of my research on the heart. Hubert nodded in understanding and remarked, No wonder. It turns out that without conducting research, if you are uncertain about what to investigate, I happen to have a research direction I would like you to explore. Chapter 64. The Town of Rogwell. Do share. I shall see if it is within my capabilities, Jesse responded, feeling a sense of resignation upon hearing Hubert's words. He feared that Hubert might assign him a task entirely unrelated to his field of study. Previously, aboard the ship, he had been tasked by the captain to create a superweapon capable of demolishing an entire street with a single shot. However, as a researcher of devil fruits, how could he possibly accomplish such a feat? Naturally, he ended up receiving a scolding from the captain for being utterly useless. What he wished to convey was that he was a scientist, not a genie. Please, do not make wishes in his direction, Hubert remarked. It is not so much about exploring other research avenues, but rather delving deeper into your original focus, bestowing the powers of the devil fruits upon ordinary objects, thereby endowing them with extraordinary abilities. This was one of the two research directions Hubert had previously observed in Jesse's work. Although the results of the other research direction have emerged, albeit with some minor setbacks, the outcome remains commendable. Hubert hopes that Jesse will also bring this remaining avenue to fruition. In the original narrative of his previous life, the of this research had indeed been manifested, much like the sword wielded by Spandane. At this juncture, Hubert's strength had reached an impasse. The only path to fortification lay in the arduous training of Haki. However, the journey of mastering Haki was undeniably protracted, which led him to contemplate an alternative strategy. If all of his equipment were imbued with the powers of devil fruits, his combat prowess could potentially see an enhancement. After all, there was an abundance of devil fruits at their disposal. Upon hearing Hubert's suggestion, Jesse fell into deep contemplation. Hubert expressed a thought that had originally been a direction of his contemplation. However, he deemed it of little utility for the current state of the Black Pearl. After a moment of reflection, he remarked, Although this is indeed one of my research avenues, the progress has been exceedingly slow, and I have yet to grasp its essence. It is likely that I could toil for an extended period without yielding any results. Conversely, I possess another research direction that appears more promising, an accelerated method for cultivating the derivative application of armament Haki based on previous findings. A glimmer of realization sparkled in Hubert's eyes. Jesse truly was an impressive individual, managing to grasp even such elusive concepts. If he were to indeed master the technique of rapid mastery over the armament Haki, he could potentially expedite his training, and with the aid of the system, it might not be long before he could engage with Garp himself. After a moment of exhilaration, Hubert regained his composure. Jesse had merely scratched the surface of this direction, and its success remained uncertain. The original narrative had not confirmed its viability, and comparatively, the alternative approach appeared more promising. Jesse remained silent, patiently awaiting Hubert's contemplation. After a prolonged pause, Hubert finally shook his head and declared, Let us focus on the first plan. We can consider the rapid mastery of armament Haki later. Very well. Jesse promptly agreed. After contemplating the pros and cons, Hubert felt confident in his decision. He raised his head and found Jesse staring intently at him. What are you looking at me for? Hubert asked. This research requires a substantial amount of devil fruits. Oh, Hubert exclaimed, slapping his forehead. I almost forgot. Rest assured, there will be no shortage of devil fruits. With that, he reached into his cloak and produced several devil fruits directly from the system. Here we have the Zoan-type, hamster fruit, the Zoan-type, tiger fruit, and the Zoan-type, explosive fruit. Hubert placed an array of devil fruits on the table, leaving Jesse momentarily stunned. What on earth? How could Hubert's attire accommodate so many items? Holding the devil fruits in his hands, Jesse felt a surge of gratitude. These were immensely valuable. Even at the Vegapunk laboratory, one would need to go through a lengthy application process to procure a single fruit. And now they were being offered to him in such abundance. He sincerely stated, Captain, you can rest assured that with these devil fruits, I will be able to produce results swiftly. Felt indifferent. After all, these items were of no practical use to him and merely served as decoration. It would be far better to assist Jesse with his research, which could potentially yield valuable insights to benefit the other crew members. He patted Jesse on the shoulder and said, Take your time, haste makes waste. Everyone is gathering today, so why not join us for a while? Jesse felt conflicted. As the devil fruit in his possession ignited an eagerness to commence his experiments, yet it was difficult to decline Hobbart's invitation. Ultimately, he acquiesced, as it was a gesture from an investor, and maintaining appearances was essential. Thus, the group reveled until the break of dawn. On the other hand, the king had spent the night awake, now sporting dark circles under his eyes. He was contemplating how to explain Hobbart's departure to the leaders of the invited nations. Regardless of how he managed the situation, it seemed destined to bring embarrassment to the Flower Kingdom. Furthermore, he found himself in a more precarious position, as he had believed he had successfully enticed Hobbart, only to inadvertently offend Green Pepper, who had now withdrawn as well. The combat prowess of the Flower Kingdom had plummeted to its lowest point in decades, rendering him susceptible to extortion from foreign powers and threats from various pirate factions. He needed to devise a strategy to confront these challenges, but for the time being, the 8 Treasure Navy would handle these matters. Host: Hobbart level, LV-43 faction, Bounty Hunter equipment, Nature type Devil fruit, Forest fruit, Human fruit, Mythical beast form, Superhuman type Simulation fruit, Superhuman type Large fruit. The Devil fruit equipment slot is full. Armament Hockey, Beginner level 2, Observation Hockey, Beginner level 4. Backpack, Animal type Devil fruit, Ancient species, Flying dragon form, Superhuman type Heat fruit. Superhuman type Flower fruit, Superhuman type Spring fruit, Superhuman type String fruit, Animal type Devil fruit, Bison form, Animal type Devil fruit, Jackal form. Devil fruit fragments, 1184 system level, LV4, 2. 1 billion. Note: upgrading the system level expands the equipment slots, increases drop rates, and enhances equipment quality. You have acquired the strength of a formidable force upon the seas, surpassing Sakazuki in physical prowess during this era. Even when faced with a candidate for admiral, you harbor no fear. However, your mastery of Haki has only just begun. The devil fruits are but external powers, while Haki is the essence. The road ahead remains long, so strive to grow stronger and dominate the seas. Hubert had bestowed upon Jesse several demon fruits, significantly reducing the number he possessed. Originally, he had unearthed an impressive array of fine equipment during his expedition in the Flower Kingdom. Hubert had expended a considerable amount of his wealth in preparation for his voyage, leaving him with a mere 1 billion. System, upgrade the system level, Hubert eagerly declared. He held immense hope for reaching level 5, as the emergence of Conqueror's Haki hinged upon this milestone. Should level 5 fail to yield the coveted Haki, it would likely be a lost cause. Upgrade successful. System level, LV5, 11,100,000,000. Note: upgrading the system level enhances the equipment slots, increases drop rates, and improves the quality of equipment obtained. The upgrade did not provide Hubert with immediate substantial benefits. The true impact would become apparent in future equipment drops. This upgrade was unlike the previous ones, as it directly granted him an additional 2 equipment slots, allowing him to equip 6 demon fruits simultaneously. How splendid, he mused. Hubert clicked his tongue in astonishment, deeming this an unexpected delight. However, why must the next upgrade cost a staggering 10 billion berries? That equates to the worth of 2 white beards, for goodness sake. Hobbart immediately sensed the weight of responsibility. He realized he must strive even harder to earn a living. He felt he had garnered insufficient rewards from the Land of Flowers. Time slipped away like a fleeting gallop of a white steed, and in the blink of an eye, Hobbart and his companions had been navigating the vast ocean for nearly a month. During this time, they encountered a few ill-fated pirates who, mistaking their vessel for a lucrative prize, assumed they were easy prey. As fate would have it, those pirates met their downfall, allowing Hobbart to reap a modest bounty. Hubert initially intended to fetch Robin, yet the recent frequent communications from the Gorisei left him with an unsettling sense of being monitored, compelling him to exercise discretion. Thus, he dispatched an underling to inform Robin to await his arrival, promising to retrieve her later. Unfortunately, the subordinate returned empty-handed. Inescapably, as depicted in the original narrative, Robin has now become a target of the Marines, rendering her exceedingly cautious of any disturbances. At the slightest hint of danger, she would swiftly retreat. The subordinates dispatched by Hobbart did not even catch a glimpse of Mao. This led Hobbart to exclaim, "No wonder he is the son of the devil, Robin." Despite being merely 8 years old, he already possesses a remarkable sense of vigilance. Furthermore, there is a notable divergence from the original narrative, as Hobbart has entered into a pact with the 5 elders, which now indicates that the bounty only requires Robin to be captured alive. This revelation provided a sense of relief to Alvia. Otherwise, she would have long since sought out Robin. Initially, Hobbart awaited a call from Robin via the Den Mushi. Yet it seemed Robin believed him to be deceased, as no communication had been established. In Rogue Town, a multitude of vessels anchored in the harbor, bustling with activity, far surpassing the prosperity of the Flower Country. Among them were numerous pirate ships adorned with various skull flags. At present, Rogue Town had yet to welcome the likes of Smoker, the notorious marine who harbored a deep-seated disdain for pirates, allowing the pirates to linger freely without any oversight. Indeed, none dared to intervene, for those who aspired to traverse the Grand Line were no ordinary pirates. Hobart docked the ship and called out to those behind him, "Brothers, this is the final stop before the Grand Line. Step ashore to replenish your supplies. We shall embark on our journey in 3 days. Aye, Captain. The crew replied in unison. Hubert smiled and remarked, the journey ahead will not be as simple as before. One may encounter life-threatening dangers at any moment. This is the final opportunity for relaxation, so ensure you all take a moment to unwind once the supplies are prepared. The crowd gazed at his smile, feeling a chill run down their spines. Carter was the first to respond, saying, with Lord Hubert by our side, what do the perils of the Grand Line matter? We are destined to become the foremost organization in the world. These challenges are but trifles. Ha ha ha. Lord Hubert is formidable. With him here, we fear nothing. The Grand Line is merely a walk in the park. In Hubert's heart, he relished the sentiment expressed by those around him. They spoke with undeniable truth. The Great Route? It was as effortless as walking on level ground. Yet, he feigned a sense of helplessness and remarked, you cannot think this way. You cannot rely solely on me. To become the foremost organization in the world, it is insufficient for me to be powerful alone. Each of you must also stand on your own. Yes, Lord Hubert. Skoda responded with a formal military salute, declaring, I shall strive to grow stronger and keep pace with you. How is Skoda transformed into this? Hobart was rather intrigued by how such a vulgar corporate culture had taken root. It significantly clouded his judgment, yet he felt compelled to promote it vigorously. Just as Hobart prepared to disembark, the door to Jesse's cabin creaked open. With curiosity, Hobart remarked, you finally emerged. What a rare sight indeed. Are you heading to Roguetown for some respite? Jesse had been sequestered in his laboratory these past days, buried in research. Each time Hobart visited, he found Jesse grim-faced, his mood evidently sour. It seemed progress had been less than ideal. Yet Hobart refrained from pressing the matter. Such endeavors could not be rushed. Perhaps inspiration would strike unexpectedly, like an apple falling from a tree, and the breakthrough would come in an instant. Emerging with a furrowed brow, Jesse managed a slight relaxation at Hobart's jest. I'm visiting Roguetown to procure some experimental equipment, he explained. The ship's facilities remain inadequate. Having been here before, I know the town offers a reasonably comprehensive selection. Hobart suddenly realized and remarked that Jesse would not easily emerge from the laboratory. He turned to Carter, who had yet to disembark, and said, Carter, go fetch 50 million for Jesse, accompany him to purchase equipment. We must adequately meet the demands of scientists, for technology is the foremost productive force. Indeed. Carter was perplexed by Hobart's words but chose to listen attentively. Jesse felt a jolt at Hobart's statement. The assertion that technology is the primary productive force is not something just anyone can articulate. Truly, he had not followed the wrong person. Hobart was indeed his patron. After ensuring Jesse was settled, Hobart looked toward Alvia and said, let us go for a stroll together. During their time aboard the ship, their relationship had not progressed significantly. They had reached a certain point, yet taking another step proved challenging for Hobart. Alvia approached and grasped his hand, prompting Hobart to leap gracefully from the vessel, landing firmly on the ground. Hobart stretched lazily, his hand resting casually on Olivia's waist. Leaning close to her ear, he murmured, I gave all those ancient coins to the king earlier and forgot to save any for you. This time in Roguetown. I'll see if any are for sale. I'll get you a set, no matter what. Olivia had grown somewhat accustomed to Hobart's affectionate gestures, but the warmth of his breath against her neck sent a ticklish shiver down her spine. She shifted slightly away and replied, don't trouble yourself. I was merely curious, having never seen such things before. But now that I have, I don't particularly desire them. Hobart chuckled heartily. Huh. Then why not buy a set and keep it at home? That way, you can admire it every day. Wouldn't that be better? Olivia blinked in mild bewilderment. What kind of domineering logic is this? She couldn't quite grasp Hobart's reasoning. Why must one possess everything they fancy? As the two strolled intimately along the path, a towering figure suddenly loomed before them, blocking their way. Chapter 65. The windless zone. A hulking man clad in a black suit stood before them like an immovable mountain, exuding an unmistakable aura of intimidation. Olivia's body tensed instinctively, her posture shifting into a defensive stance. Yet, after a fleeting glance at Hobart beside her, she relaxed subtly. With Hobart present, there was little need for her to intervene. Hubert felt a surge of secret delight. Could it be that the moment had finally arrived for the emergence of a nefarious force intent on seizing his beloved? This would not only serve to deepen their bond, but also offer the opportunity to collect a handsome bounty. Typically, such highwaymen were motivated by the allure of rewards. Were they not? Ahem. Hobart regained his composure and admonished, what do you intend to do standing before me? The imposing man replied, are you not Mr. Hobart? Surprised, Hobart inquired, who are you? How do you know my name? The man smiled gently, a stark contrast to his robust physique, and said, it is only natural to know your esteemed name, given your formidable prowess that has long resonated across the seas. Hobart relished this compliment, and the slight disappointment of missing a moment in the limelight faded away. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure, despite the embellishments introduced by the world government. His ability to hold his own against the next admiral, Sakazuki, attested to his considerable strength. Hubert's name has indeed become widely known across the seas. Yet what is circulated is merely the form of his dragon. The common folk would hardly recognize his human visage. Who exactly are you? Hubert inquired. The towering man extended his hand, his robust palm larger than Hubert's head. Allow me to introduce myself. I am a member of CP0, directly affiliated with the world government. Codenamed Whitebird. So, he is one of CP0's operatives. Hubert suddenly realized that they must have uncovered his form in the Flower Kingdom, which enabled them to identify and recognize him at once. In the Flower Kingdom, he predominantly assumed the guise of this dashing man. And it is likely that the CP investigation only captured this particular appearance. Hubert extended his hand and clasped that of the Whitebird, remarking, "You are hardly a Whitebird at all." The Whitebird, unperturbed, continued to smile serenely. "Mr. Hubert, are you preparing to journey to the Grand Line?" "Indeed," Hubert replied. "I am a bounty hunter, and the pirates of the seas do not satiate my appetite. Furthermore, this is also part of my covenant with the Five Elders." Hubert expressed himself candidly, revealing his intentions without any pretense. He had no desire to conceal his whereabouts, after all. It was inevitable that he would stir up trouble upon reaching the Grand Line, rendering any attempts at secrecy futile. Ultimately, the truth would come to light. Whitebird remarked, "Lord Hubert, you intend to traverse Reverse Mountain, do you not?" Hubert replied, "Indeed, that is the case. Recently, we have devised a novel invention that enables us to navigate the doldrums without facing the risks posed by Reverse Mountain. What are your thoughts on this?" Hubert paused. As fragments of memory surfaced in his mind, it seemed that in the original narrative, such a technology indeed existed. The naval vessels possessed their own propulsion systems, relying not solely on the winds but also employing a substantial amount of sea stone at the hull's base, simulating the essence of the ocean while providing a safeguard against the attacks of sea kings. Thus, what appeared to be a perilous calm zone to the average person was, in fact, perceived as a relatively secure passage by the Navy. It was rumored that this technology was conceived by Vegapunk. Previously, he had focused solely on the journey of the original protagonists, never contemplating this aspect. As he pondered, he realized that the Straw Hats, as pirates, had no choice but to traverse Reverse Mountain, while he, as a bounty hunter with ties to the world government, questioned why he should endure the same tumultuous journey as depicted in the narrative. As for the thrilling adventures, he deemed them somewhat superfluous, as the degree of danger presented was nearly negligible for him. The only potential risk lay in the possibility of the vessel suffering damages, which would result in a significant loss of berries. With this thought, he turned to Whitebird with a smile and inquired, "Very well, I am quite intrigued. Please make the arrangements. When shall we depart? If all goes swiftly, we could set sail by this afternoon. The timing is yours to decide," Whitebird replied. Hubert pondered for a moment before exclaiming, "By the way, what will become of my Black Pearl if I travel aboard your vessel? I invested a considerable sum in that ship. Our ship can tow yours. Rest assured, I possess ample experience and will safeguard your vessel," replied the earnest expression on the face of the Whitebird. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Hubert refrained from further objections and simply stated, "Should anything happen to it, you must compensate me with an identical ship." "Fear not. We take great care in our undertakings," came the response, leaving Hubert with an unsettling sense that it was a veiled critique of his own lack of meticulousness. Hubert scratched his head, at a loss for words. "Then we shall depart in 3 days. You should wait for us here." With that, Hubert finally made up his mind. Once the arrangements were set, the Whitebird took its leave, and Hubert, accompanied by Alvia, continued onward towards the island. At this moment, Roguetown was bustling with activity. A veritable hub in the age of great pirates. Countless individuals flocked towards the Grand Line, and Roguetown was an indispensable waypoint, hence its vibrancy. With every few steps, one could encounter a group of burly men, appearing quite menacing, their numbers surpassing even the infamous gangs of the Flower Country. Conflicts erupted frequently, and bloodshed was not uncommon. This scene left Hubert astonished. The chaos seemed to go unchecked, starkly contrasting with the order that would prevail decades later under Smoker's rule. It raised the question, if the Navy were to impose control over this area, it would likely be a simple task. Most pirates not yet on the Grand Line were merely inexperienced youths without significant power. A capable vice admiral could easily maintain order in such a region. By allowing pirates to flood towards the Grand Line unchecked, were they not fostering their unrestrained growth? One could only ponder the thoughts of the Five Elders. Could it be that they were constrained by the pressure from other pirate factions? Indeed, should the Navy dare to act, it was likely that Whitebeard would retaliate by assaulting Marie Fort. After all, such an action would sever the very roots of pirate development. Hubert speculated further. By obstructing the entrance and preventing pirates from accessing the Grand Line, those marauders would be compelled to develop their operations domestically. In due course, the four seas would become inundated with piracy, rendering them increasingly difficult to manage. It would be more prudent to allow the pirates to thrive on the Grand Line, where their activities would be somewhat contained, thereby limiting their impact on the other four seas. Ultimately, this matter held little significance for Hubert. He had no interest in lingering here to prey upon those weaker pirates. Instead, it was the allure of the more formidable pirates on the Grand Line that captivated him. Before long, the two arrived at the heart of Roguetown, where a colossal structure loomed, capturing the attention of many onlookers. It appeared to be deliberately positioned there for public admiration. Hubert gestured towards the rack before him and turned to Alvia, saying, "This is the very place where the pirate King Roger met his demise. Would you care to take a look?" Alvia's eyes brightened at the mention of Roger, a figure she had long admired from afar. A few years prior, he had dominated the seas, a monumental character who heralded a new era. His legacy would undoubtedly be etched in the annals of history with vivid strokes. Delving into his exploits would greatly enrich Alvia's historical studies. With renewed enthusiasm, she began to circle the rack, absorbed in its significance. Hubert initially intended to take her for a casual stroll, but he was taken aback by her fascination with such matters. Observing Alvia inquiring with passers-by about the scene of Roger's execution, Hubert felt it inappropriate to dampen her enthusiasm. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he inquired, "Would you like to delve deeper into Roger's story?" Alvia turned her head and replied, "How shall we learn about it?" Hubert grasped her hand and strode towards the street. Olivia, being pulled along, inquired with a hint of curiosity, "Hubert, where are you taking me? Weren't you supposed to provide me with a detailed understanding of Roger? Just wait and see." Hubert spoke little, for he was uncertain of his destination. He yearned to visit the quaint tavern featured in the original tale, where Luffy and his companions had once ventured, albeit only due to their own misdirection. Lacking any precise bearings, he could only rely on fortune. The two meandered through the streets for an extended period, ultimately failing to locate the tavern, but fortuitously stumbling upon a weapons shop instead. The decor of the shop struck Hubert with a sense of familiarity. Was this not the very place where Zoro, the directionally challenged swordsman, had acquired his snow-covered blade? How curious that he should find himself here. Could it be that he, too, shared Zoro's proclivity for getting lost? Dismissing such frivolous thoughts, Hubert led Alvia into the weapons shop. Though his initial intention was to seek out the tavern, there is a saying, once one arrives, one should explore. Upon entering, a man in his 30s or 40s approached to greet them. "Welcome, esteemed guests. How may I assist you today?" Behind the counter stood a woman cradling a small child. Hubert speculated that this child was destined to become the future proprietor of the knife shop that would supply Zoro. Yet, at present, he was merely a boy of not yet 10 years. "What brings you to the weapon shop? Weren't you supposed to enlighten me about the history of Roger?" Olivia furrowed her brow, having anticipated a revelation from Hubert. Instead, she found herself in a weapon shop. Her curiosity piqued but left unfulfilled, akin to the insistent itch of a cat's paw. Hubert, somewhat disgruntled, scratched his head and mused, "There's no need to rush. Time is on our side. Let me take a moment to observe this weapons shop. I assure you, this establishment has a chance of etching its name in history." His words held a semblance of truth. In the future, as Luffy ascends to become the pirate king who liberates all, he will undoubtedly leave an indelible mark on history. Likewise, his trusted allies, such as Zoro, will also be immortalized in the annals of time. Naturally, the weapons shop that aided Zoro in his early endeavors will be recorded as well, reminiscent of the saying that when one ascends, even their humble companions rise with them. However, Alvia was not inclined to believe such fanciful notions and shot Hubert a skeptical glance. The shopkeeper, on the other hand, found amusement in the hyperbole, remarking, "This young man is being rather extravagant. How could our modest shop ever be remembered in history? We would be content with just one renowned blade." At that moment, the security situation in Logtown was precarious, and the shopkeeper had concealed most of his valuable items, unlike in the original narrative where they were displayed prominently at the counter. Otherwise, a wave of zero-cost acquisitions would lead to considerable losses. Moreover, he dared not reveal the existence of his ancestral blade, Snowfall, for fear of attracting unnecessary attention. In these tumultuous times, one must tread cautiously to thrive. Hubert also understood and addressed the proprietor. "Where might I find the least expensive knife? I would like to take a look." Upon hearing the mention of the cheapest knife, the proprietor's enthusiasm immediately dissipated, and with a stern expression, he casually gestured towards a nearby rack of swords, saying, "Over there, 30,000 belly for one, and the one beside it is 70,000 belly." As he returned to the front desk, he playfully teased his son, muttering in dissatisfaction, "With that attire, I thought he was some wealthy young master. Yet this is all there is." Naturally, Hubert overheard his employer's words. He exchanged a glance with Alvia and shrugged, choosing to remain silent. Truth be told, the sword valued at several thousand berries was far beneath his interest. What he truly sought was the legendary Sandai Kitetsu, which made its appearance in the original tale. In the narrative, Zoro's hard-earned berries were nearly siphoned away by the cunning thief Nami, who, with a mere 100,000 berries, rushed to purchase a blade. Ultimately, he was left to select from the cheapest options, yet fortune smiled upon him, and he found himself in possession of the illustrious Sandai Kitetsu. This cursed blade was carelessly placed among the most inexpensive swords. Zoro then, with sheer audacity, managed to captivate both the Sandai Kitetsu and the weapon shop owner, who generously gifted him a fine blade, the Gokuyuki. Hubert now aspired to replicate Zoro's audacious endeavor, although he had no expertise in swordsmanship himself. The profound impact Zoro had on him during his reading was undeniable. The opportunity to recreate that moment was too tempting to resist. Once he had indulged in the thrill of the experience, he could simply return the sword. Of course, he had no intention of recklessly engaging without proper precautions. For the last thing he desired was to lose his arm should the cursed blade reject him. He was not a fool, thus. He would employ Haki to safeguard his arm. After rummaging through the cheapest sword basket for a while, Hubert concluded that the Sandai Kitetsu was likely absent, as he should have discovered it by now. Consequently, he shifted his attention to the higher-priced sword baskets. The weapon shop owner, growing somewhat impatient, remarked, "Kid, I hope you're not just idly browsing with your girlfriend. Let me tell you, if you're not buying, refrain from touching anything. Our equipment is valuable. And you wouldn't be able to afford the damages should you break something." Hubert cast a fleeting glance at him. And it had indeed been quite some time since he felt such disdain. Once he acquires the third generation of the Ghost Cutter, he must make a grand display to let this proprietor understand the essence of a swordmaster. Ignoring the owner, he resumed his search through the sword racks. Yet, to no avail, he ventured into a higher tier of racks in pursuit. Still nothing. Ascending yet another level, he found himself equally disappointed. Gradually, Hubert began to entertain the notion that his aspiration of wielding the third-generation Ghost Cutter might be slipping away. After all, he was now sifting through racks valued at 500,000 berries. Given that the price had surged to only 100,000 for the third-generation Ghost Cutter post-inflation, it seemed implausible that it would be priced so exorbitantly now. Chapter 66. Disappointment welled within Hobart as he bypassed numerous blades to arrive at the most opulent exhibition area, eager to behold the array of swords on display. At this moment, the proprietor, incensed, reached out to intervene, exclaiming, "What do you think you're doing? These swords are not for your touch. Each one is valued at over 1,000,000 berries." Hubert cast a vexed glare at his boss, who felt as though he were being scrutinized by a wild beast, a chill permeating his very core. Stunned, he remained rooted to the spot. His hand, once poised to intervene, now suspended in midair, rendering the atmosphere somewhat awkward. Though Hobart had not awakened the conqueror's haki, he had dispatched no fewer than 8,000 pirates over the years. Naturally, he exuded an aura of ferocity that left the shopkeeper utterly intimidated. Ignoring the proprietor's embarrassment, Hobart turned his gaze to the sword displayed on the counter. Suddenly, his eyes sparkled with interest as he pointed towards it and exclaimed, "Shopkeeper, may I examine that sword?" The blade, adorned with intricate designs at its tip and featuring a cross-shaped guard, appeared quite unassuming. Remarkably, it was none other than the legendary Sandai Kitetsu from the original tale. Who would have imagined it now gracing the most opulent display case? Illuminated by the soft glow of light, in stark contrast to its previous fate of being carelessly tossed into a sword basket, one could only ponder how it had fallen to such depths. Perhaps its sinister nature had yet to be discovered, which allowed the shopkeeper to place it in such a prestigious position. Upon hearing Hobart's request, the shopkeeper snapped back to reality, his face flushed with embarrassment. How could he have been intimidated by such a young lad? His gaze, drawn to the sword Hobart pointed at, widened in surprise. Was that not the cursed blade Sandai Kitetsu? Indeed, this sword was formidable, possessing extraordinary power. However, like other cursed blades, it would turn upon its master, demanding immense strength to wield. Otherwise, the wielder would meet a tragic end. Despite the dangers of the blade, the shopkeeper had no intentions of withdrawing it from sale, positioning it prominently for all to see. After all, most patrons remained oblivious to the sword's malevolent reputation, as long as it appeared sufficiently sharp. Many would eagerly seek to acquire it. This blade had already changed hands twice, with both previous owners meeting untimely deaths, ultimately returning the sword to the weapon shop. At that moment, as Hobart inquired about the sword, the shopkeeper felt a surge of delight. This was the perfect opportunity to reclaim his earlier embarrassment, as this young man had unwittingly presented himself as the perfect target. If he were to purchase the sword, it was certain that within 3 days, he would meet a grim fate. With this thought in mind, the shopkeeper approached with a sycophantic smile, saying, "Young man, you have a discerning eye. This sword is truly remarkable, a treasured heirloom of our establishment, passed down through generations, with formidable power and exceptional sharpness." Hubert grasped the third generation of Own It, feeling a chilling aura envelop him, draining his vitality. Indeed, it was a cursed blade. While he managed to hold his own, it would likely have sapped the life force of anyone else in mere moments. Contemplating this, he exerted his strength, drawing forth his own energy. The third generation of Own It attempted to resist, but such efforts were futile against Hubert's formidable prowess. The energy he had just absorbed swiftly returned to Hubert's body. Observing the third generation of Own It, Hubert noted that it appeared considerably more agreeable, now exuding a gentle aura. The once sinister and eerie presence had vanished, transforming from a rebellious spirit into a docile companion. Hubert let out a cold chuckle. Indeed, confronting such a matter required extraordinary measures. If he were to adopt a more assertive stance, it would surely quell any further audacity from it. This entire sequence of events transpired in the blink of an eye. Unnoticed by the boss, Olivia gazed at Hubert as he lifted the third-generation ghostly blade. Her curiosity piqued as she leaned closer to examine the inscriptions, lost in contemplation. She then felt an urge to reach out and touch it. In an instant, the third-generation ghostly blade surged forth with a malevolent aura, as if it were poised to drain her essence the moment her hand made contact. Hubert perceived this and exerted more force. The body of the 3 generations of the ghostly sword trembled, emitting a sharp cry akin to that of a sword, before falling silent. Olivia's hand rested upon it, yielding no response whatsoever. These inscriptions appear to be of ancient origin. As she traced the patterns on the blade, Olivia turned to Hubert and spoke. Hubert nodded thoughtfully. The 3 generations of ghosts was a product of the land of Wa, which had long engaged in the study of ancient scripts. It was thus understandable that such inscriptions would be etched onto swords. Observing the eager expression on Orvia's face, he inquired, "Do you like it? I could purchase it for you to study." Orvia retracted her hand slightly and declined, "No, thank you. I still have much research to conduct." However, Hobart knew that deep down, Orvia must desire it, for it was ancient script. How could she remain indifferent? Perhaps she merely deemed it too expensive and wished to spare him the expense. Yet, Hobart was not short of funds and was about to express his intention to buy it when the shopkeeper interjected, "Miss, this is a renowned treasure from the land of Wa, a precious heirloom passed down through my family for generations. I rarely part with such items, but today, I shall make an exception for you." Hubert stood by, suppressing a laugh. Goodness, the third generation of the ghost cutter was crafted by Fei Che, who was still very much alive. How could this sword have been passed down for over a decade? Olivia remained unfazed and said, "Hubert, weren't you supposed to take me to learn about Roger? Let's go." Upon hearing this, the proprietor grew anxious. He intended to use the third-generation ghost cutter to exact revenge on the two, and it was inconceivable for him to let them depart so easily. He immediately positioned the third-generation ghost cutter in front of Hubert and Olivia. "What, do you intend to engage in some sort of coercive transaction? A black market, perhaps?" Hubert raised an eyebrow, his tone tinged with excitement. Having been frustrated by his inability to seize the white bird earlier, he would welcome the opportunity for a confrontation with this proprietor. He would not mind another weapon shop. No. Observing the glint in Hubert's eyes, the proprietor felt a chill run down his spine, sensing an ominous premonition. He hastily denied, "You see, you are our shop's 10,000th customer. We shall gift you this sword as a reward." Huh? Both Olivia and Hubert were taken aback, unable to comprehend the sudden shift. Just moments ago, the proprietor had displayed a rather unfriendly demeanor. How could he now be so eager to bestow a sword? The abrupt change in attitude was certainly suspicious. Hubert sensed something amiss. This proprietor could not possibly be as benevolent as he appeared. Surely, there lay some clandestine secret. While Hubert remained lost in contemplation, Olivia interjected, "Really? That sword was just priced quite handsomely at the counter." The proprietor let out a deep sigh and remarked, "In truth, we deliberated for quite some time regarding this dagger as a reward. After much contemplation and indecision, we ultimately resolved to proceed. The first 10,000 is indeed a significant milestone, and the gift must hold substantial value." The proprietor mused inwardly, "What a pair of fools. Once you wield this sword and meet your untimely demise, it shall inevitably return to my possession. Did you truly think you could gain an advantage?" "How laughable," Hubert inquired. "But didn't you just say that this is your ancestral sword? Bestowing it upon us seems rather inappropriate." The proprietor paused momentarily, his eyes darting around before he replied. "We possess numerous ancestral swords. This one is merely among the lesser valued. It took considerable deliberation for me to decide to part with it." Observing the proprietor's desperate attempts to gift the sword, Hubert felt a sudden jolt in his heart. Could it be that the owner was aware of the sword's detrimental effects and intended to use it to eliminate him? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed, and he nearly succumbed to the impulse of dispatching the proprietor on the spot. Sensing the awkwardness in the atmosphere, the owner could only force a strained smile. Seeing Hubert's prolonged silence, Olivia asked, "Hubert, what are your thoughts? Will you accept it?" "Of course, why would I decline?" Hubert replied with a smile. "Since the proprietor is so generous, I shall graciously accept." A glimmer of joy flickered in the owner's eyes. Yet he endeavored to maintain an air of nonchalance. Now, all he needed to do was wait for Hubert to meet his demise so that he could reclaim the sword. With a furrowed brow, the proprietor lamented, "Just a moment ago, you said you didn't want it. How is it that you now wish to accept? Alas, this will result in a direct loss of over 1,000,000 burley." In Hubert's mind, he thought, what a pretense. The contrast between the boss and his son was indeed stark. One was aware that the Sandai Gui Che was a demon blade, relegated to the most inexpensive sword rack, while the other, upon learning this, sought to sell it at an inflated price, intending to reclaim it after the buyer's demise. With a heart full of reflections, he turned to the boss and inquired, "So this blade now belongs to me, correct?" "Certainly," the boss replied with a beaming smile. Grasping the hilt of the Sandai Gui Che, Hubert glanced at Olivia and remarked, "Do you realize that this world is rife with the extraordinary? Even a mere blade can possess astonishing power. Some swords are not merely instruments of combat, they embody their own consciousness, recognizing only masters stronger than themselves. Should a master fall short, they may retaliate, consuming their wielder. However, if one can master such a weapon, they shall wield unparalleled strength. These are known as demon blades." Olivia listened with rapt attention, yet the boss was already drenched in perspiration, beads of sweat cascading from his forehead, his body trembling. Does this fellow know about demon blades? He pondered, apprehensive that Hubert might have already discerned his intentions. "No more gifts, no more," the boss exclaimed hurriedly, attempting to reclaim the Sandai Gui Che from Hubert's grasp. Olivia, perplexed by the boss's actions, turned to see Hubert smiling at him. Hubert swiftly swatted away the boss's reaching hand, saying, "Come now, that's rather ungracious of you. Once a gift is given, it cannot be taken back." He then resumed his conversation with Olivia. And the blade I now hold is indeed a demon blade, the San Daiguate Che. Olvia's eyes widened slightly. So? This blade possesses its own consciousness. Indeed, Hubert confirmed. Hobart nodded in agreement and remarked, the demon blade recognizes only those masters who surpass its strength. Today, I shall compel its acknowledgement. Olivia, perplexed by Hobart's words, soon beheld him launching the third-generation Onakiri into the air. It spun gracefully before descending. Undaunted, Hobart positioned his arm in the path of the blade. Ah! Olivia gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth as she observed Hobart's bold maneuver. The proprietor and his wife also turned their attention to the spectacle. Meanwhile, the child cradled in the wife's arms ceased playing, captivated by the unfolding scene. Hobart felt a sense of uncertainty, fearful of severing his own arm. After all, the formidable power of the cursed blade was not to be underestimated. Beneath his sleeve, his arm quietly transformed to a shade of black. The hockey had enveloped his hand, rendering him impervious even to the blade's intrusion. It would be disingenuous to claim he was cheating. This was, after all, an intrinsic aspect of his strength. Having accomplished this, the third-generation Onatachi descended amidst the gazes of onlookers. The back of the blade grazed Hobart's arm, sliding down smoothly. The blade embedded itself into the ground, sinking deeply. The wooden floor was cleaved apart as if it were mere tofu. Hobart! Aurelia rushed forward, enveloping him in an embrace. What were you thinking? Do you realize how perilous that was? Olivia, nestled in Hubert's arms, peered out to observe the third-generation ghost trapped in the floor. A lingering sense of dread washing over her. She struck Hubert's chest with determination, her small fists offering little in the way of intimidation. Akin to the scratch of a cat. Nevertheless, he feigned anguish, exclaiming, ouch, ouch, ouch. Don't hit me, it hurts. What are you doing? The more he protested, the harder Olivia struck. She was well aware of Hubert's robust constitution. Her meager strength could hardly mar his skin. You understand pain now? Just moments ago. You nearly lost your hand. Do you comprehend how perilous this is? Hubert scratched his head and chuckled. Did I not proclaim my intention to conquer this wicked blade? Behold. Have I not succeeded? I possess a sense of moderation, he added. You have no sense at all. If you were to sever your hand, Olivia gasped, panting heavily. What of you? Hubert inquired with curiosity. Rest assured, it would merely cost me an arm. You cannot endure such a triviality, she retorted. What nonsense are you spouting? Olivia exclaimed, her anger boiling over as she bit down on Hubert's shoulder. Hubert did not intervene, allowing her to bite. Meanwhile, the proprietor of the weapon shop gazed vacantly at the ground where the third-generation Onit had fallen, his mind reeling from the impact. How dare this man act so audaciously? Did he not fear the consequences? Could a cursed blade truly be wielded by a mere mortal? What manner of man was he? A tempest surged within him. Yet he found himself at a loss for words. Just moments ago, he had contemplated using the Onit to eliminate the two. On the other side, the child nestled in the arms of the shopkeeper's wife clapped joyfully, erupting into peals of laughter. Surely, this scene would leave an indelible mark on his memory. He could only wonder what it would be like when he encountered Zaro in the future. After a moment of contemplation, the weapon shop owner bent down to retrieve the fallen Onit. He approached Hubert slowly and extended the blade towards him. You are Hubert, are you not? Today, I wish to present you with this sword. Additionally, I possess another blade, a treasured heirloom known as Yuckeyes, which I hope to bestow upon you. I am certain that you will allow it to shine brilliantly. Hubert turned his head and smiled. Chapter 67, Bartholomew. Hobart gazed at his visibly excited employer with a bemused expression. He could hardly believe that this boss would genuinely offer him the ancestral treasure, Snowblade. It was likely that the employer had discerned Hobart's considerable prowess and, recalling the recent attempt to use the third-generation ghost cut against him, was now gripped by fear and seeking to salvage something from the situation. Ordinary swords would certainly not pique Hobart's interest. However, Snowblade, being one of the finest blades, held significant value. Should Hobart accept it, he would find it rather difficult to turn against his employer thereafter. Hubert held the Sandai Kitetsu in his hands, examining it closely. Yet he did not respond to his employer's words. The employer felt a twinge of anxiety. If the man before him sought revenge, he was ill-equipped to resist. Mr. Hubert, you needn't doubt, the Snowwalk truly is a treasured heirloom of my family, a remarkable sword found in the Blade catalog. Our lineage has yet to discover a swordsman capable of wielding it, and today, upon seeing you, I realize what a true swordsman embodies. It is not merely formidable strength, but rather the unwavering heart that confronts death with composure. This declaration made Hubert feel somewhat bashful. He possessed no such fearless demeanor in the face of death. Rather, he relied on his mastery of hockey to bolster his confidence. Clearing his throat, Hubert interrupted his employer, who was eager to continue speaking, and said, I am not a swordsman. I have no need for your weapon. My interest in swords is merely a hobby. Really? The employer regarded him with suspicion, as if doubting Hubert's sincerity. You surely do not think it too little? You must see its worth. The Snowwalk is indeed an extraordinary sword. I truly have no use for a sword. You may inquire with the lovely lady beside me, Hubert replied, shaking his head slightly. As the employer's gaze shifted to her, Olvia nodded in affirmation of Hubert's words. I see. The employer exhaled in relief. Thank goodness. I never imagined I would manage to keep the Snowwalk. This fool, Hubert, could sell it for several million berries even if he has no use for it. Lost in thought, The employer was abruptly brought back to reality by Hubert's voice. While I may not require a sword, your conduct is rather unscrupulous. The weapon shop owner froze, the light casting a pallor upon his face. It's a misunderstanding. All of this is a misunderstanding. With a swift motion, the Sandai Katetsu was draped over the employer's shoulder, and Hubert leaned closer to whisper in his ear. The evidence is here. Do you still wish to argue? The employer was paralyzed with fear, cold sweat trickling down his forehead once more. Observing the employer's face, which resembled a spouting faucet, Hubert's lips curled into a slight smirk. Now, regarding this matter, I must say it is quite serious. I have no need for your weapon. What do you propose to offer as compensation? With a sudden thud, the employer fell to his knees, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. The shopkeeper's wife grasped the situation, recalling the moment her husband intended to sell the sword to Hubert. Meanwhile, Alvia was utterly bewildered. Had Hubert not merely spoken a few words to him? Why had he knelt so abruptly? Mr. Hubert, Lord Hubert, please spare me. The employer pleaded, clinging to Hubert's leg, tears streaming down his face. I was bewitched. It is not my fault. This cursed blade has influenced me. I believe this sword would truly suit you. Lord Hubert, I offer it as a gift. Hubert, with a hint of disdain, kicked him aside and remarked coolly. I have stated before that I am not a swordsman and have no desire for a sword. How banal it would be to seek a sword. The proprietor quickly discerned from Hubert's tone that he did not intend to pursue a lethal resolution. Indeed, a smile crept across Hubert's face as he continued. Let us simply discuss the compensation amount in Bailey. The sword is merely a superfluous embellishment. The proprietor realized that Alvia could see through Hubert's intentions, and she felt a twinge of embarrassment for accompanying him. After a round of discussions, the proprietor generously opted to part with a substantial sum of 10 million Baileys in order to ensure Hubert would not trouble him further. Upon receiving the Baileys, Hubert beamed with delight, leading onlookers to mistakenly assume they were the best of friends. Haha, the proprietor is a man of prudence. I hereby declare that this weapon shop shall henceforth be under my protection. Should any ruffians attempt to create disturbances, you may invoke my name. Of course. Whether the ruffians would heed his call remained to be seen. The proprietor was evidently aware of this nuance, and with a deep sigh, he replied, Then I must trouble you, Lord Hubert. With that, he cast a glance at Hubert, noting the sword, Sandai Katetsu, still in his possession. He softly cautioned, Lord Hubert, do you require the sword? If not, I shall take this blade back. Sandai Katetsu is in need of maintenance. It appears somewhat rusted. Rusty? Hubert surveyed the blade, confirming that the surface of Sandai Katetsu was as smooth as ice, devoid of any blemish. He understood the proprietor's intentions and, wishing to avoid further entanglement, prepared to return the sword. Just then, a commotion erupted from outside. Hubert sensed an unsettling atmosphere and resolved to venture outside, not out of mere curiosity. Upon stepping out, he noticed a throng gathered at the entrance of a nearby noodle shop, the crowd so dense that it piqued his intrigue further. He pulled Alvia along and managed to squeeze through the masses to discern the unfolding scene. A young child, seemingly no older than 4 or 5, stood defiantly against an adult wielding a rolling pin. The child, with striking green hair, exuded an air of ferocity despite his tender age. His sharp, jagged teeth glared menacingly at the adult. How many times must I tell you? My son is not like you. He is not destined to be a little thug. I intend for him to inherit my trade. The individual with the rolling pin retorted, his tone tinged with aggression. Were the child not so young, he might have charged forward to confront the man. It appeared that this person was the proprietor of the noodle shop. Undeterred, the green-haired boy fixed his gaze on the owner and declared, What is so great about running a noodle shop? You'll never earn a decent living. It's far better to be a little thug. Exactly. I have no desire to run a noodle shop. Hubert listened intently and soon realized that the noodle shop owner was, in fact, holding a struggling child. You little rascal, the owner exclaimed, delivering a sharp smack to his son's backside. You've been deceived. That fellow has no parents and no inheritance. You're living just fine. Why would you want to join him in a life of petty crime? Bartholomew is no petty criminal. We are a syndicate, the boy retorted defiantly. Upon hearing this, Hubert stroked his chin, observing the child with green hair and jagged teeth. Is this truly Bartholomew? The future #1 underworld figure, who seems to view the world through a tinted lens. He appeared quite extraordinary, starting his journey into the underworld at such a tender age. No wonder he rose to become the leader of the mafia in over 100 towns by his 20s. They truly start training them young. A syndicate? Haha. Who wants to be part of a syndicate? Just as the noodle shop owner prepared to discipline Bartholomew, the troublemaker leading his son astray, a commotion erupted from the crowd. With a wave of unrest, the throng parted to create a path, which only made Hubert feel more enclosed. Emerging from the crowd were a group of muscular men adorned in tattooed suits. Hubert recognized this attire all too well. It was the quintessential outfit of the syndicate. Seeing the formidable presence of the syndicate, the noodle shop owner immediately cowered, shielding his son behind him. You must have misunderstood. I was talking about a syndicate. I meant noodles, a mix of ingredients, black stew. Bartholomew wanted to eat, but I have run out of supplies and cannot make it. Hubert, this boss exhibits quite a knack for improvisation. The tattooed leader slapped the noodle shop owner across the face, exclaiming, Who do you think you're fooling? Do you take me for a fool? Bartolomeo, upon noticing the gang, initially felt a sense of relief. thinking they were there to support him. However, the slap made him anxious. Though the noodle shop owner was rather unlikable, he had often treated Bartolomeo to free meals in the past. Thus, Bartolomeo hurriedly stepped forward, positioning himself between the gang and the noodle shop owner, and implored, "Esteemed elder, this noodle shop owner is the father of my friend. Please cease your assault." Smack. A slap landed on Bartolomeo's face, leaving a prominent red mark on his delicate skin. Who the hell are you, kid? Just because he asked your friend. You think that exempts him from a beating? Do you imagine you're the leader of the gang? Laughter erupted from the gang, reveling in the spectacle. This kid is quite amusing. He really had me convinced he was the boss for a moment. You're just too cowardly, afraid even of a mere child. Haha. What are you still doing here, kid? Want another slap? Bartolomeo stood in disbelief, his hand covering his face, momentarily at a loss for words. Were these people not supposed to be defending him? How could this be happening? He remained in stunned silence. The gang continued. I heard what you said, noodle shop owner. What is this? Do you look down upon us? The noodle shop owner waved his hands in protest. No. I hold no disdain for you. It's the small-time thugs I disdain. This gentleman is clearly no common thug. He is obviously a big shot in the gang. With that, he produced a cigarette from his pocket and offered it to the gang leader, smiling as he said, Here, brother, have a smoke. You must be hungry. I'll prepare some noodles for you. Who the hell is your brother? Do you think I can't afford a simple bowl of noodles? I don't need your charity. The gang leader retorted, swatting the cigarette from the owner's hand, sending it flying. The owner did not attempt to retrieve it, maintaining his forced smile. However, Hubert noticed the owner gesturing urgently behind him, signaling for his child to leave swiftly. TSK. The owner of the weapon shop accompanying Hubert clicked his tongue, remarking, Old John has really stepped into a hornet's nest. A new official always makes their mark. And unfortunately, he is the first to be scorched. Hubert turned his head and inquired, What is the matter? Do you know him? At that moment, the weapon shop owner, who had just been extorted for 10 million berries, appeared rather at ease. Although he had lost some money, at least his life was spared. Of course I know him. The owner responded nonchalantly. I've been friends with Old John for ages. His noodles are exceptional. Even someone like me, who seldom eats noodles, often dines at his place. Oh? This piqued Hubert's interest. His favorite food was indeed noodles, yet since arriving in the pirate world, he had not tasted any truly delectable ones. The best he had were his own, but they were of merely average quality. What about that black society? What is their background? Hubert asked. He is just a minor leader of the gang from another area. Recently, the local leader passed away, so they assigned him to manage this territory as well. I see. And what about that green-haired boy? Do you know him? He's just a mischievous child. Both his parents are deceased, and he now lives with his grandmother. He often claims to be part of the black society on the streets. As the two conversed, trouble began to brew in the arena. Old John kept his head bowed, apologizing profusely, too intimidated to utter a word even after being struck. The black society found this rather dull. He had intended to make an example of Old John, but the latter's submissive demeanor left him with no pretext to act. If he were to force an attack, it would undoubtedly lead to complications. In the unpretentious town of Roguetown, the black society adhered to their own order. Should he act brazenly in front of others, it could jeopardize future operations, perhaps even jeopardizing their entire endeavor. Growing weary of the situation, the black society decided to take their leave. Suddenly, Bartolomeo, who had been standing in a daze, let out a loud scream. I'll fight you. He charged at several members of the black society. One of them, caught off guard, fell victim to Bartolomeo's bite. The tattooed phoenix on his arm was instantly stained crimson, making it appear even more lifelike. The man cried out, then retaliated with a kick that landed squarely on Bartolomeo. Bartolomeo clamped down fiercely, his teeth embedded in the man's flesh. However, the brute strength of the black society was insurmountable for the young Bartolomeo, and he was sent flying, his teeth scattering across the ground. Blood splattered, adding a grotesque scent to the cobblestones outside the noodle shop. Bartolomeo was left with a mouthful of blood, unsure if it was from the black society member or his own injuries, a truly terrifying sight. Olivia, witnessing the young Bartolomeo's plight, felt a pang of compassion. Perhaps reminded of Robin, who was wandering outside, tears began to flow from her eyes. Turning to Hubert, she pleaded, Hubert, please save him. He is so pitiful. Of course. Hubert licked his lips, his own eagerness to intervene ignited, not solely for Bartolomeo's sake, but also for the sake of Old John's noodles. Just moments ago, he had awakened some intriguing abilities and was seeking an opportunity to test them. Now was the perfect moment to experiment on these members of the Black Society. Chapter 68. The flying slash. Just as the back of the third-generation cursed sword, Onit, grazed Hubert's arm and fell to the ground, a voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, for subduing the cursed sword Onit. You have unlocked the flying slash. Flying slash? Isn't that a technique exclusive to swordmasters? A powerful swordsman could unleash slashes capable of cleaving mountains and parting seas. The later figure of Mihawk had, with a single stroke, split the glacier created by Aokiji. Hubert, who had no prior knowledge of swordsmanship, was astonished to have awakened such a skill. He was just about to search for a suitable target to test its power when Unexpectedly, someone came looking for trouble. The Black Society member, humiliated by being ambushed by a child, bore a fierce expression. He had no pity for the bloodied Bartolomeo and charged forward, intending to slap him as if that would restore his honor. Yet, his plan was thwarted when a stone struck his hand, causing him to wince in pain and cry out. "Who did that?" He shrieked. "Ha ha. Is this how the Black Society of Rogown operates? Bullying a mere child? Truly disgraceful." Hubert emerged from the crowd, casually tossing a stone in his hand, seemingly ready to hurl it at any moment. The moment the thug caught sight of the stone, he froze in place, feeling as though he had been struck by a bullet when Hubert's earlier throw had hit his hand, an excruciating pain coursing through his bones, rendering him powerless. He certainly did not wish to endure another hit. Observing the cringing members of the Black Market Gang, their leader let out a disdainful snort and remarked, "Useless." He then turned to Hubert and inquired, "Who are you? Do you wish to meddle?" "Ha ha ha. Indeed, I do wish to meddle. What are you going to do about it?" Hubert replied, his eyes glinting mischievously. The gang leader squinted coldly at Hubert, warning, "You'd better think this through. This is Rogtown. Opposing me leads only to a dead end." Though he spoke with bravado, a flicker of satisfaction danced within him. He had intended to teach old John a lesson, but he found the man surprisingly cowardly, thus missing his chance. Now, however, this newcomer appeared to be a far more fitting target to establish his authority and demonstrate the consequences of crossing him. Enough with the idle chatter, Hubert declared, striding over to Bartolomeo and lifting him up. Meanwhile, Olivia rushed to tend to his wounds, as Bartolomeo was still bleeding profusely. Delaying any longer could spell disaster for him. Bartolomeo, still in shock, had thought his fate was sealed and was prepared to confront the Black Market Gang in a fight to the death, only to be unexpectedly rescued by Hubert. Who are you?" he stuttered, the pain in his mouth causing him to gasp sharply. "Me? I am merely a righteous bounty hunter. I detest the black market, pirates, and navy alike," Hubert proclaimed, thumping his chest with pride. "A bounty hunter?" Bartolomeo pondered silently, his thoughts drifting away. "Do not underestimate me." The black market leader, finally unable to contain himself, bellowed, "Since you have chosen to oppose me, prepare to pay the price." With that, he drew a pistol from his coat and, without hesitation, fired in Hubert's direction. "Watch out!" Old John shouted in alarm, dragging himself toward the gang leader. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing erupted as Hubert's third-generation sword, the Ghost Slash, had somehow been drawn. Several bullets were deflected mid-air, and Bartolomeo watched in awe as the bullets were sliced in half, narrowly avoiding him. His eyes widened in disbelief, astonished by the spectacle. The onlookers, initially preparing to leave upon hearing the gunfire, halted in their tracks, captivated by the unfolding drama. Old John, having reached a midpoint, slowed his pace, dumbfounded by the sight of bullets being cleaved in two, left speechless. The weapon shop owner wiped the sweat from his brow, silently grateful. "Thank goodness. I knew this fellow was formidable. Lucky for me, it seems misfortune has been averted. Otherwise, I might have been staring at a corpse." Others shared similar sentiments, but none were as horrified as the black market leader, whose eyes nearly popped from their sockets in terror as he stared at Hubert. Even as cold sweat dripped into his eyes, he remained fixated, unable to blink. Impossible. How could anyone achieve such a feat? It must be an illusion. With that, he fired several more shots, panic overtaking him. Yet Hubert's sword danced effortlessly, blocking each bullet, although he had never wielded a sword before. The awakening of his flying slash technique allowed him to grasp these small maneuvers instinctively, and with the bullets moving at a snail's pace to him. It was not a challenge at all. The black market leader finally realized he had provoked an adversary far beyond his capabilities. As he continued to shoot, he began to retreat, attempting to escape. However, Hubert would not let him slip away. A subtle smirk played on his lips as he positioned his third-generation Ghost Slash horizontally. Sunlight fell upon the blade, failing to reflect any light, shrouded instead in an inescapable darkness. An eerie aura emanated from him, sending a chill through those present. "Prepare to receive my slash," Hubert declared. Hubert contemplated the techniques of swordsmanship and conceived a name for a particular move, Wolfang Strike. A tempest surged forth, howling as it descended upon a notorious gang. The devastating force rendered the gang utterly defenseless, each member felled by the decisive blows. He wielded his weapon with remarkable precision, ensuring that no innocent bystander was harmed. Yet, not a single member of the gang remained standing. The owner of the weapon shop stood in stunned silence, inwardly lamenting. Didn't he claim to be unskilled with a sword? Is this what he considers ineptitude? This is disastrous. The third generation of the Ghost Cutter may not survive this. I wonder if he will demand my prized Snowblade. What a tremendous loss this will be. Hubert gracefully twirled the third-generation Kido in his hand before sheathing it. Observing the dazed crowd around him, he proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, you are free to speak of today's events. Should the underworld seek trouble, let them come to me. I am eager to see who dares approach." Upon turning, he noticed the weapon shop owner, whose face bore a pained expression, even more sorrowful than when he had just presented 10 million berries. "What troubles you? Wearing such a long face?" Hubert inquired. "Oh, it's nothing, Mr. Hubert. It's just that your humility is astonishing. You claim to be unskilled with a sword, yet here you are, demonstrating such prowess." "It is merely basic skill, truly. I am not very adept," he replied modestly. Hubert chuckled, for he had not wielded a sword prior to this moment. The skill had only just manifested. However, the sword's aura appeared to be far more manageable than that of the devil fruit, and its flamboyant effect seemed to surpass expectations. He contemplated the possibility of training further, merging the powers of the devil fruit with swordsmanship. With this thought in mind, he handed the third-generation ghost cutter to the weapon shop owner. Here, I return it to you. The shop owner, taken aback, stared at the third-generation ghost cutter in bewilderment and stammered. You don't want it? What do you desire? Hubert was momentarily taken aback, but upon noticing the gaze of the weapon shop owner, he suddenly recalled, did we not agree beforehand? I have no desire for your sword. You have already paid with Bailey. I am a man of my word. The weapon shop owner, instantly filled with joy, exclaimed, Mr. Hubert, you are truly a noble gentleman. Hubert chuckled softly and remarked, take a look at whether these underworld factions offer any bounty. If so, exchange it for me. Indeed. Observing the weapons shop owner leaving in high spirits with the Sandai Kitetsu, Hubert's mind was awash with myriad thoughts. His reluctance to claim the Sandai Kitetsu stemmed from various considerations, one of which was the anticipation of Zaro and the others returning to this place at that moment. The sword would rightfully belong to Zaro, and he did not wish to diminish the iconic scene of Zaro taming the Sandai Kitetsu. Naturally, this was merely one reason. The more significant factor was his disdain for the Sandai Kitetsu itself. After all, his prowess approached that of an admiral. To wield a sword that scarcely qualified as a renowned blade would be rather demeaning, wouldn't it? At the very least, he desired a formidable blade. And possessing an unparalleled great sword would be even more desirable. Turning his gaze to Alvia, he noted that she had already tended to Bartolomeo's wounds. The bleeding had nearly ceased, leaving only the need for recuperation. At that moment, Bartolomeo gazed at him with uncontainable excitement. Had his mouth not been treated, he likely would have burst forth in exuberant cheers. Hubert approached and gently patted his green head, saying, the wound has been treated. Make sure to rest well at home. Olivia added, the treatment I just administered will render you speechless for half a day, but after that, you will feel considerably better. Please take some time to recuperate at home. Hubert took Olivia's hand and approached the still-stunned old John. His rescue of Bartolomeo was merely a matter of convenience. His primary concern lay with old John. As Hubert drew near, old John swallowed hard and inquired, my lord, how may I assist you? Hubert nodded earnestly. Old John found himself at a loss for words. He simply inquired, do you truly require my assistance? Could this individual possibly benefit from his aid? I have heard that your noodles are exceptionally delicious. Might you prepare a bowl for me? Certainly. Old John quickly responded, asking, what flavor would you prefer? Spicy, sweet, or perhaps a touch salty? Spicy, please. Very well. Would the lady like a bowl as well? Just as Olivia was about to shake her head, Hubert interjected. Please prepare a bowl for her as well, identical to mine. Understood. It will be ready shortly. As they observed the proprietor bustling into the kitchen, Hubert guided Olivia to a seat within the noodle shop. During their wait, Hubert remarked, I had initially intended to introduce you to the history of Roger, but unforeseen events have transpired. No matter, if fortuitously allowed me to assist young Bartolomeo, there will be other opportunities to learn about Roger, Olivia replied nonchalantly. After we finish our meal, I shall take you to explore. While they conversed, a voice emerged from behind them. Without turning, Hubert already knew who it was. Bartolomeo. Why are you still here? Are you also in the mood for noodles? But wait, you seem unable to eat them in your current state. Bartolomeo's face turned crimson. Yet he found himself at a loss for words, appearing rather comical. Olivia gently pinched Hubert's thigh, casting him a significant glance. The look conveyed the message. Do you not know how to speak? Are you not aware you are opening old wounds? Hubert smiled helplessly and said, you should hurry home. A good night's sleep will do you wonders. However, it will take some time for your teeth to regrow. You mustn't be so reckless in the future, my dear child. Always consider the consequences before you act. If it weren't for me today, you would have faced a severe beating. Bartholomew nodded emphatically, then gestured as if he wished to express something further. Hubert felt a slight headache. How was he to comprehend this? Can you write? Bartolomeo nodded. Thus, Hubert produced a sheet of paper and a pen, offering them to him, encouraging him to articulate his thoughts in writing. Bartolomeo grasped the pen and began to scribble fervently. Hubert glanced over and saw the words, my friend's father has been assaulted. I cannot simply ignore this. Ha ha ha, what a chivalrous little rascal he is. Hubert chuckled, however. Your limited strength against a gang of underworld thugs seems rather imprudent, doesn't it? Bartolomeo clearly recognized this fact and found himself at a loss for words. Hubert remarked, enough of the jesting, you should head home now. Bartolomeo shook his head vigorously like a rattledrum, then picked up his pen and wrote, I haven't seen you around town before. You must be from out of town, right? Are you going to sea? Indeed, I shall set sail in a couple of days. Can I join you? Hubert, caught off guard while sipping water, choked and replied, my ship does not accommodate children when one is unable to fulfill their duties. Hiring child labor is against the law. He momentarily forgot that he himself was merely a 7-year-old child. Oh, I've just turned 8 not long ago. Bartolomeo's face fell, and he insisted, rest assured, I am quite capable and won't be a burden. No means no. Our ship is already at full capacity, Hubert stated, leaving Bartolomeo somewhat dejected. He went on to write, I will become a bounty hunter in the future, upholding justice. Hubert was momentarily taken aback by this proclamation. What was this nonsense? Bartolomeo aspired to be a bounty hunter. What would happen to Luffy? Would he confront Luffy directly in the future? As he regarded the earnest expression on Bartolomeo's face, Hubert fell into contemplation. Delicious noodles. Just as he pondered, the proprietor emerged with 2 bowls of noodles, interrupting his thoughts. The aroma wafted into Hubert's nostrils, more enticing than anything he had prepared himself. With the first bite, his face lit up in sheer ecstasy. Ah, this flavor is exquisite. It has been ages since I tasted such delicious noodles. This surpasses many noodle shops from my previous life. He licked his lips and placed his hand on Old John's shoulder. Old John, you must join my crew as our chef. We are in dire need of someone with your exceptional culinary skills. Bartolomeo interjected, what nonsense. Didn't you say you weren't looking for people? Chapter 69, The Upside-Down Mountain. In the end, Old John accepted Hubert's invitation. After the events of the day, he felt he could no longer stay there for fear of retaliation from the Black Society. Having witnessed Hubert's prowess, he believed that sailing with him might be a wise choice. His son was also permitted to join the crew, which left Bartolomeo feeling envious. After much persistence, Bartolomeo finally called out to Hubert, I will undoubtedly become a formidable bounty hunter like you in the future. Ha ha, good luck, kid. Hubert, with a cheerful smile, held Olivia's hand as they sought the quaint tavern in Lowtown where they had encountered Luffy and his companions. However, whether it was mere misfortune or the tavern's decision to remain closed, Hubert searched for 2 days yet found nothing. As the time to embark approached, he sought Olivia's counsel and ultimately resolved to depart for now, hoping to return on another occasion. Nevertheless, it seemed there were far superior means to uncover the history of Roger. For instance, locating Roger's crew, who had personally experienced those adventures. Among them, the most recent would likely be the individual residing beyond Reverse Mountain, the ship's doctor of the Roger Pirates, Dr. Kureha. Yet, he had chosen to navigate the Navy's calm belt, which posed a significant challenge. Observing Olivia's disappointment at not locating the tavern, Hubert sighed. Well, if it proves to be a hassle, so be it. The calm belt can be circumvented, and opportunities will undoubtedly arise in the future. Upon returning to the Black Pearl, the others had already prepared themselves well in advance. Hubert boarded the ship and introduced Old John to the crew, and they set sail without delay. The Black Pearl sliced through the waves, producing a melodious symphony of splashing sounds. Crystalline droplets of water shimmered under the sunlight, glistening like diamonds. The grand journey along the Great Sea Route had finally commenced. Choosing to avoid the doldrums, they naturally had no need to accompany the naval forces. Thus, the Black Pearl swiftly made its way to the base of the Upside-Down Mountain, witnessing the astonishing spectacle of the waters swirling in reverse, soaring skyward, left everyone in awe. Even Hubert couldn't help but marvel at the sight. Such a wonder was unprecedented for him, and it appeared profoundly breathtaking. This journey had indeed been worthwhile. Had they ventured into the doldrums, they would have missed this extraordinary masterpiece of nature. With a commanding call, Hubert directed the group towards the Mountain of Inverts. The tumultuous waters propelled the Black Pearl forward with increasing velocity, ever more swift. Ultimately, it ascended to a peak and surged forth with a rush. The Black Pearl glided through the air for a brief moment before plummeting down with a heavy thud. It began to accelerate once more in its descent. This tumultuous experience was far more exhilarating than any roller coaster. Olivia clung tightly to Hubert's arm. Hubert surveyed his surroundings, ever vigilant for impending danger. He had no desire to see his costly vessel come to harm. Not far from him, Jesse gazed at the inverted landscape, lost in thought. The Grand Line has returned, he mused. At last, the ship came to a steady halt upon the tranquil surface beneath the Upside-Down Mountain. The crew, still shaken, gasped for breath, some of the more fragile among them succumbing to nausea. That was exceedingly exhilarating, they exclaimed. To think such a place exists in this world, it feels like a dream. Truly, the Grand Line lives up to its reputation. Even gaining entry is fraught with challenges. Had fortune not favored us, our ship might well have been shattered by the tumultuous waves. Hubert clapped his hands and assured, rest assured, with me around, the ship shall not be breached. The still shaken Carter suddenly chuckled. Indeed, with Lord Hubert here, what are these minor tempests? Even if they were to intensify tenfold, we would remain unscathed. Just as the conversation unfolded, a colossal figure abruptly surfaced from the depths. The portion above the water resembled a small island, immense beyond measure. Its surface was marred with rugged scars, some old and healed, while others were fresh and still oozing blood. This unforeseen occurrence left the pirates in a state of astonishment. What in the world is that? After a moment of shock, one pirate finally reacted, his throat tightening. Still bleeding. Could it be some kind of creature? Fool. How could such a gigantic being exist? It must be some peculiar island. Hubert, what do you think? Hubert gazed at the colossal creature that had appeared in the original text, stroking his chin as he remarked, this is a biological marvel, the largest whale in existence. One that rivals the size of an island. What truly? Such a creature exists? Indeed. Are you questioning the captain? No, it's just astonishing. Master Hubert, what shall we do with this magnificent being now? Hubert's lips curled into a faint smile as he waved his hand dismissively. Navigate the ship into his mouth. What? Surely, Lord Hubert must be jesting. Wouldn't that result in being devoured? The crowd's admonitions brought Hubert back to his senses. This island whale was none other than Laboon from the original tale, once cherished by the Rumbar pirates as their beloved pet. However, upon venturing into the Grand Line, the crew, fearing the perils that lay ahead, left him behind, awaiting their return. Thus, 50 long years passed. The once diminutive Laboon had matured into a gargantuan whale, now larger than the very island itself, even harboring a miniature ocean within. As the tides of time ebbed and flowed, Laboon remained steadfast, yearning for the return of the Rumbar pirates. He longed to shatter the red line that obstructed his path in search of his masters. Despite his immense size, the red line was a barrier he could not breach. Over the decades, numerous scars had marred his head. Tragically, the Rumbar pirates had met their demise on the Grand Line many years prior, leaving behind only the deceased Brook. In light of this tale, Hubert could only regard Laboon as foolish, perhaps having injured himself in his futile attempts. Nevertheless, these matters were of no concern to him, and he had no desire to interfere. Hubert's objective was the ship's doctor, Carocus, who resided within the belly of Laboon. Initially, Hubert contemplated following the method employed by Luffy in the original tale, steering the ship directly into Laboon's interior. However, upon reflection, he considered that Luffy was the protagonist. Blessed with extraordinary luck, what he could accomplish was not necessarily within Hubert's reach. The thought of the Black Pearl sustaining damage was enough to cause him considerable distress. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, "You all wait on the shore. I shall take Olivia with me." "What? Lord Hubert, please do not act recklessly. We still need you," one crew member exclaimed, rushing forward to grasp Hubert's leg. Get off, get off. Who's acting recklessly? I have my own plans. And I will return shortly." Hubert kicked the crew member away. Olivia gazed at Hubert as he extended his hand toward her, feeling a twinge of hesitation. Would Hubert truly intend to take her to her demise? While her death might not hold significant consequence, what would become of Robin? Observing Olivia's troubled expression, Hubert lifted her into his embrace. With wings unfurling behind him, he flapped and soared towards the gaping maw of the Leviathan. "What are you thinking? Did you genuinely believe I would drag you along to share my fate?" As Olivia was enveloped in his grasp, she anxiously shut her eyes, only to reopen them upon Hubert's remark. To her astonishment, they had arrived in an entirely new realm. Above them, the sky was shrouded in a murky haze, its nature indiscernible. The sea appeared tinged with green, resembling nothing of the ocean she knew. In the distance loomed an immense gate against the sky. "Where is this place?" Olivia murmured in bewilderment, taking in her unfamiliar surroundings. "This is within the belly of the whale." "Ah," Olivia gasped in surprise. Yet, she could not fathom how she had suddenly transitioned to this novel environment and could only reluctantly accept this extraordinary reality. Hubert smiled enigmatically and remarked, "So, do you now realize that I am not here to drag you down with me?" Olivia felt a slight flush on her cheeks and deftly shifted the conversation, asking, "Is this truly within the body of that whale?" "It is astonishing. Indeed, it is quite marvelous." I was equally taken aback by Oda's imaginative prowess. Hubert replied with a chuckle. Olivia inquired, "Who is Oda?" "Well, to put it simply, he can be likened to a deity, a creator god," he explained. "Ah, is that a dialect from your region?" Olivia pondered, suddenly enlightened, and silently committed this term to memory. She felt a surge of joy, relishing the newfound common ground with Hubert. At this moment, Hubert was still soaring through the sky with Olivia in his grasp when he suddenly spotted an island and promptly flew towards it. Upon reaching the island, they beheld an elderly man seated in a rocking chair. His hair was streaked with gray, yet not entirely white. Several feather-like strands adorned his head, leaving one to wonder if they were natural or affixed. He appeared to be in his 50s, with a fierce countenance and a physique brimming with taut muscles. As he perused a newspaper, "Someone," Olivia exclaimed in astonishment. Her outburst caught the attention of the man on the island, who lifted his gaze to behold Hubert approaching with dragon wings unfurled behind him, his expression unperturbed. Calmly, he spoke, "Hey, do you intend to take action against me? I advise against it. It could be fatal." His words exuded an aura of confidence, imparting a sense of formidable assurance. Olivia, apprehensive, assumed Hubert was seeking trouble. Yet, she soon observed Hubert smiling and inquiring, "Oh, are you so confident? Who do you believe will meet their demise?" "I will," the old man replied without hesitation, his face remaining composed and unruffled, exuding an air of mastery. Olivia, taken aback, could only stammer, what?" Hubert descended with a hearty laughter, landing upon the island. He extended his hand towards the elder, saying, "I have long admired your esteemed reputation, Colocus." This man was indeed Hubert's intended target, the ship's doctor of Roger, Colocus. Upon hearing his name called by Hubert, Colocus's previously impassive visage finally revealed a flicker of emotion. He grasped Hubert's hand and inquired, "Do you know me?" Hubert remarked, "Of course. Your Excellency, you are a member of the Pirate King S crew, renowned across the seas." Upon hearing his praise, Colocus furrowed his brow slightly and inquired, "Who are you?" "I am the bounty hunter, Hobart." "Ah." Colocus responded, "So it is you." Although his tone remained unremarkable, Hobart noticed the feather atop Colocus's head quivering, signifying the turmoil beneath his calm facade. "Do you recognize me?" Now it was Hobart's turn to pose a question. Colocus raised the newspaper in his hand and stated, Though I live in seclusion, I am still familiar with someone like you, who has exchanged blows with a future admiral of the Navy. Hubert gazed at the newspaper, where a bold headline proclaimed, "The Demon of Wealth, Hubert." What an outrageous title this is. Hubert found himself somewhat powerless to comment on how he had become a demon of wealth. Was it merely because he was a bounty hunter? His choice to become a bounty hunter stemmed solely from his desire to avoid joining the Navy or aligning with pirates. He had no particular fondness for money. "So, Mr. Hubert, what brings you to me?" Carokas, noticing Hubert's silence, inquired, "Is it to capture me for a bounty?" Before Hubert could respond, he continued, "It seems that's the only possibility. Before you take me away, could you tell me how you managed to find me?" "I didn't mention my return to anyone." Coughing, Hubert interrupted, "Why do you seem to think I'm solely fixated on bounties?" Carokas replied nonchalantly, "Isn't that the case?" Alvia nodded in agreement. "Of course not. Don't be misled by the rumors deliberately spread by the Navy," Hubert exclaimed. "Alvia, why are you nodding too? You're over there. So, you're not here to exchange me for a bounty?" Hubert pressed. "Certainly not." Upon hearing this, Hubert sensed Carokas relax considerably. It appeared he was not as carefree as he initially seemed. As a crew member of the Pirate King, he undoubtedly possessed considerable strength. His earlier remarks were merely a guise. However, upon learning Hubert's identity, he realized the truth. Alas, he had indeed become the prey. He was but a functional crew member. Encountering someone like Hubert, who could hold his own against a candidate for admiral, would be tantamount to courting disaster. "Then what exactly are you here for?" Carokas asked. Hubert remarked, "You are a member of Roger's crew, are you not? This young lady beside me is quite intrigued by Roger's exploits and wishes for you to share his tales." Alvia was momentarily taken aback, gazing intently at Hubert's countenance. She was aware that Hubert had previously made arrangements to traverse the Calm Belt to the Grand Line. But she was uncertain as to why he had altered his plans to come via Reverse Mountain. At that moment, a realization dawned upon her. It seemed that Hubert had spent 2 days in Logtown with her specifically to satiate her curiosity about Roger's deeds, and now he had intentionally changed his itinerary once more. Unable to contain herself, she stepped closer, embraced Hubert, and kissed him. Hubert, after a brief moment of surprise, responded with enthusiasm. The two began to passionately kiss before Carokas, which left him feeling somewhat awkward. Just moments before, when he had heard Hubert's request, he had been contemplating how to assert himself. Now, what was this situation? Did they still intend to hear his story? Chapter 69, Lab. A few albatrosses soared overhead as Carter and the others endured the sweltering sun, which was beginning to irritate him. He muttered to himself, "Where on earth has Lord Hubert gone? Surely he hasn't gone to take his own life?" He then shook his head vigorously, dismissing the thought, impossible. Lord Hubert would never be so foolish. Skoda, forcibly brought aboard the ship by Hubert, leaned closer to Carter and whispered, "Captain Carter, do you think Lord Hubert is really dead? It has been over half a day." "Stop talking nonsense," Carter interrupted. But Skoda persisted, "I believe he has either genuinely sought death or intends to abandon us. Why don't we divide the treasure on the ship and make our escape? Each to their own home, back to their mothers. How splendid that would be." Carter's expression darkened as he struck Skoda on the head, causing a large red bump to rise. "I warn you, speak such foolishness again, and I shall confine you to quarters," he admonished. Though a flicker of concern gnawed him, his worry was never that Hubert might end his life. Rather, he feared that Hubert would indeed leave them behind. After all, compared to Hubert's formidable strength, they were but ants, mere burdens, entirely unhelpful. If they served any purpose at all, it was merely to fetch tea or share in the spoils. As he anxiously rubbed his head, he suddenly noticed a massive whale, resembling an island, gliding toward the shore. It seemed to be barreling toward him, causing Carter's demeanor to shift to one of alarm. "Everyone, be on guard," he shouted, glancing back at the whale. Carter realized that his crew's vigilance might be futile, and he quickly modified his orders. "Everyone off the ship, run to the Red Earth continent." Panic ensued among the crew, their hurried footsteps echoing on the deck. "Where is Lord Hubert? Has he not returned? What do we do now? If he comes back to find the ship destroyed, we will be doomed." "Forget that. Our lives are paramount. We can deal with his punishment when he returns." Could it be that he was truly devoured by that whale? Impossible. You know how powerful Lord Hubert is. How could he be eaten by a mere fish? Yet, despite such reassurances, the sheer size of the whale was unnerving. Was it truly a force that humanity could withstand? In the midst of the chaos, the crew dashed swiftly, soon reaching the shore, with old John and his son also fleeing deeper into the land. The whale's call reverberated through the air, adding an element of terror to the scene. The crew ran even faster, each covering their ears as they sprinted. As the whale neared the shore, a dark figure emerged from its body and landed firmly on the ground. It was Hubert, along with Alvia and Carokas. "What are you running from? Come back," Hubert exclaimed, perplexed by the fleeing crew. "Are you preparing to abscond with the luggage?" Carter, in his wolf form, halted upon hearing Hubert's voice, then quickly rushed back toward him, embracing Hubert's leg. "Lord Hubert, where have you been? I thought you had abandoned us." Observing Carter's childish display, Alvia stifled a laugh, while Hubert scowled, pushing Carter's wolfish face away. "Did I not say I would return after investigating? Why are you in such a frenzy? Where are my brothers planning to flee?" Carter chuckled sheepishly. "I thought that whale was mad and coming straight for us, so I sent the brothers to escape. but it seems I was overly anxious. Looking back at Lab head, they found themselves in the shadow cast by Lab, blocking the sunlight. Hubert also understood why Carter and the others had fled. Who among ordinary people would not have run away in such a situation? He nodded and remarked, "Indeed, you have performed admirably. In the face of an unforeseen incident, it is your duty as the first mate to make decisive judgments." Suddenly, as if recalling something, he gestured towards the aloof Kurokas beside him, saying, "This is my friend Kurokas, whom I met inside the belly of a whale." Carter glanced over and replied, "It's an honor to finally meet you." Kurokas raised an eyebrow and said coolly, "Oh, you actually know of me?" "Not at all," Carter admitted with sincerity, shaking his head. "Then what do you mean by an honor?" Kurokas snorted derisively, falling silent. This left Carter somewhat perplexed about his background, suspecting he might be some sort of expert. Thus, he turned to Hubert and inquired, "Lord Hubert, who is this gentleman?" Hubert remarked, "Oh, this is the ship's doctor of the Pirate King Roger, the very physician of the Pirate King." Carter exclaimed, surveying Kurokas from head to toe. He then added, "We must negotiate the price with the Navy thoroughly, rest assured. I shall secure the best deal possible." Kurokas felt a tightening in his chest but maintained a calm demeanor, replying, "You, young man, are not contemplating selling me, are you? It would be wise to abandon such thoughts lest you face dire consequences." Carter was taken aback, sensing that Kurokas was no ordinary individual and that hasty actions could lead to grave repercussions. He turned to Hobart with a questioning look and said, "Lord Hobart, this is no need for concern. Your reasoning is sound. I eagerly anticipate how many berries he might fetch," Hobart interjected. Kurokas was momentarily stunned, genuinely alarmed, and exclaimed, "You just utilized my services, and now you wish to renege? Are you intending to abandon me once I am of no further use? You must think carefully. Lives are at stake." Hubert chuckled, "Ha ha ha, you are of little worth now, so why not sell you off? A handsome sum of berries could be exchanged for you. After all, a crew member of the Pirate King must hold considerable value. Unless what? Unless you become my crew member?" Hubert replied with a grin. Kurokas narrowed his eyes and remarked, "You've been plotting this all along, haven't you?" Hubert shrugged and remarked, "There is no choice. The crew of the Pirate King cannot be squandered so easily. Besides, are you not a doctor? Our ship's physician is quite competent in the West Sea. And we have a scientist who can also administer treatment, though he is not a specialist. Other doctors may fall short on the Grand Line, and we require your expertise to fill this gap. What say you?" Kurokas hesitated, seemingly cornered with no viable options. Joining Hubert appeared to be his only recourse, as the prospect of joining Impel Down was equally grim. Oh no, it was likely that a crew member of the Pirate King would meet a dire fate if captured, enduring a public execution. After a lengthy contemplation, Kurokas sighed deeply. "Mr. Hubert, I personally am inclined to join you, but I have compelling reasons to remain here." As he spoke, the muscles on Karasuko's body surged with vigor, emanating a formidable aura. Carter's eyelids fluttered in surprise. This old man is remarkably strong. Despite lacking a devil fruit, his physical prowess could easily overpower him. With this thought, Carter's wolfish form tensed slightly. Hubert, with a half-smile, inquired, "What's the matter?" "Kurokas, are you really intending to strike? I thought you were a physician." Kurokas, his expression grave, focused intently on Hubert, who remained still, leaving him hesitant to make a move. Although he had steeled himself for a fight to the death, he was acutely aware of his own limitations. Confronted with Hubert, a formidable opponent who had fought fiercely against Sakaski, Kurokas found himself at a loss as to how he might gain the upper hand. Originally, Olivia had held some respect for Kurokas after hearing his tale of Roger, but now she was uncertain how to proceed. She wished to persuade Hubert to sit down for a serious discussion, yet knowing Hubert had made up his mind, she felt it inappropriate to intervene. Thus, she quietly distanced herself, observing the unfolding situation between the two men. Hobart gazed at the anxious Kurokas and inquired, "Is the matter you cannot let go of that island whale over there?" Kurokas, taken aback, quickly responded, "Yes, indeed. I must watch over him here, otherwise, if he continues to neglect his own well-being, something dreadful is bound to happen." "What is wrong with the whale? With such a massive form? It doesn't he seem to require supervision?" Skoda, who had hurriedly followed Carter, expressed his curiosity upon hearing Kurokas' words. Kurokas glanced around as more and more crew members drew near. After a moment of contemplation, he began to recount the tale of Labu, which dates back 50 years. "Oh dear, how could this be, Lord Hobart?" "Let Kurokas remain here," someone interjected. "Indeed, Lord Hobart, after waiting for 50 years without a master, Labu must be suffering greatly. The anguish of the spirit is far more intense than that of the flesh." Another voice chimed in, "Yes, without Kurokas here to care for him, he would surely perish." As the story concluded, Orvia had yet to speak. The elder lord, Dream, was already moved to tears, and one by one, they pleaded with Kurokas for mercy. Hubert felt a twinge of embarrassment. The resilience of his subordinates seemed rather feeble. He turned to Kurokas and inquired, "If I could persuade Lab to cease its incessant collisions with the Red Earth continent, you would be willing to accompany us, correct?" Kurokas hesitated before responding. "That is indeed the case, but it is impossible. I have attempted to counsel it countless times over the years, to no avail." "Very well then." Hubert broke his leg and said, "I certainly have my own methods. He turned with a smile, noticing that nearly everyone had gathered, and inquired, "Is there anyone aboard who can play music?" The crew exchanged glances, each shaking their head in response. As expected, Hubert let out a sigh. He had previously contemplated recruiting some musicians and painters to join his vessel, in an effort to infuse a touch of artistic elegance. However, he found that most musicians were rather lofty in their aspirations, enjoying the adulation and respect of the masses on land. Why would they willingly endure the hardships of the sea? Consequently, he was unable to find even a single crew member with such artistic talents, surrounded instead by burly men. Thus, he had no choice but to accept the situation as it was. Hubert instructed everyone to wait as he returned to the ship. Although he had been an ordinary man in his previous life, he possessed certain talents. He had a bit of knowledge about music, particularly the piano, and had purchased one aboard the Black Pearl, which was now quite fortuitous. After rubbing his face to transform into the likeness of Brooke, not the skeletal form, but the version of Brooke prior to his demise, he gazed into the mirror, unsure of what to think. Brooke had appeared so handsome as a skeleton. Why did his human form look so unappealing? Especially with that wild, frizzy hair, he felt akin to a potted plant. Adjusting his tie, Hubert dismissed these thoughts. After all, he was merely impersonating the genuine Brooke. Why should he be concerned about such trivialities? Seated at the piano, he familiarized himself with the keys, and soon, the enchanting sound of the piano resonated from the ship, drifting over the sea. I shall deliver to you the fine wine of Binks. Sailing forth with the wind at my back. The surging waves danced beneath the sunset's glow, while the bird songs pierced the vast sky. The harmonious melody intertwined with Hubert's voice, creating a distant yet lively atmosphere. From beneath the sea, Lebu suddenly paused, his enormous eyes, much larger than a human's, opening wide, yet they were not at all frightening. The others on the shore listened intently to the song. Carocas' eyes flickered. He was aware of Lebu's connection to the Rummer pirates, and this song held profound significance for Lebu. Yet, he believed it to be futile, having tried numerous methods over the years to reach Lebu's heart with this very song, with minimal success. Now, as Hubert performed it, he doubted that the outcome would differ. Carocas was curious about how Hubert had come to know the song's connection to Lebu, as he had never mentioned it. Truly, Hubert was a mysterious man. However, his immediate concern was how he would handle Hubert's impending invitation, especially after his attempts to console Lebu inevitably failed. Parting from the harbor, nostalgia lingers. Let us sing a song that expresses our sentiments. The waves crash and splatter. A true man traverses the world. The song continued, and Lebu dove into the sea, sending waves crashing about, nearly unseating Hubert. Nevertheless, he steadied himself and continued to sing Binks Sake. Lebu's calls echoed from the depths as he resurfaced, his massive form gracefully settling beside the Black Pearl, listening intently to the melody. Tears seemed to glimmer in his enormous eyes, uncertain if they were saltwater or genuine tears. The scarred patches on his head appeared less menacing and more endearing, evoking a sense of compassion. I shall deliver to you the fine wine of Binks. Let us sing the song of the sea. Tonight, we shall drink and be merry. La 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 la. As the final notes lingered in the air, Lebu gazed expectantly at the ship. Hubert opened the door and stepped out of the room. Laba gazed at him, a radiant joy illuminating his face. As a multitude of unspoken words condensed within his expressive eyes, tears finally flowed down his cheeks. Hubert chuckled softly, extending his hand to gently pat Labu, caressing the scars that marred his skin. Sassy disregarded Darla and Labu. Chapter 71. Hubert. At that moment, Carocas on the ground was in a state of stupor. He stared blankly at Hubert, who was tenderly stroking Labu, muttering to himself, Bubrick? How is this possible? Didn't he die long ago? It can't be. Observing the dazed Carocas, Alvia was equally perplexed. What was happening? Who was that person on the ship? Hadn't Hubert just entered that room? How could someone entirely unfamiliar emerge? Could it be a crew member? Most of the others remained considerably calmer, as they were aware of their captain's shape-shifting abilities. After all, Hubert had once been a child, only transforming into the adult he was now after visiting the Flower Kingdom. It was their astonishment at Hubert's interaction with Alvia that left them in shock for quite some time. Hubert paid no heed to the reactions of those around him. Feeling the coarse texture beneath his fingertips, he spoke gently, Lab, it seems you have endured many misfortunes over the years. I apologize for our prolonged absence from the Grand Line. We were truly preoccupied with pressing matters. You mustn't be so hard on yourself. As Hubert's words flowed, Lab emitted a series of whimpers. It appeared he had countless thoughts to share with Hubert, yet the language barrier left him only able to nudge Hubert with his head. Though it seemed a mere gesture to Lab, it caused the ship to creak ominously under the weight of his massive form. Hubert watched as the Black Pearl swayed precariously, on the verge of collapse with just a little more force. Struggling to maintain his composure, Hubert's lips twitched as he pressed down on Lab's head and reassured him. It's all right. I've heard of your experiences over the years. Please, try to remain calm. Lab felt the immense pressure from Hubert's hand, halting his instinct to nuzzle further. Having never encountered such sensations since his growth, he cast a puzzled glance at Hubert. Upon hearing his comforting words, he allowed himself to immerse in his emotions once more. Tears cascading from his large eyes like a fountain, Hubert began to offer his consolation once more, and after a while, Lab finally regained his composure and ceased his weeping. Seizing the opportune moment, Hubert articulated his intentions. Indeed, Lab, I have a significant matter to attend to upon my return. I must leave for a while. Please wait here for me to come back, will you? With an exuberant cry, Lab's voice ascended several octaves, prompting those on the shore to cover their ears. In a fit of excitement, Lab plunged into the water, only to leap out again, repeating this several times, clearly demonstrating his anxiousness. All right, Lab, I understand your urgency. But please try to remain calm. I truly do not intend to abandon you. However, the situation is quite pressing and requires my immediate attention, Hubert quickly reassured him. Fearing that Lab might inadvertently sink the black pearl in his fervor, Lab paused, nodding in acknowledgement of Hubert's words, then bounced a few more times. Seemingly attempting to convey something, Hubert gazed at the performance in utter bewilderment. What on earth is this? Labu, sensing his confusion, appeared anxious and plunged once more into the water, remaining submerged for an extended period. Is this an affirmation? Hubert stroked his chin, believing that his persuasion had finally borne fruit. Just as he was about to turn and share the joyous news, a splash erupted behind him. As Hubert's smile faded, he turned to see Lab surfacing, a massive shark clamped in its jaws. With a few playful calls, Lab bounced twice and tossed the shark onto the shore. Gazing at Hubert with eager anticipation, Hubert cast a glance at the shark and then at Labu, suddenly coming to a realization. He pointed at the shark and inquired, "Are you suggesting that you have matured and grown powerful enough to accompany us on our maritime ventures, providing us with protection?" With an enthusiastic nod, Labu eagerly affirmed Hubert's words. The mountainous figure of Labu radiated excitement, and Hubert aboard the vessel shared in this exhilaration. This was a path he had never envisioned. Given Labu's formidable size, it was likely that even the most formidable sea kings would find it difficult to rival him. Many dangers could be preemptively addressed by Labu, alleviating Hubert of considerable trouble. On board, it seemed that no one could best Labu. Hadn't the entire crew just been fleeing moments ago? Moreover, if Labu were to join their ranks, might they not effectively create a biodynamic vessel, allowing Labu to tow them along? The thought was invigorating. However, the only concern was that to ensure Labu's stable presence around their ship, he would need to constantly assume the form of Brook. A proposition that was somewhat difficult for him to accept. Yet, perhaps this could be resolved with the doppelganger powers of the flower fruit. Nonetheless, maintaining such duplicates was indeed an exhausting endeavor. Just as Hubert was lost in contemplation, Coloccus finally came to his senses and exclaimed, "No, Labu absolutely cannot enter the Grand Line." Labu's gaze swiftly shifted toward Coloccus, his expression turning somewhat menacing. Hubert also turned his head, nearly forgetting that while he had consented to this matter, it was contingent upon Coloccus's perspective. "Why? Are you not concerned about leaving Lab alone here? It would be just as well to take him along on the voyage." "No means no," Coloccus stated with unwavering resolve. He approached Lab and gently patted his head, saying, "With Lab's capabilities, remaining here poses no issue whatsoever. My sole concern is that he might inadvertently harm himself." At this point, Coloccus's tone shifted to one of gravity. However, once Lab sets sail for the Grand Line, the situation becomes precarious. The multitude of monsters inhabiting the Grand Line is formidable, even with your strength. You may find it challenging to ensure your own safety, let alone safeguard Lab. Furthermore, your esteemed reputation will inevitably attract trouble, which poses a significant threat to Lab. Hubert was already in a state of inner conflict, and now he felt no significant disappointment. If he chose not to go, then so be it. He could hardly be bothered to placate Lab, as he already had a multitude of tasks to attend to each day. He needed to reserve some time for his own rest. If Carter were to discover Hubert's thoughts, one could only wonder how he would react, considering Hubert, the captain, appeared to be quite leisurely each day despite having completed his responsibilities. Hubert shrugged and remarked, "Very well, you make a valid point. Laba should indeed remain here." Upon hearing their conversation, Laba became anxious, his body trembling, and the black pearl began to sway violently. Laba glared at Coloccus with fury, as if he intended to deliver a severe beating. Hubert said, "Don't worry, Labu. This time we will not keep you waiting for long. Coloccus is right. You should indeed stay." With a hint of grievance in its voice, Labu acquiesced to the matter under Hubert's comforting words. Feeling dejected, it submerged into the water, never to resurface, seemingly sulking. Once Labu had vanished from sight, Coloccus circled around Hubert, scrutinizing him from head to toe, murmuring, "It's so strikingly similar, almost identical. What? How did you manage to become like this?" Coloccus's tone was laced with disbelief. Hubert soon comprehended his meaning and burst into laughter. "Ha ha 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 ha. Coloccus, have you forgotten me? I am Brook." Upon hearing his laughter, Coloccus was momentarily taken aback. The tone was strikingly reminiscent of Brook's. He almost believed he had encountered Brook himself, but he swiftly dismissed the thought from his mind. How could it possibly be Brook? Brook should have perished by now. If he had not died, he would have returned long ago. It was inconceivable that he would appear here at this moment. With a wary demeanor, he questioned, "Who exactly are you?" As Coloccus spoke, the feathers atop his head quivered incessantly, lending him a somewhat comical appearance. Yet it was evident that he was far from at ease. Hubert burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, Coloccus, do you not recognize me?" With that, he transformed into the guise of a handsome man. "How did you accomplish this?" Although he had anticipated it, Coloccus was nonetheless taken aback. "Isn't it obvious? My devil fruit, of course. But isn't your devil fruit the one that transforms into a dragon?" Coloccus found this revelation utterly perplexing, challenging his understanding of the natural order. Having traversed the Grand Line alongside Roger, he had never encountered such a phenomenon. Hobart found Coloccus's bewilderment quite amusing previously. This man had maintained an air of calm indifference, resembling a master unfazed by turmoil, yet now he was utterly astonished, which filled Hobart with a sense of accomplishment. Hobart understood Coloccus's astonishment. After all, how could a common player like Coloccus fathom the terror of a wall hanging? Noticing Hobart's silence, Coloccus suddenly seemed to grasp something and regained his composure, stating calmly, "I see now. Your devil fruit must be of the mythical Zoan type, possessing the ability to transform, truly a rarity." As he spoke, Coloccus wore an expression of prior knowledge, his tone reflecting the elder's admiration for the youth. Hobart could not contain his laughter at his serious demeanor, yet Coloccus was not entirely mistaken. His devil fruit was indeed a mythical Zoan type, albeit merely one among many. Indeed, it is a mythical Zoan. My abilities in this regard are quite commendable, are they not? Quite impressive, indeed. Although Hobart's laughter remained a mystery to him, Coloccus felt a surge of satisfaction at having guessed correctly. After pondering for a moment, he continued, "No wonder you can hold your own against Sakazuki, that formidable admiral candidate. It seems you are all remarkable individuals. The vast future of the seas belongs to you." As he spoke, his tone carried a tinge of nostalgia, reminiscent of Whitebeard's lament that no ship could bear him into the new era. Hubert hastily interrupted him. "Oh, come now, you are still quite young. By the way, now that the issue with Labu has been resolved, you should fulfill your promise and accompany me on the Grand Line as my ship's doctor. We have great prospects ahead. Perhaps you could even become the ship's doctor for the King of Bounty Hunters. In that case, you would be a member of the Dual King's crew. A legendary figure indeed. Rest assured, having made a promise to you, I shall certainly join," Coloccus replied nonchalantly. In truth, he was somewhat reluctant, however. Hubert's formidable strength left him with little room to decline. Now that Hubert had graciously offered him an escape, it would be unreasonable for him to refuse again. As he acquiesced, Hubert's mind resonated with the voice of the system. "Congratulations, host, for recruiting subordinate Coloccus. You have obtained the surgery fruit." Hubert was momentarily taken aback. He had discerned certain patterns regarding the system's drop rates. Typically, the items that emerged were correlated with the target from which they were obtained. Coloccus, a premier healer, led him to speculate that a healing fruit would materialize, yet he was astounded to find that an operational fruit had manifested instead. This was a devil fruit valued at 5 billion, akin to acquiring a Whitebeard. His gaze burned intensely upon Coloccus, almost wishing to rush forth and kiss him. Fortunately, he restrained himself. Karaski, perceiving Hubert's fervent stare, felt a twinge of fear and took a couple of steps back, inquiring, "Captain, is there something you need?" Meanwhile, Alvia approached and playfully pinched him. The sudden pain jolted Hubert back to reality. He turned to embrace Alvia and kissed her. Caught off guard, Alvia found herself silenced, shyly completing the kiss under the watchful eyes of many. Coloccus mused to himself, "Not again. What is the matter with these two? Why do they always indulge in such displays of affection before others? It's quite embarrassing for an old man like me." Once the kiss concluded, Hubert turned to Coloccus and remarked, "You seem to be adapting quite swiftly. This is what it means to be part of the crew." Coloccus remained silent, feeling somewhat withdrawn, uncertain if joining Hubert's ship was indeed a prudent choice. Alvia playfully pounded her fist against Hubert's chest, exclaiming, "What are you doing? There are so many people." "Haha. And what of it? They are all my brothers. Kissing is hardly an indecent act." Alvia rolled her eyes and asked, "By the way, how did you manage that just now?" "What do you mean?" "I mean, how did you transform into someone else just moments ago?" Hubert remarked, "Did I not mention it? The power of the devil fruit." "Oh." Alvia lowered her head, pensive. The astute young woman refrained from probing further, yet her mind began to form certain conjectures. She suddenly felt that the name Hubert seemed vaguely familiar, though she could not quite place it at the moment. Observing her contemplative demeanor, Hubert playfully pinched her cheek, saying, "I possess many abilities yet to be revealed. I will unveil them to you gradually." Meanwhile, Coloccus smirked disdainfully at the side. What a farce. Many abilities? Surely, he cannot be serious. Even among mythical Zoan types, the range of abilities is limited. Possessing the power of transformation alone is already remarkable. Alvia abruptly lifted her gaze, locking her eyes onto Hubert's. "Are you aware that there is a child named Hubert in O'Hara?" Chapter 72. Carter's desire to defeat Moria alone. A pang of anxiety gripped Hubert, although the inevitable conversation with Olivia about this matter loomed ahead. It was far too premature to broach the subject now. He needed to devise a way to regain his former glory before confronting her with the truth. Why? At this moment, did Olivia suddenly inquire about it? Had she begun to harbor suspicions? How could he possibly respond? Denying acquaintance was out of the question. He was well aware of Robin, and it was implausible that he could not recognize a childhood companion. Thus, he was left with no choice but to fabricate a tale. Just as he prepared to speak, Olivia interjected, "That child named Hubert. He wouldn't happen to be yours, would he?" "Huh?" Hubert was taken aback. What nonsense was this? Could he possibly have fathered himself? Certainly not. That child was merely an ordinary villager, and their interactions had been minimal. Olivia fell silent, her gaze fixed upon him for a moment before she remarked, "Oh, I see." Hubert felt a knot tightening in his throat, yet Olivia refrained from elaborating further, seemingly convinced by his words. However, Hubert was acutely aware that a seed of doubt had been planted in Olivia's mind, one that could potentially lead to his discovery at any moment. He resolved to find a devil fruit that would enable him to regain his former glory and to transform his aspirations into reality without delay. Hubert silently steeled his determination. He pondered whether the surgical fruit could facilitate such a transformation, recalling the peculiar grafted beings that appeared in the original narrative held by Law. No, such thoughts were inappropriate. He must not abandon the original. Hubert shook his head, casting aside that thought. Observing the crew beneath the ship, he shouted, "What are you dawdling for? Let us go. Today, we have the formidable ship's doctor, Colokas, and the exceptional chef, Old John, joining us. We must host a grand feast. Hooray! A banquet. I long to savor Old John's noodles. The captain often devours nearly all of Old John's dishes, leaving us merely to salivate with envy. This time, we cannot let the opportunity slip away. Hey, why do I have to cook for a celebration in honor of my arrival?" Old John chuckled. And despite the busyness aboard, he felt a profound satisfaction seeing so many eager faces anticipating his culinary creations. To whom much is given, much is expected. As the Black Pearl sailed far into the distance, a large, round head emerged from the water. Rabba watched from afar as Hubert and the others drifted away on the shimmering sea, his eyes reflecting a sense of longing, before he disappeared beneath the waves. Hubert's swordsmanship has made remarkable strides with the assistance of the system, reaching the level of a true swordsman. He is now in urgent need of a suitable sword. Previously, in Rogue Town, the owner of a weapon shop had offered him the Sandai Katetsu and the Yuki, but he dismissed these blades, deeming them unworthy of his formidable prowess. They simply did not match his strength. Moreover, he is currently inclined towards acquiring a black blade. His mastery of Haki is still lacking, with only a third-level proficiency, which pales in comparison to the fifth level of observation Haki. When compared to the likes of Karp, who likely possess Haki at levels far exceeding his own, he fears that if he were to wrap his sword with his Haki, it might still be severed. That would indeed be an awkward predicament. However, possessing a black blade would alleviate this concern, not only compensating for his deficiencies in Haki but also serving as an impressive display. It is an essential item for both home and travel. Unfortunately, the number of black blades is exceedingly rare. One could count them on one's fingers. Therefore, acquiring a suitable one is no easy feat yet. Fortuitously, Hubert possesses a lead regarding a black blade, the terrifying triangle. This area is perpetually shrouded in mist, with neither dawn nor dusk ever gracing its shores. It has only recently transformed into such a foreboding locale. Prior to this, it was merely a tranquil sea. Now, however, the infamous reputation of the terrifying triangle spreads across the ocean. A colossal figure stands within the fortress of a ship. He is robust, with purple hair and small devil-like horns atop his head, his hairstyle reminiscent of a fiery onion. His teeth and ears are sharp, and his neck bears cross-stitches akin to stitched wounds. He is clad in a Gothic-style suit, exuding an aura of a suited thug. Suddenly, he jolts awake from a nightmare, his body shaking violently, eyes wide open, drenched in sweat. He wipes his brow and turns his gaze towards a massive form not far away. Though his own stature is already impressive at 7 meters tall, compared to the nearby figure, he appears as small as a grasshopper. Ugh, another nightmare. Damn Kaido. Once I resurrect Oz, I will surely defeat you. This individual is none other than the warlord of the sea, Gecko Moria, who was ultimately vanquished by Luffy in the original tale. At this moment, he has yet to gain weight, appearing rather gaunt, a stark contrast to his later reclusive persona. Moria approaches Oz's lifeless body, murmuring to himself, but whose shadow can bring forth his strength and life? An ordinary person's shadow simply will not suffice. Just then, as he contemplates his future plans, the door to the room swings open. A small girl, around 5 years old, enters, donning a Gothic-style dress and clutching a stuffed bear. Her cherubic face is irresistibly adorable. Upon seeing Moria, she opens her arms and joyfully rushes toward him. Daddy, Daddy, hug. Moria, slightly irritated, responds, Perona. Have I not told you not to disturb me? I have very important matters to attend to. The little girl, of course, pays no heed to his words and wraps her arms around his leg, though, given Moria's size, it is more akin to wrapping around his foot. Moria, feeling a headache coming on, lifts Perona and says, How many times must I repeat? I am not your father. You should call me Master or Lord Moria. Perona, now in his arms, claps her hands joyfully, her face radiant as she reveals her perfectly aligned baby teeth. Moria gazes at her with a smile, contemplating, I wonder if I should save you. After all, living only leads to loss. At this moment, he recalls the nightmare he just had. Kaido, transformed into a colossal dragon, mercilessly slaying his subordinates, obliterating years of his hard work in an instant. He himself had undoubtedly fallen to Kaido, lacking even the courage to seek another challenge. He believes that such power is beyond human reach. To conquer it, he must rely on external forces, such as the body of Oz. If only he could amass enough puppets, he would surely defeat Kaido. This notion he clings to is absurd, yet it remains his only hope. Moreover, it is not entirely impossible. Oz is a legendary ancient giant. Surely he would not fear Kaido's Azure Dragon. Furthermore, he has gathered numerous corpses from Wano, all of which could prove useful. As Moria muses, he suddenly notices a transparent shadow emanating from Perona, rushing towards him. His expression changes dramatically as he shouts, "No!" But it is too late. The ethereal figure collides with him. In an instant, he collapses to the ground. While Perona is flung away, her expression one of despair, filled with a sense of lifelessness. How could I, such a worthless being, ever stand against Kaido? I have been utterly deluded. How could I possibly wield the body of an ancient giant like Oz? My existence holds no meaning. Perhaps it would be better to simply perish. Observing Moria kneeling on the ground, Perona finds it amusing, momentarily disregarding her own pain from being thrown, and bursts into laughter. Hobart has been navigating the seas aboard the Black Pearl for over a month now. Throughout this period, he has diligently honed his haki, striving to rectify his shortcomings in this regard. Concurrently, he has been deeply attentive to Jesse's experiments, frequently visiting the laboratory every few days. Whenever Jesse expresses a need, Hobart is quick to fulfill it. Despite these conditions, however, Jesse's research progress remains exceedingly sluggish, as if he has scarcely made any headway. He confides that his thoughts have become ensnared in a quagmire, necessitating a clash of ideas. Yet, he is the sole researcher aboard the vessel, devoid of anyone to engage in such intellectual exchanges. Although Hubert was also a university student in his previous life, the laws of this world are entirely different from those of Earth, and he understands that his knowledge is of little use. Hubert finds himself at a loss regarding this matter. He can only hope to encounter a scientist in the future to entice him aboard the ship. Rather than resorting to abduction, Hubert found his thoughts wandering. Should he attempt to seek out Caesar? That fellow was indeed a formidable scientist. Although he paled in comparison to Vegapunk, he was undoubtedly among the elite scientists of these waters, with Jesse also falling slightly short in comparison. As for Caesar, his current whereabouts were uncertain. If he had already allied with Big Mom and was conducting research on gigantification at Punk Hazard, he would likely be rather easy to locate. Hubert rubbed his head, realizing that pondering these matters was premature. The immediate priority was to locate Moria, the Pirate King's foremost otaku. In order to acquire the sword of the legendary swordsman, Ryoma, known as Chiosue, glancing at the map, Hubert ordered the ship to cease its navigation. Hold on. Hold on. We are nearing the foggy area. Proceed slowly and do not miss it. Aye, Captain, responded Skoda, who, after coming to terms with reality, had excelled in his studies under Carter, particularly mastering Carter's flattery techniques. Consequently, Hubert appointed him as the helmsman. At an opportune moment, Carter presented a glass of orange juice and inquired, "My Lord Hubert, what are your thoughts on that individual's strength? Might he serve as a worthy sparring partner for me?" Hubert cast a glance at him, surveying him from head to toe, and remarked, "Carter, you are somewhat overambitious. Perhaps it would be prudent to consider how to contend with that old fellow Coloccus first." Carter maintained his composure and replied, "However, Lord Hubert, your tone regarding that fellow Moria suggests he may not be particularly formidable. Does it not present an excellent opportunity for us to hone our skills? To me, he is indeed weak, but for you all, oh, Lord Hubert, your wisdom and prowess are beyond our reach. The gap is insurmountable. The foes you could dispatch with a mere wave of your hand would overwhelm us even when we exert our utmost effort." This flattery caught Hubert somewhat off guard, filling him with a sense of surprise. He regarded Carter with satisfaction. Meanwhile, Skoda silently mused that Carter, despite his age, had evidently earned his position as the first mate, though he still had much to learn. In the distance, Coloccus observed the jovial scene aboard the ship, his head twitching involuntarily, the feathers atop it swaying slightly. Noticing Hubert's approval, Carter continued, "Nevertheless, Lord Hubert, if we lack experience, our strength will remain insufficient, and we shall never progress. Why not allow us to give it a try? After all, with your presence, we are assured of safety." Hubert found himself swayed by this proposition. It seemed that engaging Moria would indeed require little from him, using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, so to speak. It would be beneficial for Carter and the others to gain some practical experience, and he was confident in his ability to manage someone of Moria's caliber. "Very well. I shall acquiesce." Carter was elated. He had been diligently training, for attaining the position of first mate could not rely solely on flattery, at least, that was his belief. Amidst this rigorous training, he sought practical combat experience, choosing the ship's doctor, Coloccus, as his sparring partner. Coloccus, forcibly brought aboard, was brimming with suppressed energy, and readily agreed to Carter's request for a bout. He stipulated, however, that for the training to be effective, it must involve intense combat. Mere sparring would not suffice. The requirement was that the bout would only end when one party lost consciousness. Pleas for mercy would not halt the engagement. Furthermore, these sessions would need to occur frequently, ideally every 3 days, to maintain their effectiveness. Carter, upon hearing this, found the rationale sound and agreed without hesitation. The outcome was predictable. Poor Carter found himself at the mercy of Coloccus, utterly lacking in defensive capability. Every 3 days marked Carter's day of suffering, as he endured beatings that left him battered and bruised, only to be mended by Coloccus's expert healing, before being subjected to further punishment. In such an environment, Carter felt his strength improving rapidly, yet there lingered a burning desire to test the fruits of his training. In his eyes, Moria would serve as an excellent target. Although Hubert claimed he could not prevail, Carter believed his recent progress was remarkable. Perhaps Hubert had underestimated him. He was determined to surprise Hubert. Suddenly, A peculiar noise emanated from Hubert, who extracted a snail phone from his pocket. He connected the call, listening intently to the voice within. His gaze sharpened as he glanced at Orvia, who was reclining in a chair, sipping coffee while perusing a book. Chapter 73. Robin's call. Orvia noticed his gaze and turned to him, inquiring, "What is it?" Upon seeing the snail phone in his hand, she asked, "Who are you calling?" Hubert remained silent, listening intently to the voice on the phone. "Is it connected? Oh, has this number already been taken? I apologize, this was once my friend's number. And I found myself missing him, so I inadvertently dialed. I shall hang up immediately." On the line, a youthful female voice emerged, somewhat familiar yet also strange. For it had been nearly 3 months since he last heard that voice. "Do not hang up," Hubert said quietly, breaking the silence. "Huh?" The voice on the other end hesitated, sensing a hint of familiarity in his tone. Hubert cast a glance at Robin, then retreated to his room, switching the phone to his original voice. "Robin, is that you? Why have you only just called me now?" On the other end of the line, Robin was taken aback. Stuttering, "Hubert? But I thought you were dead. What are you talking about? Dead? I am far too formidable to meet such an end so easily." Robin, clearly still reeling from the unexpected surprise, asked, "Then, why didn't you call me?" Hubert sighed and remarked, "You already made the call. Didn't you change your number?" "Oh, right." "Hubert, where are you now? I've been so frightened these past few days. O'Hara has been destroyed. Numerous nefarious individuals are seeking to capture me. Just yesterday, I encountered a kind old lady, and by nightfall, she had summoned the Navy to apprehend me. I truly do not know what to do. How can I survive? I miss you so much. Where are you? May I come to find you?" Listening to Robin's bewildered voice on the line, Hubert sighed, feeling a pang of sympathy. "I understand. I know that you're enduring great hardships. I miss you too, but the place I am in is perilous. It would not be safe for you to come here. How about this? Tell me your current location, and I will arrange for someone to bring you here." The worst of the situation has likely passed, so bringing Robin over should not pose a problem. Even if the 5 elders come knocking, we can always relinquish some interest if necessary. Upon hearing this, Robin suddenly grew cautious. "You're not with the Navy, are you?" Hubert was taken aback, bewildered by her accusation. "What do you mean? How did I become the Navy? You think I want to know your location to capture you? I would never believe you." Cursed Navy. Hubert perished in O'Hara. Only then did Hubert comprehend Robin's intent. He said, "Rest assured, I am indeed Hubert. Did I not mention this to you earlier? I am destined to be a bounty hunter, a man of formidable strength. Not only do I fear no Navy, but even if they were to double in number, I would remain unafraid. I have not only survived but also safeguarded O'Hara. As it stands, O'Hara has not been obliterated. The scholars are currently organizing its reconstruction. Furthermore, I have already set sail, commanding a ship of my own. Did you not promise to join me as my crew?" Hubert's words eased Robin's vigilance. She had previously mentioned her desire to become Hubert's crew member, a secret known only to the two of them. No one else, not even the Navy, could know. "You are truly Hubert. I apologize. I was just so nervous." "It's all right. I don't mind. You've suffered." Robin's reaction caused Hubert a twinge of discomfort. This heightened alertness suggested that Robin had indeed been living in a state of constant fear. Perhaps her silence was not merely due to her belief that she had perished, but also because she had found no opportunity to reach out. "Hubert, have you really gone to sea? That's impressive. You fulfilled your dream, and I must strive harder too." "Ha ha ha, it's nothing extraordinary. I currently have quite a few skilled sailors aboard. I once sent a sailor to find you, but you managed to evade him. You are quite remarkable." "Huh? That happened?" "Indeed, it was over a month ago. A robust young man. I seem to recall someone in the village where I was hiding asking about my whereabouts. I kept my distance. After a brief exchange, Hubert inquired, 'Where are you now? I can send someone to fetch you.' This time, Robin did not conceal her location, as if revealing her address. 'I am in the country of Shurji, hiding in a temple. The abbot is very kind and has offered me a guest room. There is a phone bug in the room, which is why I wanted to call you.' Robin wanted to add something, but suddenly her tone turned tense. 'I can't say more. Hubert, I hear someone approaching. I must leave. I will call you again.' After speaking, the line went silent. 'Hello? Hello?' Hubert called out twice, but received no response, realizing Robin had hung up. Soon after, he heard the sound of heavy footsteps and several burly voices. 'What's going on? Didn't you say she was here?' 'Old monk, I tell you. False information won't lead us to Bailey. Amitabha, I assure you she is indeed here. Several disciples have seen her. If you don't believe me, you can ask them. Perhaps your commotion frightened her away, but I've provided you with the lead. If you fail to capture her, that is your problem. Bailey cannot be shortchanged. Damn it. This girl is as slippery as an eel. Those prison escapees aren't even that elusive.' After her, with another sigh, Hubert ended the call. Robin was indeed unfortunate, having begun her life on the run at such a young age. Perhaps being captured was a viable option, as it would merely lead her back to O'Hara. However, this would thrust Robin back into the gaze of the world government, making it all the more challenging for her to join the Black Pearl. Hubert stroked his chin and murmured to himself, 'Well, let it be. I shall await her next call to hear her thoughts.' As he exited the room, Hubert had transformed back into the visage of a middle-aged man. Olivia approached him, noticing his furrowed brow, and inquired, 'What is it? Whose call was it?' An instinctive feeling told Olivia that this call must be connected to her in some way. Hubert's eyes flickered as he spoke. It concerns a clue about Robin. Olivia's expression transformed in an instant, her excitement palpable as she grasped Hubert's hand, inquiring eagerly, "Is it true? Where is Robin? How has she been faring?" Hubert reassured. "Don't worry, Feng Shi. Robin is safe. Her current circumstances might not be ideal, but I have decided to bring her aboard." "Really?" Olivia responded with a hint of joy. "Of course. Did I not promise you before? Once the storm subsides, I shall retrieve her." "The time is nearly upon us," Hubert said, kissing Olivia's forehead. Olivia felt a surge of excitement but, after a moment, suddenly expressed her concern. "However, the Grand Line is perilous. Bringing Robin here might be somewhat dangerous. She is so young." Olivia recalled the tale of the devastating fate that befell the Rumbar pirates, coupled with her own experiences on the Grand Line, which had given her a deeper understanding of its treacherous nature. The Grand Line indeed posed extreme dangers, with the threat of annihilation always looming. She worried for Robin's safety. "Rest assured, Robin is not as fragile as you imagine. Her strength surpasses yours by a considerable margin." This was indeed true, despite her youth. Robin was a formidable user of the Hana no Mi. Olivia, an ordinary person, would stand little chance against her. "Moreover, I am here to ensure her safety." "No storm can unsettle us," Hubert assured, his face breaking into a confident smile. Olivia gazed at him, witnessing this commanding side of Hubert for the first time. Nestling her head against his chest, she softly murmured, "All right, I shall trust your judgment." Although the decision to bring Robin aboard had been made, the question of who would fetch her remained. The Grand Line was fraught with danger, and Hubert could not entrust just anyone with such a task. A powerful and reliable individual was needed, yet none seemed to fit the bill aboard the ship. Perhaps Jesse, with his natural-type devil fruit abilities, could suffice. But he was preoccupied with experiments. After much contemplation, Hubert struggled to identify a suitable candidate. Should he go himself? But if he did, how could he guarantee the safety of Jesse and the others? Would he have to turn back to fetch her? Alas, Hubert sighed. Realizing at last that the Black Pearl crew lacked any truly capable individuals, they were mere novices. It appeared that training was imperative. However, the duration required for such cultivation seemed rather protracted, and immediate assistance was necessary. It became evident that the roster of recruits must be expanded once more. Now, in addition to navigators, musicians, painters, and shipwrights, a combat specialist was also needed. The journey ahead was fraught with challenges. Though the decision to enlist a combat expert had been made, the development of his own crew could not be neglected. Hubert promptly resolved to intensify the training regimen aboard the vessel and summoned several individuals who had consistently exhibited commendable performance to his office. Within the confines of the office, Hubert sat upon an imposing chair, his countenance grave as his gaze swept over those present. "Do you understand why I've called you here?" The group exchanged uncertain glances, each shaking their head. "We do not comprehend, Master Hubert. Have we committed some transgression?" "Committed a transgression? I have not erred," Hubert replied. "Has the incident of my indiscretions on the deck come to light?" "Surely not, for I used the broom from Master Hubert's quarters while cleaning. They wouldn't have discovered it." "Would they?" One burly man rapped his knuckles against his skull. Hubert, with a furrowed brow, pointed at the man and shouted, "You, get out." The man scurried away in a panic. Hubert's previously serious demeanor had now transformed into one of dark fury. He exclaimed, "Why has there been a foul odor lingering in this room? Damn it." The others fell silent, sensing the palpable aura of menace emanating from Hubert. "The reason I have summoned you all here today is to conduct specialized training, aimed at transforming each of you into formidable warriors. You have all been selected for your recent exemplary performances as crew members." Upon hearing Hubert's words, the group felt a surge of excitement and were on the verge of cheering, but the intensity of Hubert's presence kept them in check, leaving them to lower their heads and stifle their laughter. Hubert continued, "To enhance your strength in the shortest possible time, mere effort is insufficient. Consider your current first mate, Carter. He was once of moderate ability aboard the ship, yet he has now ascended to the pinnacle of proficiency." Upon hearing this, a flicker of speculation crossed the minds of several, though they dared not voice their doubts. "Indeed, I intend to grant you the devil fruits to bolster your prowess." Hubert did not hesitate and directly articulated the conjectures dwelling in their minds. At that moment, regardless of the ominous aura surrounding Hubert, several individuals gasped in astonishment. "The devil fruit? Is it truly so? That is a treasure worth over 100 million berries. Long live Lord Hubert. Does that mean our strength could rival that of Vice Captain Carter?" Among those chosen were 4 individuals, with one recently expelled. Only 3 remained, all seasoned crew members. They had witnessed Carter's meteoric rise in power overnight, and naturally, they were exceedingly thrilled. Hubert remarked, "Carter's newfound strength is not solely attributed to his prowess. Merely possessing a devil fruit does not guarantee you can match him. However, with sufficient effort, it is not beyond the realm of possibility." The group remained fervently excited. Even if they could not reach Carter's level, they would still be formidable. After all, it was the devil fruit. Hubert expressed his satisfaction with their performance. He continued, "However, you must consider that once you consume the devil fruit, there will be no opportunity to enter the water. The sea will reject you, and upon entering the water, you will lose your strength. Furthermore, the intensity of your training will significantly increase. I will personally oversee your training. Although he had already resolved that these individuals would consume the devil fruit, the Black Pearl was, after all, a vessel of great significance. And it was prudent to seek the opinions of a few key individuals as a formality. 2 of the 3 promptly asserted that they had no objections. But one remained hesitant. This individual was Skoda, the helmsman whom Hobart had promoted. Skoda, do you have any questions? Skoda replied, Lord Hobart, I am more than willing to intensify my training, but my greatest strength lies in naval combat. After consuming the devil fruit, I will no longer be able to enter the water, and this. Hearing his reasoning, Hubert was momentarily taken aback. Did Skoda intend to decline? This was rather unexpected. While he harbored no objections, with only 4 of them to begin with, losing one more would leave them with merely 2. Hubert advised. Although your underwater combat capabilities have diminished, your strength can remarkably advance in a short period. You have witnessed Carter's prowess, which is not something an ordinary person can achieve. Skoda shook his head and replied, however, I truly enjoy underwater warfare. Perhaps I should reconsider. Nevertheless, I shall certainly intensify my training to ensure my abilities do not lag too far behind. Hubert, somewhat resigned, remarked, very well, I shall respect your opinion. I had initially intended to assemble the 4 heavenly kings, but it appears that I shall only have my left and right guardians. In Chapter 74, such audacity. Les and Rin were the 2 guardians selected by Hubert. Hubert pondered for a moment and decided to assess the capabilities of the 2 individuals before proceeding. He summoned Carter, who was engaged in training. Carter appeared somewhat anxious, which piqued Hubert's curiosity. He inquired, what troubles you? Is there something on your mind? Carter quickly waved his hands in denial, stating, nothing is more pressing than your business, Lord Hubert. Have you summoned me for a specific purpose? Upon hearing Carter's words, Hubert shrugged and replied, no need for formality. If you have something to discuss, please do so. I am not an unapproachable captain. My need to speak with you is not urgent. If you have pressing matters, feel free to attend to them first. Carter hesitated for a moment, scratching his head before responding, well, it's nothing significant. This afternoon marks the day of battle against Coloccus, and I am currently preparing a decisive move to see if I can defeat him. Upon hearing this, Hubert was immediately intrigued. He was well aware of the outcome of the battles between Carter and Coloccus, where Carter was consistently outmatched, rendered powerless against his adversary. Now, to think that he possessed the confidence to challenge Coloccus? Could it be that during these recent encounters, Carter's abilities had reached such heights? What is your secret move? May I have the privilege of witnessing it first? Carter, feeling somewhat awkward, scratched his head and stammered, of course, you may. Let us wait a moment. Perhaps I can offer you some guidance. For now, why not test your skills against these 2 fellows and assess their strength? As he spoke, Carter gestured towards the 2 guardians standing to either side. Les, Len, what brings you here? Carter, familiar with these seasoned crew members, was taken aback by their presence. Suddenly, he recalled the various arrangements aboard the ship and realized, you must have been selected by Lord Hubert for specialized training. You must strive diligently. Being chosen by Lord Hubert is an unparalleled honor. Les and Len exchanged glances, raised their fists, and replied in unison, rest assured, Deputy Captain Carter. We shall endeavor to grow stronger, to be cautious, lest we surpass you. Ha ha ha. I look forward to the day you do. The combat prowess aboard the ship is truly lacking, Carter chuckled heartily. Observing his demeanor, which contrasted sharply with his usual sycophantic behavior, it was evident he had fully embraced the role of deputy captain. All right, enough chatter. Carter, I summoned you to engage in a friendly match with them, to evaluate their capabilities. Hubert clapped his hands to halt the conversation among the 3. Very well, Captain. Rest assured. Les and Ren have been training diligently and their abilities are commendable. However, are they the only ones training individually? Would it not be prudent to include 2 more? Hubert, filled with indignation, snapped, enough of the chatter. Let us commence the battle. Carter, taken aback by his sudden fury, trembled and responded loudly, Aye, Captain. The clash among the 3 unfolded upon the deck. Had it not been for Hubert's willingness to spin lavishly, the Black Pearl, being so grand, might have struggled to accommodate them. A circle of onlookers gathered, each one eager and brimming with fervor. Hubert chose not to drive them away, believing that allowing them to witness the prowess of their former companion would serve as motivation, urging the crew to strive for greater growth. Commence! With Hubert's command, the battle was imminent. Les and Lumbo were the first to strike. Les charged head-on, while Lumbo maneuvered around from the flank. Carter remained stationary, displaying no intention of initiating an attack. Given his current capabilities, if he were to engage, it was likely that neither of them would withstand even 2 exchanges. As the first mate, Carter was keen to offer his former companions a chance to shine, thus earning Hubert's esteem. Carter sincerely believed that the combat prowess aboard the Black Pearl was woefully inadequate. Although there were many sailors, most were mere foot soldiers, lacking systematic training. They could handle ordinary pirates but would stand no chance against more formidable foes. He even felt confident enough to sweep through the ship with ease. If Les and Lumba could be cultivated into strong warriors, Carter would undoubtedly feel gratified. As for whether their newfound strength would threaten his position, Carter dismissed the idea. After all, his ascent was not solely reliant on strength, but rather on social acumen. What did it matter how powerful one became? when they could not surpass Hubert's might. Lost in thought, Les' fist connected with Carter's chest. Carter stood firm, his chest thrusting forward defiantly. The recoil sent Les flying backward, tumbling through the air before landing with no injury, though his expression now bore a grave seriousness. Previously, while observing the battle between Coloccus and Carter, he had not grasped the extent of Carter's strength. He had assumed that without his beast transformation, Carter would at least be able to be entangled, perhaps even find an opportunity to counterattack. It now seemed that injuring Carter would be a formidable challenge. Meanwhile, Lumba, who had been poised to follow up Les' assault, halted in his tracks, hesitating to continue with the original plan and instead seeking an opening around Carter. Les quickly regained his composure. After all, this was merely a demonstration, and his aim was not to defeat Carter but to showcase his own abilities. Engaging in battle was essential at this moment. Observing Les' renewed offensive, Lumba fell in line. Another kick was launched, aimed directly at Carter's head. This time, Carter could not afford to remain still. He certainly did not wish to bear the imprint of a foot on his forehead. He reached out, attempting to grasp Les' ankle. The moment Les perceived Carter's movement, he twisted in midair, evading Carter's grasp, instead seizing hold of Carter's extended arm. The inertia propelled Carter backward, while Lumba had long been waiting behind him. With Carter's arm now extended, Lumba delivered a swift kick to the elbow joint, intent on incapacitating one of Carter's arms. Carter observed their antics with a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. With a slight exertion of force, he sent Les flying far away due to the momentum, while Lumba, who was approaching, was also knocked aside by Carter's sudden movement. They landed in a heap, feeling as though their bodies might fall apart. They could not help but marvel at Carter's rapid progress. Just months ago, they had been on equal footing, and now he could dispatch them with ease, as if they were mere chicks. This was without Carter even tapping into his full strength or utilizing his devil fruit abilities. Yet, neither of the two showed any signs of surrendering. Exchanging a glance, they recognized the fighting spirit in each other's eyes. Gritting their teeth, they prepared to rise once more. It was nearly time. Hobart intervened to halt the actions of the two. You have performed admirably and demonstrated excellent cooperation. However, at present, no amount of effort can match Carter's prowess. The disparity in raw strength is simply too great. After some time, once you have undergone my rigorous training, we shall see how you fare in another encounter. Upon hearing Hobart's commendation, Les and his companion exhaled in relief, their previously tense bodies sagging as they succumbed to exhaustion, ultimately bleeding from their exertions. Meanwhile, those surrounding them stood in astonishment. Could it be that Carter's strength has surged to such heights? One onlooker mused, witnessing how effortlessly he dominated Les and his friend in human form. What does this imply? Hasn't the Vice Captain Carter always been formidable? A newcomer to the Black Pearl inquired with curiosity. You are unaware. In the past, Carter's strength was merely above average among us. Perhaps your own abilities exceed his. Yet, since being chosen by Lord Hobart as Vice Captain, his prowess has skyrocketed. Now, even without the Devil Fruit, he possesses the strength of a top-tier captain. Is it truly so remarkable? Another questioned in disbelief. When did Lord Carter assume the role of Vice Captain? Only a few months ago, no more than 6. Listening to the crew's flattery, Carter squinted his eyes and smiled warmly, clearly in high spirits. Hobart summoned the doctor to attend to Les while he approached Carter. Gazing at the smiling Carter, he inquired, "Are you feeling quite pleased with yourself?" Upon hearing his chilling tone, Carter trembled all over. And no, not at all. Hubert let out a derisive laugh and remarked, "Do you think I cannot see through your ruse? Your leniency is exceedingly apparent, is it not? To think that with your speed, you could be countered by Les, relying solely on brute strength to achieve victory? He. Lord Hubert perceives all with clarity. I cannot deceive you. I merely wish for them to showcase their true capabilities." Upon realizing that Hubert was not genuinely angry, Carter breathed a sigh of relief and replied with a grin, "Do you truly need to intervene? I am not blind. I am fully aware of their performances, which is precisely why I selected those two. Yes, I concede that Lord Hubert's perspective is beyond my comprehension. I must be rather dim-witted." Hubert remarked, "Well, you have performed admirably. You are quite the competent first mate." Carter, with a simple smile, suddenly recalled something and said, "By the way, Lord Hubert, are you truly not considering recruiting more individuals for the special training? 2 people seems rather insufficient." Upon hearing this, Hubert's expression darkened as he replied, "Enough. Just focus on your own duties. I have my own plans. As long as the 2 of you possess sufficient strength, that is all that matters. I can single-handedly establish a formidable force upon the sea." Carter, perceptive as he was, recognized that this was a topic Hubert preferred to avoid. Thus, he refrained from further discussion and shifted the conversation, saying, "So, Lord Hubert, have you had the chance to observe my new technique?" "Of course. I am keen to see it," Hubert responded, his interest piqued. To be honest, Carter's abilities surpassed his expectations. He was indeed remarkably powerful, comparable to Arlong from the original narrative, especially when considering the potential of a devil fruit. It is noteworthy that just a few months prior, Carter's strength was merely that of a petty thug. Hubert was eager to discover what this new technique of Carter's entailed. Carter had no intention of showcasing his new technique in front of an audience. He planned to use it as a surprise attack, and revealing it beforehand would diminish its effectiveness. The two then proceeded to the office. Hubert's office was quite spacious, designed in accordance with the layout of the original naval admiral, featuring a substantial central area that provided just the right setting for Carter's demonstration. Standing before Hubert, Carter exhibited an unusual sense of unease. "My Lord Hubert, are you prepared? My ultimate move may differ somewhat from the ordinary." The more he spoke, the greater Hubert's curiosity grew. He urged, "What else do you need to prepare? Like a fledgling chick. Hasten. Here I come." Carter, no longer hesitant, took a deep breath, and in an instant, his body transformed into that of a werewolf. Against Hubert, he would not hold back. Just as Hubert had remarked, in his presence, Carter felt akin to how others, like Lest, seemed before him, like fledglings. No, the disparity was even greater than that between himself and Lest. Ultimate move, Wolf Fang Bite. With that declaration, the wolf-like Carter lunged fiercely toward Hubert. Hubert listened intently to his voice, a sense of caution creeping over him. Wolf Fang Bite? Could it be that this lethal move was somehow related to wolves? It made sense. Aside from their claws, wolves possessed little more than their teeth, lacking any other means of attack. With this thought in mind, his gaze instinctively fixated on Carter's mouth, remaining vigilant of his teeth. Carter initially lunged with his claws, but Hubert effortlessly deflected the attack. Undeterred, Carter quickly retaliated, launching his wolfish head forward. Hubert gazed at his mouth, pondering what this lethal move could possibly entail. What kind of attack could instill in Carter the confidence to vanquish Coloccus? Could it be a surprise assault with flying teeth? Such a notion is indeed a remarkably inventive form of offense. As Carter's mouth opened, each tooth gleamed with a pristine sharpness, emanating an aura of chilling menace. In the dimly lit room, those razor-sharp teeth continued to radiate a frosty glimmer, appearing capable of severing even the thickest steel plate. Hubert denied him the opportunity to bite down, firmly holding Carter's wolfish jaws with both hands. The biting force that Carter wished to exert was utterly inconsequential before him. Is this all? Hubert felt a twinge of disappointment. It was merely an ordinary bite. However, he soon observed a contraction in Carter's chest. A surge of air, previously confined within his thoracic cavity, burst forth abruptly. A verdant plume of smoke erupted with astonishing swiftness. Hubert was taken aback, but fortunately his agility was remarkable. He swiftly darted outside and securely shut the door behind him. The two crew members stationed at the entrance looked on with curiosity and inquired, "My Lord Hubert, what troubles you?" "Nothing, nothing at all," he replied, exhaling a sigh of relief, grateful to have evaded the situation. He had never anticipated that Carter's lethal technique was not his teeth, but rather his breath. Had he been caught in that foul exhalation, the consequences would have been dire. After a considerable pause, he cautiously reopened the door. Inside, he beheld Carter standing alone, and an unsettling presence seemed to permeate the air. In a hurry, he shut the door once more. The two crew members outside began to exhibit symptoms of discomfort, evidently affected by whatever lingered within. "Why do I feel a bit lightheaded?" one murmured. "I, too, feel somewhat unwell. Could it be that we are falling ill? Let us move away quickly, lest we transmit this affliction to Hubert." Hubert, Carter. "Oh, Carter, you truly possess an audacious spirit." Chapter 75, Kazan. Hubert never anticipated that Carter's tactic would be of such nature, narrowly escaping a setback. Meanwhile, Coloccus, serving in a logistical capacity, could not have foreseen this turn of events. Confident of his victory, he was caught off guard by Carter's words, leading him to collapse abruptly to the ground. Hubert nearly believed that the old fellow's constitution had failed him, leading to his untimely demise. Such a loss would have been significant, for it took Hubert considerable effort to secure Coloccus's invitation aboard. Fortunately, upon conducting a final examination, he discovered that the man had merely fainted. It is likely that following this encounter, Coloccus would have little desire to engage in further sparring with Carter. Over the past few days, Hubert has been awaiting news from Robin, yet no call has arrived, suggesting that Robin is currently under intense pursuit. Although Hubert felt a tinge of anxiety, he understood that impatience was futile, and thus he chose to wait in silence. The terrifying three-masted ship, shrouded in a dense fog, seemed to be enveloped in darkness despite the hour of day, obscuring the sun and moon alike. The atmosphere was thick with dampness and pervaded by a stench of decay. Creek. Hobart's Black Pearl rested by the shore, gazing in astonishment at the sailing vessel before him, though it was termed a sailboat. Its sheer magnitude rendered it unrecognizable as such at first glance. It was immense. Even the Black Pearl, which was already a sizable ship capable of accommodating 100 or 200 crew members with ease, appeared diminutive in comparison to this sailing behemoth. Originally, Hobart had come merely to seek out Choshue for a sword pairing, yet an unexpected ambition began to stir within him. A vessel of such grand proportions could serve as a formidable base for future endeavors. It could easily house 10 to 18,000 individuals, without a doubt. Moreover, if it were to be sold, one might reckon it could fetch a sum in the billions. Goodness gracious! Hubert dismissed the thought from his mind. How could he possibly sell it? If it were to be sold, it could only be to the Navy or pirates. Wouldn't that be tantamount to aiding the enemy? As Hubert indulged in his own amusement, drooling, the crew had long grown accustomed to his antics. Olivia approached, her expression tinged with concern. "Hubert, have there been any updates on Robin's whereabouts?" Hobart regained his composure and gently patted Olivia's head, assuring her, "Do not worry, with Robin's intelligence and resourcefulness. She will be just fine. If there is news of Robin, who do you intend to send to find her? Have you reached a decision? Hobart fell silent, for he had yet to contemplate it thoroughly. The individuals aboard the vessel lacked sufficient strength. However, with Carter's recent prowess, he seemed a viable candidate. Yet, who would assume the role of first mate? Hobart had no desire to toil endlessly. Hobart stroked his chin and remarked, I believe I have a plan. Do not worry too much. Robin will certainly be in my care. Olivia remained silent. She wished she could ease her mind. Yet the current circumstances rendered her unable to do so. Sensing her unease, Hobart embraced her and whispered in her ear, You have worn a frown for several days now. If this continues and Robin does not arrive, you may fall ill before he does. Relax, let us embark on a sailing adventure together to lighten your spirits. Olivia's expression remained troubled as she sighed. Very well. She found herself devoid of alternatives. If her strength permitted, she would have preferred to rush off alone to rescue Robin. However, her capabilities were regrettably limited. Reflecting on this, she recalled Hobart's words after O'Hara faced the Buster call. The reason O'Hara had come under the brutal scrutiny of the world government was not merely their study of ancient texts, but rather their inherent weakness. Hobart, Olivia called softly. Hobart, who was directing the disembarkation, paused and inquired, Yes. What is it? Are you training less in Rumba? May I join? I wish to grow stronger. Of course. That poses no issue, Hobart replied, taken aback by Olivia's request, yet he saw no reason to decline. If Olivia were to become stronger, it would alleviate much of his burden. After a moment's hesitation, he added, However, the training with Les and the others may not be suitable for you. I shall create a tailored path to strength specifically for you. With my guidance, you will undoubtedly become formidable. Yes, please hold me to the highest standards. I am unafraid of hardship, Olivia responded with unwavering determination. Hubert sensed her determination and confidently stated, Of course, I am quite strict. I assure you, within a month, you will surpass that fellow Carter. Under Hubert's command, the group swiftly disembarked from the Black Pearl, forming a neat square formation. Hubert turned around and addressed Coloccus. The ones who remain are with you on the ship. Take good care of it, and ensure it is not stolen. Coloccus nodded indifferently, maintaining an air of a seasoned expert. However, Hubert, who had witnessed him rendered unconscious by Carter's words, could no longer regard him in the same light. After a moment of contemplation, feeling that everything had been settled, Hubert resolved to venture deeper into the sailboat. Halfway through, he added a reminder, By the way, if you encounter danger, consider fleeing. Your safety is paramount. This command startled Coloccus, as it seemed eerily familiar. He recalled having seen such a directive from an individual renowned as the Pirate King. Hubert continued to mumble, particularly about Jesse, insisting that the fellow remained in the laboratory all day and that his safety must be ensured. Observing Coloccus nodding in agreement, Hubert departed with an air of reassurance. He held a firm belief in Coloccus's capabilities. More importantly, with Jesse, a natural-type devil fruit user, present, they would surely withstand any formidable adversary until Hubert's return. As for those predicaments from which even Jesse could not escape, they were generally improbable. Should they arise, Hubert himself would find them quite troublesome. As Hubert and his companions vanished entirely into the depths of the forest, Coloccus maintained a calm demeanor, yet his heart brimmed with reflection. He now realized that Hubert was destined for greatness, a remarkable individual emerging from the vast ocean. Coloccus sighed, acknowledging that he had not felt this way even when he learned of Hubert's intense struggles with Sakazuki. Previously, he perceived Hubert as an ill-mannered brute, bound to face consequences sooner or later. Now, however, he genuinely believed Hubert was poised to achieve something significant. In the midst of his contemplation, a gust of wind swept by, causing him instinctively to tighten his collar. Achoo! What is happening? Why has it suddenly grown so cold? He pondered, perplexed, although chilly before. It had never reached such an extreme. He scanned his surroundings, shrouded in a thick fog that rendered visibility exceedingly low. Not a single silhouette was in sight. Yet, a chill coursed through him, prompting him to shout, Prepare for battle. No, flee. Escape. We must summon Jesse and run together. In the midst of the chaos, Jesse emerged from his quarters, appearing somewhat haggard. His relentless experimentation often deprived him of sleep, making all-nighters a regular occurrence. His hair was disheveled, resembling a bird's nest, and he bore prominent dark circles under his eyes. What is going on? He inquired with curiosity. There seems to be no danger aboard the ship. Coloccus, standing at the bow, gazed down at the waters below and calmly urged, You must leave at once and seek Hubert's assistance. Beneath the ship's hull, a layer of ice had mysteriously formed upon the surface of the sea. Hubert moved swiftly, and soon he led Carter and the others to the exterior of the castle aboard the ship. Along the journey, they encountered none of the bizarre creatures described in the original narrative. After all, in the original tale, Moonlight Moria had been managing this place for several years. Hubert had only just arrived, so there was still a considerable gap. Furthermore, that deranged doctor had not joined him, rendering the sailing vessel akin to a deserted island. Aside from its eerie desolation, there seemed to be nothing else present, and their journey was remarkably smooth. Hubert gazed upon the magnificent castle, his desire to seize this place intensifying. Although his ship, the Black Pearl, offered a pleasant environment and his quarters were quite spacious with commendable amenities, it paled in comparison to the grandeur of the castle before him. He turned to Carter and inquired, "Are you certain you wish to undertake this alone? Do you not require my assistance?" Carter patted his chest confidently and replied, "Rest assured, Lord Hubert, our strength is formidable now. We must embrace challenges to foster our growth. With Les and the others accompanying me, we shall be sufficiently equipped." Hubert did not believe they stood a chance against Moria in this period. For Moria had not yet languished for too long. Not long ago, he had exchanged blows with Kaido. As for Carter, he could not fathom where any possibility of victory lay. Perhaps attitude? That might prove somewhat effective. Hubert stroked his chin, harboring reservations about Carter's decision. However, he did not voice any opposition. Allowing Carter to embrace the challenge could indeed facilitate a genuine experience of life and death combat, thereby accelerating their growth. After all, he himself had made remarkable strides following his battle with Sakazuki. Although aided by the system, his formidable strength had undeniably improved through his own efforts. Well then, since you have all made your choice, it is time to put it to the test. Given that you have yet to encounter formidable adversaries on the Grand Line, this presents an excellent opportunity for self-assessment. The group surrounding Hubert suddenly brightened with excitement. They had been eagerly anticipating this moment, ready to showcase their skills. Carter exclaimed, "Thank you, Lord Hubert, for your understanding. We shall resolve this battle splendidly." He then led his crew into the castle. While they spoke with unwavering confidence, they remained cautious in their actions, first infiltrating the castle to ascertain the situation before devising a plan. One must admit, aside from his slightly inferior strength, Carter possessed many commendable qualities. Hubert grasped Olivia's hand, his heart tinged with curiosity as he watched them descend. He yearned to follow and discern the unfolding situation. Should Carter and his companions falter, he could still intervene to suppress Moria. Olivia, casting a worried glance at Carter and the others' retreating figures, inquired, "Will they be all right?" From Hubert's tone, she sensed that the master of the castle was, indeed, rather extraordinary. Hubert, with a relaxed demeanor, shook his head and assured, "With me here, there is nothing to worry about." Suddenly, his expression stiffened as he shielded Olivia behind him, saying, "There might be a problem now. Find an opportunity to escape." "What is wrong?" Olivia inquired, her voice tinged with anxiety as she observed his demeanor. "An annoying fellow is approaching. If we're speaking of annoying individuals, you would be the foremost, wouldn't you?" From the shadows of the dark forest, a figure gradually emerged. It was a lean man towering around 3 meters tall, clad entirely in black. His hair had an explosive appearance, topped with a gray hat. He wore a military green overcoat over a white V-neck long-sleeve shirt, paired with black trousers and boots, and carried a suitably sized backpack, complete with glasses. "Who is that?" Olivia asked. "One of the leaders of the Demon Slayer Order. A vice-admiral of the Navy and a wielder of the ice-ice fruit, Kazan," Hubert replied, discreetly glancing at Kazan's legs, which indeed appeared somewhat unnatural. It seemed he had been incapacitated by Sakazuki, with ice replacing his mobility. Though time may have been chaotic, the outcome remained unchanged. Upon learning that he was a leader of the Demon Slayer Order, Olivia's complexion turned ashen, her eyes filled with hatred as she fixated on Kazan. Despite the fact that Alara had already been subdued by Hubert, the despair of that day was indelibly etched in Olivia's memory. Kazan remarked with a hint of self-mockery, "I am no longer a Navy vice-admiral. Thanks to you, I have renounced the Navy and become a civilian." Hubert's eyes flickered, a realization dawning upon him. In the original narrative, Kazan's departure from the Navy occurred after a significant passage of time. Could it be that the confrontation between Kazan and Sakazuki had expedited this process? He licked his lips and inquired, "What brings you here? What have you done to Karakaku's and the others?" Kazan snorted disdainfully, "What brings me here? Were it not for your interference, I would still be serving well within the Navy, perhaps even aspiring to the ranks of Admiral or even Fleet Admiral. But now, I find myself a mere shadow of my former self. Nonetheless, I must say, you are rather unexpected. It appears you have a crew member of Roger on board. Considering your alliance with the world government, I can only wonder what consequences might arise should they discover this." Kazan's evasion of Hubert's queries left the latter feeling quite irked. "Shouldn't you be grateful to me? I was the one who revealed the true nature of the Navy to you, allowing you to escape that place. Surely, you must agree that the indiscriminate slaughter of civilians cannot be deemed as justice." Kazan remained silent. Prior to the O'Haran massacre, he had always considered himself a paragon of justice, adhering to the doctrine of the burning justice. He was a man overflowing with righteousness, reminiscent of the likes of future figures. He could not tolerate any semblance of injustice. However, Sakazuki's assault on civilians shattered his convictions. He found himself at a loss, questioning whether the Navy could still be called just. He had let Robin go, even going so far as to provide her with an escape route. As he sat upon a stone, contemplating his future, Sakazuki had suddenly approached, attacking him with a frenzied intensity. This battle not only resulted in a physical defeat but led to a profound collapse of his ideals, compelling him to abandon his promising naval career and become a wanderer. Chapter 76, Recruiting Kazan? In truth, Kazan felt a modicum of gratitude towards Hubert. After all, Hubert had inadvertently facilitated his decision-making process. Otherwise, he would have languished in the Navy for an indeterminate period. However, Hubert had also brought about certain unfavorable circumstances. For instance, the ice that now replaced his leg bore a significant portion of the blame on Hubert's shoulders. What is it that you seek by coming to me? A fight, perhaps? Hubert queried. To be honest, Kazan felt little fear. After all, even in a weakened state, Sakazuki had managed to break his leg. He could hardly fathom how he could possibly lose now, possessing the powers of the eye-size fruit. Of course not, Kazan replied, shaking his head, his glasses reflecting the sunlight, obscuring his eyes. He then turned to the glaring Alvia and remarked, "You must be Alvia, the archaeologist." Alvia remained silent, her gaze filled with animosity. "Do not look at me with such disdain. I am the one who saved your daughter." At this, Alvia's expression flickered, and she asked, "What do you mean?" "Quite literally. You see, it was I who released your daughter in O'Haran. Otherwise, she would have perished. That young girl possesses remarkable potential. If I recall correctly, her name is Robin," Kazan stated, scratching his head. Kazan's words left Alvia momentarily speechless, instinctively turning to Hubert for guidance. Hubert nodded at her, affirming what Kazan had stated. He felt a twinge of curiosity as to why Kazan, instead of confronting him, engaged in conversation with Olivia. Kazan continued, "You know Cerrone, right? He is indeed a remarkable individual. He rescued you and bestowed the last glimmer of hope upon Robin. Your family owes him a substantial debt of gratitude." Upon hearing Hubert's confirmation, Olivia's gaze towards Kazan became somewhat intricate. The person before her was not only the leader of the O'Hara demon-slaying order but also Robin's savior. How was she to confront such a reality? Absorbed in Kazan's words, she absent-mindedly replied, "Yes, Cerrone truly is an exceptional person, entirely different from the rest of you Marines. How has he been? Did he escape?" "He died." Olivia's previously distracted expression abruptly froze, her head slowly lifting as she processed the words. "Dead? Dead?" Kazan spoke with a hint of regret. "Yes, I killed him with my own hands. At that time, I was still a Marine. There was no other choice. It was only after his death that I became aware of the darkness within the Marines, and I chose to release Robin." "Were you not friends?" Olivia stammered. Memories of Cerrone's kindness during their escape from prison flooding her mind. She had intended for Robin to recognize Cerrone as a foster father, and now he was gone? For the sake of their respective ideals, they had been willing to sacrifice everything. Kazan's tone remained unruffled, and although his eyes were obscured by glasses, one could sense the unwavering resolve in his gaze. Olivia wished to articulate something, yet found herself utterly speechless. She understood this conviction, akin to her own willingness to risk her life for the sake of historical truth. Hubert enveloped her in his embrace, gently wiping away her tears. Squinting at Kazan, he inquired, "What exactly are your intentions? Surely, you do not intend to torment a mother who has nearly lost her child?" "My purpose for coming here is to seek a place aboard your vessel and to become a member of your crew." Hobart. What? The news was so shocking that it took him a moment to regain his composure. "You wish to join my crew? Why?" "There is no particular reason," Kazan replied. "Your prowess is remarkable. You defeated that fellow Sakazuki and rescued O'Hara. Furthermore, in the Land of Flowers, you aided the king in capturing that rat who escaped from Impel Down and even presented the most valuable ancient coins from the treasure to the king. You are quite an intriguing individual, and I am curious to discover what your sense of justice entails," Kazan concluded. "I see." Hubert squinted thoughtfully, his mind adrift in contemplation. He had certainly pondered the notion of recruiting Kazan's subordinates, particularly since the original narrative depicted Blackbeard doing just that. However, he had never truly believed such a feat could be realized, nor so swiftly. Kazan's prowess is beyond question. He is destined to become an admiral in the Navy, a formidable force in maritime combat. In the impending war at the summit, he will undoubtedly shine brilliantly, having frozen the tsunami that Whitebeard painstakingly summoned, transforming it into an impassable glacier that obstructed the pirates' retreat. Hubert was troubled by the absence of a reliable and formidable individual aboard his ship. If Kazan were to join him, it would certainly fill this void. However, the matter of Kazan's loyalty remained a subject of debate. After all, he was a product of the Navy's training, and in the original narrative, his enlistment in the Blackbeard Pirates was perceived by many as a betrayal orchestrated by the Navy. Who could ascertain whether his current allegiance was genuine? Nonetheless, Hubert was not overly concerned about this aspect. He possessed the merchant fruit, which alleviated his fears of betrayal. His apprehension lay elsewhere. A sidelong glance at Alvia, who was beside him, sparked his worry. Kazan was one of the dark hands of O'Hara. How would Alvia react if he were to accept Kazan into their ranks? Alvia, attuned to Hubert's gaze while nestled in his embrace, quickly discerned his thoughts. With her characteristic wisdom, she responded, "Hubert, if you wish to accept him, then do so. I have no objections. I will follow your lead." Hubert tightened his grip on Olivia's hand, making it even more difficult for him to acquiesce. He lowered his head to plant a gentle kiss on Olivia's forehead and said, "This matter cannot be dictated by me. It must be your decision. You shall decide whether to accept him or not." In that moment, Hubert finally comprehended why Kazan had chosen to ingratiate himself with Olivia beforehand. It was evident that he had been well prepared. Without the groundwork laid by Kazan, it was highly unlikely that Olivia would agree to let him aboard. Perhaps she would even have required Hubert to take action against Kazan. "I shall heed your wishes. Whatever you decide shall be done." Olivia, however, did not make a decision but instead returned the matter to him once more. Hubert shook his head, saying, "You still have ample time to contemplate. Once you have made your decision, do let me know." Without waiting for Olivia to object, he turned to Kazan and added, If you truly wish to join my crew, be prepared. Olivia will provide you with a response. Kazan adjusted his glasses and nodded. Very well. Miss Olivia indeed needs to reflect thoroughly. Suddenly, Hubert inquired, how are my crew members faring? He was genuinely concerned about Jesse and the others. Rest assured. I have not laid a finger on them, came the reply. That's good to hear. Now we must check on Carter and the others. I hope they haven't been eliminated in my absence. Kazan followed closely behind, saying, surely, that won't be the case. Carter and his companions are quite formidable. Hubert cast a glance at him, remaining silent. This Kazan adapted swiftly, already speaking in a tone befitting a comrade. Carter and his companions dispersed into the castle, resolved to stealthily investigate the surroundings. The castle was vast. After exploring 2 empty rooms, Carter deemed their progress too sluggish and decided to split up. He led one group to search the left side while Les and Lumba guided another to the right. Yet, their advancement remained painfully slow. This castle felt larger than the entire Black Pearl itself. They opened doors only to find emptiness. After searching through over 20 rooms without a single discovery, Carter began to doubt the very existence of life within these walls, save for the sounds they themselves were making. A child's plaintive wail echoed in the silence, causing Carter to pause, signaling his companions to halt. He leaned closer to the door, straining to hear the source of the sound. I will never play ghost games with Daddy again, the voice lamented. Carter furrowed his brow. The tone resonated strangely like that of a little girl. In this eerie castle, how could a child possibly be present? A chill ran down his spine. Despite his confidence in his own abilities, what good would they be against a supernatural entity? After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to investigate further. With a creak, he pushed the door open, his heart racing with trepidation. Inside, he was taken aback. The room resembled a little girl's sanctuary, adorned with pink bed linens, pink flooring, and even pink walls. Plush toys of various sizes cluttered the space. On the large pink bed lay a small figure, hugging a stuffed bear larger than herself. Was this truly a child? Carter and his companions were momentarily stunned. This little girl seemed much smaller than Hubert, yet here she was. As if sensing their presence, the girl's sobs ceased, and she slowly raised her head to behold the imposing figures before her. Who are you? She cried out in fright. Carter, quick on his feet, rushed forward to cover her mouth, whispering urgently, do not scream. We mean you no harm. Muffled, the girl struggled against his grip. It was the middle of the night, and here were strangers invading her room, demanding her silence while claiming to be good. She was a child, not a fool. Carter exchanged a worried glance with a fellow crew member, unsure of how to proceed. Suddenly, one of the crew suggested, why don't we just knock her out for now and deal with it later? After a moment's contemplation, Carter nodded, conceding, it seems we have no other choice. Instantly, the girl's eyes widened in terror, and she froze, obediently sitting still. Wait, she is not moving now. Should we still knock her out? One crew member asked. The girl shot a fierce glare at the one who suggested it, then turned her gaze back to Carter, appearing compliant. Carter pondered. This girl was their only lead thus far, and he couldn't afford to act rashly. I will let go, but you must remain quiet. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to knock you out. Do you understand? The girl nodded vigorously. Seeing her compliance, Carter released his grip. The girl, indeed, kept her mouth tightly shut. Rest assured, we are not bad people. Are you a child of this castle? Or have you been kidnapped? I am the child of this castle, she replied earnestly. And my father is probably asleep. She placed her finger on her lips, uncertain. Carter narrowed his eyes. Is there anyone else besides your father? No, just him, she answered. The crew exchanged excited glances, recognizing the significance of this revelation. After their lengthy search, they had finally unearthed a clue. It appeared that the master of this castle was the girl's father. Do you know where your father is? We need to speak with him, Carter inquired. The girl shook her head. My father is often busy roaming around the castle. I don't know his exact whereabouts. And how do you find him? By chance, really. I wander around the castle, and if luck is on my side, I might find him. That sounds rather unfortunate. A crew member interjected. A little girl living on such a large ship with pirates who don't care for her, trapped in a castle? Why endure that? Isn't it good to stay in the castle? The girl responded with confusion. Daddy feeds me and provides me with so many delightful dolls to keep me company. It's quite nice, except he rarely plays games with me. Just the other day, I was playing ghost games with him, and he scolded me. Suddenly, her face lit up with excitement. Oh, I just remembered. Since my daddy won't play ghost games with me, why don't you all join me? Carter, realizing that he could extract no further information from her, replied, we have urgent matters to attend to. Once we resolve our business with your father, we will come back to play. Please, no. Just a little game, okay? She pleaded, clinging to them with a pout. Just a quick game. And then you can handle your work. As she spoke, she eagerly summoned a ghost from within herself. The crew stared in astonishment as the apparition emerged. It was a devil fruit user. No wonder the pirates had kept this little girl. She possessed extraordinary abilities. Yet, they remained unfazed. What threat could this small child pose? Even if Hubert himself were present, he would not stand a chance against Carter now, let alone a mere girl. They watched as the ghost passed through them. And then they heard the girl lament, I am guilty, I am truly worthless. Lord Hubert has invested so much effort into my training, yet I remain so weak. It is utterly shameful. What right do I have to exist in this world? There must be no one more useless than I. Perhaps I should just end it all. As they witnessed the girl's despair, Carter and the others knelt to the ground, and the girl clapped her hands in delight, laughing joyfully. Chapter 77. Confident Carter. When Hobart arrived, he beheld a group of individuals kneeling on the ground, their faces seemingly etched with despair. They muttered phrases such as "I truly deserve this" and "I am utterly useless." The scene possessed a certain comedic quality. Not far from them, a Gothic-styled little girl was laughing joyfully. "Oh, Perona," Hobart remarked with a hint of surprise. He had not anticipated that Perona would already be aboard Moria's ship at this juncture. She had indeed been nurtured from a young age. "Who is she, Hobart?" Olivia inquired, her curiosity piqued by the mention of the girl's name. "Just a mischievous little child," Hobart replied, offering no further explanation, for he felt he ought not to divulge too much. Revealing too much would only serve to expose himself. Upon hearing his voice, Perona noticed Hobart and the others, asking, "Who are you? Are you with them? How do you know my name?" "I came with them. I learned your name through conversations with Moria, for I am an old friend of his." "Did he not tell you my name?" "Ah, is that so? You are my father's friend," Perona said, her curiosity now fully engaged. "Since you are my father's friend, come play the ghost game with me." As she spoke, the spirits hovering beside her began to drift towards Hobart and his companions. Had it been a person unaware of the situation, they might have been caught off guard. After all, who would take a little girl's attack seriously? However, Hobart was not one to underestimate the potential of Perona's spirits. These entities had nearly annihilated the Straw Hat crew. Were it not for Usopp's miraculous intervention, the Straw Hat crew would have faced total destruction at the hands of this little girl. This was an almost insurmountable ability. Only those with sufficiently strong Haki could hope to be immune to such an assault. Yet, despite having mastered Haki, Hobart possessed a keen awareness of his limitations. His Haki, lacking even the 5th level, was likely as ineffective as having none at all. As the spirits approached, Hobart swiftly pulled Olivia aside and moved to Perona's side, playfully tapping her on the head. Perona was instantly rendered unconscious, and the spirits vanished, allowing Carter and the others to finally return to normalcy. Somewhat awkwardly, they rose from the ground, and Carter felt a wave of shame wash over him. The embarrassment of their previous display was one thing, but the fact that he had been bested by a little girl was a profound humiliation. At a loss for how to face Hobart, he simply clutched his head. "Ah, my head hurts so much. What happened? Why can't I remember anything? Lord Hobart, how did you end up here?" The others, witnessing this, were momentarily stunned before they began to mimic Carter's bewilderment. "Ah, my head really hurts. Where is this? Wasn't I on a mission? How did I end up here? What just transpired? Why can't I recall anything? Hubert, shouldn't you pretend a little more convincingly? You've been beaten to such a degree. And I do not blame you. After all, this is someone who nearly annihilated the Straw Hat crew, so it is only natural that you would struggle against them." Hubert sighed and said, "Enough of the pretense, it's embarrassing in front of others." Only then did the crowd notice Kazan beside Hubert, and they immediately straightened up in their seats. Who is this individual? He is remarkably tall. Standing at 3 meters, Kazan truly stands out among the rest. Hubert offered no explanation, merely stating, "Just an ordinary guest, come to reminisce." Carter did not press further, instead inquiring, "Lord Hubert, what shall we do now? How should we handle this young girl? Shall we eliminate her?" Hubert squinted thoughtfully and remarked, "Let us keep her here for the time being, assigning someone to watch over her. When she awakens, we shall render her unconscious once more." He had no desire to encounter Perona's little specter while engaged in a confrontation with Moria. That would undoubtedly lead to complications. The others, upon hearing Hubert's words, did not object to his harshness towards the young girl. Rather, they nodded in deep agreement. They had no wish to relive the unsettling experience they had just endured. Suddenly, amidst their discussion, the castle began to tremble violently, accompanied by a series of thunderous booms. Hubert, having grown weary of such sounds over the past few days, immediately recognized their source. He quickly instructed, "One person stay here while the rest accompany me. Les and the others have clashed with Moria. This is reckless beyond measure." When Hubert and his companions arrived, the battle was nearing its conclusion. Les was firmly pinned beneath a foot, having transformed into a fierce visage akin to that of a tiger. Upon selecting Les and his partner, a decision was swiftly made to augment their powers, leading to the immediate selection of devil fruits for them. Given Les's formidable combat abilities, Hubert bestowed upon him the animal-type devil fruit, the tiger fruit. Meanwhile, Rumble was still being relentlessly pursued and attacked by Moria. In a desperate attempt to evade, he extracted mucus from his nose and hurled it at Moria. The mucus exploded mid-air with a resounding boom, a result of the devil fruit that Hubert had chosen for him. Rumble excelled in flanking assaults and distracting his adversary, which is why Hubert granted him the explosion fruit. This particular fruit had appeared in the original narrative, possessed by one of Crocodile's subordinates, allowing him to imbue the mucus with explosive energy. In the original tale, it caused considerable trouble for Zoro when his blade struck the mucus. Ultimately, Rumba managed to momentarily entangle Moria using the powers of this devil fruit. Logically, such an improbable scenario would seem absurd, given the vast disparity in their strengths. Rumba should have been swiftly vanquished. However, Moria exhibited a profound wariness of Rumba's attacks, avoiding any direct confrontation, which allowed Rumba to hold Moria at bay for a time. This was precisely why Hubert had chosen this particular devil fruit for Rumba, who wouldn't be apprehensive of flying mucus. The distraction achieved its intended purpose, observing the unfolding scene. Hubert couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. The devil fruit he had painstakingly selected was indeed extraordinary. Kazan watched the peculiar battle unfold, his lips curling in disbelief. What an absurd fruit. The stalemate between the two began to shift as time passed. Moria, employing his superior combat intelligence, gradually cornered Rumba, leaving him with no means of retreat and on the brink of despair. Hubert could no longer remain a mere spectator and stepped forward, addressing Moria. Moria turned his head and beheld Hubert and his companions. The moment Hubert and his group had appeared, Moria sensed something amiss. But he initially presumed it was merely a few lackeys of Lumba. To his astonishment, someone had directly called out his name, indicating that the situation was not as he had anticipated. "Who are you?" he inquired, eyeing Hubert, who stood at the forefront with his arms crossed. "I am Hubert, a bounty hunter, and I hereby formally announce your arrest. You are a pirate with a bounty of 320 million. Hubert? Moria squinted, seemingly unfamiliar with the name. Moreover, he recalled that bounty hunters typically did not undertake particularly formidable tasks. With this thought, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. "Oh, ha ha ha. Just the likes of you? Young man, this sea is far more complex than you can imagine." As he spoke, Moria's hair, akin to green onions, quivered, and a terrifying aura emanated from him. Hubert let out a cold sneer. His name had gained a certain level of notoriety upon the vast ocean, stirring a fervent buzz everywhere. This had sparked a wave of fervor for venturing out as bounty hunters, with many setting sail in pursuit of him. Moria, in his unfamiliar demeanor, appeared to be disheartened after his defeat by Kaido, lost in his own world, oblivious to the happenings beyond. "Lord Hubert, wait a moment." Just as Hubert was preparing to enlighten him on the vastness of the world, Carter abruptly interrupted. At that moment, Carter's gaze was intensely fixed on Moria, the veins on his body protruding, clearly indicating his state of tension. The wolf-like fur on him flickered in and out of visibility, exuding an aura of terror. Hubert gazed at him in astonishment, momentarily taken aback, before incredulously exclaiming, "You cannot possibly be suggesting that." Carter replied, "I request to engage in battle with Moria." Hubert remarked, "You can't even defeat a little girl, yet you dare to challenge Moria? Such audacity is quite astonishing, or perhaps it is a sign of utter foolishness." At that moment, however, Carter harbored a different thought. He believed that being ambushed by Perona, given her peculiar abilities, could indeed be classified as a surprise attack. He had simply not anticipated it. Yet, to be bested by a mere child was undeniably humiliating. He felt compelled to take action to redeem his reputation. Should he manage to vanquish Moria, it would present a splendid opportunity to earn the admiration of the onlookers. Furthermore, having accompanied Hubert, he had witnessed Moria and Rumba entangled in a protracted struggle. Rumba had not lasted long against him, and by analogy, his strength surpassed that of Moria. This was an unparalleled opportunity to prove himself. Hubert had grossly underestimated him, for his capabilities had evolved significantly. As Carter's gaze grew increasingly resolute, Hubert could only nod in resignation, consenting to his request. With the approval granted, Carter underwent a complete transformation into a ravenous wolf-like form. His top muscles radiated explosive power, and the fierce visage of the wolf glimmered with sharp intensity, as though he could already envision his own triumph. Moria scoffed, "Having just defeated a little kitten, now you bring forth a puppy?" "Oh well." Ignoring the taunts, Carter was now fervently eager to validate his prowess. He charged directly at Moria, his razor-sharp claws slicing through the air, igniting sparks in their wake. Moria remained unfazed, watching as Carter drew closer, commenting, "This little wolf cub seems a tad more formidable than that kitten. It appears to be a promising specimen." In an instant, Moria seized Carter's raised claw with an effortless grip, akin to catching a chick, and a look of horror crossed Carter's face as he attempted to retract his limb. Yet Moria's hold was immovable. In a flash, Carter, desperate, resorted to his most potent technique, Wolf Fang Bite. He declared, lunging toward Moria. However, Moria was swifter, striking like lightning, and firmly clasped Carter's jaws shut, effectively preventing him from releasing his breath. Choking on the air trapped within, Carter had no choice but to swallow hard, causing considerable discomfort. Moria observed as Carter's eyes rolled back, nearly losing consciousness, and he couldn't help but feel perplexed. He had not exerted any significant force. Why did this individual appear to be on the brink of death? Was he merely a fade of strength without substance? With his lethal maneuver thwarted, Carter found himself devoid of options. He could not fathom why Rumba had managed to engage Moria with some semblance of reciprocity while he had been so swiftly incapacitated. After struggling futilely, he cast a desperate glance towards Hubert, his eyes pleading, as if to say, "Lord Hubert, rescue me." Hubert's lips twitched, having appeared so self-assured moments ago. What had caused this sudden shift? The people surrounding him struggled to suppress their laughter, clearly finding it quite a challenge to maintain their composure. Hubert addressed Kazan, saying, "I beg your pardon. Allow me to handle this." With that, he gracefully leaped a short distance to stand before Moria. Another challenger? A wheel battle, perhaps? Why not face me altogether? Moria discarded the card he held, his tone laced with mockery. Cough, cough, cough. As soon as he was released, Carter could not suppress his cough, a stream of green mist escaping with each fit, silently drifting away. Hubert had no intention of speaking further with Moria, especially after Carter had just dealt him a rather humiliating blow to his pride. He knew he had to restore his image. Just as he was about to take action, he suddenly noticed Moria's complexion change dramatically. With great difficulty, Moria raised a trembling hand and pointed at Hubert, uttering, "What have you done to me?" Then, with a resounding thud, he collapsed to the ground. "Hubert, what is happening? Has he awakened the Conqueror's Haki? Has he directly rendered Moria unconscious?" No. Even if he has awakened the Conqueror's Haki, it shouldn't be enough to incapacitate Moria, right? Isn't the basic Conqueror's Haki merely used to eliminate weaker foes? Furthermore, isn't untrained Conqueror's Haki indiscriminate? If Moria is unconscious, how could Carter still be standing? As Hubert, perplexed by the situation, suddenly caught sight of a flash of green. Following the source of this green hue, he noticed it emanated from Carter's mouth, and the green aura continued to spread. "Holy moly!" Hubert exclaimed, shouting, "Everyone retreat immediately. Leave Carter behind." He then vanished from his spot, taking Olivia with him out of the room. The others, witnessing the unfolding events, hastily followed, leaving only Carter and Moria in the room. What just happened? Why did Moria suddenly collapse? Outside the room, Olivia curiously inquired, "Did you take action?" Hubert scratched his head and replied, "No, I did not intervene. It was Carter who took action." The crew members who had been brought in gasped in disbelief. How could this be? Just moments ago, First Officer Carter had seemed utterly defenseless against the assault. Surely, Hubert was not fabricating an excuse to save Carter's face? Indeed, it appeared he had done nothing at all. Faced with the scrutinizing gazes of those around him, Hubert found himself at a loss for words. He had not anticipated Carter's formidable prowess. Such strength, one might think even Magellan would have been left with a hand to spare. Chapter 78. The establishment of the Grass-Left group under the overwhelming display of Carter's might. Hubert had effortlessly resolved the situation with Moria without lifting a finger. The proceedings had gone remarkably smoothly. Hubert directly commandeered the terrifying triangular sailing vessel as his stronghold. After some contemplation, he concluded that since a base had been established, their band of bounty hunters ought to possess a name, akin to the Straw Hat Pirates or the Spade Pirates. Within the confines of Moria's castle, no. Within Hubert's castle, the group deliberated for a while and ultimately arrived at a name, the Grassleaf Bounty Hunters. Although it was claimed to be a collective decision, in truth it was Hubert's autocratic decree. He currently wielded the nature-type devil fruit, the forest fruit, which is of the plant variety, thus inspiring the chosen title. Moria and Perona were still in slumber, and Hubert had yet to devise a plan for their fate. After all, this was one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and a hasty execution could yield undesirable repercussions. Should the 5 elders seize upon this incident, it could become rather troublesome. It was highly improbable that Moria would meet his demise. Rather, the 5 elders would likely exploit the situation, demanding Hubert join the navy or even usurp Moria's position as one of the 7 warlords. Additionally, the thought of eliminating Perona, the gothic little girl, weighed heavily on his conscience. After pondering for a while, Hubert remained uncertain on how to proceed and turned to Carter, inquiring, "Carter, how did your poison suddenly become so formidable?" While it was impressive before, it hardly seemed capable of incapacitating Moria outright. Hubert had witnessed Carter's prior bravado, which, although formidable, had only enabled him to incapacitate the logistics veteran, Colocus. How could he possibly affect a seasoned pirate like Moria? Carter, looking somewhat perplexed, scratched his head and replied, "I truly don't know. It just seems to have strengthened unexpectedly." Hubert urged him to reflect on any peculiar circumstances that may have triggered this newfound potency. For if Carter could harness such capabilities, his strength would undoubtedly escalate significantly. With such a level of poison at his disposal, Carter might even stand a chance against the likes of Moria, provided he executed his attacks with cunning. However, surpassing that threshold would require more than mere ambush, for instance. If Carter attempted to poison Hubert, even in ignorance, Hubert's observation Haki would alert him in advance, allowing him to evade Carter's toxins with ease. Furthermore, beyond that stage, the physical constitution would have undergone a complete transformation, rendering it beyond the scope of human capabilities. Such a body would resemble that of a primal behemoth, capable of shattering mountains with bare hands, rendering any feeble poison inconsequential. Carter evidently grasped this notion, becoming increasingly animated, despite the ordeal having been rather unseemly. Should he awaken a new lethal technique from this experience, it would not be in vain. He could always reclaim his dignity in due time. He began to reflect on the sensations he experienced while using the poison, meticulously scrutinizing every detail. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. Earlier, when I employed the poison, Moria had grasped my mouth, forcing the toxin back into my throat. It seemed as though something changed. At that moment, I was taken aback and did not ponder deeply. But now I suspect that the poison may have undergone some mutation within my body. It is likely the case. Hubert nodded in agreement, acknowledging Carter's hypothesis. With palpable excitement, Carter exclaimed, "I must conduct an experiment immediately." With that declaration, he transformed into his werewolf form and took a deep breath. Hubert's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly clamped his hand over Carter's mouth. Carter gazed at Hubert with a hint of confusion, uncertain of his intentions. Was he attempting to assist him in an experiment? However, Carter could easily restrain his breath on his own, rendering the need for a reenactment entirely unnecessary. Hubert exhaled with exasperation. What are you thinking? There are so many people here. Do you expect me to find you a private spot? Go conduct your experiments somewhere secluded. With that, Hubert grasped the wolf's snout and propelled him toward the castle window, forcefully kicking him out. Carter, ejected from the castle, tumbled several times on the lawn outside, unable to suppress a gasp, which resulted in a violent expulsion. The green gas came into contact with the grass, instantly causing the verdant blades to wither and turn yellow. After discarding Carter, Hubert found himself at a loss for what to do next and resolved to show Alvia around his new castle. However, Moria posed a predicament. He could awaken at any moment, and beyond himself, no one present could contain Moria except perhaps Kazan. Yet, Kazan had yet to join their band of bounty hunters. Should they drag Moria along with them? Hubert shook his head repeatedly, finding the situation exceedingly peculiar. Finally, he resolutely splashed a bucket of cold water onto Moria's face. The unconscious Moria jolted awake, emerging from his stupor. It is you. What have you done to me? Moria exclaimed in shock upon seeing Hubert's face. Hubert's lips twitched. How absurd. A robust man standing at 7 or 8 meters tall, yet he resembled a bullied bride. Moria's expression was equally grim as he surveyed the surroundings. Although he was uncertain of the means that had rendered him unconscious, he knew that whatever method had been employed could certainly be used again. He was now exceedingly wary of Hubert, prepared to counter any offensive move. The disdainful gaze he once held towards Hubert had vanished entirely. I summoned you to convey an important message. From this moment forth, your ship has been commandeered, Hubert declared. What? You insolent brat. Do you have any idea who I am? I am the Moonlight Moria, the notorious pirate with a bounty of 300 million berries. And what of it? Are you unable to comprehend your predicament? Hubert shrugged, the threat in his tone unmistakable. Moria's eyes darted, and in an instant, he struck. His massive claws lunged towards Hubert while he shouted, You despicable wretch, do you think you can defeat me with underhanded tactics and rest easy? I want to grant you a moment to employ your unknown methods. Moria moved with remarkable speed, leaving a fleeting shadow in the air. His imposing figure was devoid of clumsiness, his dark gothic cloak rendering him akin to a creature of the night. Bang! Moria's hand landed squarely on Hubert, enveloping him in a colossal grip. Yet, under the immense pressure, Hubert remained utterly motionless. What is this? Moria's face contorted with confusion. The sensation of steel-like resistance from Hubert's body thwarted his attempts to penetrate, causing him pain instead. Suddenly, he felt an overwhelming force pushing back, his grasp gradually loosening. He was determined not to give Hubert an opportunity, striving to seize him once more. However, no matter how much effort he exerted, the force emanating from Hubert was insurmountable. Soon, his hand was completely pried away, revealing Hubert's true form. Although Moria's grip had disheveled Hubert's clothing, there were no visible wounds or traces of blood. Hubert's hands had inexplicably turned a shade of black, reflecting a glimmer of light in the dim surroundings, akin to steel. What on earth is this? Moria's complexion darkened. Following his battle in Wano against Kaido, he had begun to doubt his own strength, yet being so thoroughly overpowered was intolerable. Meanwhile, Akiji, who was observing from the sidelines, had a flicker of unease in his gaze, reflecting inwardly, this level of Busashoka haki seemed somewhat lacking. Has Sakazuki truly been defeated by him? Hubert clasped Moria's hand and executed a swift over-the-shoulder throw. Moria's massive form, akin to a mere plaything, offered no resistance as he was flung backward, crashing heavily to the ground. The castle seemed to tremble momentarily, and a small crater formed upon the earth. Hubert felt a sense of satisfaction as he surveyed the castle, appreciating its remarkable quality. It seemed he had stumbled upon a treasure. Hey, rise and cease feigning death. I shall inquire once more. Do you have any objections to the requisition of your ship? Moria kept his head buried in the ground, pretending not to hear. He was now engulfed in a fog of confusion and profound self-doubt. How could this be? How had he become so weak that even an obscure bounty hunter could best him? Indeed, the strength of humanity could not surpass that of those monstrous beings. I must resort to alternative measures. My plans must come to fruition. For now, I must endure humiliation and bear the burden, for when my strategy unfolds, no one upon these seas shall rival me. In a mere moment, Moria's heart underwent significant transformation. When Hubert once again inquired about his stance on the requisition of the vessel, he finally lifted his head from the ground. I concede, this ship is yours. However, I shall take my belongings. Hubert let out a cold laugh. Moria, you must understand your current position. How do you possess the audacity to negotiate with me? I shall tell you this. Either you take your belongings and leave, or you remain as a slave, or you face death. You. Moria's face contorted with shame and fury. Do not overstep your bounds. Are you truly willing to bring about mutual destruction? Spare me the theatrics. Make your choice. Will you depart, stay, or perish? Moria's expression began to fluctuate, first a mask of savagery, then resignation, followed by sorrow. It was more captivating than the changing faces of a Sichuan opera performer. His original scheme relied on the corpse of the demon Oz within the castle to facilitate his resurgence. If he were to be cast out now, all hope for his revival would vanish. Yet, it seemed he had little choice. He was convinced that this diminutive figure before him would not grant him any mercy should he utter a refusal. Hubert contemplated the situation, likely discerning Moria's intentions. He was reluctant to push too far, A cornered dog may leap over a wall, and should Moria be driven to desperation, he might retaliate fiercely. If Hubert were to eliminate Moria, he would only invite trouble upon himself. After a moment of reflection, observing Moria's increasingly despondent expression, Hubert seized the moment to speak. Of course, if you wish to take something with you, I can accommodate that, but it will come at a cost. After all, the corpse of the demon Oz was of little use to him. Giving it to Moria seemed reasonable. Yet, it could not be relinquished so easily. He intended to extract a fair price. A cost? Moria's eyes sparkled with intrigue. What kind of cost? Nothing too extravagant. Just a small payment in belly, Hubert replied. Just belly? Is that true? Moria's face lit up with joy. Though the items were rightfully his, and even the ship belonged to him. The realization that Hubert was willing to trade Oz's body ignited a peculiar sense of gratitude within him. Observing the shifts in Moria's demeanor, Hubert inwardly chuckled. Indeed. It is true. I have no reason to deceive you. How much belly do you require? Well, that depends on the value of the items, Hubert stated. Moria felt a pang of disappointment. He had hoped for a straightforward exchange, intending to simply take Oz's body. Very well, I shall first exchange for this item, he declared, leading Hubert and the others to Oz's corpse, pointing at it. How much belly for this? The sight of the massive demon's corpse left everyone in awe, particularly for Kazan, who had encountered many giants. While others might assume this was a mere giant, Kazan knew that this was no ordinary giant's form. In comparison to this corpse, ordinary giants appeared as mere children. Even Hubert, despite his prior preparations, was momentarily taken aback by the sheer enormity of the body. No wonder Moria believed that controlling Oz's corpse would allow him to dominate the seas, had he been unaware of the strength of the monsters roaming those waters. He too would have shared that belief. It was a clear case of species supremacy, akin to a prehistoric giant shark versus a common grass carp. Who could fathom that a grass carp could easily best a prehistoric giant shark? How much belly for this? Moria asked, relishing the astonishment he had inspired in his audience, his pride swelling to lofty heights. Hubert feigned a contemplative demeanor and remarked, I have yet to encounter a corpse of such a colossal giant. It appears to possess considerable value, and I find myself somewhat reluctant to part with it. Upon hearing this, the fiery green onion became instantly agitated. Hey, we had an agreement. Hubert shrugged, now holding the upper hand. He could sell if he wished, or refrain from doing so if he preferred. Moria, anxious as an ant on a hot skillet, paced back and forth, exclaiming, This item is of no use to you. It would be better off in my possession. How could it be of no use? Such a large corpse could serve as an exquisite collectible. In the future, it could even be the centerpiece of a dedicated museum, destined to attract immense popularity. Alternatively, it could be sold at an auction. I am certain many would vie to acquire it. Since the objective is profit, why not sell it to me? I can offer more. Moria implored, his urgency palpable. Observing his demeanor, a smile crept across Hubert's lips. The negotiation had yet to commence. Yet Moria had already revealed his desperation for the target, a rather foolish move. Although Hubert was already aware of Moria's significant desire for the corpse of the demon Oz, the overt display of eagerness would undoubtedly simplify the process of arriving at a price. Hubert settled onto a stool, and before he realized it, Carter had appeared by his side, conjuring a cup of tea as if by magic. After taking a leisurely sip, Hubert inquired, So, what price do you propose? Chapter 79. The outsider Moria. Poor Moria, still bewildered by the situation, caught Hubert's words and hesitated for a moment. Initially, he believed that a trivial expenditure of Bailey would suffice to acquire the body of the demon Oz, as he was uncertain how anyone else might utilize it. However, after Hubert's remarks, he began to sense a semblance of truth in them. Indeed, the object appeared to possess some intrinsic value. Ultimately, he concluded that saving Bailey at this juncture was futile, and securing the body should take precedence. Therefore, Moria decisively stated, Here's the deal. I shall offer you all my savings. Over the years, after accounting for some losses, I have managed to accumulate around 500 million Bailey. That should suffice, wouldn't it? How terribly impoverished I am. Hubert silently cursed the impoverished fool in his heart. Subsequently, a formulaic smile graced his face as he remarked, Firstly, I believe there has been a misunderstanding. Your savings are now essentially my own. Therefore, it is evident that you cannot use my funds to settle your debts. Secondly, how could 500 million Belly possibly suffice? Are you sending a beggar away? Moria's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Hubert as if taken aback by his unabashed audacity. His giant frame heaved with each breath, veins bulging ominously. It appeared that rage was on the brink of overflowing from his fiery head, as if flames were about to engulf him entirely. Hubert maintained an air of nonchalance, yet internally he began to exercise caution. In his estimation, Moria should be able to tolerate this degree of pressure. However, the actual outcome remained uncertain and would depend on the specific circumstances. He had to remain vigilant, aware that Moria might not endure such conditions and could be prepared to take drastic measures. Were it 1 or 2 years ago, Moria, confronted with such an outrageous demand, might have resorted to violence on the spot. Yet, having endured the brutal beatings from Kaido, his capacity for resilience had significantly increased, as his self-esteem had long since been trampled. After a moment of reflection to regain his composure, he inquired in a low voice, What sum of berries would it take to satisfy you? Hubert felt a sense of relief wash over him, secretly amused. It appeared that Moria had yet to reach his limits. He cleared his space for Moria and then exchanged a knowing glance with Carter. Carter promptly poured another pot of tea and placed it on the table. Please, take a seat. I shall calculate the accounts. Moria, though anxious within, found himself powerless and obediently sat down. What accounts are you calculating? There is no rush. Hubert produced a pen and remarked, observe. If I were to establish an enormous fossil museum, with tickets priced at 1,000 Bailey each, the innate curiosity of the public would undoubtedly ensure a daily influx of visitors. Let us conservatively estimate that 1,000 individuals would attend each day. Thus, I could earn 1,000,000 Bailey daily. That amounts to 30 million in a month and potentially several hundred million in a year. Do you still believe that 500 million Bailey is a substantial sum? Moria gazed at the series of figures on the paper, feeling dizzy and bewildered. Yet he feigned an understanding demeanor, nodding earnestly at Hubert's every word. Occasionally, he would interject with a simple yes or good. However, as Hubert continued, Moria began to sense something amiss. What in the world? Earning several hundred million? Is that truly plausible? Wouldn't that imply an immeasurable loss on my part? Wait. Moria interrupted Hubert, who was eager to continue, and inquired, is it genuine that one could earn several hundred million in a year? Is this true? I haven't read much, so please don't deceive me. Hubert patted his chest confidently, proclaiming, of course it's true. Haven't I calculated everything right before you? Surely. You must understand. No, how could that be? Moria shook his head repeatedly, reluctant to reveal his true identity. I just find it rather exaggerated. But that is the reality, Hubert insisted, continuing to weave his tale. The feasibility of what he spoke of was, in fact, quite low. Setting aside labor costs, managing such a large influx of people would be exceedingly difficult. The initial phase might be manageable, but as time progressed, and everyone had seen it, they would no longer spend money to witness it again, unless he were to move it to a different location, but that would introduce significant transportation issues. Transporting such a colossal corpse across the sea is no trivial task. Not only is it costly, but the risks are substantial. An unforeseen incident could lead to it sinking to the ocean floor. Moreover, in the world of pirates, there aren't many idle spectators. Unless he were to set up in a prosperous locale like Mariehua, few would be willing to part with their precious berries merely to glimpse a giant's remains. However, if he were to consider Mariehua, the rental fees would pose another considerable challenge, as the cost of rent there is anything but cheap. Besides these factors, numerous other constraints hinder the development of such an enterprise. Yet, since boasting costs nothing, Hubert naturally painted the most favorable picture and given Moria's gullible demeanor. He likely wouldn't perceive the glaring flaws in his narrative. Indeed, when Moria received the bill that Hubert had just drafted, he appeared somewhat flustered. He had become completely convinced by Zhang Jinue's assertions that this corpse could yield hundreds of millions in profit within a year. Why would such a valuable asset be sold to him? The notion of acquiring it for 500 million berries was utterly fanciful. However, he found himself devoid of alternatives. So, how many berries do you require? Moria, unable to forsake Oz's remains, hesitated momentarily before posing the question to Hubert. I believe this corpse is worth at least 200,000 to 300,000 berries. Hubert spoke, a hint of embarrassment gracing his features, but surely you cannot muster such a sum. What shall we do? After all your time at sea, why have you managed to save only a mere 500 million berries? That seems rather inadequate, does it not? Moria felt a wave of shame wash over him. Previously, he had harbored a modicum of confidence regarding his savings, comparing himself favorably to other pirates of his era. Many of those contemporaries struggled even to secure their daily meals, resorting to extortion like common thugs. Unlike them, he had engaged in thrilling adventures upon the vast ocean while amassing a fortune of several hundred million berries. Yet at this moment, he found himself grappling with self-doubt, realizing he could not even produce 2 billion berries. Observing Moria's descent into self-reflection, Hubert refrained from further belittlement and proposed, let us do this. You have been of great assistance to me, so I shall offer you a discount. If you can provide me with 1 billion berries, I will relinquish this corpse to you. A fair exchange, cash for goods. Is that truly the case? Moria exclaimed, his head snapping up, a glimmer of hope igniting in his eyes. Upon seeing Hubert's nod, he could not contain his excitement and pumped his fist in the air. All right. It's settled then. I will certainly gather the 1 billion berries to reclaim Or's body. Seeing Moria's renewed determination, Hubert smiled with satisfaction. He extended his hand, hovering in the air. Moria, bewildered by the gesture, stood still, unsure of what to do. The experienced Carter quickly chimed in, crouched down. Though uncertain of the reason, Moria complied and crouched. Hubert gently patted the arm of the crouched Moria, encouraging him, keep it up, you robust young man. This is the prime age for striving. Do not wait until old age to lament missed opportunities. Moria nodded earnestly. Rest assured, I will gather the 1 billion berries post-haste. That's the spirit of youth, Hubert affirmed. But I must warn you, do not lay hands on civilians. We are civilized pirates. Allow me to offer you a suggestion. Seek out those formidable pirates. They are often quite wealthy, and many carry significant bounties on their heads. Hubert generously began to impart his experiences to Moria, but then he recalled something and remarked, I see you are acquainted with pirates. Some of them cannot be exchanged for bounties. Here's the deal. You bring the pirates to me, and I'll take care of the rest. However, the price won't adhere to the bounty listed. We'll split the bounty 70-30. What do you think? You're expecting to take 30% right off the bat? That seems rather excessive. Moria retorted, entering a bargaining mode for the sake of the belly. No, no, no. Hubert interrupted him. It's you who takes 30, and I shall take 70. Moria exclaimed in disbelief. What? I engage in battle with the pirates, I capture them. I transport them to you, and you do nothing. Why should you receive 70%? Ah, but you see, without my involvement, this transaction would not transpire at all. It's only reasonable that I charge a premium, Hubert replied, embodying the guise of a shrewd merchant. In truth, even without receiving a kickback, he would still take the pirates. He was eager for the equipment they could provide, and the prospect of pirates arriving at his doorstep delighted him. Yet, if there was an opportunity to earn more, why not seize it? Moria's expression soured. To him, Hubert's actions seemed no different from robbery. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he declared, Never mind. I'll handle it myself. Hubert felt an ominous foreboding, for such matters were not solely within his dominion. Moria could easily seek assistance from others. The proposed division of profits seemed rather excessive. He hastily attempted to amend the situation, exclaiming, Do not be so hasty. If you engage others in trade, you may inevitably encounter the treacherous black eats black scenarios. But we are different. I am a righteous bounty hunter, and I would never engage in such underhanded dealings. My prices are transparent. Moreover, if this offer does not align with your expectations, we can certainly negotiate. How about a 40-60 split? You take 60, and I take 40. Yet Moria shook his head, asserting, I have no intention of seeking others. I can procure the bounty myself. You? You are a pirate, Hubert exclaimed, slapping his thigh in realization. How could I forget? You mean to say you are one of the 7 warlords of the sea? Hubert had always remembered this detail, which had deterred him from eliminating Moria directly for fear of incurring the wrath of the world government. Throughout their subsequent conversations, however, Moria had consistently identified himself as a pirate, displaying none of the airs associated with a warlord. He had not even alluded to it, which gradually led Hubert to forget this crucial point until it suddenly resurfaced in his mind. Curious, Moria inquired, How did you come to know this? Recently, a few individuals claiming to be from CP0 approached me, stating that I was appointed as one of the 7 warlords of the sea. From that moment on, I would be considered a partner of the Navy, no longer pursued or marked for bounty. I accepted their proposal. Since I am now a partner of the Navy, I can no longer be considered a mere pirate. I should be capable of handling the bounty on my own. Given that, let us leave it at that. Hubert felt somewhat weary. It seemed as though he had lost nothing, yet an intangible sense of loss lingered within him. Silently, he cursed the 5 elders in his heart. Dejected, Hubert turned to leave, only to be halted by Mariah's call. Is there something else? Hubert inquired. I wish to ask about Perona, Mariah replied. To ensure Hubert understood who Perona was, he added, She is the little girl in the castle. You must have encountered her. How is she faring? In his melancholy state, Hubert found himself indifferent to the fate of the young girl, responding, Do as you wish. If you want to take her, go ahead. Without hesitation, Mariah countered. Can she stay? Stay? Why? Hubert turned back, intrigued. I am going to battle the pirates and have no time to protect her. If she remains on the ship, she should be safe, Mariah explained. After a brief exchange, Mariah concluded that despite Hubert's somewhat dubious nature, he was fundamentally a kind-hearted individual. After all, why else would he be willing to sell Oz's corpse to him at a discounted price? Leaving Perona on Hubert's ship should ensure her safety. Poor Mariah was unwittingly manipulated by Hubert, who had deftly played him. Mariah's efficiency would undoubtedly diminish if he took the girl along. Suit yourself. If you wish to keep her, then so be it, Hubert remarked, preparing to grasp Olivia's hand and depart. Wait a moment. What now? Hubert asked, a hint of impatience in his tone. I need a ship to set sail, but yours has been commandeered by you, leaving me unable to venture out, Mariah explained. This posed a valid concern. Hubert stroked his chin, pondering for a moment. How about this? You can cut down some trees on the ship and construct your own vessel. There are plenty of trees aboard. It shouldn't take long. Alternatively, you could rent my ship, but with interest. At the mention of interest, Hubert suddenly recalled a pressing thought. What if Mariah had a change of heart, deciding to abandon the venture altogether? He continued, By the way, I will safeguard Oz's corpse for you, but as you know, its value is immense, and leaving it idle incurs a loss of millions each day. Seeing Mariah nod in agreement, Hubert added, Thus, I need to charge a bit of interest. This will be calculated based on that billion you possess. So it's in your best interest to earn some money to minimize your payments. Let's set the annual interest rate at 14. Mariah contemplated this, finding no fault in Hubert's reasoning. He considered it quite generous of Hubert not to open a museum while he was away earning berries. And charging a nominal fee seemed reasonable. After all, leaving Oz's corpse unattended was akin to squandering resources. With this realization, Mariah felt a pang of regret for having neglected Oz's remains for so long. Chapter 8. Abandoning Kazan. Ultimately, Mariah chose not to rent a ship. He concluded that his focus should be on earning money, saving every berry he could. While he was still young, enduring hardship was not a concern. The goal was to accumulate wealth. Thus, the trees on the ship suffered, one after another falling to the relentless sound of chopping. Fortunately, there were enough trees aboard that Moriah could harvest enough to build his vessel without significantly diminishing the ship's vegetation. Soon, Moriah began the laborious task of assembling his new craft. Hubert initially intended to send the ship's carpenter to assist him, as Moriah's inexperience was significantly hindering the shipbuilding process. However, Moriah politely declined, citing the lack of Bailey as a reason. This response left Hubert somewhat melancholy. Did Moriah truly perceive him as merely a materialistic individual? Yet, since Moriah was unwilling to expend any Bailey, or rather, did not desire his assistance, Hubert chose not to press the matter further. If the progress was slow, so be it. A prolonged endeavor would merely accrue more interest. As Moriah commenced with the timber felling, Hubert, accompanied by Alvia, managed to profit considerably within the castle. Eventually, they stumbled upon some of Moriah's hidden treasures, including the remains of a dragon horse. However, as Moriah had yet to gather an appropriate shadow, the dragon horse currently lacked sentience, existing merely as a lifeless carcass. In the future, it may be worth considering selling it to Moriah, as he would likely find it intriguing. Hubert did not desecrate the corpse. Even if Moriah lacked interest, the samurai of Wano surely found this matter captivating. Naturally, Hubert had not forgotten the primary purpose of his visit. Upon the body of the dragon horse swordmaster, he discovered the black blade, Chioshui, belonging to the dragon horse. As he caressed the cold surface of Chioshui, feeling the formidable aura emanating from its exterior, a wave of elation surged within Hubert. Indeed, it was worthy of the title of Supreme Great Blade. Its texture was in an entirely different league compared to the third generation of the Ghost Slash, exuding an unparalleled fluidity. With a gentle flick, Hubert unleashed a powerful flying slash from the blade, cleaving through the air and slicing through the mist-shrouded expanse until it vanished from sight. Astonishingly, a fissure was carved through the gray mist, allowing blinding sunlight to pierce through, illuminating both Hubert and his companion, Olivia. Enveloped in this radiance, a sacred aura seemed to envelop them both. Olivia gazed at Hubert's profile and inquired with a smile. "How does it feel?" "I think your slash seems significantly more powerful than before." Indeed, Hubert nodded in agreement. He had also trained Olivia over the past few days, but her physique was simply too frail, yielding minimal results. Hubert felt it was unrealistic to rely on Olvia's training to become a formidable force, so he decided to bestow upon her a devil fruit instead. At present, he had yet to determine which devil fruit would be suitable for her. Previously, he had contemplated giving Olvia the white rabbit fruit, a decision driven by a certain understanding. However, her current desire for strength rendered that choice inappropriate. The powerful devil fruits he possessed were reserved for his own use, and the others did not seem fitting. He resolved to wait until new devil fruits emerged before offering one to Olvia. Despite her current lack of strength, Hubert had taken the initiative to enlighten Olvia about various abilities, broadening her perspective on what it meant to be powerful. In this regard, Olvia had performed admirably. With further cultivation, she might even excel as a battlefield commentator. It was evident that, as a researcher, her intelligence was remarkable, allowing her to grasp complex concepts with ease, a stark contrast to Les and his companions, who made no progress and merely charged ahead recklessly, deserving of their reputation as brutes. With Olvia's expanded worldview, it was apparent that Hubert's slashes had grown stronger compared to before. This improvement stemmed from the sensation he experienced at the moment of striking, where a surge of power emanated from the blade, infusing his flying slashes. Hubert recognized this force all too well. It was the essence of Haki. Truly, the black blade was remarkable. Once again, he marveled at the autumn water, reluctant to part with it. Ideally, possessing his own black blade would be preferable, but Hubert's current mastery of Haki left much to be desired. For now, he would have to make do with autumn water. Afterward, Hubert guided Olvia on a thorough exploration of the fearsome triangular sailboat. Oh no, the vessel's name had been changed by Hubert. Due to its massive size, he dubbed it the Goliath. After surveying the ship, Hubert felt a mix of satisfaction and unease. After pondering for a while, he identified the issue. The name Goliath was rather ominous. It suited Morlia perfectly, as he embodied the persona of a dark overlord, and the eerie atmosphere aligned with his character. However, with Hubert's arrival, the setting needed to shift. Olvia, have you studied architectural renovation? Upon hearing Hubert's question, Olvia paused momentarily before responding. I haven't studied it formally, but I have encountered some information in ancient texts, so I suppose I know a little. I see, Hubert mused, observing the Goliath. Feel free to design this ship. It will be our base of operations in the future, constructed according to your vision. Is that truly acceptable? Our bounty hunter group must have individuals skilled in this area. I am merely an outsider. What if my design is inadequate? Olvia hesitated, though a flicker of excitement danced in her eyes. You shall do it, Hubert said, gently stroking her hair and savoring its softness. From now on, this will be our home. We will adhere to your ideas, design it as you see fit. If necessary, we can always make adjustments later. Olvia stood in stunned silence. captivated by Hubert's beaming face. Home. That word had not graced her ears in what felt like an eternity. Many upon this vast ocean seemed to lack the concept of home, endlessly pursuing dreams while drifting aimlessly. The notion of home appeared distant. Yet, did anyone truly not care? What's wrong? Hubert inquired, leaning closer to her face. Nothing at all. I will take on the design, but I might borrow some elements from ancient architectural blueprints. It may end up looking somewhat rustic. Ha ha ha. Can what you design truly be called rustic? That would be traditional and elegant. Hubert laughed heartily. Do you have any suggestions? I would be happy to incorporate them. Hubert shook his head and replied, what advice could I possibly offer? It is best to follow your lead. How can that be? Orvia retorted, gently pushing Hubert away as he moved closer. Did you not say that this is home? It is not merely my home, it is yours as well. As she spoke, Orvia's voice grew softer, and a faint blush crept across her cheeks. Although they had been together for several months, such explicit declarations of affection had been rare, and their interactions often carried an air of formality. Hubert felt troubled by this, attributing it to their lack of a deeper connection, which hindered their ability to fully open up to one another. Conversely, Orvia found contentment in their current state of companionship. Hubert listened intently to Olivia's voice, a mischievous smile inexplicably gracing his lips. He leaned closer to her once more, their faces nearly touching. Hubert could feel the gentle breath of Olivia, noticing a rosy hue rising upon her skin. He remarked, let us maintain a dignified demeanor. We must uphold the reputation of the gigantic spirit. Without waiting for Olvia's response, he leaned in and kissed her. After a moment, Hubert lifted his head, and Olvia gasped for air. Have you considered how to deal with Kazan? Hubert inquired. Still lost in the euphoria of the kiss, Olvia replied in a daze. Huh. Have you contemplated whether to keep him or release him? Olvia finally came to her senses but fell into silence, offering no reply. Have you not yet decided? Hubert sighed. You must think quickly. There should be a resolution on whether he stays or goes. It is not feasible to leave him waiting indefinitely. Olvia murmured softly. Yet she offered no further words. Do you feel uneasy about his involvement in the Ohala demon-slaying decree? Hubert asked. Not exactly. Olvia shook her head. Hubert felt a sense of surprise, as he had always believed it to be the reason. Sensing his confusion, Olivia elucidated. Although he participated in the demon-slaying decree, he also saved Robin. While somewhat selfish, I believe these two actions can offset each other. Hubert expressed understanding. Although the demon slayer had claimed many lives, they were ultimately strangers. However, Kazan had saved Robin, the biological daughter of Olvia. What are you concerned about? Hubert inquired. Olvia hesitated before responding. I am troubled by the fact that he killed Salong. Though Salong was born of the Navy, he aided me significantly along this journey and was my savior. He risked his life to rescue both me and Robin when O'Hara was on the brink of destruction, and he perished as a result. I cannot forgive the one who took his life. I see. Hubert nodded in acknowledgement. Then let us simply refrain from allowing him on board. But we require his combat prowess. Olvia's throat constricted as she spoke after a lengthy pause. Fear not. Even without him, our combat abilities are formidable. Did you not witness my training with Lest and the others? Their strength has surged tremendously. It won't be long before they can stand on their own. Olvia remained silent, acutely aware that the capabilities of Lest and his companions paled in comparison to Kazan's prowess. Kazan could easily handle both Lest and Lumba. Indeed, even 100 Lests and Lumbas would not pose a challenge to him. Observing Hubert's nonchalant demeanor filled her with gratitude. She recognized the current lack of combat strength aboard the ship. Otherwise, Hubert would not have suddenly considered training Lest and the others. It was important to note that the former Hubert had been leisurely, delegating all tasks to Carter while indulging in a carefree existence. But now, Hubert dedicated extensive hours daily to train those aboard, becoming quite occupied. Despite this, Hubert unhesitatingly relinquished Kazan's formidable capabilities for her sake. She silently resolved to make a decision. Upon returning to the castle, Carter and the others were kneeling on the ground, murmuring phrases such as, I should have perished long ago. My existence serves no purpose. And similar sentiments. A little girl stood on a nearby stool, observing their demeanor with an unusual lack of amusement, her hands on her hips, murmuring, You made me faint. You all made me faint. Kazan, however, had vanished without a trace, leaving no indication of his whereabouts. Hubert chuckled softly, wondering how Carter and his companions had once again fallen under Perona's sway. He stealthily approached her from behind, gripping the nape of her neck and lifting her effortlessly. Ouch! 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 The little girl exclaimed, flailing her arms and legs in midair. Quick, release them. Hubert paid no heed to her cries and calmly responded. Upon hearing his voice, Perona trembled, stammering, Why you? You're the one who knocked me out. I demand retribution. Though her words sounded fierce, Hubert could sense her body quivering, clearly filled with fear towards him. The incident when he had unhesitatingly rendered her unconscious had evidently left a profound psychological scar. Perona's fierce demeanor juxtaposed with her underlying trepidation struck Hubert as amusing. He leaned closer, playfully threatening, Is that so? It seems the lesson you received was insufficient. Perhaps I should render you unconscious once more. As she stared at the imposing face that suddenly loomed before her, coupled with Hubert's threatening tone, Perona was instantly petrified. With a cry of despair, she exclaimed, "No, please don't. If you bully me, my daddy will surely punish you." Hearing her sobs, Hubert felt a twinge of regret. Had he gone too far? How could he possibly remedy the situation? "All right, I was merely trying to scare you. Please stop crying," he said, attempting to reassure her. However, Perona paid him no mind, continuing her wailing. When he had been with Robin, she had never been so easily frightened. Hubert sighed, and after some coaxing, there was still no sign of improvement. Olivia, who had accompanied him, approached and said, "All right, little one, stop crying. Hubert is just teasing you. Shall we play together?" "No. You are both in cahoots. You are all villains," wailed Perona. Hobart felt a surge of irritation, his eyes narrowing as he issued another menacing threat. "Let me make this clear. Your father has already been defeated by me and now serves under my command. This ship belongs to me as well. If you, little girl, dare disobey, I won't hesitate to devour you. Your tender flesh would surely make a delectable meal." Perona's sobbing ceased abruptly. Trembling with fear, she stammered, "Impossible. How could my father have lost to you? You must be lying, aren't you?" Chapter 81. Adapting to the situation, Perona Hubert offered no further explanation, merely stepping aside to reveal the scene outside the castle window. There, a figure towering 7 or 8 meters, clad in formal attire, was vigorously wielding an axe. The timber on the ground lay in disheveled pieces, haphazardly chopped into uneven planks. He then attempted to piece the boards together, only to resume his relentless chopping, creating a chaotic assembly that was indecipherable in form. Hubert explained that he was constructing a ship, preparing to set sail. "Is that truly a vessel? How exceedingly unattractive," Perona remarked instinctively, but she quickly shook her head vigorously, questioning, "What? Why does my father have to leave? Where's he going? Haha, didn't I just inform you? I defeated him. This ship now belongs to me. So of course, he must build a boat to depart from here." Hubert chuckled at Perona's reaction. To be frank, Moria indeed lacked any talent for shipbuilding. The creation he produced was simply dreadful, utterly unrecognizable as a ship. One could easily surmise that even a child assembling building blocks could craft something more aesthetically pleasing. Although it seemed Moria was adamant about constructing it himself, Hubert was at a loss. If the ship turned out poorly, he could always fell trees and start anew. He thought the abundance of trees made the thriller bark rather gloomy. After a prolonged wait, Perona finally accepted the news, her gaze towards Hubert now laden with fear. In her eyes, Moria was not merely a father, but an invincible warrior. Many pirates who had sought trouble had been effortlessly dispatched by Moria, and she had never fathomed that he could be defeated. Carefully observing Hubert, Perona timidly inquired, "If my father is gone, what will become of me?" Hubert scrutinized her from head to toe before responding. "Once your father is vanquished, you will undoubtedly become our trophy. If you behave, we shall keep you as a pet. And should your father desire to redeem you in the future, you may accompany him. However, if you are disobedient, rest assured, I will be obedient." Perona interjected hastily, eager to prevent Hubert from completing his thought. Hubert's lips subtly curled into a faint smile, yet he maintained a serious tone as he remarked, "That will depend on your future conduct." Olivia, observing the startled Perona, couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. She stepped forward and reassured, "Do not worry, as long as you behave. Hubert will not cause you any harm." In Olivia's view, it would not be long before Robin was brought aboard, at which point Perona, being of similar age, would have a companion in him. Perona, with her lively disposition, would undoubtedly make an excellent playmate. Upon hearing Olivia's comforting words, Perona astutely recognized that this individual before her was a reliable ally. With a playful glint in her eyes, she clung to Olivia's arm and inquired, "Really? If he ever intends to eat me, you must protect me, Annie." "Of course, but you must also be obedient," Olivia replied, gently caressing Perona's head, a peculiar sensation stirring within her. It seemed as though she had never had the opportunity to touch Robin's head in quite the same way. No, she had indeed done so before, but back then, Robin was merely a child and likely had no recollection of it. "Auntie, you are so kind," Perona said, nestling into Olivia's embrace, her head peeking out to gauge Hubert's reaction. Noting his lack of opposition, she exhaled in relief. Given her tender age and the recent series of mental upheavals, she now felt a wave of fatigue wash over her, and soon, she drifted into a deep slumber in Olivia's arms. Hubert observed with amusement as he approached Olivia from behind, remarking, "This little girl once claimed that you and I were both villains, yet now she has transformed her stance, calling you a wonderful aunt. Such is the nature of children." Olivia gazed at the serene, slumbering Perona, a gentle smile gracing her lips, revealing a tender maternal affection. Hubert felt a maternal glow radiating from within her. "After a long day, you must be tired. Why not rest for a while?" Hubert said to Olivia. In this misty realm, day and night were almost indistinguishable, but Hubert estimated that it was now evening. Olivia replied softly, cradling Perona as she made her way onto the ship. "Tonight, I wish to accompany her in sleep. Is that permissible?" Hubert chuckled lightly. Of course, that is perfectly fine. It seemed that Olivia had taken Perona as her own child. After closing the door and exiting the room, Hubert casually found another chamber, seated herself cross-legged, and began to cultivate her Busashoku haki. As she immersed herself in the sensation of her own haki and then attuned to the Busashoku haki emanating from Chioshui, Hubert couldn't help but marvel. The path of mastering Busashoku haki was indeed long and arduous. Notably, the side effects from the Tears of Angels, researched by Jessie, had diminished significantly as her mastery of Busashoku deepened. Hubert surmised that once her haki level reached approximately LV10, the side effects would become negligible. The following day, Hubert arose from her slumber. The mist outside seemed to have lifted somewhat. In truth, it was not the mist that had dissipated, but rather Hubert's command from the previous night to steer the gigantic spirit away from the fog. Residing in this area, where the sun was perpetually obscured, was indeed an ill fortune. Hubert was also aware of a remarkable individual inhabiting these waters. This person was nothing but a skeleton, seemingly proficient in swordsmanship, and remarkably, he was also a musician. Indeed, it was Brook. Initially, Hubert contemplated seeking him out, considering the possibility of inviting him to join their crew, the Straw Hat Pirates. However, he found it increasingly intolerable to endure the conditions of this sea. Previously, the pursuit of a goal, represented by the autumn waters, had sustained him. Now that he had achieved that goal, he felt an overwhelming urge to leave this place without delay. Hubert also discovered a flaw in the giant spirit. Its speed was rather sluggish. If it had been the Black Pearl last night, they would have almost departed from this place by now. Yet the giant spirit had only traversed a short distance. To completely leave this location would likely take several days. This left Hubert quite dissatisfied, and he could only contemplate potential modifications in the future. Perhaps by incorporating some advanced technology, the giant spirit could launch itself like the Straw Hat Crew's Sunny. Otherwise, the giant spirit would merely serve as a base, and for regular sea voyages, they would have to rely on other vessels. In the castle hall, Olivia and Perona had risen early, engaging in playful antics with Carter's crew. The men from Carter seemed to either pity Perona or felt remorse for having previously knocked her unconscious. In any case, they treated her exceptionally well, and their merriment was quite infectious. Jessie and others had also arrived at the castle. During Hubert's casual stroll the previous night, he had invited Jessie and the others to the castle. According to their accounts, Kazan had not caused them any trouble, merely casting a glance at Jessie before departing. Since returning from his outing with Olivia yesterday, Kazan had vanished without a trace, and his whereabouts remained unknown. However, Hubert was unconcerned. If he was gone, so be it. Especially since Olivia had already resolved not to allow him aboard the ship. Suddenly, a somewhat eerie voice echoed from the sea, and through the mist. Something appeared to be drawing near the giant spirit. Chapter 82. Brook Hubert's ears twitched as he turned towards the source of the sound. This voice had not ceased to exist in this lifetime, yet it had frequently echoed in his previous one. Amidst the mist, the eerie sound resonated with an unsettling intensity. At last, a figure clad in a suit and sporting an explosive hairstyle burst forth from the fog. Remarkably, this figure seemed to glide effortlessly across the surface of the sea, moving with a grace that left barely a ripple in its wake. Could such a feat truly be accomplished by a human? Carter, having witnessed numerous masters in his time, found himself questioning this extraordinary scene, for he had never before encountered anyone capable of running upon the ocean's surface without any form of aid. Hubert's lips curled into a smile. He had not initially considered recruitment, yet here was an unexpected visitor. Indeed, the individual approaching was none other than Brook, the future musician of the Straw Hat Pirates. The surrounding crowd, sharing Carter's bewilderment, regarded the rushing Brook with a mixture of caution and curiosity. As Brook drew nearer, the onlookers fell into a state of astonishment. How could this be a skeleton? Was it an illusion? How could a skeleton possibly move? Perhaps it was being controlled by someone. Everyone, exercised caution. The moment Brook's skeletal form came into view, the crew members were overtaken by a sense of alarm. A skeleton running across the ocean. What sorcery could account for this phenomenon? Though Hubert was puzzled as to why Brook had sought him out, he felt an undeniable anticipation at the arrival of the musician. After all, he had witnessed the growth of the Straw Hat Pirates, and Brook was indeed a significant member of the crew, almost a half-idol to them. The prospect of meeting the man in person, and even the possibility of persuading Brook to join his ship, filled Hubert with immense joy. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as he discerned a shadow trailing behind Brook. This figure followed Brook across the surface of the sea, yet, in the moment when everyone's attention was captivated by Brook, they had failed to notice him. Though the figure also walked upon the water, he lacked the feather-like lightness characteristic of Brook. Instead, with each step upon the sea, a thin layer of ice formed beneath him, preventing him from falling. Kazan, why was he accompanying Brook? Before Hubert could ponder further, Brook's laughter echoed, and the figure leapt gracefully from the sea, landing flawlessly on the deck. Good evening, everyone. It is a pleasure to meet you all. Even though I lack eyeballs, His cold humor did little to lighten the atmosphere, as the crew stood poised and tense. Suddenly, something flickered within Brook's hollow eye sockets. and he darted forward. The crew attempted to intervene, but he nimbly evaded their grasp. He approached Olivia, bowing deeply as he exclaimed, "What a beautiful lady you are! May I inquire about the color of your undergarments?" Hubert chuckled lightly and gave him a slap. "What are you saying? Is it not polite to ask a girl such questions?" Brooke nonchalantly pushed himself up from the ground, straightened his collar, as if nothing had transpired. "May I inquire, what is your name?" Suddenly, Kalokas, who had been calmly enjoying his breakfast, appeared quite agitated. Hubert had never witnessed such excitement in him before. "Me?" Brooke pointed to himself, and upon receiving affirmation, shook his head. It had been so long since anyone had inquired after him that he was almost on the verge of forgetting his own name. "Just call me Brooke." "Brooke Kilokas." He repeated the name in a trance-like state. Simultaneously, he murmured softly, "How could this be? He should have perished long ago. After all, he was a skeleton." Could it truly be real? Brooke, somewhat perplexed, asked, "What is the matter? Do you recognize me?" "How could I not?" Kilokas's emotions surged. "Have you forgotten me? I am Kilokas of the Twin Jades. Laboon, do you still remember? I am the beloved pet of the Rumbar pirates, Laboon." Seeing Brooke momentarily stunned, Kilokas continued, "The little whale. It has been 50 years since you left him in my care, and he is still waiting for you in Twin Jades." "Little whale?" A flicker of recognition seemed to awaken in Brooke's eyes. "I think I recall something." "Ah." He suddenly clutched his head and cried out in anguish. What was happening to him? The sudden turn of events left Olivia bewildered about the current situation. Kilokas's words suggested that the skeleton before them was a member of the Rumbar pirates. However, she had also heard the tale of Laboon. Wasn't the entire crew of the Rumbar pirates said to have perished? Moreover, the name Brooke seemed somewhat familiar. When Hubert had transformed to deceive Laboon, he had used that very name. Upon closer inspection, the attire matched precisely with that of the person Hubert had transformed into, yet Hubert had manifested as a living being, while the figure before them was merely a skeleton. Kilokas gazed at the anguished Brooke on the ground, feeling utterly at a loss. He yearned to provide aid, but despite being the finest doctor on these seas, he was uncertain how to treat a skeleton. After a lengthy pause, Brooke's cries gradually subsided. He looked up at Kilokas and shook his head, saying, "I apologize, I have forgotten some things." Kilokas managed a bittersweet smile and replied, "It's all right, I understand. After all, so much time has passed, and many things have changed beyond recognition." "What a lively scene," came Kazan's voice from the bow of the ship. Hobart had long taken note of him and inquired, "Where have you been? Why have you returned?" Kazan shrugged nonchalantly, gesturing towards Brooke's direction. "Isn't this someone I brought along?" He proceeded to elucidate. That day, while he was at the bow of the ship, basking in the sea breeze and contemplating life, he suddenly perceived a shadow darting across the water's surface. His curiosity piqued. He leapt overboard in pursuit. Upon being spotted, Brooke promptly turned and fled. Although Kazan's physical prowess far exceeded that of Brooke, the fog impaired his vision, and his icy method of travel was not as effective as Brooke's own, causing him to expend considerable time before catching up with Brooke. After reconvening, he discovered that Brooke had noticed a large ship unexpectedly appearing in the vicinity of the sea and had come to investigate the situation. Following Kazan's explanation, he decided to board the vessel for a closer look. To their astonishment, upon retracing their steps, the ship had vanished. In the midst of the fog, they exerted significant effort to uncover traces and continued their pursuit. Chapter 83, Water 7. So that is the case. After listening to the experiences of the two, Hubert nodded and said, "You may leave now." "Huh." Kazan almost thought he misheard and inquired, "What does that mean?" "It means precisely what I said. You may depart. I have made my decision not to retain you." Hubert spoke in a flat tone, as if casually releasing a small creature back into the wild. "Is that so?" Kazan replied with a wry smile, scratching his head. "What a pity. Was that decision made by Olivia?" Hobart cast a glance at Olivia beside him and remarked, "Indeed. She cannot accept your slaying of Saron." With a sigh, he added, "Ah, I cannot forgive myself for taking his life either." A glimmer of regret flickered in Kazan's eyes. Having completely severed ties with the Navy, he empathized with Saron's plight. The Navy was in the wrong and must be rectified. Saron was imbued with a greater sense of justice, more resolute, and possessed a higher consciousness than he. It was a pity that he had perished at Kazan's hands. Contemplating this, the regret within Kazan deepened. Olivia observed the exchange between the two men, although she could not discern the specifics of their conversation. After a moment's hesitation, she approached them. "Mr. Kazan, I have made my decision." Kazan rubbed his nose and replied, "I understand. Hobart just informed me, and it is indeed regrettable." Olivia paused in surprise and quickly clarified, "You misunderstand. That was not my intention. I have decided to agree to your joining the Straw Hat crew." Both Kazan and Hobart were momentarily taken aback. Kazan shot a sidelong glance at Hobart, conveying the thought, "This means that your decision not to let me join the Straw Hat crew was yours alone, correct? Why attempt to deceive me?" Hubert wished to elucidate, but upon reflection, he deemed it unnecessary. It was Olivia who continued, "I have spoken with Hubert previously. Upon further contemplation, I realize that the matters concerning Salon are not solely your fault. I bear some responsibility as well. If it were not for my involvement with Robin. At this juncture, a hint of despondency and regret flickered across Olivia's visage. Hubert hurriedly stepped forward to offer comfort, saying, "It's all right. It's not your fault. It's the Navy's mistake." Kazan, after a moment, lifted his gaze once more and inquired, "Will you agree to join us?" "Of course, I couldn't desire anything more." Kazan replied, then turned his attention to Hubert, adding, "However, this matter still depends on Captain Hubert's thoughts." Hubert found himself somewhat speechless. How could Kazan believe that he was unwelcome to join? In truth, he was more than eager to welcome Kazan aboard. "I have no objections. If you wish to join, then so be it. However, upon your joining, you must pledge an oath, sincerely committing to be my subordinate. You must not defy my orders, betray me, or lay a hand on my crew." Kazan shook his head, replying, "That's too stringent, even more so than the Navy. It is impossible for me to adhere to all your commands. Rest assured, I shall not issue commands that require you to forsake justice," Hobart assured him. For someone of Kazan's stature, any organization would ardently welcome his presence. There were even those who would pay exorbitant sums to have him join. The prolonged request from the grass lurkers for his allegiance had already been absurd, and this additional stipulation was nothing short of outrageous. Even some ordinary pirates would find such demands unacceptable, let alone someone of Kazan's caliber. After a moment of contemplation, Kazan remarked, "One more thing. What do you mean by not betraying? Should you ever commit acts akin to the Navy that contravene my sense of justice, I will not remain." Hobart nodded in comprehension. "Of course, if there are moments in the future when I err, you need only inform me, and upon my consent, I shall withdraw from the Grassloo group." "Very well." Kazan agreed this time. Should others discover that he had acquiesced to such an unreasonable stipulation, they would likely be utterly astonished. "Congratulations, host, for having subdued Kazan. You are rewarded with the initial level of Conqueror's Haki." Hubert was momentarily taken aback, the voice in his mind proving to be more powerful than he had anticipated. He had originally believed that subduing Kazan would unveil a freezing fruit, but to his astonishment, it revealed Conqueror's Haki. Although it was merely the rudimentary form, its significance to Hubert far surpassed that of a natural-type devil fruit. This indicated that Conqueror's Haki could indeed manifest from the system, and the awakening of this power was now within reach. He also discerned an intriguing detail. Conqueror's Haki bore no levels, existing solely in a singular, elementary form, unlike the armament Haki, which featured intricate subdivisions like LV6. Furthermore, upon awakening Conqueror's Haki, he instinctively understood its application, though only at a basic level, akin to Luffy's initial mastery after 2 years of training. Observing Hubert's elation, Kazan found it difficult to fathom his thoughts. Just moments ago, he had been unwilling to let him join the Straw Hat crew, yet now he appeared so jubilant. Meanwhile, Olvia, who had reluctantly accepted Kazan's presence, felt a sense of relief seeing Hubert's happiness. It was evident that Kazan held immense importance for Hubert, or he would not display such joy. On another front, Brook reunited with Coloccus, one having turned gray with age, the other now a mere skeleton. The two exchanged nostalgic tales, with Brook recounting his experiences while Coloccus shared the story of Laboon. Brook reflected with a tinge of melancholy. As for Laboon, he must be quite lonely. "Thank you for always being by his side." Coloccus shook his head. "It was but a small effort." "Speaking of loneliness, you are the one I find surprising. I never expected you to still be alive." Brook had spent decades alone in this maritime expanse, where no one dared to converse with him. Upon sighting his appearance, people would flee in terror. He had no companions. And though he might have once sought to alleviate his solitude, after frightening others a few times, he abandoned that notion entirely, never venturing beyond this shadowy sea again. Like a demon sealed away, he drifted like a ghost in a realm devoid of sunlight. It was unfathomable how much solitude he had endured, had it been anyone else. They might have succumbed to madness long ago. The fact that Brook remained so cheerful was truly remarkable. Yet, Coloccus understood that this cheerful facade was merely a disguise. Decades prior, Brook had been a composed, noble musician. The years of isolation had profoundly transformed him. Coloccus sighed as he looked at Brook, wondering why he had not gone to see Laboon. After all, Laboon still had his company, but what of Brook? Hobart and Kazan reached an agreement, and turning to Brook, Hobart inquired, "Brook, what brings you aboard our vessel?" With a light-hearted chuckle, Brook replied, "I have come upon the recommendation of Mr. Kazan and am eager to join your ranks. Typically, people are unable to accept me, a mere skeleton. However, I sense that perhaps with you all, it might be a possibility. Captain Hobart, what are your thoughts on this?" Hubert cast a sweeping glance around, observing the crew who, after their initial panic, now regarded Brook with a burgeoning curiosity. Upon hearing his request, they looked at Hubert with a spark of excitement, hopeful that he would consent to allow Brook to join their ranks. The crew under Hubert's command displayed a resilience far superior to that of ordinary sailors. Were they typical seamen, they might have been reduced to tears by now. "Very well," Hubert declared, having no legitimate reason to refuse Brook's inclusion. If he were to find a justification, it would be his habitual weakness in the presence of beautiful women. With a gleeful laugh, Brooke twirled around to face Olivia. Beautiful lady, I shall now be a crew member aboard this vessel, and we shall be companions. May I kindly inquire? Before he could finish his sentence, Hubert's fist landed firmly on his skull. A comical bump appeared atop Brooke's skeletal head. Ouch! The captain strikes with such ferocity. I must replenish my strength with milk, lest my bones disintegrate. Following Brooke's induction into the crew, Hubert resolutely adhered to his plans, steering the ship, the Giant Spirit, out of the current waters and towards Water 7. His objective was the shipwrights of Water 7, particularly the former member of the Roger Pirates, the esteemed shipwright Tom. As for Frankie, the lad was still too young, merely capable of crafting toys. The modification of the Giant Spirit was beyond his current abilities. On the journey to Water 7, Robin's phone call came through once more, alleviating Olivia's anxious heart. This conversation was rather lengthy. Robin not only provided Hubert with her location but also shared nostalgic tales from the past. According to her, during her flight, she had cleverly acquired a snail phone using the powers of the flower fruit, ensuring long-term communication. Upon learning of her whereabouts, Hubert promptly dispatched someone to retrieve her. While the ship's crew was initially somewhat limited, they were now adequately staffed. After careful consideration, Hubert decided to send out Kazan, who had recently joined the crew. Kazan, with his formidable strength and background as a Navy Vice Admiral, was a reliable choice. Hubert felt assured in sending him, and upon receiving this news, Olivia felt a wave of relief wash over her. She was grateful that he had agreed to join the Straw Hat crew. Otherwise, she would have been uneasy dispatching anyone else. Once a formidable adversary becomes a friend, one realizes just how dependable former foes can be. Shortly after Kazan departed from the Giant Spirit, Hubert finally arrived at Water 7. The journey had taken 3 long months. Had it been the Black Pearl, it would likely have made several round trips by now. As the Giant Spirit approached Water 7, the crowd along the shore erupted in commotion. What is that? Is it an island? How is that possible? Islands cannot move. Wait, should we be concerned? That thing is coming closer. Should we flee? As the Giant Spirit drew nearer, a colossal shadow loomed over the shore, and only then did the crowd begin to contemplate escape. The port became a scene of chaos. In the frenzy, a stampede nearly ensued. Fortunately, at this time, the sea train had yet to be constructed, and Water 7 had not yet reached its future splendor. Otherwise, the casualties could have been substantial. In the midst of the crowd's terror, the Giant Spirit finally halted before the island. It stopped. A fleeing boy exclaimed, gradually coming to a standstill. Run, Frankie. We might collide at any moment. It's dangerous. We must leave. No, wait. Glacier, look. That appears to be a ship. How can that be? Glacier raised his head, gazing at the massive entity behind him. He paused, his own steps slowing as he scrutinized the vessel's appearance. It indeed resembled a ship. More astonishingly, several dark figures leaped down from its deck. They are people. It seems this truly is a ship, Frankie marveled. Is there really a vessel this enormous? That is absolutely incredible. Fool. It's still uncertain, Glacier retorted, delivering a playful punch to Frankie's head. Hubert disembarked from the ship, stretching his limbs. After 3 months aboard, he found himself yearning for the solid ground beneath his feet. Although the Titan was larger than some small islands, he gazed at the fleeing crowd not far away and smirked. Are they really that terrified of me? Olivia, chuckling beside him, replied, with such a massive vessel approaching, it's only natural for anyone to feel fear, isn't it? Since learning of Robin's whereabouts, she had relaxed considerably and her demeanor had brightened significantly. Oh look, there are 2 children who haven't run away. Hubert pointed out the 2 youngsters in the distance. To his astonishment, as he spoke, the children unexpectedly approached him. What on earth? Hubert exclaimed, taken aback by their audacity. You lamented their fear moments ago, and now you seem discontented that they have the courage to come over. Perona chimed in, nestled comfortably in Olivia's embrace, their closeness evident in their playful banter. Hubert shook his head, clearly observing the appearances of the 2 children. One child was clad in a bright yellow coat, his belly exposed, and he wore only a pair of underpants below. His hair was a wild explosion of blue, complemented by sunglasses. The other child sported simple blue hair, dressed in typical attire for a young boy, yet his face bore an unusual calmness for one so young. Foolish Frankie, what are you doing here? Do you not yet know whether they are friend or foe? Iceberg followed Frankie with a hint of exasperation. Come on, take a look. Aren't you curious? Such a massive ship, Frankie exclaimed. Not curious at all, Iceberg retorted, though a flicker of curiosity danced in his eyes. If he truly were not intrigued, he would not have followed. Upon recognizing the 2 children, Hubert felt a sense of familiarity, yet their identities eluded him. Listening to their conversation, he finally discerned who they were. A smile crept onto his lips as he glanced at the majestic ship, the Giant Spirit, then back at Frankie and the other child, remarking, it seems fortune has favored us. They have delivered themselves right to our doorstep upon arriving in Water 7. Master Hubert, do you know them? Carter inquired. They are indeed the individuals we have been seeking, Hubert replied. Chapter 83. An urgent matter, this little fellow? Carter gazed incredulously at the 2 children before him. Master Hubert, did you not say we were in search of a shipwright? Ha ha ha, what's wrong? Do you look down upon children? Hubert laughed heartily. Carter paused, suddenly recalling that their captain was also a child. However, Hubert had long presented himself in an adult form, causing him to forget this detail. Hubert gazed at Carter, who appeared to be lost in thought, and jested. What? Do you genuinely believe they are the shipwrights I am seeking? Oh, is that not the case? Carter, momentarily taken aback, quickly comprehended that Hubert was merely jesting. He then offered a hearty smile. Hubert elucidated that while it is indeed correct to say that our purpose in coming here is to seek them, the true shipwright is someone else entirely. And that individual is their father. The purpose of Hubert's visit was not solely to meet with the shipwright. He also sought to catch a glimpse of the future shipwright of the Straw Hat Pirates, Frankie. Upon encountering him, Hubert noted that this young lad had been running around in nothing but his underpants since childhood. Evidently, a peculiar nature is often nurtured from a tender age. So, he is indeed the son of a shipwright. Carter, in awe, remarked on Hubert's remarkable acumen, suggesting that he seemed to possess an understanding of everything, orchestrating matters with finesse. He chuckled softly. However, Hubert's knowledge stemmed from the original works of his previous life. Without that, he would have been utterly clueless. What need was there for such a grand endeavor to seek out a mere shipwright? Kurakasu leisurely descended from the ship, stretching his limbs. You recognize this person? Hubert stated. Kurakasu looked momentarily perplexed. Do I? Who is it? The former shipwright of Roger's crew, Tom. Ah yes, it's him. Is he really here now? What a fall from grace. Hubert jested. Come now, even in his misfortune, he lives with his wife and children, which is far better than your lonely existence as a miserable old man. If we are to speak of misfortune, you are the true embodiment of it, are you not? Colokas was taken aback, casting a sidelong glance at Hubert, murmuring. It's rare for me to engage in a debate with you. As they conversed, Frankie and his companion had already approached. Excuse me, are you the owners of this vessel? Frankie inquired, his eyes alight with excitement and curiosity, eager to explore the ship. Indeed, what is it, young one? Glacier interjected, gently restraining Frankie and politely asking. This gentleman must be the captain of the ship, correct? We are residents of this island and have never seen such a grand vessel before. We hope to take a look. Please forgive any intrusion. What a polite young lad, Olivia remarked with admiration. Hobbs nodded in agreement. Glacier and Frankie were indeed two contrasting personalities. It was a mystery how Tom had managed their upbringing. Hey, is this really a ship? Why is it so enormous? I've never encountered such a vessel before. While pondering these thoughts, Frankie began to inquire loudly. As he spoke, he rushed over, seemingly eager to board and explore the ship. Hobart effortlessly lifted him up. Hey, you perverse little brat. I have yet to consent to your boarding. Frankie's hands flailed wildly in the air. What are you talking about? I am not a pervert. I demand to board. Release me. You'll soon experience my formidable prowess. Hobart glanced around, took a crew member's coat, and draped it over Frankie. He declared sternly, Listen here, kid, from now on, you'd better wear clothes in front of me, or I'll show you what I'm capable of. I won't wear it. It's none of your business. Frankie retorted defiantly. Is that so? A sinister grin spread across Hobart's face. If you refuse, I'll flick your little brother 100 times. Frankie, who had been fidgeting, suddenly froze, a shiver running down his spine. The chilling malice in Hobart's smile sent an icy dread through him. Hubert tossed him to the ground. Although he had sought the attire of a relatively slender crew member, it remained excessively large for a child. The crew aboard his vessel was inherently robust, each possessing a broad back and a formidable physique. At this moment, the garments appeared quite loose, trailing along the ground. Hubert said, Now, lead the way. W what? Frankie was taken aback. Lead the way to find Tom, your father. How do you know my dad? Glacier's demeanor shifted to one of vigilance. And even the carefree Frankie sensed something was amiss, adopting a defensive posture. Of course, I am a friend of your father's, Hubert replied, patting his chest. He must have mentioned me. We were once crew members aboard the same ship. Really? Karasuko questioned, skepticism evident in Glacier's eyes. Indeed, it's true. We have been in correspondence over the years. I am well aware of his current situation. He has taken in 2 sons, the mature Glacier and the peculiar Frankie. Is that you? Hey, I'm not peculiar, Frankie shouted, pointing at Hubert. However, he found himself somewhat inclined to believe Hubert's words, pondering internally. Does that guy Tom really think I'm peculiar? No way, I'm not peculiar at all. I suppose I should tone it down a bit. Come on, lead the way. Hubert reiterated. Frankie and Glacier, no longer entangled in their doubts, moved ahead to guide him. After all, they were merely 2 children, lacking guile. A little deception had easily ensnared them. Moreover, Hubert spoke no falsehood. Kurosaka had indeed been a crew member alongside Tom. After walking for a while, they arrived at a house. This dwelling was situated atop a heap of refuse, appearing quite filthy and chaotic from the outside, yet upon entering, it was surprisingly tidy. Tom had been scorned by others for serving as Roger's crew member and had been relegated to this place. Hubert was acutely aware that Tom's fate was even more tragic. Having perished as a former crew member of Roger, he felt no sympathy for this, recognizing that one must anticipate the consequences when choosing to join a pirate crew. As he had once discussed with Alvia, if O'Hara intended to delve into ancient texts, one must thoroughly contemplate the repercussions and assess whether one can bear them. Ultimately, it boiled down to a lack of strength. After Roger's demise, the Navy sought to hold his former crew accountable. Yet Rayleigh thrived right under the watchful gaze of the world government. This was not merely a matter of luck. It was due to his formidable prowess that the Navy dared not provoke him lightly. Hubert could scarcely believe that the Navy was genuinely unaware of Riley's whereabouts. Who could it be? Frankie, returning so early today? Amidst the sounds they were generating, a deep voice resonated within the room. As Frankie entered, he hurriedly stripped off his attire, only to meet Hubert's ominous gaze. Recalling the recent threat, he quickly added, "I'll change into my own clothes. This outfit is far too large." Upon seeing Hubert nod, he made his way toward his room, calling out loudly, "Dad, your friend has come to see you." "My friend?" The voice in the room suddenly took on a note of caution, followed by the sound of footsteps. The door creaked open, revealing a somewhat portly figure emerging. Wielding a massive wrench, with a sharp gaze that suggested he was ready for action. "Old Tom, it's been a while." Before Hubert could speak, Coloccus broke the tension in the air. "It's you? Coloccus, what brings you here? Weren't you supposed to be back with your whale?" Coloccus responded with a wry smile, expressing his desire to return, but lamenting that Hubert had insisted on dragging him out to sea. "I brought him along. He is now part of my crew," Hubert interjected, stating that he had come to seek assistance in modifying his vessel, as their ship was rather sluggish. He requested the installation of a new propulsion system, preferably one that could generate jet propulsion. If that were unfeasible, a speed comparable to that of a conventional ship would suffice. Tom then turned his gaze back to Hubert, choosing to disregard the latter part of his statement and instead remarked, "You have become the captain of the Coroccus? How impressive." It is worth noting that the former captain of Coroccus was quite a renowned figure, none other than the pirate king, Roger. "I am aware of this." After a brief silence, Tom seemed to ponder Hubert's earlier words and added, "I need to take a look at your ship." Thus, the two made their way to the side of the giant spirit. Tom's keen eyesight surpassed that of Frankie. As he discerned from a distance that the giant spirit was indeed a ship, he exclaimed in wonder, "Is it truly possible for such a large vessel to operate? Remarkable. The original shipwright must have been extraordinarily skilled." Hubert nodded thoughtfully. He had inquired about the origins of this vessel, and Moria had informed him that it was crafted by a shipwright who, regrettably, had perished during the battle with Kaido. Once again, the sea had suffered the loss of a formidable shipwright. Such is the nature of the ocean. Each day, countless extraordinary talents meet their demise, while equally remarkable prodigies rise to prominence. It is within this very environment that legends and powerful figures, like Roger, emerge. "Can you modify the ship?" Hubert asked. Tom furrowed his brow, contemplating for a considerable time. "It may prove somewhat challenging. Even if successful, immediate results are unlikely. I estimate it will take at least 6 months." "I comprehend," Hubert acknowledged, finding this timeline exceeded his expectations. A longer duration seemed acceptable. After all, in the short term, the ship would not serve a significant purpose. With only a handful of crew members, utilizing such a large vessel would be a waste. "Let us commence the modifications then. What do you deem a reasonable fee?" "Since you are the captain of the Corocasu, I need not charge you," Tom replied. "Moreover, modifying such a ship presents a valuable opportunity for my own advancement and is indeed quite a challenge." Hubert was pleasantly surprised to discover it was free. Every little saving counts. His gaze towards Coloccus reflected in newfound satisfaction. At that moment, Coloccus remarked, "Tom, you need not concern yourself with my feelings. We shall proceed as necessary. Given your current hardships, how can this be free? Such a grand undertaking surely starts at a minimum of 500 million belly. Does it not?" Hubert's originally gentle gaze suddenly transformed into a fierce glare, as if he intended to devour Coloccus whole. Coloccus, engaged in conversation with Tom, felt a shiver run down his spine, rendered speechless. However, Tom paid little heed to his words and remarked, "Although I do not charge for manufacturing costs, the raw materials required for such a large vessel are considerable." Hubert suddenly recalled that the Colossus was so immense that even placing a single brick in each section would amount to an astronomical figure. Thus, the question arose, how many Bailey would be required for the transformation? As Hubert contemplated, a tremor coursed through his pupils, and an involuntary pang of regret washed over him. Why had he felt compelled to commandeer the giant spirit? Wasn't it perfectly adequate in Moria's possession? Or, given its current speed, why was there a desire for modification? Yet, in the end, he exhaled a resigned sigh. Having arrived at this juncture, could he possibly abandon his endeavor? He pondered the potential costs involved. Tom offered a rough estimate, saying, "I cannot provide specifics, as I have never engaged in such an undertaking before, but if we aim for modifications, it would likely require over 100 million berries within a month." Hubert felt a momentary lapse in his thoughts. 100 million berries a month translates to 1,200,000,000 a year. No one could endure such an ordeal. However, upon reflection, this transformation would only take about a year, amounting to roughly 1,200,000,000 berries. Wasn't the sum for redeeming the corpse of the demon a similar? After all, the berries in Moria's possession were essentially gained without cost, originally acquired through force. Thus, using them to repair the ship seemed acceptable. He stroked his chin, And suddenly, Hubert perceived a glimmer of clarity. Furthermore, once the corpse of the demon Uz was redeemed, could he not also sell the remains of the dragon horse swordsman to Moria? Moreover, Moria's daughter was still aboard the ship. He could not simply disregard her, could he? Although he had not explicitly stated his intention to recruit Perona, after having cared for her for so long, asking for a modest amount in child support seemed reasonable. Did it not? Chuckling to himself, Hubert thought, Moria truly was his lucky star, or rather, his god of wealth. With this thought, Hubert glanced at the giant spirit ship, which had lost a significant portion of its timber. All of it had been consumed in Moria's shipbuilding endeavors, yet in the end, Moria had not produced a complete vessel. It was Hubert who had assisted in constructing a smaller ship. Turning to the towering Tom, he declared, "Let us proceed. We shall commence construction immediately. I shall initially invest 50 million berries, and the remainder will be covered later by that scoundrel." He paused, considering, then shook his head. Never mind. It would be unwise to let him toil as a laborer. We wouldn't wanted to damage my ship. Carter returned to the ship, retrieving 50 million berries and placing them in Tom's hands, stating, "This is the initial payment." Tom, holding the box of berries, nodded in agreement. "Very well. I shall begin planning at once. However, first, I need to board the ship to understand its structure." Hubert gestured for Carter to lead the way while he himself made his way towards the Black Pearl. With the giant spirit now under reconstruction, he no longer felt the need to remain in this location. He resolved to set sail once more, embarking on a quest across the vast ocean to seek the fabled devil fruit that could restore his former glory. This was indeed the pressing matter at hand. Chapter 85. Kaido of the Beasts Captured. The ocean is vast, and searching for what one desires within its depths is akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Although Hobart possesses a clear objective and remarkable abilities, the quest to locate a particular item remains exceedingly challenging. After navigating the vast ocean for a considerable duration, he has yet to uncover a devil fruit capable of restoring his former glory, although numerous other devil fruits have indeed surfaced. However, at present, their utility appears rather limited. Through communication, Hobart has also learned that Robin and Kazan have successfully established contact. Interestingly, when Robin first encountered Kazan, she was taken aback, fearing for her life and bursting into tears. It was only after Kazan's lengthy explanations that she came to believe him. Nevertheless, according to Kazan, Robin harbors considerable dissatisfaction towards him, exhibiting an exceedingly poor attitude. Hubert also expressed his understanding, as Saron and Robin shared a cordial relationship, while Kazan had, in her presence, taken Saron's life. If circumstances allowed, Hubert would prefer not to send Kazan to confront Robin, yet he found himself devoid of alternative personnel. Moreover, during Kazan's interactions with Robin, there existed a possibility of easing their tensions. After all, they would be sharing a vessel in the future, constantly crossing paths. With Robin now secured, Hubert felt the necessity to prepare for his return. However, before embarking on that journey, he resolved to make one final stop, Wano Country. Hubert steered the Black Pearl, accompanied only by Olivia, Les, and Lumba. The others remained in the City of Seven Waters, as Hubert chose not to bring them along. After all, this voyage was for personal matters, and it was indeed fortunate for the others to enjoy their respite. Hubert has always prided himself on being a conscientious leader, one who undoubtedly shows compassion for his employees. Leaving Lumba and the other behind to gaze at the ship, Hubert cautiously ventured into the Land of Harmony with Olivia. At that moment, the Land of Harmony was under a state of isolation, with a colossal waterfall obstructing their path. Transforming into a dragon, Hubert carried Olivia to the island. Observing the bustling crowds in their kimonos, Hubert felt a sense of novelty wash over him. Indeed, there was an enchanting charm to it. Thus, he procured a set of traditional attire for Olivia as well. When Olivia emerged clad in a resplendent purple kimono, her already intellectual aura was further enhanced with an air of elegance. Her silvery hair cascaded over her shoulders, gracefully draping upon the kimono, accentuating her statuesque figure. Both revealing and elusive, the ethereal and refined image of a beautiful woman was vividly brought to life. Hubert, utterly enamored, donned a suit of samurai armor, embracing the local customs. As the pair strolled side by side along the street, passers-by could not help but cast admiring glances, their hearts quietly marveling at the exquisite harmony of such a matchless couple. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching roar erupted from behind Hubert, piercing the air. Hubert turned around and beheld a robust figure clad in samurai attire, sprinting towards the grand edifice at the heart of the city, wielding two long swords. Upon observing the man's appearance, Hubert momentarily froze in astonishment. Kazuki Oden? Could it be mere coincidence? Olivia guided Hubert aside, allowing Kazuki Oden a clear path, and inquired, "Do you know that individual?" Hubert nodded, embracing Olivia's waist as he said, "Come on, let us follow and witness the spectacle. Kaido, prepare to meet your demise." The voice of Yutian reverberated through the heavens, booming like thunder as it echoed across the streets. "Oh, it is Yutian. What brings him here?" A faint voice emerged from the palace, followed by a colossal dragon soaring from the sky. The dragon appeared to stretch for a kilometer, making the robust Yutian seem like a mere insect in comparison. Yet, the aura radiating from Yutian, who wielded dual blades, was akin to an unending tide, rendering his presence impossible to overlook. Olivia gasped, covering her mouth as she exclaimed, "Isn't that far too large?" This remark struck Hobart as an affront, prompting him to swat Olivia playfully on the backside, declaring, "What of it? When I grow, I shall be far larger." His assertion held a semblance of truth. When utilizing the powers of the giant fruit, he transformed into a veritable behemoth, making Kaido's current form appear merely as a slightly elongated loach. Olivia, feeling the sting, lightly punched Hobart in return. Hobart chuckled softly, gesturing for Olivia to focus on the unfolding drama. The situation on stage shifted rapidly as Oden and Kaido, unable to find common ground, swiftly engaged in combat. Undaunted by the colossal dragon, Oden wielded his twin swords with the grace of divine artifacts, matching Kaido blow for blow. This spectacle left the residents of Wano in a state of bewilderment. Oden's years of performing in the nude had long since diminished their respect for the once great daimyo. Some children even regarded him as a mere clown. Yet, in this moment, Oden's prowess rekindled their memories of the spirited, unparalleled Kazuki Oden. With his dual-wielding technique, he unleashed the Toki Toki no Kizuna, delivering a decisive slash that carved a deep wound across Kaido's chest. Dragon blood spilled forth, staining the air crimson. Accompanied by Kaido's anguished howls, in the eyes of the onlookers, a glimmer of hope emerged. Although they were perplexed by the sudden resurgence of this clownish figure, they were acutely aware of the heinous deeds Kaido had committed over the years. On the ground, the thousands of Kaido's subordinates engaged in battle with the 9 red scabbards bore expressions of disbelief. How could this be? Was this truly the so-called worthless Oden? How could Lord Kaido possibly falter? No, it was inconceivable. If Kaido were to perish, their own lives would be in peril. Within the palace, Kaido's ally, Orochi, exhibited a flicker of panic. Should Kaido fall, his own demise would be imminent. Stop. Suddenly, a voice pierced through the crowd, halting Oden, who was poised to press his advantage. Oden turned to see that Kaido's men had captured Momonosuke. Hobart's gaze flickered with surprise as he unexpectedly encountered Momonosuke in this place. He recognized him as the current incarnation of the mimic fruit, transformed by Kaido. If not for the circumstances, he would have relished the opportunity to exchange a few blows. In the midst of the unfolding drama, as Oden was distracted, he was ambushed from behind by Kaido. The narrative unfolded much like the original tale, with Oden collapsing. The momentum of the Akazaya 9 instantly deflated, their once unstoppable force swiftly subdued by the beast pirates. Korazumi Orochi emerged from the palace, a triumphant smile adorning his face. He sought to ingratiate himself with Kaido, yet Kaido paid him no mind, dragging his injuries away while leaving behind a chilling command: clean up the mess. Watching Kaido's retreating figure, Orochi's eyes glinted with malice. Although he had managed to restore the Korazumi clan and assume the role of Wano's shogun, he felt overshadowed by the very man before him. As long as Kaido lived, he would remain merely a figurehead. A treacherous thought momentarily flitted through Orochi's mind. Should he seize this opportunity to eliminate Kaido? However, it was swiftly quashed. Despite Kaido being wounded and unusually vulnerable, his strength rendered him an invincible entity. Orochi lacked the certainty of victory. His ambitions were grand, yet he valued his life too much to take reckless risks. He was aware of Kaido's formidable constitution. Even in his current state, his recovery capabilities were extraordinary. With a sigh, Orochi mused that it would be ideal if both Oden and Kaido could perish together. Shaking off these thoughts, he donned a smile and commanded, "Seize all these samurai and imprison them. Execute them in a few days." Suddenly, something caught his eye. Pointing to a nearby warrior, he exclaimed, "That one is also a samurai. Take him captive, and bring the beauty beside him to my estate." The beast pirates followed his gaze, spotting a couple not far off, watching them with keen interest. What a stunning woman. The crew's eyes lit up as they glanced at the warrior beside her. He appeared refined and handsome, more akin to a scholar than a samurai, exuding an air of harmlessness. They quickly grasped Orochi's intentions, feeling contempt yet bound by Kaido's orders to assist him. They approached. Get lost. Before they could utter a word, they were met with the warrior's retort. Stunned, they hadn't anticipated such defiance. Anger bloomed within them as they realized they had been insulted. This young man possessed quite the audacity. One pirate, grinning maliciously, reached out to seize the warrior, only to have his hand severed in an instant. Blood gushed forth. "Ah, my hand, my hand." The distant Kaido, hearing the commotion, turned back to witness the scene. The warrior, Hobart, brandished a blade, its dark edge resembling the kiss of a demon. Kaido squinted at the misfortune of his subordinate, his steps gradually halting. "Do you know whose subordinate you've harmed?" Kaido, fiercely protective of his crew, approached the injured man. "Who are you?" "Just you, I presume?" Hobart responded nonchalantly. Kaido raised an eyebrow, his voice cold. "You possess quite the courage, boy." "Kaido, addressing me with such tone, you two exhibit remarkable audacity," Hobart retorted without reservation. "Interesting," Kaido mused. Hubert's performance evidently took Kaido by surprise. Without uttering a word, his colossal hand reached out towards Hubert. With a resounding clap, Hubert firmly caught the hand. And in the next moment, he sensed a surge of power emanating from the palm, instinctively channeling an equal force from within himself. In the vast expanse of the sky, dark mist swirled and black lightning cleaved through the heavens. Conqueror's Haki? Kaido's gaze finally shifted. In these waters, those who wield Conqueror's Haki are not to be underestimated. At this moment, Hubert felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. In his previous life, He believed that one of the most prestigious occurrences in the pirate world was the clash of conquerors haki between two formidable individuals. However, after his reincarnation, he had yet to possess such power. Eventually, he did attain conqueror's haki, yet he had not encountered another wielder to engage with. Now, at long last, he found his wish fulfilled. Observing the tumultuous scene before him, Hubert licked his lips, utterly entranced by the magnificence of the moment. Kaido, noticing the expression on his face, felt a surge of anger rise within him. You little brat. Let me show you that possessing conqueror's haki does not grant you the liberty to act recklessly upon the seas. With a powerful roar, Kaido transformed into a colossal dragon. The 1,000-meter-long dragon had scales larger than Hubert himself, and as its body writhed, an oppressive force emanated from its very soul. Hubert sheltered Olivia behind him, eager not only to test his conqueror's haki but also to experiment with the formidable powers of the recently acquired nature-type Morsmora fruit. At that moment, when Kaido sought him out for a battle, it was an opportunity he could not resist. The realm of trees descends. With a resounding cry from Hubert, several saplings erupted from the ground, transforming in an instant into a dense forest. The streets were entirely engulfed by trees, rendering the place unrecognizable as a thoroughfare from above. The formation of the Beast Legion was immediately disrupted, providing the Red Scabbards with an opportunity to flee. The Baodyutian also vanished without a trace. Witnessing Hubert's formidable technique, Kaido's expression grew increasingly grave. This individual not only possessed Conqueror's haki but, astonishingly, shared the same pinnacle of devil fruit power as himself. He harbored no illusions that his azure dragon fruit could subdue the forest fruit. Yet, he found himself compelled to engage in battle. A mighty roar erupted from him, unleashing a torrent of dragon fire, which Hubert countered by raising his hand, causing a colossal tree to shield against the flames. The trees, which should have been incinerated, remained unscathed, leading Kaido to sense that the flame's potency had been absorbed by the wood. It appeared that a physical confrontation was now unavoidable. Reluctantly, Kaido recognized that hand-to-hand combat was his forte, but the sight of the sprawling forest instilled a sense of unease within him. With a thunderous roar, he surged forward, his massive dragon form lunging towards Hubert. Branchlock Dragon! Hubert remained composed, striking the ground, causing sharp branches to rise and ensnare the approaching Kaido. As Kaido attempted to regain flight, the trunks had already secured his body, thwarting his efforts to rise. Growing increasingly anxious, he exerted more force, the trunks trembling as if on the verge of yielding. However, Hubert was unyielding. Branches sprouted instantaneously from the trunks, growing thicker and more resilient, ultimately ensnaring Kaido completely. Feeling the binding grip tighten around him, Kaido's unease was confirmed. In a fit of rage and panic, he bellowed, roar. Flames continuously erupted from his mouth. Yet the forest remained largely unaffected. Moreover, he sensed an alarming depletion of his strength. His already grievously injured body was becoming increasingly frail. In resignation, he transformed into his human form, his brow furrowed as he fixed a piercing gaze upon Hubert, contemplating the identity of this formidable adversary. He had encountered numerous powerful figures across the seas, yet had never heard of Hubert, nor had he ever seen him before. Have you given up on resistance? Hubert inquired with a smile. Kaido remained silent, propelling himself backward with great force. Today I concede. For my skills fall short, I shall return to confront you another day. Acknowledging his inferiority, he resolved to escape. Hubert chuckled coldly. How could you escape so easily? The flower fruit, devil fruit. Kaido's observation haki suddenly sensed danger. But it was too late. A shadowy hand attacked him from behind, knocking him unconscious to the ground, with branches subsequently ensnaring him. Beast Kaido had been captured. Chapter 89. The Journey to the Ninely Daimyo's Mansion. A group of weary individuals returned, bearing scars that starkly contrasted with the fierce scene when they had set out. Keimatsu gazed at their state, feeling a considerable weight lift from her anxious heart. Though they appeared battered, at least they had all returned. While waiting previously, she had been uncertain of their fates, and that uncertainty had been tormenting. Suddenly, she spotted the figure slumped over Kinemon's back. Yamato! She exclaimed, rushing to Kinemon's side to take Yamato from him. Yamato remained unconscious, covered in injuries, and his sword was nowhere to be found. His clothing was riddled with tears, some appearing as if they had been ripped, while others looked scorched by flames. What happened to him? After tending briefly to Yamato's wounds, Keimatsu exhaled in relief. The injuries were not severe. With Yamato's robust physique, he would recover swiftly. Kinemon, panting heavily, explained, our lord had initially gained the upper hand in battle against Kaido. However, unexpectedly, one of Kaido's subordinates arrived, threatening Lord Momonosuke, which distracted our lord, allowing Kaido to launch a surprise attack. Momonosuke? Keimatsu gasped. How could that be? He has been with me the entire time and never left my side. Inside the house, Momonosuke had already heard the commotion and finally rushed out. Father. Upon seeing Yamato's dire condition, he dashed forward, crying out in distress. What happened to you? Please wake up. Kinemon looked at Momonosuke with a bitter smile. Lord Yamato is already an impressive man at his age, yet our lord's son is acting like a frightened girl, crying at the slightest event. I wonder whom he inherited that from. Clearly, Lady Keimatsu is a remarkably strong woman. I can't help but worry how this temperament will govern the daimyo's household in the future. Alas, it is too soon to ponder such matters. We still don't know if we can survive this ordeal. While a mysterious figure had suddenly appeared to confront Kaido, Who could predict the outcome? Moreover, even if Kaido were to lose, how could one ascertain whether that individual was friend or foe? At this juncture, the emergence of someone evenly matched with Kaido raised suspicions about their motives. Momonosuke, do not cry. Your father is fine, merely unconscious, Kinemon reassured him. You mentioned that Momonosuke was captured. What do you mean? Kinemon replied, it was someone with shape-shifting abilities who assumed the appearance of young Lord Momonosuke. Our Lord's mind was affected, which led to that incident. Momonosuke's cries abruptly ceased as he stood there in shock. Keimatsu sighed. I see. How did you manage to escape? Was Kaido too preoccupied to pursue you? Kinemon's expression grew serious as he said, a sudden powerful individual intervened, allowing us to slip away in the chaos. A sudden powerful individual? Keimatsu mused. Do you know who they are? Kinemon shook his head, stating, the only clue I have is that they are a natural-type devil fruit user with the ability to control forests, and they were able to hold their own against Kaido. Keimatsu furrowed her brow. The unexpected arrival of such a figure might not bode well. After a moment's contemplation, she surveyed the group around her, her gaze softening as she glanced at Momonosuke and Hiyori. Let us prepare. I am ready to activate my abilities at any moment. For now, we must set aside Wano. The situation is beyond our control, and we should prioritize our escape. No. Keimatsu suddenly interjected. Yamato has awakened. We cannot abandon Wano like this. If we all give up, no one will stand against them, and Wano will become their plaything. Lord Yamato. Upon seeing Yamato regain consciousness, Keimatsu felt a surge of hope, as if a solid foundation had been restored. However, she expressed her concern, but we lack the strength to fight them. Allow me to recuperate. I still possess the strength to battle. Yamato rose from the ground, his imposing figure radiating a sense of reassurance. Moreover, did you not mention that a powerful individual is fighting against Kaido? Typically, battles involving such abilities tend to be prolonged, unlike our swift sword fights. Their conflict will surely buy me enough time. Regardless of who emerges victorious, they will be at their limits. I shall wait for the opportune moment and decisively defeat both of them. Listening to Yamato's words, Kinemon and the others began to feel encouraged. Keimatsu chimed in. Lord Yamato, I believe you can quell the turmoil in Wano, just as you once did in Ninely. Yamato nodded solemnly, patting his chest. I will put an end to all of this. Yet, Keimatsu's eyes still held worry as she cautioned. We can proceed as you suggest. But your healing must occur within the scope of my abilities. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, I will retreat immediately. Yamato hesitated for a moment, sensing Keimatsu's concern, but ultimately agreed. Suddenly, Kinemon seemed to notice something and asked, Lord Yamato, isn't your sword missing? Yamato quickly checked his waist and realized with shock that his sword was indeed gone. When he was knocked unconscious, a lackey had taken his sword, and in the ensuing chaos, Kinemon and the others had overlooked it. As a swordsman, losing one's trusty blade drastically diminishes combat effectiveness. It was uncertain whether he could even reach a stalemate, let alone subdue Wano. I shall search for it, Kinemon declared, preparing to leave. However, Yamato, needing to heal, could not allow him to go alone. Kinemon felt compelled to take on the responsibility. No, you must stay to care for our lord. I will go. A hand intercepted Kinemon as he attempted to rise. The hand belonged to Kanjuro, another member of the Akazaya 9, who was also battered and out of breath. You cannot go alone. The area is vast, and finding it before Kaido's side prevails will be no easy task. We should send more people. Indeed, let us go together. Kanjuro suggested, his eyes turning thoughtfully. Yamato, listening to the chaos outside, felt worried for the safety of the Akazaya 9 but could not find a better alternative. Let Kinemon stay to tend to our lord while the rest of us search for his sword, Yamato decided. Why must I stay? Kinemon clearly expressed his dissatisfaction with this decision. Our lord is injured. We need someone to care for him, and there may be trouble needing your resolution. We cannot disturb our lord, and we must also ensure the safety of Lady Keimatsu and Lord Momonosuke. Why me? Kinemon protested, feeling that remaining behind was the safest option. As a warrior, he would not shy away from danger. You are the most suitable choice. Enough of this. Our time is limited, and every second is invaluable. Jean Weimin gazed at the crowd, letting out a sigh. Very well. Soon, everyone departed, leaving only Kanshurlang alongside Jean Weimin. What are you staying here for? Jean Weimin inquired. It's nothing, Kanshurlang nervously denied, his eyes reflecting a hint of excitement, before he too walked towards the estate's exit. Meanwhile, Kaido, ensnared by the trees, was being dragged towards Hobart's direction by the plants. The beast pirates were rendered speechless by Hobart's formidable prowess, frozen in place, too fearful to move. How is this possible? How could someone so easily defeat Lord Kaido? Is that fellow a monster? Should we intervene? If Lord Kaido is captured, we are doomed. Perhaps if we make a desperate attempt to rescue him, there might be a chance for a comeback. Are you a fool? If Lord Kaido can be captured so effortlessly, do you truly believe you are more powerful than him? Listening to his subordinates' discussions, Kaido's heart swelled with indignation. He had never witnessed such a scene before. Moreover, the feeling of being overpowered was something he had not experienced since disembarking from the rock ship. This level of strength was undoubtedly among the pinnacle of the seas. Aside from a slight deficiency in haki, he was certainly facing an opponent on par with Roger. Furthermore, The abnormality of his abilities rendered Kaido, who possessed a mythical zoan-type fruit, utterly defenseless. He struggled desperately, yet the branches tightened their grip, thorns piercing his flesh, leaving him battered and bruised. Blood seeped from his wounds, staining his garments. Such injuries were trivial to Kaido, insignificant even when compared to the wounds inflicted by Oden. However, the feeling of helplessness instilled within him a profound sense of despair. His strength continued to wane, since sustaining injuries. He could acutely sense his vitality draining from those minute wounds. How is this possible? Who are you? I have never encountered you before. How can someone like you be an unknown? A faint smile graced Hobart's lips as he remarked, there is much about this vast sea that you remain oblivious to. Do not mistake a solitary island emerging from the depths for the entirety of an iceberg. Young lad, you have yet to grasp the full extent. My name is Hobart. Remember it well. Kaido murmured to himself, Hobart, that name rings a bell. Are you the bounty hunter who stands on equal footing with Admiral Sakazuki? He then shook his head. No, that cannot be. How could someone who was defeated by an admiral possess such strength? I am indeed that Hobart. Came the reply from Hobart. How could you have been vanquished by an admiral? Kaido questioned, his disbelief apparent. Is the Navy truly that formidable now? Hobart shrugged and inquired. What did you hear that I was defeated by Sakazuki? Upon hearing this, Kaido paused and sighed. I see. The information relayed by the Navy is, of course, embellished. The manner of its fabrication ultimately rests upon the Navy's disposition. He then asked, do you intend to hand me over to the Navy? At that moment, there was a flicker of hope in Kaido's voice, as he considered that if he were in the Navy's custody, there might still be a chance for him to escape. However, under Hobart's control, he saw no glimmer of hope for flight. Hobart stroked his chin and remarked, perhaps, but that can wait. For now, I shall see how Uten is faring. With that, Hobart, accompanied by Kaido and Alvia, proceeded towards Uten's residence, leaving the beast pirates standing in stunned silence for a considerable time. After a while, one individual hesitantly queried, are we saved? Does that fellow look down upon us? How infuriating. Another person struck his thigh in frustration, feeling that Hobart's dismissive demeanor was an affront to his dignity. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that, despite his towering stature, this individual was still a mere child, a fishman child, no less. Notably, his nose was elongated, reminiscent of an elephant's trunk, with sharp ivory protruding from his mouth. Jack, do refrain from boasting. Just moments ago, you were too frightened to move, remarked another, causing the child's face to flush crimson as he declared his intent to vanquish Hobart. Though accompanied by Kaido, Hobart's swiftness was impressive, and in no time, they arrived at Uten's estate. Upon reaching the entrance, Hobart spotted Kanjuro emerging from within. The sight of Kanjuro ignited a fire within Hobart. Upon learning of Kanjuro's betrayal in his previous life, he had been consumed by rage, longing to personally exact vengeance upon this traitor. Now, the opportunity lay before him, and he would not let it slip away. Kanjuro was momentarily taken aback upon seeing him, at a loss for words, especially when he caught sight of Kaido behind Hobart. His astonishment rendered him speechless. He had anticipated the possibility of Hobart overcoming Kaido, yet he had not expected it to occur so swiftly. Had it only been a short while since they had deliberated their strategy, and Kaido had already been dealt with? What a jest. This was Kaido they were speaking of, the beast Kaido. Surely, capturing him could not be so effortless. Was it possible that Korizumi Mutsu was toying with him? Lost in these thoughts, Kanjuro suddenly found Hobart's figure vanishing from view. The next moment, he felt an overwhelming force propel him uncontrollably, crashing through the front door and tumbling into the estate. The occupants within were startled. How could Kanjuro have been struck down so swiftly after just stepping outside? Was someone seeking trouble arriving with such speed? Moreover, who possessed such formidable strength? Kanjuro was no weakling. How could he be dispatched in an instant? Wasn't Kaido engaged in battle with a mysterious figure? As they peered toward the entrance, they beheld Hobart standing there, firmly grasping the captured Kaido. Uten and Kazuki Oden widened their eyes in disbelief. This was a scenario they had never envisioned. In such a brief span, Kaido had been defeated and captured alive. No less? It was crucial to understand that defeating and capturing were two entirely different feats. What kind of power was required to achieve this? In an instant, Kazuki Oden regained his composure, his fingers trembling as a mysterious force enveloped him. Hubert was somewhat bewildered. Why were these two individuals so serious while he was assisting in dealing with the undercover agent? Upon witnessing Keigetsu's gesture, he was taken aback. Was he about to employ his abilities? He hurried forward, intending to intervene, but midway, he was enveloped by an enigmatic force. In the midst of Keigetsu's terrified gaze, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 90, Transcendence. As a wave of dizziness washed over him, Hubert experienced a sensation akin to motion sickness from a former life. Cradling his head, he felt a surge of nausea. In the darkness, he gradually opened his eyes. The surroundings remained unchanged, still within the confines of that estate. Keigetsu Yasui, Kinemon, Alvia, and Momonosuke stood rooted in place. However, Hubert keenly sensed something amiss. A tree that had once been the width of his arm had inexplicably transformed to the girth of his thigh, and the courtyard, previously chaotic and stained with blood, had become impeccably clean. Outside, Disordered voices could be heard, some weeping, others wailing, and some stomachs growling with hunger. Suddenly, Alvia retched behind him, even with Hubert's robust physique. He felt lightheaded, and it was only natural for Alvia to feel unwell enough to vomit at that moment. Hubert hurriedly moved behind her, gently patting her back to help her catch her breath. Hubert inquired, "Are you all right?" Olivia shook her head, wiping her mouth with the handkerchief made of plant fibers that Hubert had handed her. She then asked, "What is it?" "I suddenly feel lightheaded." Hubert surveyed his surroundings and sighed. It appears that we have traversed through time. Observing the scene around him and reflecting on the earlier actions of Kei Getsu, Hubert had already formed a conclusion in his mind. Traversed through time? Orvia furrowed her brow, puzzled by the meaning of this. Hubert turned his head and gazed at Kazuki Toki, who was tending to Momonosuke, saying, "You should inquire with this lady for specifics." Kazuki Toki, her expression darkened, questioned, "How do you know about this matter? It should be known to only a select few." Hubert smiled mysteriously, remaining silent. Kazuki Oden, on high alert, gazed intently at Hubert and inquired, "Who exactly are you, my lord? Why do you press so relentlessly?" Hubert shrugged helplessly and remarked, "What do you mean by me pressuring you? I have never claimed any intentions towards you, have I? Yet, why do you appear so anxious in my presence? I am not some monstrous threat. Why do you feel the need to flee upon seeing me? I still have numerous matters to attend to over there, you know?" Kazuki Oden paused momentarily and replied, "Your arrival in our Wano country at such a critical juncture cannot possibly be seen as innocent. How could I possibly trust you?" Hubert comprehended the situation as well, for he too found it exceedingly coincidental. Just upon his arrival in Wano, while still acclimating to his attire, he was confronted with such an affair. With a wry smile, he remarked, "Even so, is it truly necessary to be so tense? Everything can be negotiated." To which Kazuki coldly retorted, "Negotiate? You certainly did not appear to have any intention of negotiation when dealing with Kanjiro." "Kanjiro?" Hubert cast his gaze upon the fallen Kanjiro, who, struck by his blow, was clearly in distress. Coughing awkwardly, Kanjiro attempted to feign death, but ultimately failed, letting out a series of coughs before retching. His strength paled in comparison to that of Hubert and Oden, and he had reached his limit in holding back his nausea. Clumsily rising to his feet, he pointed an accusatory finger at Hubert, exclaiming, "Indeed, you attacked me without reason. Is there any justification for such an act?" Realizing the source of his predicament, Hubert rubbed his temples in exasperation. "I am aiding you by eliminating the infiltrator, yet I am met with hostility. How disheartening." What are you saying?" Kanjiro feigned ignorance. Though an undercurrent of anxiety stirred within him, the man before him exuded an aura of dread, as if he possessed an omniscient awareness. Oden furrowed his brow, glancing at Kanjiro before asserting, "Are you suggesting Kanjiro is the infiltrator? Impossible. He has been by my side for so long. He is one of my most trusted allies and cannot possibly be a traitor." Hubert merely smiled faintly, opting not to elaborate further. He vanished suddenly, leaving questions in his wake regarding the turmoil he might incite across time. Originally, he had no intention of delving deeply into Oden's affairs, but the current situation created by Koike prompted him to withdraw, accompanied by Alvia, to observe the state of affairs in his absence from the Straw Hat crew. As Hubert departed, Oden and his companions stood momentarily stunned. A shared thought flickered between them. Could it be that Hubert bore no ill intentions? Their gazes instinctively shifted to Kanjiro, who flustered, stammered, "My lord, you cannot seriously believe I am the infiltrator. Do not take the word of that man. His sudden departure may indicate some unforeseen complication." Oden interrupted, reassuringly stating, "Enough? You are my loyal subject. I will not doubt you based solely on his claims." Kanjiro sighed with relief and knelt before Oden, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, my lord." Oden responded, "Let us first regain our composure, then assess the situation outside." At that moment, an observer lurked nearby, watching intently. On Onigashima, the imposing Kaido raised a massive sake barrel to his lips, consuming copious amounts of alcohol while devouring meat. Two subordinates flanked him, visibly trembling in their service, acutely aware that Kaido's drunkenness often led to a loss of reason, with unpredictable and violent outcomes. Suddenly, a voice broke through the atmosphere, causing Kaido's expression to darken. "Did I not make it clear? When I drink, do not disturb me. If you do not have a compelling reason, consider your burial site." The messenger, panting heavily, shivered at Kaido's threat, stammering, "There's news from the Korikiri estate. Several individuals have appeared in the courtyard." Oh? The mention of Korikiri seemed to trigger unwelcome memories for Kaido, his countenance growing even more grim. "What kind of individuals?" "There is a woman, a child, and several men," the messenger reported, stealing a cautious glance at Kaido. Seeing no visible reaction, he continued, "There's word of a man who resembles the long-missing Kazuki Oden from 20 years ago." What? Kaido sprang to his feet, his immense form filling the cavern with an oppressive presence. The spiked club in his grip radiated a menacing aura, his features contorted into a fearsome visage, as if he were ready to devour anyone who dared approach. The news had sobered him instantly. "Are you certain?" Kaido's incredulity was palpable as he resumed his seat, though disbelief lingered in his voice. "This is the information relayed from the other side," the messenger replied cautiously, unable to confirm further details. Kaido's eyes flickered with intensity before he rose once more, hurling the sake barrel to the ground, its contents spilling onto the floor. I must see for myself, he declared, striding purposefully from the cave. By the time his subordinates caught up, Kaido had vanished from sight. Who is this Odin? Is he truly that formidable? One of the attendants questioned, bewildered. I do not know, replied another. But if he provokes such caution from Lord Kaido, he must be no ordinary foe. The previously timid messenger scoffed. You newcomers are woefully uninformed. How can you not recognize Odin? The two attendants exchanged glances, urgency compelling them to ask, Elder, do enlighten us. What manner of individual warrants such serious attention from Lord Kaido? The messenger stretched and ambled toward the exit, stating, Seek others for your answers. I have no time to spare. With Odin's sudden reappearance, who knows what upheaval awaits Wano? I must prepare. The attendants, unwilling to let him depart so easily, grasped his arms, pleading, Please, Elder, any preparations can be handled by us younger folk. You need not involve yourself. Simply enlighten us about this Odin. Reluctantly, the messenger was persuaded to sit, and one attendant hurried to pour a drink, ensuring it was not from Kaido's reserve, but from a more suitable vessel. As the other fanned the air, the messenger settled into comfort, exclaiming, I am utterly exhausted from these past days. I was just about to indulge in some relaxation. Understanding his intent, one attendant began to massage his shoulders. The messenger sighed in contentment, relishing the relaxation and the newfound attention. Ah, this Odin, originally named Kazuki Odin. Kazuki, one attendant gasped. Is that the same Kazuki clan that was eradicated? The messenger reveled in their astonishment, replying nonchalantly, Indeed, it is that Kazuki. Who else could it possibly be? 20 years ago, Kazuki Odin was a member of the Kazuki clan. The sun blazed mercilessly, casting its scorching rays upon the land of Wano. The streets were rife with scenes of despair, as wastewater flowed freely. The once lush and verdant Wano now found its trees a rarity, their withered leaves drifting to the ground. The people, gaunt and emaciated, huddled together, struggling to survive amidst their hardships. Olivia gazed upon this desolate scene with disbelief. Just moments before their arrival, the area had been vibrant and full of life. How could it have transformed so dramatically in such a short span of time? What could possibly transpire in such a brief interval? Hubert discerned his confusion and remarked, We have traversed into 2 decades hence. 2 decades hence, Olivia murmured, her mind seemingly struggling to comprehend the abruptness of it all. Just then, a resounding dragon's roar echoed from the distant horizon. A formidable aura enveloped the land, akin to a fierce tiger patrolling its territory. Hubert's ears twitched as he cast a knowing glance in the direction of the sound, a bemused smile playing on his lips. Could it be arriving so swiftly? A small dot rapidly expanded, ultimately transforming into a colossal dragon. Its azure scales shimmered in the air, and its horns stood defiantly aloft. Yet, the dragon's eyes betrayed a hint of trepidation, reminiscent of the East Sea Dragon King encountering the Monkey King. Ah, has the little dragon grown so large? Hubert mused, observing Kaido's approach with a slight uplift of his mouth. Though he was aware that Kaido had undoubtedly become immensely powerful over these decades, he felt no fear. After all, his abilities were the very antithesis of Kaido's, effortlessly overpowering him. Kaido paid no heed to Hubert's words, twisting his horns to project a more ferocious appearance, then retorted, Is it you? Damn little brat. How are you still alive? How could I perish when you remain unscathed? Hubert replied, What brings you here? Kaido inquired, a hint of menace in his tone. What concern is it of yours? Hubert shot back, You possess quite the audacity to approach me here. Do you wish to be captured once more? If so, I wouldn't mind adding another steed to my collection. Kaido's thoughts drifted to unpleasant memories. The humiliations that had begun to fade from his consciousness but now surged back, accompanied by an inescapable sense of powerlessness that lingered in his mind. A primal fear of Hubert coursed through him. He found himself in a state of inner turmoil, torn between the desire to seize the wretched man before him and the instinct to flee. What are you waiting for? Hurry and leave if you wish to avoid becoming my mount. Hubert bellowed, his voice resonating with authority. In that moment, Kaido was momentarily subdued, his expression shifting from stormy to pallid. Ultimately, recalling Hubert's formidable prowess, the fear within him triumphed, compelling him to turn and flee. Hubert indeed harbored the desire to seize Kaido. After all, possessing a formidable creature of the Yonko caliber would undoubtedly enhance his prestige. However, upon witnessing the situation with the Straw Hat crew, he found himself reluctant to engage with Kaido any further. After 2 decades of fortification, Kaido's strength had undoubtedly surged, and Hubert realized that a swift resolution was not feasible. Moreover, Kaido remained in Wano, allowing for the possibility of confrontation at a later time. As Kaido retreated, the populace on the ground could not help but glow with hope. Who was that? Who could possibly force back the fearsome dragon Kaido? Was this a warrior sent by the heavens to rescue us? Even Kaido trembled before him. A flicker of recognition sparked within me. I recalled the earth-shattering battle from 20 years ago, where this individual effortlessly captured Kaido, only to vanish without a trace thereafter. I had presumed him to be dead. Ignoring the voices of the crowd, Hubert hastened away from the island alongside Olivia. Chapter 91. The Black Pearl. Hubert escorted Olivia to the location where the Black Pearl once anchored. Prior to his departure, he entrusted Les and Lumba with the watch, though he was uncertain of their current state. Upon arrival, Hubert found no trace of the Black Pearl. This was to be expected. After all, 2 decades had elapsed. It was uncertain whether Les and the others still lived, let alone the vessel itself. Hubert contemplated his departure, but suddenly, something intriguing caught his eye, causing him to pause momentarily. He ventured toward a more secluded area in the distance. To his astonishment, he discovered a concealed vessel. It was hidden quite deeply, and had it not been for Hubert's extraordinary senses, he would have surely overlooked it. Curiosity piqued, he approached the ship alongside Olivia. The vessel was remarkably aged, with moss and vines entwined around its hull and a thick layer of dust blanketing its surface. Occasionally, a mouse could be seen scurrying across the deck. Hubert remarked, "It appears that this vessel has been abandoned for quite some time, yet it seems somewhat familiar." As he stroked his chin in contemplation, he pondered the identity of the ship and the reason for its presence here. Olivia interjected, "This ship must be the Black Pearl, right?" "Really?" Hubert inquired. "That seems improbable after all this time. How did you deduce that?" Olivia stepped closer, tearing away a vine to reveal the inscription beneath, Black Pearl. "Hubert, it is indeed the Black Pearl. Remarkably, after all this time, it has sustained no damage whatsoever." Hubert examined the ship and confirmed that it had not been utilized for quite some time. Curiously, he inquired, "The ship is here. But where have Les and the others gone?" There appeared to be no signs of a struggle, and the vessel remained intact. Could it be that they have gone ashore? Olivia nodded in agreement, responding, "It seems so." This revelation left Hubert in a quandary. He was torn between the desire to return immediately to find Robin and ascertain their situation and the urge to seek out Les and his companion. If Les and his companion had remained behind, they would undoubtedly possess valuable intelligence that Hubert currently needed, potentially saving him considerable effort. After a moment of internal conflict, Hubert shook his head and declared, "Never mind. We shall stick to the original plan. We cannot afford to waste time here. We do not know where Les is or how long it might take to find them." Olivia nodded in concurrence, gently caressing the ship's return mechanism as she remarked, "It has been quite some time. I wonder how Robin is faring." As she spoke, a look of concern flickered in her eyes. Hubert recognized this expression well. It was the same worry that had graced Olivia's face during Robin's days of wandering. Hubert reassured her, "Do not worry. 8-year-old Robin has encountered numerous naval pursuits and emerged unscathed. With Kazan's protection, he is undoubtedly safe. We shall meet again soon." Olivia, sensing the warmth radiating from Hubert's body, leaned closer, feeling a flicker of comfort. "Let us hope so," she murmured. Hubert refrained from saying much, until he saw Robin. No matter how many reassurances he offered, Olivia would remain unconvinced. With a decisive clap of his hand, he proclaimed, "Purification of the forest." Countless tiny branches inexplicably sprouted from the ship, cleansing it of all impurities. In an instant, the vessel, once steeped in the essence of time, transformed into a pristine new ship. "Let us embark, for I am uncertain where to find another ship. And the Black Pearl is readily available." Initially, he had not intended to fly directly to Water 7 with Olivia. The distance was far too great, and relying solely on flight would be exhausting and impractical. He had contemplated casually searching for a pirate ship along the way, so it was a pleasant surprise that the Black Pearl was still in existence. Just as they were about to set sail, a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed nearby. "Lord Les, where are we headed?" one voice inquired. "Indeed, why are we going this way? Lord Kaido has been unnerved by that Hobart fellow. If he discovers us wandering about, we may face his wrath," another added. "Lord Lumba, cannot you offer some counsel? With Hobart, that monster currently on the island, it seems perilous for us to roam freely." "Enough," a commanding voice interrupted. "You were summoned, so you have come. What is all this needless chatter? Who is your superior? Me or Kaido?" "Kaido is the superior of the superiors," a timid voice muttered. No, you are the superior." Hobart chuckled upon hearing their voices. It was quite an unexpected delight that Lumba and Les had sought him out. Hubert chuckled, remarking that there was no longer any need to ponder whether to seek out Lumba and his companions, for they had come to them unbidden. Olivia also smiled and turned towards the source of the sound. From the underbrush emerged several figures. At either end stood 2 middle-aged men. One was robust and imposing, his body covered in a thick mane of hair that shimmered with a hint of golden light, reminiscent of a tiger's fur. A faint emblem resembling the character for king was discernible on his forehead, exuding an inexplicable aura of dominance. The other, in contrast, was considerably leaner yet remarkably fit, his dark and slender frame suggesting a nimble agility. Hubert vaguely recognized his 2 inept subordinates and promptly raised his hand. "Hey, Lumba, Les. Long time no see." The 2 men, who were in the midst of reprimanding their subordinates, paused in surprise and turned their heads to gaze at the newly revitalized Black Pearl. "H. Hubert, my lord." Hubert nodded with a smile. The 2 men, disregarding any reprimands for their subordinates, rushed towards him, each being caught firmly by Hubert. "My lord Hubert, It has been far too long. I have missed you dearly. Where have you been? We have searched high and low for your whereabouts." The two middle-aged men were now weeping openly, their tears flowing like children. Their subordinates looked on in disbelief. Could these truly be Lord Les and Lord Rumba? Were they not renowned as the most composed and reliable duo among the flying octuplets? Such a scene, one could surmise, had not even been witnessed by Kaido. Am I seeing things? Is this real? Ouch, why did you hit me? I just wanted to see if this was a dream. Can't you refrain from hurting yourself? Who is this person? Even Lord Les and Lord Rumba wouldn't display such fervor upon encountering Kaido, would they? Just now, Lord Les mentioned Hubert? That name sounds familiar. Hubert. The Hubert who defeated Kaido. Could it be that Lord Les and Lord Rumba are in fact Hubert's subordinates? But weren't they under Kaido's command? You fool. They were undercover at the time. So, are they now to follow Hubert? What shall we do? How bold to dare utter Lord Hubert's name so freely. Enough of the tears. What is the situation? How did you become Kaido's subordinates? Rumba and Les exchanged glances, and without reservation, narrated their tale to Hubert. When Hubert had suddenly vanished, Kaido finally escaped from his botanical prison. After testing the waters and confirming Hubert's absence, Kaido instructed Kurozumi Orochi to proceed with their previous plans, treating the unexpected turn of events as though nothing had occurred. Convinced that Hubert could not have flown away, Kaido began searching the vicinity of Wano for any signs of Hubert's vessels. Sensing something amiss, Les concealed the Black Pearl even more stealthily before they disembarked on the island. Upon discovering Hubert's disappearance, they relayed the information back to headquarters, the Giant Spirit. Upon the mysterious disappearance of Hobart, Carter unhesitatingly ascended to the role of acting captain, assigning Les and his companion to remain in Wano, diligently investigating the circumstances surrounding Hobart's vanishing while awaiting any news. They were instructed to relay any information regarding Hobart's whereabouts back to headquarters without delay. Les and his companion pondered that the most reliable source of information in Wano would undoubtedly be Kaido's forces. To obtain intelligence regarding Hobart, they decided to join the Beast's pirates directly. Within the ranks of the crew, through their relentless efforts and dedication, they ascended through the hierarchy, ultimately becoming part of the primary echelon under Kaido, known as the Flying Six. Upon hearing this designation, Hobart could not help but feel exasperated. The name Flying Eight seemed to be a mere extension of the Flying Six, a testament to the creative laziness of whoever devised it. Regardless, Les and his comrades had attained the status of the Flying Eight, a position of considerable prestige within Wano. Yet, despite their elevated standing, no news of Hobart had emerged. Kaido himself appeared to shun any discussion regarding him. Consequently, despite their newfound rank, they remained devoid of any information about Hobart, their concerns for him intensifying as they began to fear for his safety. Initially, they had believed Hobart's prowess to be unparalleled, convinced that nothing in this world could pose a threat to him. However, as time passed, they grew increasingly aware of the myriad mysteries lurking upon the seas, leading them to speculate that Hobart's fate might indeed be grim. Fortuitously, 20 years hence, a miracle unfolded. Hubert has returned, and so has Olivia. Remarkably, they both still possess their youthful vitality. This has left them in a state of astonishment. Hubert and his crew can still comprehend. They are all seasoned sailors of Hubert. Well aware that he was merely a child a few years ago, it is entirely natural for him to have matured over the course of 2 decades. However, what is the situation with Olivia? Why has she remained unchanged? She appears exactly as she did 2 decades ago. Hubert paid no heed to their doubts and inquired, "How is Robin?" Upon hearing this, Olivia's ears instinctively perked up. In response to the question, Les momentarily became somewhat hesitant and faltering. A sense of foreboding enveloped Hubert. He had initially believed that Robin would encounter no difficulties. What could account for Lutivi's current demeanor? Olivia, equally anxious, inquired, "What has happened to Robin? Has she encountered a problem? Please, do tell." Les cast a sidelong glance at Hubert and whispered, "Miss Robin, upon her arrival at the Goliath, upon hearing the news of your disappearance, came to believe that you were merely a figment of imagination, convinced that we were all deceivers. One fateful night, she chose to flee." Hubert was taken aback, realizing the implications of what he had heard. Robin had long believed him to be deceased, but after their conversation, she was assured of his survival. In Robin's heart, he had always been a rather extraordinary child. Now aboard the ship, witnessing the multitude of Hubert's subordinates and the grand vessel itself, suspicion naturally arose. Furthermore, upon learning of Hubert's disappearance, it was only logical for her to suspect a trap. At this moment, Olivia collapsed onto the ground, appearing utterly despondent. Misinterpreting Les's expression, she feared that Robin had met with a tragic fate. Upon discovering that she had merely escaped, a sense of relief washed over her. Yet, as she contemplated the plight of an 8-year-old girl adrift at sea, concern resurfaced. Les hurriedly reassured her, "Madam Olivia, there is no need to worry about her safety. We have been searching for her all these years and have gathered certain leads. I can assure you, she is undoubtedly alive and well." "Is that truly the case?" Olivia inquired, a glimmer of hope flickering within her. "Indeed," Les affirmed with a nod. Overcome with joy, Olivia exclaimed, "This is wonderful. and, in that moment, she fainted. Hubert hastily supported her, and Les was flustered, summoning his physician to provide treatment. The doctor assessed the situation and stated that it was merely a fainting spell caused by excessive emotional fluctuation, advising a moment of rest for recovery. A collective sigh of relief escaped the group, and Hubert delivered a punch to Les's head. Can you not finish a sentence without gasping for breath? Why must you speak in such fragments? Les, unable to retaliate, accepted the reprimand, fully aware of his misstep. The cadre of followers trailing behind Les felt as though they were caught in a dream. Was this truly their Lord Les, who spoke so audaciously before Kaido? The surreal nature of the situation was palpable. After addressing Les, Hubert announced, I shall set sail immediately to locate the giant spirit. He paused, inquiring, by the way, has the giant spirit been successfully modified? Is it still in Water 7? Les nodded in affirmation, though I have not seen it myself. I have heard that the modifications were successful. It seems the giant spirit has undergone further enhancements, quite impressive indeed. However, it is no longer in Water 7. If you wish to locate them, I can contact them via Den Den Mushi. Upon hearing that the giant spirit had not only been successfully modified, but had also undergone additional upgrades, Hubert could not help but lick his lips in anticipation. Very well. Contact Carter at once and arrange for him to liaise with us. He then gestured towards the group of subordinates behind Les. What do you intend to do with these followers? Will you have them executed? The subordinates fell silent, their fears palpable. Hubert was terrifying, even more so than Kaido, casually uttering such predatory threats. Les, observing Hubert's readiness for action, quickly interjected, no need for that. They are my trusted subordinates, nurtured by me. And I would not have brought them along otherwise. With so few hands on the ship, they would be perfectly suited to serve Lord Hubert. Upon hearing these words, Hubert could not help but feel a twinge of disappointment. He glanced at the crowd, who nodded with a touch of resignation, and said, very well. The numerous subordinates responded, why do you look so disheartened? Do you truly wish to rid yourself of us? Moreover, that glance of yours seemed laced with contempt. We are the elite guards of Lord Les, the finest among the 8-man flight of our department. Each of us is capable of taking on 10 foes. Kindly refrain from underestimating us. Hubert clapped his hands and exclaimed, let us set sail now. Chapter 93, News of Robin. After a 20-year hiatus, the Black Pearl once again embarked on its maritime journey. Having endured 2 decades of neglect, it had not only retained its speed, but seemed to have gained a swiftness. It carved a white streak across the ocean, only to vanish moments later. In his chamber, Hubert found himself in the company of Olivia, who lay upon the vessel. Her cheeks flushed with a vibrant hue, as if she had just emerged from a fierce battle. Weary and breathless, Olivia murmured, why have you suddenly recovered? What recovery are you referring to? Hubert replied with a mischievous grin. You know precisely what I mean, she urged, her voice faint. Hubert chose to remain silent regarding her inquiry, instead enveloping Olivia in his embrace from behind. Please, I lack the strength for this, Olivia exclaimed, a flicker of fear evident in her tone. Hubert assured her, rest easy, I shall provide you with a massage, there is nothing to worry about. Shortly thereafter, Hubert began to infuse Olivia's body with the life-giving energy inherent in the sensen fruit. Instantly, a surge of vitality coursed through Olivia, revitalizing her weary form. How remarkable! Is this also part of your abilities? Although somewhat astonished, Olivia did not express excessive surprise. Hubert had already bestowed upon her a plethora of surprises. Hubert nodded thoughtfully, continuing to focus on massaging Olivia. At this moment, he felt an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. After traversing back 2 decades, a voice had awakened in his mind. Congratulations, host, on completing your first time travel. Analyzing energy. Energy analysis successful. Reward, self-time regulation. At that time, he merely perceived this ability as extraordinary. For powers related to time are not commonplace. However, upon returning to the Black Pearl and conducting some experiments, he discovered that it was not just extraordinary. It was nothing short of divine. With this ability, he could freely adjust the time within his body. In other words, he could transform into a 20-year-old if he wished, or a 30-year-old, or even revert to the innocence of a 1-year-old child. Immediately, he chose to embody the vigor of his 20s. He then summoned Olivia, allowing her to experience his newfound vitality. Although surprised, Olivia offered no significant resistance. She had long since prepared herself for this moment. To her, Hubert was already the one she envisioned for a lifetime. Thus, Hubert's aspiration was fulfilled. He had successfully rejuvenated himself, utilizing the pinnacle of time-related abilities. Of course, employing such a power solely for this purpose seemed a waste of its potential. The greatest advantage of this ability was the prospect of immortality. As long as Hubert maintained his age at 20, he would never grow old, forever retaining his youth and vitality. This was the lifelong pursuit of protagonists in countless cultivation novels, and now Hubert had achieved it. After massaging Olivia for a while, she, already exhausted from Hubert's earlier fervor, succumbed to a deep slumber under his tender ministrations. Hubert stepped out of the cabin and onto the deck. At that moment, Lucy was addressing his subordinates. From now on, your superior will be Lord Hubert. Is that understood? Forget about that long worm, Kaido. When you see him, we shall be adversaries. Do you comprehend? On board. There are no special requests. Simply adhere to the previous arrangements. Everything will be dictated by Lord Hubert. Do you understand? Understood. We shall follow Lord Hubert's directives. It was evident that Lucy commanded great authority among the crowd, as no one dared to voice dissent. Clearly, Lucy had made significant progress. His management skills had notably improved, and he had become a figure capable of independent leadership. Although Hubert was unaware of Lucy's current strength, he could sense its essence. Moreover, rising from humble beginnings to become a flying six, one could infer that his prowess was formidable. As part of the second tier under one of the 4 emperors of the New World, they could easily navigate their way through the paradise. Accompanying Lucy was Rumba. It was apparent that Rumba's managerial skills paled in comparison to Lucy's. However, their strengths seemed to be on par. In fact, Hubert speculated that without the constraints of authority, Rumba might even surpass Lucy in strength. Hubert approached with a smile and remarked, "A lecture, I see." Upon hearing his voice, Les instinctively stood at attention and replied to Hubert, "Indeed, Master Hubert. These individuals were all trained under my guidance, and I must clarify matters with them to prevent any missteps." Haber nodded without inquiring about management matters, instead asking, "How is our speed now? And how long until we reach the Titan?" Lutv calculated with his fingers and replied, "It may take about 3 more months." "I see," he responded. 3 months, neither too long nor too short. Hubert hesitated for a moment before inquiring, "Are we nearing an acceleration?" "I am eager to behold the Goliath." Les and Rumba exchanged glances, their eyes locked in a silent standoff, yet neither uttered a word for quite some time. This may not be feasible. The Black Pearl has already reached its maximum velocity, which is quite remarkable. Hubert had not harbored much hope to begin with, and at this moment, he felt no particular disappointment. He inquired, "Where's the giant spirit? Since we cannot accelerate, perhaps we can summon them?" Les replied, "The giant spirit is still at the paradise, not far from the city of 7 waters. I heard that the 6th phase of the renovation has just been completed." "Oh." Hubert expressed a hint of surprise, pondering for a moment before saying, "Let me call them right away. I can handle it." With that, he retrieved the telephone bug from his pocket. This telephone bug had accompanied him through a dimensional rift, yet had suffered little damage. Normally, one would expect that such a fragile entity would not withstand the disorienting effects of travel, but it had remarkably endured. Hubert, however, had little inclination to delve into these trivial details. He could not fathom the reasons behind it, and if research were to be conducted, it would be best left to professionals like Jesse and the others. As he prepared to dial with the telephone bug that had been in his possession for 2 decades, a moment of hesitation struck him as his hand brushed against the device, almost instinctively dialing a familiar number. The call connected, and a stranger's voice emerged from the other end, an unfamiliar woman, likely in her 40s or 50s. "Hello, may I ask who you are looking for?" Hubert paused momentarily. Having dialed Robin's original number, certain technologies could trace an address through phone bugs, and Robin would undoubtedly discard the phone upon realizing he had been deceived. Nevertheless, Hubert proceeded with the call, and upon hearing the voice on the other end, he ascertained that Robin had indeed abandoned this number. With a deep sigh, he remarked, "It's nothing. I merely wanted to advise you against answering calls from unknown numbers." After this, he ended the call and dialed Carter's number. "Hello? Who is this?" Came a deep and gentle voice from the other end, both familiar and foreign to Hubert. "Is this Carter?" "This is Hubert." "Mr. Hubert? I was just about to call Les." Carter responded with a hint of delight upon recognizing Hubert's voice. "Oh, what is the matter?" Hubert had initially intended to inquire about the whereabouts of the Goliath, yet Carter's interest piqued his curiosity. "Actually, we have just uncovered another lead regarding Miss Robin, confirming her current location, and I feel it is imperative to inform you." "Oh, this news is quite unexpected. Where is she?" "In the East China Sea. Our informant reported seeing her there." "East China Sea." Hubert furrowed his brow. Given his current location, it would take several months to reach paradise, and if he were to head towards the Eastern Sea, it might take around half a year. Hubert inquired, "Is it possible for you to send someone over to find her?" Carter replied with a wry smile, "It would be futile. Over the years, we have uncovered numerous leads about her, yet we have never managed to locate her. Thus, upon hearing news of her, you were the first person who came to my mind. Perhaps only you possess the ability to bring her back. Is that so?" Hubert sighed, for he indeed wished to search for Robin, but the distance was insurmountable. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he looked up, asking, "Do you have any idea how long she typically stays in one place?" Carter hesitated for a moment, then responded, "It should be around a month, though sometimes it may be longer or shorter." A glimmer shone in Hubert's eyes. "No, I cannot let this opportunity slip away. I must approach her at once." "Are you really going?" Carter exclaimed in surprise. "If you intervene, success is undoubtedly assured." Hubert said no more, giving a few commands before hanging up the phone. He could not afford to miss this opportunity. If he overlooked Robin this time, he knew not when he would find her again. He had already kept Robin waiting for too long, and he did not wish to let her down once more. Holding the phone in his hand, Hubert remained silent for a moment. After a while, he turned his gaze towards Les and the others in the distance. Les, at his command, Les promptly approached. Do you have any instructions, my Lord Hubert? I am about to depart from the Black Pearl. For the remainder of the journey, you must navigate the Black Pearl diligently, ensuring a safe arrival at the City of Seven Waters, where we will rendezvous with the Leviathan. Les, taken aback, replied, Huh? My Lord Hubert, what are you planning? Wasn't it agreed that we would head to the Leviathan? Hubert shook his head and said, I have urgent matters to attend to, but I won't be away for long. By the time you arrive at the Leviathan, I will likely have completed my tasks aboard the dragon. All right, Les mused, pondering the nature of the situation. Since Hubert chose not to disclose any details, it was evident he preferred to keep them hidden. After all, Lord Hubert had always exuded an air of mystery. By the way, where is Lady Alvia? Is she accompanying you as well? Hubert pondered for a moment and replied, No, she will return with you. His journey to the East Sea was already time-sensitive, and he was uncertain if he could make it on schedule if he brought Olivia along. Thus, he relinquished the idea of bringing her with him. Although he had just tasted the sweetness of love and should have been utterly devoted to Olivia, the circumstances compelled him to make this difficult decision. Hubert, having concluded negotiations with Les, arrived at Olivia's chamber. At that moment, Olivia lay peacefully asleep, seemingly murmuring something in her dreams. Let us have a little baby, she whispered, completely unaware of Hubert's impending departure. Hubert hesitated for a moment, yet ultimately decided to awaken Olivia. It seemed rather inappropriate to depart without a word at such a time. Olivia stirred from her slumber, still dazed, with a droplet of clear saliva lingering at the corner of her mouth. Upon seeing Hubert before her, a faint blush crept across her cheeks as she inquired, What is it? Are we going to have a meal? Hubert shook his head, his expression grave. Olivia seemed to sense something amiss. She straightened up on the bed and inquired, What is it? What has happened? I must leave for a while. Dazed, Olivia froze momentarily, only to be overtaken by a wave of panic. You intend to abandon me? At that moment, Olivia was at her most dependent on Hubert. Having traversed 20 years into the future, she felt a profound sense of estrangement from both herself and the world around her. It was only in Hubert's presence that she found solace. Moreover, having just shared an intimate moment with him, the sudden announcement of his departure left her feeling as though a cat had taken what he desired and then turned away without a second thought. Hubert gazed at Olivia's expression and was overwhelmed by a sense of guilt akin to abandoning a spouse. He hastily clarified, I have urgent matters to attend to. I just spoke with Carter, and they have uncovered a lead on Robin. I must go to her immediately. Upon hearing it was for Robin, Olivia let out a sigh of relief. However, the news of Hubert's impending departure was still difficult for her to bear. At that moment, she truly did not wish to part from Hubert, not even for a fleeting second. She embraced him, her body trembling slightly. Hubert remained silent, trusting that Olivia would comprehend his intentions. After a brief moment, Olivia ultimately allowed reason to triumph over emotion. She was no longer the naive little girl. She could discern the gravity of the situation. Feeling the grip around her waist gradually loosen, Hubert gently released Olivia's hand and said, I must take my leave now. Time is of the essence, and I must act swiftly. Very well, came her acquiescence. Hubert opened the window and leapt forth, transforming mid-air into a magnificent dragon, soaring with a powerful flap of his wings, vanishing into the distance. As he traversed the skies, his form expanded, eventually surpassing even the size of the Black Pearl. In a flash, he disappeared from sight. The crew on the deck, having never witnessed Hubert in his dragon form enhanced by the powers of the great fruit, were left in utter astonishment. Goodness, that size rivals even Kaido. One exclaimed, What are you talking about? Kaido is like a mere eel compared to Lord Hubert. I once thought Kaido was invincible, but it turns out Lord Hubert is far more formidable. With a leader like him, we shall conquer the seas. Luz observed as his crew quickly adapted to the revelation, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Time flew by as Hubert continued his journey at breakneck speed, barely noticing the fleeting landscapes around him. After 20 consecutive days of travel, he finally reached the East Sea. Standing upon a vantage point, he gazed at a distant island adorned with orange trees, a sense of familiarity washing over him. Chapter 94, Nami's blood. Hubert had never before set foot in the East Sea. The familiarity he felt was undoubtedly derived from the scenes depicted in the original narrative of his past life. Before him lay a quaint little town, reminiscent of Nami, the cherished member of the Straw Hat crew in his former existence. On their vessel, Nami held the esteemed position of the crew's top-ranking member, serving as the navigator. It was she who first donned the straw hat, a gesture bestowed upon her by Luffy. However, prior to boarding the ship, Nami's life had been fraught with tragedy. From a tender age, she toiled for the pirate Arlong on her small island, and her adoptive mother met a tragic end at the hands of others. After much hardship, she managed to amass a fortune of 100 million berries, only to have it nearly snatched away. Yet, none of this bore any relevance to Hubert. His purpose for coming this time was to seek out Robin. According to Carter's intelligence, Robin was last sighted in the vicinity of these waters. Where could she be? Hubert gazed at the distant islet, stroking his chin, pondering the reason for Robin's arrival here. Yet, he decided to dismiss the thought. Hubert shook his head. Since he could not fathom the reason, he decided to seek it out directly. Hubert leaped gracefully to a neighboring island beside Orange Town. The impoverished state of Orangetown led him to believe that the likelihood of Robin being there was exceedingly low. After enduring a fortnight of relentless travel, his appearance bore the marks of hardship, his clothes were tattered, and his beard had grown unkempt. It had been so long since he last saw Robin that he could not present himself in such disarray. Upon reaching the island, he sought out the most affluent shop and procured a set of clean garments, followed by a visit to a barber to tidy his unruly beard. His financial reserves were quite substantial, boasting at least 2 billion berries in the system. He then engaged several beggars, offering them a handsome reward of 500,000 berries each to keep an eye out for any sign of Robin. The beggars, having never encountered such an opportunity, eagerly accepted the task. This was Hubert's brilliance. The Navy typically employed uniformed officers to apprehend individuals, which often resulted in the suspects fleeing at the first sign of trouble, rendering their efforts woefully inefficient. Even when using CP9 agents, their distinctive appearance made them easily recognizable, and capturing anyone cunning was a formidable challenge. In contrast, Hubert harnessed the power of the populace, enlisting the help of beggars who roamed the alleys, thereby significantly enhancing his efficiency. After all, who would pay heed to a beggar? Having set this plan in motion, Hubert checked into the finest hotel on the island. This was not merely for indulgence. It served to demonstrate his capabilities and assure the beggars of his integrity, motivating them further in their endeavors. While he remained within the confines of his room, he also activated the powers of the flower fruit. His hands spread like a vast net, gradually enveloping the entire island, drawing in all information related to Robin into his consciousness. If Robin was indeed present, clues would soon surface. Just moments after Hubert settled in, a sudden knock echoed at his door. A look of perplexity adorned Hobart's visage. He had long since discerned the visitor's presence through the abilities granted by the flower fruit. Outside the door stood a figure with cascading orange locks, a slender waist, clad merely in a petite t-shirt, with a pair of enticing curves that beckoned attention, and short shorts that revealed alluring legs. On her arm, an enigmatic symbol was tattooed, yet it did not detract from her aesthetic appeal. The newcomer was none other than the cunning thief, Nami. Hubert could hardly fathom why Nami had sought him out. What could be the reason? They had never crossed paths before. Could it be that she was captivated by his handsome appearance? No, that couldn't be the case. Nami was currently preoccupied with earning berries, leaving little time for dashing suitors. Ah, berries. Hubert seemed to have an epiphany, as a faint smile graced his lips, and with a mere thought, he commanded the wooden door to swing open. Nami was startled as the door creaked ajar, revealing an empty room beyond. It appeared to have opened of its own accord. This unexpected occurrence made her reconsider her intentions. Who was there? Come in, a voice from within the room suddenly interrupted her contemplation. After a moment's hesitation, Nami surmised that perhaps the door had not been properly closed and had swung open at her knock. Summoning her courage, she stepped inside. With a resounding bang, the door slammed shut behind her the instant she crossed the threshold. This abrupt action startled her. It was indeed the door that had opened without any visible agency. How could this be? Was it possible that the occupant within was some sort of creature? Her initial resolve to advance faltered, and she instinctively retreated, contemplating an escape. Yet, the surreal nature of the situation left her uncertain of her ability to flee. What do you think? Isn't my little trick rather impressive? The voice from the room seemed to have anticipated her thoughts. Magic, you say? Nami's mind was slow to comprehend. Indeed, it's my trick of closing the door from afar. Did you not notice? Quite unfortunate. Nami exhaled in relief, managing a tentative smile. I see it now. Your magic is truly remarkable. Are you a magician? With that, she finally ventured further into the room. Not quite. It's merely a little sleight of hand I've picked up, and I find it amusing. Indeed, it is quite entertaining, Nami thought, her mind racing with expletives. Why on earth would you perform magic on me? You nearly frightened me to death. Thank goodness I didn't turn and flee. That would have been embarrassing, and I might have missed out on a lucrative opportunity. Her informant had noted that this individual was clad in the finest fabrics, showcasing the highest craftsmanship. His attire was worth millions of berries. This was akin to her risking her life at sea to con a band of pirates. Yet, this fellow appeared rather unassuming and weak, suggesting minimal risk. He was a prime target for exploitation, with no immediate objectives to pursue. Nami decided to target him for a potential windfall. If successful, she would take a significant leap towards her goal of 100 million berries. Thus, she devised a traditional scheme known as the Heavenly Jump. She understood that the wealthy placed great importance on their reputation. If her plan succeeded, her goal might be realized in one fell swoop. Even if it failed, she could abscond with his garments, securing a profit of 1 million berries. Although Hubert was unaware of Nami's intentions, he could surmise the general idea. As he observed Nami approaching with her graceful strides, an expression of keen interest adorned his face. Nami reached the corner, extending one leg first. Her snow-white thigh, alluring as jade, emerged as she leaned against the wall. With each step, her body undulated like a serpentine flow. Her gaze fixated intently on Hubert's eyes, captivating and seductive. However, upon noticing Hubert's unwavering stare upon her, she felt a twinge of shyness. Her previous exploits had not included such encounters. Her past endeavors revolved around infiltrating pirate crews for theft. This marked her inaugural venture into such territory. Had it not been for her informant's promise of amassing nearly 100 million berries upon success, she would never have embarked on this. As she beheld Hubert's fervent gaze, a crisp sound echoed in her heart. She chastised inwardly. Are all these wealthy individuals so shameless? What brings this beautiful lady to you? We are not acquainted, are we? Nami forced a professional smile, stating, Dear guest, I am a hotel attendant. Here to inquire if you require any services. Oh, Hubert's face lit up with intrigue. What services do you offer? Whatever you desire, I can provide, she replied. All services? Hubert grinned mischievously. Nami's smile grew somewhat strained. Hubert's gaze was piercing, as if he could strip away her garments and see into the depths of her being. She nearly uttered a refusal, ready to turn and flee, risking everything to pilfer the pirate's bounty. Yet, after so many years of anticipation, she was utterly eager to amass the 100 million berry required to redeem Orange Town from Arlong's grasp. She could not walk away. Nami spoke with great difficulty. Yes. Hubert approached her directly and grasped Nami's delicate hand. Nami felt Hubert's grip was strong and firm, entirely contrary to the delicate sensation she had envisioned. Hubert leaned in closer and inhaled sharply, whispering in her ear, You should have mentioned it earlier. It turns out you are a revered special service provider. Nami felt a chill run down her neck, raising goosebumps upon her skin. Upon hearing Hubert's words, she was momentarily tempted to retort, but reflecting on her current circumstances, she realized that her actions were far more humiliating than anything he could say. Thus, she refrained from countering, suppressing her disdain. It's all right, just endure for now, soon enough. I shall make him regret this. Nami silently reassured herself. Hubert's hand had unknowingly ascended to her thigh, sending ripples of goosebumps across her skin. Once this deal was concluded, she would soon amass 100 million berries. Hold on, Nami silently urged herself. Hubert sensed her rigidity and, with a chuckle, remarked, It seems, my dear miss, that you are rather unskilled in your trade. Nami remained silent, her thoughts consumed with a desire for Hubert to act swiftly, enabling her to summon her two companions at the door to teach him a lesson. Following that, she envisioned extorting a substantial sum from Hubert, amassing a total of 100 million berry, thus liberating herself from the constraints of Orange Town. In that moment, she would finally have the freedom to pursue her aspirations. What would she pursue? The art of navigation. She harbored a profound passion for sailing, her dream being to become a skilled navigator. In her possession were meticulously crafted nautical charts, superior to those available on the market. She believed she was destined to be an exceptional navigator, rather than the current predicament of being at the mercy of others for mere berry. When Hubert noticed Nami's silence, he initially intended to tease her. However, upon observing her cool attire and her hesitant expression, a surge of passion ignited within him. At the age of 20, he was in the throes of youthful exuberance, a period marked by fervor. Just half a month prior, he had tasted forbidden fruits, which only intensified his desires. Yet, for the past 2 weeks, he had abstained from such pleasures, preoccupied with his journey. The fire within him could no longer be contained and erupted uncontrollably. He seized Nami and flung her onto the bed. She landed heavily on the floor, crying out in pain. Although she felt a twinge of discomfort, a flicker of joy blossomed within her. This incident might just summon assistance. With all her might, she shouted, Help! I've been wronged. Someone, come quickly. A wealthy man is assaulting a helpless woman. Hubert chuckled. Oh, are we engaging in roleplay? How amusing. I must admit, I underestimated you when I referred to you as a novice. Your acting is nothing short of extraordinary. Nami shot him a cold glance, her thoughts racing. How could this man mistake her intentions for mere theatrics? He deserved to be utterly ruined. Let him revel in his laughter. Soon enough, he would find cause for tears. However, after a brief moment, an unsettling realization washed over her. The individuals waiting outside had not made their entrance, and instead, Hubert was advancing closer. As his figure approached, a wave of fear enveloped her. No, please don't come any closer. I have no intentions of engaging in that. Indeed. Your performance is remarkable, far superior to that of many professional actors, Hubert continued, a smile etched upon his face as he drew nearer. When his hand clasped around Nami's, she felt a jolt of electricity. It was a sensation entirely different from before. Previously, she had perceived him as a mere lamb awaiting slaughter, while she believed others could intervene at any moment to deliver him a lesson. Now, however, the lamb had transformed into a formidable wolf, and she, the once confident predator, had become the prey. Panic surged within her as she struggled, flailing her arms in desperation. Yet her efforts were futile. Hubert's grip was unyielding, rendering her utterly immobile. The power of Hubert surpassed his own imagination in ways he could not fathom. Amidst Hubert's laughter, she noticed that the curtains had been drawn, plunging the room into darkness unbeknownst to her. Despair enveloped her completely. Outside the door, her two accomplices were ensnared by branches that seemed to have appeared from nowhere. Trapped in the stairwell, their mouths were gagged, rendering them incapable of uttering a coherent word, only able to emit muffled sounds. The following morning, Hubert rose refreshed, stretching his body as he surveyed the disarray of the bed. Nami, unaware of when she had awakened, lay on the bed with vacant eyes, lost in her thoughts. Hubert was not the type to turn his back on others after securing his own interests. He extracted 500,000 berries from the system, a price that could only be described as price gouging. As he withdrew the berries, he suddenly noticed a splash of crimson on the bed. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved an additional 500,000 berries, amassing a total of 1 million berries, which he presented to Nami. However, the avaricious Nami did not accept it. Her eyes were vacant, aimlessly surveying her surroundings. She was at a loss to comprehend how circumstances had spiraled into such a state. Hubert gazed at Nami with a hint of sympathy. She had initially intended to ensnare a fool, effortlessly reaping millions, even tens of millions of berries without any investment. However, little did she anticipate encountering Hubert, which resulted in not only a significant loss, but also a further setback. Had Hubert been in Nami's position, he would likely have been driven to madness by the frustration. Enough with the anger. It is detrimental to your health, he remarked gently. Wouldn't you agree, Nami? Upon hearing Hubert utter her name, she abruptly lifted her head, her gaze fixed intently on him. Do you know me? Chapter 94. Arlong. Hubert gazed at Nami, whose face was etched with disbelief, and smiled. Of course I am aware, the renowned pirate thief, Nami. As a bounty hunter, how could I possibly be ignorant of you? Nami's eyes flashed with indignation as she retorted, You know me? Was that intentional just now? Hubert smiled without uttering a word. Nami added, So it was you who prevented my companions from coming in to rescue me? They merely dozed off at the door, and I set them free in the middle of the night. They dared not return. Hubert spoke with a hint of disdain. Is this truly the companion you have chosen? Knowing full well that your ally suffers within, yet you cower in fear and flee. Nami scoffed in response. We merely happen to be allies. They are not my companions. Furthermore, only a fool would rush towards certain death, fully aware of their own inadequacy. Hubert gazed at the coldly smiling Nami, and he could not help but recall the countless grievances Luffy had endured for her sake. He had even boldly declared war against the world government for Robin, defying the gravest of consequences. In this light, it seemed reasonable to understand how the once mischievous Nami could transform into someone willing to sacrifice her life for her companions. What are you staring at? You have obtained everything you desire. May I take my leave? Nami's voice was frigid. Of course, Hubert did not contest her words. Nami rose, unabashedly dressing before him. Once fully attired, she strode unhesitatingly towards the door, intent on departing. She had come to realize that Hubert might indeed possess some form of sorcery, rather than mere tricks. After all, he had remained within the confines of the room while her two companions had been soundly defeated. As she reached the doorway, Hubert's voice suddenly interrupted her thoughts. By the way, as a bounty hunter, I am here to collect some bounties. Do you happen to know of any formidable pirates in the vicinity that I could eliminate with ease? The motion of opening the door faltered, and Nami's grip on the doorknob tightened. She harbored an intense hatred for the man within, wishing nothing more than to flay him alive. At this moment, an enticing opportunity presented itself to send this man to confront Arlong. In Nami's mind, Arlong was the most powerful pirate in these waters, wielding immense authority and commanding numerous underlings. No one could rival Arlong's might. If Arlong were to strike, this man would undoubtedly meet his demise without a trace. While the man in the room was certainly peculiar, Nami was convinced he could not possibly stand against Arlong. Even if, by some chance, he proved formidable enough to eliminate Arlong, it would mean the burdens that had long oppressed her would finally dissipate. Nonetheless, Nami concluded that although Hubert's actions were despicable and had cost her her innocence, he did not seem deserving of death. After all, it was she who had approached him with ulterior motives, seeking to deceive him. Now that her plan had failed, it was only natural that she bore some loss, albeit a significant one. If Arlong were to slay Hubert, Nami felt her conscience would be troubled. She desired to exact her own vengeance and teach Hubert a thorough lesson. What? Nothing to say? Hubert's irritating voice broke through her thoughts once more. Nami hesitated before coldly retorting, If you wish to find pirates, do so on your own. Why seek me? With that, she turned the doorknob and prepared to leave. How surprising, Nami. Do you not wish for my assistance in eliminating Arlong? Nami abruptly pivoted, demanding, Who exactly are you? Me? Did I not mention? I am merely a passing bounty hunter, Hubert replied with a smile, maintaining his gentle demeanor. However, Nami was acutely aware that this man was far from an innocuous individual. Her conclusion stemmed not only from his behavior the previous night, but also from the unsettling knowledge he seemed to possess about her. The information regarding Arlong was known only to the members of the Arlong Pirates and herself. She could not fathom who else might be privy to such secrets. Could it be that Arlong himself had leaked this information? With this thought, her gaze towards Hubert grew wary. Was this man a companion of Arlong? Although bounty hunters and pirates typically existed in opposition, Nami, having wandered for years, had witnessed the intertwining of their worlds. Pirates had even been known to conspire with the Navy. What is your relationship with Arlong? Nami inquired. Hubert was taken aback, perplexed as to how he was entangled with Arlong. Observing Nami's expression shift from one of rage to one of utter hatred, devoid of any possibility for redemption, he pondered for a moment, beginning to grasp Nami's thoughts. With a bemused smile, he remarked, I am a bounty hunter. What connection could I possibly have with Arlong? If there were any semblance of a relationship, it might be that I would capture him for the bounty. Nami, however, was clearly unconvinced, retorting, Then how do you know of my connection with Arlong? Hubert smiled mysteriously and remarked, It's a secret. Don't concern yourself with too much. Just tell me if you want me to eliminate Eren. Nami hesitated for a moment, pondering that there was no need for Hubert to deceive her, given his strength. Was she not akin to a mere toy in his hands? Thus, she inquired, Are you truly intent on capturing Eren? Hubert descended from the ship, clad in a robe. He drew the curtains aside with a swift motion. Sunlight flooded in, enveloping him, and his profile glimmered under its warm embrace. After a prolonged period of darkness, the sudden brilliance overwhelmed Nami, prompting her to shield her eyes in a moment of disorientation. Perhaps, she mused, bounty hunters exist precisely to capture pirates. Hubert remarked nonchalantly. The streets below had already sprung to life. Vendors called out enticingly to attract onlookers, while beggars scanned the thoroughfare, seemingly in search of something. Occasionally, one could catch sight of some naval officers, though they appeared rather rotund and unwieldy, resembling bloated pigs. Hubert chuckled. The East Sea is indeed fascinating. Can these portly naval officers truly apprehend pirates? Nami, unfazed by Hubert's sarcasm, inquired, What must I sacrifice? What? Hubert exclaimed in astonishment. Why should you bear the cost? Arlong has wreaked havoc upon so many. Why should it fall solely upon you? Nami was momentarily at a loss for words. Hubert remarked, However, since you are so eager to contribute, once I have defeated Arlong, you shall be my navigator. What? A navigator? Nami felt incredulous. Indeed, do you not desire that? Nami gazed at Hubert with a complex expression, sensing a glimmer of hope. Despite the man's previous treatment of her, she found it difficult to harbor resentment at that moment. Let it be, she finally shook her head. You are no match for Arlong. His strength is formidable. You must understand. The power of a fishman is tenfold that of a human. Moreover, Arlong's prowess is not his only asset. His influence is equally formidable. It is said that he has a powerful elder brother on the Grand Line. Hubert remarked, I am aware of the individual you mentioned, the rotund fishman Jinbei, whose prowess is rather unimpressive. As for Arlong, he is even less noteworthy. I have stated it clearly, you are no match for him. Nami, feeling somewhat irritated, retorted, You underestimate me far too much. I am a bounty hunter from the Grand Line. Even the mightiest of the 4 emperors on the Grand Line would appear as nothing more than a mere wriggling minnow before me. Am I to fear someone as inconsequential as Arlong? Naturally, Nami found it hard to believe Hubert's claims. Such formidable individuals were not one she expected to encounter. Very well, do as you wish. If you seek your own demise, then go ahead. With that, Nami intended to leave. This failure had imparted a lesson upon her. She resolved never to engage in such a deceitful venture again, opting instead to honestly pilfer the treasure of pirates. As for Hubert, if he truly wished to confront Arlong, so be it. Should he possess the capability to eliminate Arlong, she would no longer need to concern herself with accumulating berries. Just as she reached the doorway, she felt a hand encircle her waist. Hubert leaned beside her and said, Your disdainful attitude is quite irksome. Today, I must eliminate that fellow Eren, to demonstrate my prowess and ensure you become my capable navigator. Nami struggled, exclaiming, Let me go. If you wish to court death, do so alone. Do not involve me. To Hubert, Nami's resistance seemed utterly insignificant. With a gentle lift, he cradled her, as if she were a mere doll. Approaching the door, he commanded, Let us depart. And thus, Nami was whisked away by Hubert, soaring into the air. Having never witnessed such a spectacle in her life, Nami was paralyzed with fear, unable to move. Gazing in astonishment at the wings behind Hubert, she eventually stammered, Are you truly human? Hubert gazed at Nami's expression with amusement and remarked, Of course not. I am the great dragon. Today, I shall assist you in vanquishing that scoundrel Arlong, making him aware of who the true dragon is. As for you, you shall become my dragon lady, and bear me a brood of dragonlings. Though initially spoken in jest, Nami's glance at the fleeting scenery below instilled a genuine belief within her. The prospect of becoming a dragon lady filled her with trepidation. Yet the recollection of the previous night's experiences rendered the idea less daunting. Instead, another thought ignited her excitement. If Hubert were indeed a true dragon, then defeating Arlong appeared to be well within reach. Arlong prided himself on being superior to the fishman race, boasting strength tenfold that of a human. However, when measured against a dragon, he surely would pale in comparison. Contemplating this, a glimmer of hope shone in Nami's eyes. Hubert chuckled. What is it with that expression of yours? Are you eagerly anticipating becoming the dragon lady? Have you already decided on names for the dragon offspring? Who would think about such things? Nami exclaimed loudly. The wind howled in the sky, particularly as Hubert's thoughts raced at an impressive speed, rendering her voice barely audible. Yet, inexplicably, Hubert's soft-spoken words managed to resonate clearly. You cannot genuinely believe I am a dragon, can you? Hubert inquired. Huh. Nami was taken aback. No. Is that not the case? Of course not. I am a perfectly ordinary human being, Hubert replied. Hubert confidently displayed his robust muscles, a testament to his strength. Nami inquired. How is that possible? How can a human possess wings? It must be a devil fruit. Devil fruit? Nami replied, somewhat perplexed. Residing in the impoverished region of the East Blue, she confessed that she had yet to hear of such a phenomenon. Hubert remarked that the devil fruit is a unique type of fruit that grants ordinary individuals the powers of a demon. However, the cost is being cursed by the sea, rendering one unable to venture into the ocean. The mention of demonic powers left Nami utterly perplexed, as she had no comprehension of what Hubert was referencing. Hubert sighed and opted for a different explanation. A single devil fruit costs no less than 100 million berries. What? After a brief silence, Nami exclaimed, her voice resonating so loudly in the air that it made Hubert's ears ring. 100 million berries? I've toiled and taken risks for so long. Yet I haven't even earned that much. How can a single fruit be worth 100 million berries? That is simply unimaginable, Hubert remarked. Yet, this is the reality. And you must understand that this is merely the price of the most affordable devil fruit. There are those that command a staggering 5 billion. Nami, somewhat despondent, murmured to herself, what kind of fruit could possibly be worth such an exorbitant sum of berries? Hubert chuckled. There are several such fruits. Do you still believe I cannot defeat Arlong? Nami shook her head and replied, Arlong is certainly no match for you. It's absurd. How could such an expensive fruit fail to best someone like Arlong? There must be a reason for its high value. If all those berries combined couldn't even overcome Arlong, wouldn't that be a disservice to their worth? As they conversed, Hubert had already carried Nami to the top of a hill. Upon seeing the familiar island, Nami exclaimed in astonishment, so fast? We were just talking. And I hardly paid attention to our journey. Yet, if she were to travel by ship at her usual pace, it would take at least half a day. How could they arrive so quickly after a brief conversation? Of course, that is the power of the devil fruit, Hubert explained. Indeed. It is a devil fruit worth over 100 million berries, Nami realized, confidently stepping onto the island and declaring, I shall lead the way. Hopper nodded and followed her footsteps. From a distance, a group of fishermen pirates spotted the two. Hey, Nami, you arrived so soon. How much did you earn this time? And why did you bring back a lad? Is he your lover? Well, it's fine. The two of you can earn together, increasing your speed. It would be best to gather that 100 million berries quickly and attain your freedom sooner. Hubert drew the autumn blade from its sheath, twisting his neck as he spoke. Go fetch that rascal Aaron for me. I wish to have a word with him. The once jovial pirates widened their eyes in disbelief, unable to fathom how a mere human could utter such words in their presence. Do you comprehend the gravity of your statements, human lad? Do you presume that brandishing a dull black knife grants you the audacity to speak so? The blade clanged ominously. Hubert brandished his longsword, unleashing a blade of energy that cleaved a massive boulder in twain. Quickly, summon Aaron for me. I do not wish to repeat myself for the third time. Chapter 95, Home. Aaron, having received the message, hastened to Hubert's side. Upon arrival, he cast a glance toward the direction indicated by his subordinate, where the freshly split boulder lay. The ability to generate such formidable sword energy to cleave a stone of that size suggested that Hubert possessed a certain degree of prowess as a swordsman. Aaron, undeterred, offered his candid assessment. However, for someone with such skills to seek trouble with me seems rather presumptuous. He felt no significant trepidation regarding Hubert's capabilities. After all, the boulder he had split was not particularly large. While his subordinates may have been intimidated, the worldly wise Aaron remained unfazed. Swordsmen vary in strength. Cleaving a stone of this magnitude clearly marked one as a lesser swordsman. It is essential to recognize that truly formidable swordsmen can slice through mountains and create gaping chasms in the very heavens with a single stroke. Upon catching sight of Arlong, Nami, who stood beside Hobart, instinctively recoiled. Years of experience had indelibly etched Arlong's invincible image into her mind. Hobart reached out and pulled Nami, who was attempting to hide behind him, into view. Nami found herself in a predicament, unsure whether to retreat or stand firm, leaving her momentarily embarrassed. Oh, Nami, is this the ally you sought? Do you truly believe you can defeat me with a second-rate swordsman? How utterly presumptuous, Arlong remarked, narrowing his eyes at Nami. No, he isn't someone I brought. He is a bounty hunter who insisted on my guidance, Nami replied, her gaze flickering as she feigned nonchalance. A bounty hunter? How ludicrous. Who would have imagined that I would be confronted by a bounty hunter one day? Ha ha ha. Arlong's subordinates, initially worried, joined in the laughter upon witnessing their leader's ease. What a mere bounty hunter. Do you even know who we are? We, the noble fishmen of this district. If you kneel and bow before Lord Arlong now, perhaps he might spare your life. Nami, how dare you bring someone here without permission? You shall face punishment for this. Let us raise the bounty from 100 million to 150 million berries. Nami's complexion turned ashen upon hearing this. Being beaten or insulted was one thing, but touching her bounty felt far worse than death itself. She instinctively glanced at Hobart. Hubert maintained his calm demeanor, which brought a sense of reassurance to Nami. Hurry up. If you don't take action soon, I shall. Hubert stifled a yawn. Arlong laughed maniacally. You little brat are quite audacious. I will soon make you realize that even a swordsman cannot provoke a fisherman. Who are these people? Arlong, why are you wasting time conversing with them? Just then, a figure approached from the island. The newcomer donned a flowing purple garment and sported framed glasses, exuding an aura of both allure and intellect. Hubert stood in a state of shock. Aaron turned back, his previously arrogant tone transformed into one of respect. Miss Robin, please wait a moment. I shall deal with this rascal right away. With that, Aaron pivoted and charged directly towards Hubert. In the blink of an eye, the conversation shifted to action. It must be said that despite Aaron's contempt for the swordsman, he approached the situation with a sense of vigilance. As Aaron launched his surprise attack, Hubert remained rooted to the spot, unmoving. Meanwhile, Nami, standing nearby, appeared pale and frozen, caught off guard by the sudden assault. With a resounding thud, Aaron was sent hurtling backward at an astonishing speed, crashing heavily to the ground. A deep impression in the muddy earth marked the spot where he fell. Yet Hubert maintained his previous posture, his position unchanged. He smiled and remarked, Indeed, it seems fortune has smiled upon me. I never expected to find you here, Robin. A look of confusion crossed Robin's face as she inquired, Do you know me? Of course, Hubert replied. It has been so long that you may have nearly forgotten me. But I could never forget you. You are to be my promised crew member. Robin frowned and asked, Promised crew member? Who are you? I am Hubert. The little boy from 20 years ago. It has been a long time, hasn't it, Robin? Robin's pupils widened in shock as she exclaimed, Impossible. Hubert perished at the hands of the Navy 2 decades ago. Did I not tell you? I am very much alive. I possess a grand ship, as you can see. I apologize for leaving you in the lurch these past 20 years. I never anticipated such unforeseen events. Will you forgive me, dear Robin? Robin's expression shifted slightly as she queried, How can you prove you are Hubert? What better proof could there be? Did you not promise to join my crew 20 years ago? This is a secret only you know. A contemplative expression crossed Robin's face, as if she were wrestling with her thoughts. Hubert did not disturb her. He merely waited in silence. Meanwhile, two of his trembling subordinates ran to the deep pit where Arlong had fallen, eager to retrieve their leader. However, peering into the humanoid-shaped cavity, they were taken aback. Contrary to their expectations of finding him unconscious, Arlong was feigning death with his eyes wide open. Upon noticing their arrival, he quickly gestured for them to remain silent and undetected. From the recent blow, Arlong had grasped the extent of Hubert's power, which undoubtedly surpassed his own, perhaps even exceeding that of Jinbei. For the moment, he decided to continue his ruse of being incapacitated, hoping to find an opportunity to escape. On the other side, after a brief interval, Hubert sincerely inquired, So, Sister Robin, do you forgive me? Robin lifted her gaze and approached Hubert, responding with a radiant smile. I could forgive you, if only you could catch me. As she spoke, much to Nami's astonishment, her form began to dissolve into a flurry of pink blossoms, drifting away on the breeze. What is this? Nami, unable to believe her eyes, grasped a petal. It felt smooth and lustrous, undeniably floral. Is this magic? Nami murmured, then suddenly realized, this must be the effect of that devil fruit. Indeed, Hubert nodded in affirmation, and in the midst of Nami's astonished gaze, he too transformed into a cascade of flowers, vanishing into the air. At this moment, Robin had already taken her seat in a small boat. With a wave of her hand, the powers of the Hana no Mi flourished. Everything aboard the vessel began to operate with remarkable order. Despite being the sole occupant, she managed to steer the boat successfully. Her expression remained composed as she gazed out over the sea, lost in thought. The instant Hubert had struck Arlong, she sensed something amiss and swiftly utilized the abilities of her devil fruit to create clones, buying herself precious time. She hardly believed a word spoken by Hubert. Although the matter of joining Hubert's crew seemed to be known only to the two of them, she had sensed that it had been leaked 20 years prior, and thus it could not serve as valid proof. Nevertheless, after all these years, the mere mention of Hubert's name stirred a sense of nostalgia within her. She recalled how, despite being younger than her, Hubert had taken on a brotherly role, caring for her with such tenderness. With a wistful sigh, she murmured, How wonderful it would be if you could change. Who? Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind her. The sound was not loud, yet it sent chills down her spine. She whirled around to find Hubert's smiling face, unable to believe her eyes. How is this possible? Aren't you with Aaron? A mysterious smile graced Hubert's lips as he grasped Robin's shoulder, saying, You mentioned it. If I catch you, will you forgive me? In her moment of astonishment, Robin momentarily overlooked the fact that Hubert had seized her shoulder. Her mind raced, attempting to fathom how Hubert had suddenly appeared at her side. Teleportation? Or perhaps a doppelganger? In a mere instant, Robin began to piece together some clues. How then could she escape? If he could instantly pinpoint her location even when she conjured a duplicate, it seemed this individual possessed remarkable perceptiveness. How could she possibly evade him? Observing Robin deep in thought, Hubert felt a pang of sympathy. Years of perilous living had honed Robin into a remarkably astute individual. Yet he pondered how much suffering she had endured. He gently cradled her head in his arms. Robin, lost in contemplation, found herself momentarily stunned, unsure of how to respond. Stop thinking, Sister Robin, he reassured her. I truly am Hubert. That day, I didn't get to savor the noodles you made before I had to leave unexpectedly. I sincerely apologize. Would you be so kind as to prepare them for me once more? Robin hesitated, wanting to push Hubert's hand away, but paused in midair. This was a secret known only to the two of them. That day had begun as a joyous morning. She had received the long-coveted Scholar S certification. Eager to spend a delightful day with Hubert, she had cheerfully prepared breakfast for him, for Hubert had always favored her noodles. However, upon stepping from the kitchen into the room, Hubert had vanished. At that moment, she felt a sense of grievance. Hubert's abrupt departure had angered her, and she resolved to give him a proper reprimand the next time they met. Little did she know, that day would stretch into 20 years. You truly are Hubert? Robin questioned, unable to fully trust her own disbelief. Given her past experiences of deception, she remained uncertain of the authenticity of this revelation. Yet in Robin's eyes, she recognized that she had no chance of escape. Hubert had no reason to deceive her. Hubert gently patted Robin's shoulder and kissed her forehead, saying, "Of course it is true. It has been a long time, Sister Robin." The sea breeze caressed them as the boat, its sails raised by Robin, sailed away from the shore, gradually distancing itself from the coastline. The azure sky and the ocean melded into one, creating an expanse of brilliant blue that enveloped the entire world. Hubert and Robin stood at the bow of the ship, embracing each other. While Robin's hand had somehow found its way to Hubert's back, her body trembling slightly. "Hubert, Hubert," Robin murmured his name twice before suddenly pushing him away. "Why did you leave without a word? 20 years, do you have any idea how I have spent these 2 decades? I truly believed you were dead." As she spoke, her fist struck forcefully against Hubert's chest. Hubert allowed her to strike him, though it did not hurt. Nonetheless, a pained expression momentarily crossed his face. "All right, please stop. Did I not mention that I had urgent matters at hand? I will explain everything to you shortly. They are pursuing Robin, and Nami remains on the island. It is imperative to retrieve her." After venting her frustrations, Robin also calmed down, nodding at Hubert to proceed with his own tasks. Hubert returned to the island, where Aaron remained ensnared in the humanoid pit, accompanied by his 2 underlings. However, at that moment, they were all entangled in delicate twigs, each one struggling in vain, unable to move. Despite their seemingly fragile nature, these slender vines were akin to chains forged from sea stone, rendering any attempt at escape futile. Indeed, their strength was such that even Kaido could be restrained by them, should Aaron and his companions manage to break free. It would be more prudent for Kaido to feign death beneath a slab of tofu. Hubert chuckled. "Oh, what is this? Aren't you the esteemed fishmen? How is it that you find yourselves ensnared so easily?" Beside him, Nami wore a look of lingering fear, and upon seeing Hubert approach, she exclaimed, "Why did you suddenly leave? You nearly gave me a heart attack." Moments after Hubert departed, Nami had been left in a state of bewilderment, gazing at the awkward smiles of Kaido's 2 subordinates. Alone, she was no match for these towering fishmen. At that moment, Arlong, sensing Hubert's absence, emerged from the pit, further sending Nami into a panic. The men exchanged glances and resolved to confront Nami, intending to extract information about Hubert's background. They considered using her as a hostage, although they doubted its efficacy. After all, if Nami truly had connections with someone like Hubert, they would have long been out of the picture. Nonetheless, they decided to proceed, wondering if it might indeed bear fruit. However, just as they prepared to act, unexpected vines surged forth from an unknown source, ensnaring them completely. They struggled against their bindings, but the more they fought, the tighter the hold became. Ultimately, they found themselves in their current predicament. Hubert inquired, "Do you recall our previous agreement?" Nami, taken aback, responded, "Huh? The matter of becoming my navigator," Hubert reminded her. "Oh, that is fine," Nami replied, observing how effortlessly Hubert had vanquished what she had once deemed an insurmountable foe. Arlong, Nami now placed her complete trust in this individual before her. Moreover, she realized she had no means of resistance. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the esteemed Nami as a subordinate, upgrading the ability of self-time mastery to dimension control. Hubert was momentarily taken aback. In the next instant, he felt his strength dissipate as if it had vanished into thin air, and his body began to float, melding with the cosmos. Although the might of his physical form had diminished, an overwhelming force of order filled his true essence. With a mere wave of his hand, the ocean surged into towering waves. A gentle lowering of his hand restored tranquility to the sea. As he clenched his fist, Nami, Robin, and the distant Olivia sensed a transformation within themselves, a gift of immortality bestowed upon them by Hubert. Another sweep of his hand appeared to rend the sky, and he guided the astonished Nami and Robin through the fissure. When they re-emerged, they found themselves upon a colossal vessel. On board, Olivia sat relaxed in a chair, engrossed in a newspaper, yet her gaze was not directed towards the East Sea. Carter and the others efficiently managed various affairs, presenting an image of a formidable organization. Hubert chuckled, "Allow me to introduce my vessel. From now on, this will also be your home." Chapter 96. The Giant Spirit. 20 years later, Nami had never laid eyes on such an enormous ship before. She stood in awe, momentarily speechless. Robin, however, exhibited little astonishment. She had seen it 2 decades ago, though she had fled at the time. Now, after 20 years, she found herself returning of her own accord, a curious twist of fate indeed. "Was it truly you who called me 20 years ago?" Robin inquired. Hubert nodded, a hint of shame crossing his face as he spoke. These past 2 decades have truly been arduous for you. I had intended to return to see you once I concluded my affairs, yet unforeseen circumstances arose that delayed me for 20 long years. Robin gazed at Hubert in silence, inquiring what sort of events could possibly cause a delay of 20 years. Hubert discerned a scrutinizing glint in her eyes and couldn't help but offer a wry smile. Indeed, it is true. Ordinarily, such upheavals would not cause such protracted delays. Yet, I have truly lingered far longer than anticipated. Or rather, what appears as 20 years for you is but a fleeting moment for me. Before Robin could respond, Nami inquired with curiosity, what do you mean? Is it possible for time to flow solely for us? Hubert sighed. Indeed, I have traversed through time, landing directly 20 years into the future, which is why I have been delayed for such a long duration. I sincerely apologize, Sister Robin. How is that even possible? How could such a thing occur? Nami questioned in disbelief. Hubert gently patted Nami's head and remarked, you know, this world is filled with absurdities. Robin, however, wore a contemplative expression. Having roamed these seas for 2 decades, she had gained some insight into the peculiar abilities that existed within the vast ocean. If it were indeed a power derived from a devil fruit, it might be plausible. Yet, wasn't the ability to traverse time rather extraordinary? Suddenly, Robin had a thought and inquired, wait a minute, if you traveled back directly, you should have appeared as a child. How could you possibly be in your 20s? To this, Hubert replied, after I was transported here, I awakened the powers of a time-related devil fruit, allowing me to manipulate my age into what it is now. Hubert did not conceal the truth, speaking candidly. However, Robin took a few steps back, a look of caution resurfacing on his face. How could this be? Previously, your abilities were clearly of the natural and botanical fruit type. How is it that you now possess powers of time? Hubert was momentarily rendered speechless. This question was indeed difficult to explain, and he believed his subordinates shared similar perplexities. It is common knowledge across the seas that a person can only consume one devil fruit. How could one individual possibly possess the ability of multiple devil fruits? After some contemplation, Hubert resolved to demonstrate to the world. Nothing is more intuitive than first-hand experience. Hubert's hand waved in the air, distorting the very fabric of space. Robin felt an extraordinary force enveloping her. She assumed Hubert was enraged after having his identity exposed, prompting her to struggle, a sense of regret washing over her. Why did she have to confront this individual directly? Would it not have been wiser to bide her time and escape when the opportunity arose? How had she become so foolish? Was it the involvement of Hubert that clouded her judgment? As these thoughts swirled in her mind, she noticed Nami's gaze fixed upon her, filled with incredulity. Furrowing her brow, Robin pondered what Hubert had done to astonish Nami so. Then she realized that Nami seemed to be significantly taller. No, it was not Nami who had grown. Rather, it was something else entirely. Hubert had also grown considerably taller. From her perspective, she felt as though she barely reached Hubert's knees. What have you done to me? Robin exclaimed, momentarily speechless. To her astonishment, her voice had transformed into that of a child, utterly devoid of the mature tone she once possessed. Realization dawned upon her as she glanced down at her hands. Indeed, her once roughened hands, a testament to her wandering existence, had reverted to the delicate, smooth hands of a child, and her previously curvaceous figure had flattened, her clothing now hanging loosely about her. She resembled a child who had mischievously donned adult attire. Lifting her gaze, her eyes sparkled with astonishment. She was astounded by Hubert's remarkable ability, yet perplexed by the inconsistency with the other powers he had previously displayed. Such an occurrence defied logic. However, the delight in her heart was undeniable. This transformation confirmed that Hubert had not deceived her. He truly was the same companion she had known 2 decades ago. Hubert suddenly lifted Robin from the ground and exclaimed, So, Sister Robin, do you believe it now? It has been a long time since I last saw you like this. You truly are adorable. As he spoke, Hubert playfully pinched her cheek. Robin did not feel offended, as he had often treated her this way in the past. However, Nami, observing from the side, felt a sense of embarrassment. She reached out with her small hands to grasp Hubert's large hand, pushing him away as she said, What are you doing? Hurry and change me back. Still in a state of shock, Nami stammered, Why you? Are you a monster? How could this happen? Hubert chuckled, Ha! I am your esteemed captain. How dare you address me in such a manner? Do you wish to revert to childhood to experience it anew? Nami replied, retracting her neck. No, thank you. Hubert merely intended to frighten her. He would never truly shrink her. With a casual wave of his hand, he attempted to revert Robin to her original form, but his gesture abruptly halted midair as he stroked his chin thoughtfully. Sister Robin, please maintain this state for a moment. I wish to introduce you to someone. Who? Robin inquired. You shall find out upon meeting them. Hubert guided Robin toward the ship, where the transformed Olivia was awaiting. Meanwhile, Nami was casually escorted by another individual to meet Carter. Upon learning that this was a navigator personally brought by Hubert, Carter did not dismiss the young girl. Instead, he took it upon himself to ensure she was comfortably settled in her quarters. Observing the bustling activity aboard the ship, Nami felt a sense of nostalgia. Reminiscent of her earlier experiences, a country bumpkin stepping into the city. As Olivia gazed at Hubert approaching from the horizon, a smile graced her face. Just as she was about to inquire whether Hubert was responsible for the recent changes in her body, her attention was drawn to the child cradled in Hubert's arms. Her expression shifted to one of astonishment, and she whispered softly, "Robin?" Hubert chuckled. "Indeed, it is Robin." Her amiable demeanor led me to collide with her. Otherwise, I would not have known how long it would take to encounter her again. As Robin gazed upon the mature woman before her, a sense of familiarity washed over her, though she could not immediately recall where they had met. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she inquired, "Are you the lady who stayed behind with the professors to safeguard the books during the demon suppression order?" Olivia remained silent, her expression frozen as she stepped forward, reaching out to caress Robin's cheek. The delicate warmth of the hand against her skin brought Robin a profound sense of comfort, an indescribable feeling that enveloped her heart. Reminiscent of the tender touch described in books, akin to a mother's embrace, a gentle spring breeze. "Robin, Robin, oh how I yearn for you." "No, that does not align with the timeline," Olivia murmured softly before abruptly releasing her hand and directing her gaze toward Hubert. "We have traversed 20 years into the future. How could Robin still be a child? Did you fail to find her and merely sought someone who resembles her to console me?" At the mention of the word mother by Olivia, Robin was rendered speechless. It was a term that felt distant and foreign. Her memories of her mother seemed to date back to the age of 3 or 4, the vague silhouette now beyond her recollection. Yet, within those hazy recollections, there lingered the image of a woman with silver hair. But why was her mother associated with Hubert? Their relationship appeared to hold an unusual significance. Hubert gazed at the somewhat apprehensive Olivia and smiled, saying, "This is indeed Robin. I merely utilized my abilities to shrink her, allowing you to glimpse her appearance as a child. I thought that if she were in her adult form, it would be quite challenging for you two to discern who is older. Wouldn't that lead to an awkward situation?" After pondering for a moment, Olivia considered Hubert's words to hold some merit and inquired, "Is that true?" Hubert nodded gently, nudging Robin with his elbow and saying, "Really? You can ask her yourself." Robin paused, taken aback by the hopeful gaze of Olivia directed towards her, and a peculiar sensation washed over her. At that moment, she felt a certain gratitude towards Hubert for having shrunk her. Otherwise, the situation would have felt rather awkward. She spoke, "It is true, I am Nico Robin. However, in my memories, my mother left me at a very early age." Upon hearing this, Olivia could no longer contain her emotions and rushed forward to embrace Robin, holding her tightly. "I am so sorry, truly sorry, Robin. I should have stayed home to care for you, to spare you a childhood devoid of maternal love. You must have endured so much hardship alone, haven't you?" Robin, however, did not feel that her childhood had been particularly painful. Hubert had always taken excellent care of her. It was the later days of wandering alone that had proven more challenging. Yet, sensing the profound guilt and love emanating from Olivia, she refrained from voicing her thoughts.